In 1983, at the Hongxing Production Brigade, "You lazy woman! Get up and feed the pigs!" The sharp, harsh voice pierced her ears. Jang Meon's mind was in a blur from the noise. She struggled to open her eyes. A wrinkled, angry face was right in front of her. Oh my goodness! Jang Meon was so startled that her heart almost jumped out of her chest. After the messy memories in her head slowly settled, she was completely stunned. She, a hardworking office worker from the 21st century, had somehow ended up inside an old novel she once read. And she had become a character with the same name as hers, a spoiled woman who met a tragic end, starving to death in a shabby hut because of her fierce, rough-tempered husband. Jiang Mian's head buzzed. "You still dare to glare at me? Believe it or not, I'll tear that mouth of yours," Wang Hohat shouted, raising her large hand to slap her. Just then, a cold, mechanical voice sounded in Jiang Mian's mind.
Ding.
Strong desire to avoid work detected. Lazy life system successfully bound. Newbie mission: refuse all labor and successfully pretend to be sick once. Reward: 2 boiled eggs. Jang Meon. Well, this might not be such a bad deal. Seeing Wang Hohat's hand about to land on her, Jang Meon didn't even have time to think. Instead of dodging, she let her body go limp and fell to the ground with the push.
Ouch.
A soft groan escaped her lips as she clutched her chest, breathing weakly. My chest hurts. I can't breathe. Wang Hohat froze, her raised hand stiff in midair. Seeing Jang Meon collapse to the ground, her face pale and her breathing weak, Wang Hohat was terrified. In these times, with little medicine and few doctors, if someone died in her hands, she would never be able to bear the blame.
You.
Stop pretending, Wang Hohat shouted harshly, though her voice trembled, and she didn't dare step closer. The noise in the yard drew a few curious neighbors. "Aunt Hohat, what's wrong with your second daughter-in-law? Her face looks so pale. Could she have heat stroke?" With everyone watching, Wang Hohat felt embarrassed. She forced herself to scold Jiang Mian loudly. "All you do is fake sickness to avoid work. I've never seen such a lazy woman. When my second son comes back, I'll make sure he divorces you." Taking advantage of the distraction, Jang Meon quickly got up and slipped back into her small, dark room. With a click, she locked the door from the inside. "Congratulations, host. You refused to work and successfully pretended to be sick. Beginner task complete. Reward: boiled eggs ×2 have been added to your system space. You can use them anytime. You shameless lazy woman. I knew you were pretending. You dare lock the door? Just wait. I'll teach you a lesson." The pounding on the door shook the whole room. Jiang Mian sat on the edge of her worn-out bed, ignoring Wang Hohat's angry shouting outside. With a thought, she felt a weight in her palm. 2 steaming boiled eggs appeared out of thin air. At that moment, her stomach growled softly. TSK. Even 2 eggs were enough to make her hungry. Jiang Mian slowly peeled the eggshell, and the soft white egg bounced slightly. She took a bite. The yolk inside was perfectly cooked, soft and rich. In this time when even white steamed buns were considered a luxury, an egg was a true delicacy for her. Since she had married into the Lu family, she hadn't even tasted egg drop soup, let alone a whole egg. She did the hardest work, ate the least food, and lived worse than the donkey in the production team. Happily finishing 1 egg, Jang Meon peeled another. Since fate had brought her here and even given her a helpful system, she decided she would no longer exhaust herself like in her past life. She had worked herself to death once. She wouldn't do it again. This time, she would take things easy and live well. In the yard, Wang Hohat, tired from scolding, spat toward the closed door. "Just wait till the second son comes back. Let's see how he deals with you, useless woman." She thought to herself that her second son, Lu Ting, had a bad temper and couldn't stand women who caused trouble. Once he returned from hunting and saw Jang Meon's attitude, he would surely send her away. Then she could openly find him a hard-working, capable wife. Time passed, and evening came. The old wooden gate creaked open with a loud bang. A tall, strong man stepped inside. He wore a faded vest, his bronze skin showing firm muscles. A fresh scratch marked his face, giving him a fierce look. In one hand, he carried a wild rabbit still dripping with blood. In the other, a hunting knife that gleamed coldly. His whole presence carried a sharp, intimidating air that warned others to stay away. It was indeed the second son of the Lu family, Lu Ting. As soon as Wang Hohat saw him, she looked relieved, as if she had finally found someone to rely on. She hurried over to complain. "Second son, you're finally back. That wife of yours pretended to be sick and refused to work today. She even talked back to me, and now she's locked herself in the room." Lu Ting said nothing and walked straight to the closed door. He pushed it with his elbow, but it didn't open. His thick eyebrows furrowed. Then he lifted his foot and kicked hard. Bang! With a loud crash, the weak wooden latch broke, and the door slammed against the wall before bouncing back. The room was dim, and a faint sweet scent still lingered in the air. Jang Meon was so startled by the noise that her heart skipped a beat. When she looked up, she met Lu Ting's dark, cold eyes. He frowned and stared at her, his gaze so heavy it made it hard for her to breathe. With the light behind him, his face looked even darker. Jang Meon's heart was pounding so fast it felt like it might jump out of her throat. This man had a terrible temper. In the original story, he had even let the former version of her starve to death. What should she do? Beg for mercy? Explain? No, that wouldn't work. The system's rule flashed through her mind. The lazier and more troublesome she acted, the better her chances of survival. If she gave in now, all her earlier efforts would be wasted. Fortune favors the bold. She took a deep breath, forced down her fear, and stood her ground. Then, imitating the gentle, delicate manner of the girl she remembered, she raised a slender finger and pointed at her flat stomach. Her voice was soft and trembling, with a hint of weakness. "Honey." She paused for a moment. When Lu Ting didn't move right away, she grew a little bolder. "I'm hungry." She blinked, trying to make her eyes look watery so she would seem more pitiful. "I want to eat some meat." Outside, Wang Hohat was stunned. Was this lazy woman out of her mind? How dare she act so spoiled in front of Lu Ting? Lu Ting stopped, still holding the rabbit that was dripping with blood. His eyes fixed on her delicate but slightly frightened face for 3 long seconds. Then, he slowly raised the hunting knife in his other hand. The sharp blade glinted coldly in the dim light. Jiang Mian's heart pounded like a drum. At that critical moment, a cold mechanical voice sounded again. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully getting the male lead to work. Laziness Index 10 reward, 1 pound of rice, delivered to system space." Jiang Mian froze. What was going on? She looked up and saw Lu Ting had already turned around. He carried the rabbit and walked quickly toward the simple kitchen in the corner of the yard. His silent figure looked calm and steady in the fading light. Leaning against the doorframe, Jang Meon watched him skillfully skin and clean the rabbit. His movements were quick and practiced. So, when he raised the knife earlier, he was just going to prepare the rabbit? Jang Meon let out a long breath, realizing her back was soaked with cold sweat. This man was really scary. At dinner, the atmosphere in the Lu family's main room was heavy. On the long, old wooden table, a dim kerosene lamp flickered. Wang Hohat kept a stern face as she placed a pot of thin rice soup on the table, so clear it could almost reflect a person's face. Then she pushed a small plate of dark pickled wild taro stems to the center of the table. She filled 2 bowls of thick porridge, mostly rice, for her eldest son, Lu Jiangwo, and her precious grandson, Lu Xiaobao. When it was Jiang Mion's turn, she flicked her spoon, and a bowl of watery soup landed in front of her. "Your body is delicate. Drink some rice soup. It's good for you," Wang Hohat said with a forced smile. Her sister-in-law, Lin Xiue, sat nearby with her arms crossed, adding mockingly, "That's right, sister-in-law. Mother saved this just for you. Since you didn't work in the fields today, this suits you perfectly." Jiang Mian gripped her chopsticks, staring at the bowl of watery porridge that looked like a mirror. She almost wanted to flip it over onto their faces. Just then, a rich smell of meat drifted in from outside. Lu Ting walked in, carrying a large chipped bowl, and placed it steadily on the table. Inside was braised rabbit, tender and fragrant, with thick sauce and a sprinkle of green onions. Amid this plain meal, the dish looked like a feast from heaven. Lu Ting sat down, his eyes sweeping across the table. When he saw the bowl of clear soup in front of Jiang Mian, the air around him seemed to grow heavy. Without a word, he picked up his own bowl and scooped half of his porridge into hers. Then he used his chopsticks to place a piece of rabbit leg on top of her bowl. The whole movement was smooth and quick. Everyone at the table froze in surprise. Wang Ho-hot was the first to react. She slammed her chopsticks on the table, her chest rising and falling with anger. "Second son, what are you doing? That meat is for you to regain your strength. Why are you giving it to her?" Lu Ting didn't even look up. He replied coldly, "I'm not hungry." After saying that, he picked up his bowl and began eating the leftover porridge and pickles quickly and roughly. Wang Ho-hot felt a lump in her throat as she watched her second son eat like someone who hadn't eaten in days. Then she looked at the oily rabbit leg in Jiang Mian's bowl, trembling with anger. That ungrateful boy. Completely bewitched by that woman. Jang Meon hadn't expected Lu Ting to stand up for her like that. Looking at the food in her bowl, she felt a warm feeling rise in her heart. Just as she was about to start eating, the system's voice suddenly appeared again.
Ding.
Temporary task triggered. Ask the male lead to feed you. Reward, special healing ointment X1, Jang Meon. Was the system trying to get her into trouble? How could she make such a request in front of Lu Ting, who could explode with anger at any moment? But that healing ointment. Her eyes drifted toward Lu Ting. The fresh scratch on his face and the small wounds on his arm reminded her that this man risked his life hunting to support the family. Jang Mian put down her chopsticks and looked at her chipped porcelain bowl, wrinkling her nose delicately. Her voice was soft and gentle, with a hint of helplessness. "My hand feels weak. I can't hold the chopsticks." The whole table fell silent. Everyone stopped eating and turned to look at her. Lin Xiue almost burst out laughing. This Jiang Mian really didn't know when to stop. Wang Ho-hot was so angry, she nearly flipped the table. Even Jiang Mian herself braced for Lu Ting to lose his temper. But, to everyone's surprise, Lu Ting stopped eating. He quietly put down his bowl. Under the family's startled gaze, he reached out and took Jiang Mian's chopsticks. His rough, large hand looked clumsy, holding the small bamboo chopsticks. Then, he simply tore off a small piece of rabbit meat with his hand and, a bit stiffly, held it out to Jiang Mian. Throughout the whole process, Lu Yen said nothing. He didn't even lift his head completely, only glancing at her from the corner of his eye. Jiang Mian felt her heart almost stop. She opened her mouth mechanically and bit the piece of rabbit meat he offered. The meat was soft and tender, but she couldn't taste anything. She only felt her tongue accidentally brush against his warm, rough fingertip. Lu Yan's tall body trembled slightly. He quickly pulled his hand back and lowered his head again, eating his porridge in silence. But the redness of his ears under the dim light revealed his embarrassment. Task complete. Reward issued. Across the table, Lin Xiue's eyes widened in disbelief. She looked at the few pieces of pickled vegetables in her bowl, then at Jiang Mian, who had just been personally served by Lu Yen. Her face twisted with jealousy.
Why?
That lazy girl did nothing. Why did she get to eat meat? And why was that man treating her so well, while she worked hard all day and only had pickles to eat? Lu Yen must be blind, completely fooled by that sly woman. No one enjoyed the meal except Jiang Mian. After dinner, Jiang Mian followed Lu Yen back to the small, cramped room. Inside, there was only a creaky wooden bed, and the air instantly grew awkward. Jiang Mian sensibly moved to the innermost side of the bed, wrapping herself tightly in the blanket like a cocoon, leaving only her eyes visible as she watched Lu Ting cautiously. Lu Ting didn't look at her. He quietly walked to the basin in the corner and took off his sweat-soaked old vest. As the vest came off, his strong, well-built upper body was revealed. His bronze skin showed smooth, firm muscles. But what caught the eye even more were the scars crisscrossing his back. Some were old, faded marks, while others were fresh and still bleeding slightly. It was a shocking sight. These were the marks of a hunter, proof of the dangers he faced to bring food home. Jiang Mian felt a sudden ache in her heart. She thought of the special healing ointment she had just received as a reward and made up her mind. Pretending to search under her pillow for a while, she finally took out a small green tin box and handed it to him. "This is for you. Use it on your wounds," she said softly, her voice a little uneasy. Lu Ting paused, turning to look at the small tin box in her hand. It was a high-quality item, the kind that couldn't even be found in the local store, with foreign words printed on it. This must have cost quite a bit of money and ration coupons. When did she buy it? A thought flashed through his mind. Had she been saving secretly to buy medicine for him? As that idea took hold, the cold wall in his heart, built from her laziness and fussiness, began to melt a little. So, even though his wife could be spoiled and idle, she still cared about him deep down. He quietly took the ointment, opened it, and a cool, refreshing scent filled the air. Lu Ting said nothing. He simply scooped a bit of ointment and clumsily applied it to the new wounds on his back that he could reach. The cool touch seemed to calm the restlessness in his heart. The tension in the room slowly faded. Jang Meon curled up under the blanket, watching the man's broad back, her thoughts swirling endlessly. The next morning, the sharp sound of the work whistle from the brigade broke the quiet. A quick note: most places had already divided the farmland among households, but some small villages still worked collectively. The same went for the educated youth. Most had returned to the city, but some were still stuck in the countryside for various reasons. Woo woo! Soon after, Wang Hohat's loud, commanding voice echoed through the yard. "Get up and go to work. The sun's already shining on your backs." Jang Meon turned over in bed and pulled the blanket tightly over her head. Work? What work? What a joke. Those two words had been permanently deleted from her life dictionary. Sleeping was the most important thing in life.
Ding.
Detected strong resistance to early rising and overworking. Excellent lazy spirit. Task: stay in bed for 1 hour. Reward: 2 yuan and 1 meat coupon. Wow. Jiang Mian almost burst out laughing under the blanket. This system was her dream come true. It really understood her. For the sake of those 2 yuan and a meat coupon, even if a saint came today, she wasn't getting out of bed. Wang Hohat knocked in the yard for a long time, but when the second room still didn't respond, her anger flared. She threw down the rusty iron basin in her hand and stormed to the door, pushing open the shaky wooden door with force. "You lazy woman, still sleeping. I'll pull your blanket off if you don't get up." Wang Hohat shouted angrily, taking a few quick steps to the bed and reaching out her thin, branch-like hand to grab the blanket. Just then, a tall figure stepped in front of her. It was Lu Ting. No one knew when he had gotten dressed, but the cold, firm air around him instantly made Wang Hohat's anger fade a little. "Mom," Lu Ting said in a low, rough voice, calm and unreadable. "She's not feeling well. She can't get up." "Not feeling well?" Wang Hohat froze for a moment, then put her hands on her hips and snapped. "She's just lazy. Born lazy." "I'll earn her work points today," Lu Ting said simply, not arguing. "I'll do double." Without another glance at Wang Hohat's darkened face, he turned and walked out. Wang Hohat stood there, fuming, staring at the bulging blanket. She stomped her foot in anger, but could do nothing against her stern second son. She spat in frustration and left, still muttering under her breath. Under the blanket, Jang Meon had heard everything clearly. She quietly lifted a corner of the blanket and looked at Lu Ting's broad back as he disappeared through the door, secretly impressed. Not bad, this husband of hers. Not only good-looking but also a reliable shield, very practical. She wondered if doing double work would be too tiring, then decided it wasn't her problem. Feeling at ease, she closed her eyes and went back to sleep. Meanwhile, at the grain-drying yard on the east side of the village, the place was bustling with activity. The villagers were working hard under the hot sun, and Lu Ting, doing the work of 2 people by himself, stood out even more. A few idle villagers gathered nearby, whispering and pointing at him. Look at Lu Ting, the second son of the Lu family. He really married a handful. Exactly. What kind of new bride doesn't help in the fields? And he even has to do her share of the work. Unheard of. Just then, a young woman in a clean white shirt walked over gracefully, carrying a bowl of water. It was Su Ro, the educated youth who had stayed in the village. Ignoring the admiring looks from those around her, she went straight to Lu Ting and spoke in a soft, gentle voice. Brother Lu, have some water and take a break. You're working too hard. Lu Ting didn't respond and kept working. Su Ro didn't seem embarrassed. Instead, she raised her voice on purpose. Brother Lu, I have to say, your wife Jang Meon really shouldn't be making things so hard for you.
It's a new era now.
Women should be independent and create value through their own work. How can she just stay at home while you do everything? What a perfect example of a pure and virtuous act. She spoke so smoothly, it was as if she were reciting from a manual. The villagers listening nearby exchanged knowing looks, as if to say, see?
We told you so.
A faint, proud smile appeared on Su Ro's lips. She had lived this life once before. In her previous life, she had missed her chance with Lu Ting and watched him become a successful businessman, regretting it deeply. This time, she was determined to win him over. In her eyes, Jiang Mian, who had nothing but a pretty face, would eventually lose all of Lu Ting's patience and affection. However, Lu Ting's reaction was nothing like what she had expected. The man finally stopped what he was doing, but didn't even glance at her. He wiped the sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand, then used the towel hanging around his neck. His voice was cold and mocking. I'll take care of it if I want to. None of your business. His words were sharp and firm. Su Ro's gentle smile froze instantly, as if she had been slapped in public. Her face burned with embarrassment. The villagers around them were stunned for a moment, then burst into loud laughter. This was far more entertaining than working. Su Ro stood there, feeling the mocking stares from all directions. Her face turned red, then pale. The hand holding the bowl trembled slightly from how tightly she gripped it. She bit her lip hard, thinking angrily, Jiang Mian, just wait. When Lu Ting gets tired of you, let's see how proud you'll be then. Jiang Mian, who was relaxing at home, knew nothing about what had happened. She slept until late morning and woke up feeling refreshed.
Ding.
Task sleep incompleted. Reward granted. Stretching lazily, she felt completely at ease. She got up slowly, and since no one was home, she took out the rice she had earned as a reward from her system space and cooked a small pot of fragrant white porridge. After eating her fill, she carried a small stool to the shadiest spot under the eaves and exchanged some of her laziness points for a small bag of sunflower seeds. Crunch, crunch. The crisp sound of cracking seeds echoed clearly in the quiet yard. Jiang Mian squinted at the clouds drifting across the sky, enjoying the rare cool breeze. Life as a relaxed slacker didn't seem so bad after all. At least it was better than working 10 hours a day for only 3,000 yuan. Just then, the sound of someone pounding cloves with a stick came from the neighboring yard. Jiang Mian turned her head and saw her sister-in-law, Lin Xiue, crouching by the well with a child on her back. In front of her was a large wooden tub, almost half her height, filled with the family's dirty clothes. Lin Xiue was so tired that she could hardly straighten her back, her face covered in sweat. She rubbed her sore waist, then turned her head and saw Jiang Mian next door, relaxing and eating sunflower seeds. The contrast was too much to bear. Lin Xiue's mouth twitched, her face twisting with anger. She raised the washing stick and slammed it hard against the stone, making a loud noise. It sounded as if she were hitting not the stone, but Jiang Mian's calm, smug face. Comparing people really could drive one mad. Jiang Mian ignored the noise completely and even shifted into a more comfortable position.
Ding.
Host has successfully maxed out sister-in-law's resentment level. Laziness Index 5. Calculating midday laziness results. Reward: 1 pack of White Rabbit milk candies. What a pleasant surprise. It was said that the White Rabbit candies from this time were made with real ingredients, not like the artificial ones in later years. Jang Meon unwrapped one and popped it into her mouth. The rich, creamy sweetness spread across her tongue.
Sweet, so sweet.
A lazy life could be so simple and happy. She had read this old-time story so long ago that most details were forgotten, except that the original Jiang Mian eventually starved to death. Feeling a bit bored sitting in the yard, Jang Meon decided to go back inside and look for something valuable. The old house might be shabby, but maybe the original owner or Lu Ting had hidden something good. She wandered around the room, knocking here and touching there, looking like a beginner trying to search for treasure. When Jang Meon's hand tapped the floor tile under the bed near the wall, it made a hollow knock sound. There's something good here. Her eyes lit up. She carefully pried open the loose tile, revealing a rusty iron box. Well, what a discovery. With the excitement of opening a mystery box, Jiang Mian lifted the slightly heavy lid. Inside, there weren't gold bars or land deeds as she had imagined, but a stack of old paper money and a few coins, all neatly pressed flat. She counted them: 1 cent, 2 cent, 10 cent, and 1 yuan notes. Altogether 33 yuan and 57 cents. In a time when a worker's monthly salary was only 30 or 40 yuan, this was quite a fortune. Jiang Mian didn't need to guess. This must be the secret savings her quiet husband, Lu Ting, had worked hard to put away. For a man who lived by farming, saving this much meant years of careful living. If it were the original owner, she probably would have taken the money and spent it all right away. But Jiang Mian was different, a laid-back young woman from the 21st century. Looking at the money, she felt no greed at all. Instead, a mischievous smile spread across her face. Jiang Mian stared at the fortune in the iron box, her lips curling into a playful grin. Take it all? Too simple. This was her husband's hard-earned money, his sense of security hidden at the bottom of a box. If she took it away, what if he lost confidence completely?
Ding.
A noble moral choice detected. Surprise mission activated. Task name: Husband's surprise savings box task content. Do not confiscate his secret savings, and use system resources to add a pleasant surprise to his little stash. Task reward: calculated based on how surprised the husband is. Well, isn't that interesting? Jang Meon was delighted. This system really knew how to encourage good behavior. Without hesitation, she exchanged 2 boiled eggs from the system's space. Yes, the same kind she got as a beginner's reward. Now each one cost just 1 lazy point. Not expensive at all. She carefully placed the 2 still warm eggs into the metal box, right next to the stack of money. After thinking for a moment, she felt something was missing. A sense of ceremony. She had to make it perfect. She exchanged a small note and a pencil from the system, then lay on the bed and, imitating a child's handwriting, drew a big smiling face.
Perfect.
Jiang Mian tucked the note between the eggs and the money, satisfied, then put the metal box back in its place, covered it with a brick, and made sure everything looked untouched. After finishing, she hummed a cheerful tune, waiting happily for her hard-working husband, who worked 2 jobs, to come home. By evening, the courtyard gate creaked open. Lu Ting came home, exhausted. After doing double the farm work, even his strong body felt sore. Every muscle ached, and his sweat-soaked vest clung to him, showing his firm build. As soon as he stepped into the yard, before he could take a cool shower, he saw a slender figure walking out of the house. Jiang Mian was holding a bowl of water and walked up to him with small steps. The water in the bowl was milky white, almost like something mixed with farm chemicals. But the faint smell of milk told Lu Ting that it definitely wasn't. "Honey, you've worked hard." Jiang Mian's voice was soft and gentle, like a freshly made rice cake, carrying a hint of sweetness. Lu Ting froze completely. He looked down at the rough porcelain bowl handed to him, then raised his eyes to his wife standing before him. The evening sunlight fell across her face, coating it with a warm golden glow. Her bright eyes were filled with care and affection for him. Feeling a little awkward, Lu Ting took the bowl. His throat moved slightly as he lifted it and drank the water inside in one go, not even sure what she had added to it. The warm, sweet water slid down his throat, washing away much of his tiredness. It felt like a gentle current flowing straight into his heart. Lu Ting gave a muffled response, not knowing what to say, and handed the empty bowl back. Jang Meon took it, turned around casually, and said, "I'm going to the restroom." Lu Ting watched her walk away, then quietly closed the door behind her. He crouched down and skillfully reached under the bed, prying open a loose floor tile that only he knew about. He opened a small metal box, ready to put away the money he had earned today by trading a wild pheasant he caught in the mountains. But when he saw what was inside, he froze. The money was still there, untouched. Next to it, however, lay 2 eggs. Beside the eggs was a small piece of paper. Lu Ting reached out with his calloused hand and carefully picked it up. On the paper was a crooked smiley face drawn in pencil, the lines clumsy like a child's drawing, yet the upturned mouth carried a simple, silly kind of happiness. His heart skipped a beat. Where did the eggs come from? Lu Ting's mind raced, countless thoughts flashing through it. Right after that, an answer that made his heart grow warm appeared in his mind. His secret savings had been found, but the money was still there. Then there was only one possibility. The egg was something she had saved especially for him. She hadn't wanted to eat it herself, so she secretly hid it and then quietly placed it in his little stash. This realization struck Lu Ting like a flash of electricity.
So.
She wasn't someone who only cared about food.
So.
She actually cared about him too. This rough man, someone brave enough to fight wild boars in the mountains, now held the thin note in his hand, and his eyes grew slightly wet. Lu Ting carefully folded the note with a smiling face on it and placed it close to his chest pocket. Task complete. Evaluating the mail leads level of surprise. Congratulations, host. Reward, 10 feet of fine fabric. Jiang Mian, who was squatting nearby, suddenly brightened up. At dinner, the atmosphere was still heavy. As usual, Wang Hohot served a pot of thin sweet potato porridge and a small plate of dark pickles. Jiang Mian looked at the watery porridge in front of her, her delicate face wrinkling in displeasure. She pushed the bowl aside. This again? I don't want it. You lazy girl. Wang Hohot was about to scold her when Lu Ting suddenly moved. He took 2 things out of his pocket and gently placed them on the table. 2 boiled eggs. Under the dim kerosene lamp, the round eggs seemed to glow softly. Wang Hohot and Lin Xiue couldn't take their eyes off them. Ignoring them, Lu Ting picked up 1 egg, tapped it on the table, peeled it clean in a few quick moves, and then placed it firmly into Jiang Mian's bowl. After finishing everything, he picked up another one, peeled it, and popped it into his mouth in 2 bites. Where did those eggs come from? Wang Hohot's voice rose sharply as her eyes locked on the eggs in Jiang Mian's bowl. These eggs are for Debao. He's still growing. As she spoke, she reached out to grab them. Lu Ting lifted his eyelids, his gaze as cold as ice. My wife gave them to me. Just 5 simple words stopped Wang Hohot's hand in midair. She trembled with anger, but didn't dare meet her second son's fierce eyes. All she could do was glare at Jiang Mian with resentment. Jang Meon ignored her completely. Under Lu Ting's intense gaze, she calmly finished the lovingly prepared eggs. After the meal, while Wang Hohot and Lin Xiue were still fuming about the eggs, Jang Meon slowly brought something out from her room. She spread it on the table, a roll of brand new fabric. Sky blue, it shimmered softly under the dim oil lamp. Blended cotton.
Lin Xiue exclaimed.
That was the most fashionable fabric sold at the county supply store. Even a single yard required industrial coupons. It was incredibly expensive. Jiang Mian ignored their shock, took the fabric, and began measuring it against Lu Ting. I brought this from my parents' home. It's something I've kept carefully for years, she said in a calm but clear voice. This fabric is in style now, so I thought I'd make a vest for Lu Ting.
What?
Wang Hohot exploded. You're using such fine fabric to make him a vest? He's just a rough man. What does he need fancy fabric for? Give it to me. I'll use it to make new clothes for Debeo to wear to school. As she spoke, Wang Hohat reached out to snatch it. Jang Meon quickly moved to the side, dodging with ease. She didn't look at Wang Hohat. Her bright, watery eyes were fixed on Lu Ting, filled with a mix of hurt and dependence. Dear, I saved this just for you. I don't want to give it to anyone else. Her voice was soft and sweet, making Lu Ting freeze for a moment, his heart trembling slightly. Before he could react, Jiang Mian held up the sky blue fabric and compared it against his chest.
This size seems about right.
It should be enough to make a vest. Her fingertips brushed lightly against his shirt, cool and gentle. Even through the thin fabric, he could feel the touch clearly, soft and light, like a feather, yet it made his heart race. Lu Ting's muscles tensed, and his breath caught for a second. The noise around him faded. The sharp scolding of Wang Hohat and the sarcastic tone of Lin Xiue all turned into a blur. It was as if the world had gone silent, leaving only the warmth in his chest and the sound of his pounding heartbeat. Oh no, he thought, this is getting out of hand. Wang Hohat saw her son standing there like a statue, ignoring her completely. Then she noticed Jang Meon's hands still moving near him, and her anger flared so much she almost lost her breath. If she couldn't win by grabbing, she would win by making a scene. Her eyes rolled as she came up with an idea. With a loud sigh, she let her legs go weak and sat down on the ground, slapping her thighs dramatically. This is unfair. My son got married and forgot his mother. My son, whom I raised with so much effort, now ignores his own mother for a lazy wife. Our whole family wears patched-up clothes, but he insists on wearing fine new fabric. Why is my life so hard? Her wailing was loud and dramatic, enough to make anyone passing by think someone had died in the village. Jiang Mian held the fabric calmly, watching Wang Hohat's performance on the ground. TSK, that acting, any seasoned performer would give her a thumbs up. Jiang Mian didn't rush to speak. Instead, she moved a little closer to Lu Ting. Looking down at her mother-in-law rolling on the ground, she spoke in a gentle, innocent tone. Mom, what are you doing? Please get up, the ground is cold. She blinked her bright eyes and said slowly, Lu Ting leaves before dawn every day. He works hard, doing the work of two people. What's wrong with him, wearing something decent? Are you worried he's working too hard and want him to work without a shirt to stay cool? The yard fell silent. Even Wang Hohat, who had been crying and shouting, froze mid-sob, forgetting what to say next. Let her son work without a shirt? If people heard that, what would they think of her? Wouldn't the villagers accuse her of mistreating her own son? This girl looked gentle, but her words were sharp. Lu Ting finally snapped out of his daze. He looked down at Jiang Mian's face, full of I'm only doing this for your good, then at his mother still trying to grab the fabric, and frowned deeply. Lu Ting grabbed Wang Hohat's hand, stopping her from reaching for the cloth. Mom, have you made enough of a scene? His voice carried a firm tone that allowed no argument. This cloth is Mian's dowry. It belongs to her. She cares about me and wants to make clothes for me. That's her choice. She can give it to whoever she wants, and it's not your place to take it. When Lu Ting said the name Mian, it came out with a clumsy kind of affection. Jiang Mian couldn't help but smile to herself. Nice, brother. You're getting the hang of it. Wang Hohat's wrist ached from her son's grip, but what hurt more was the cold look in Lu Ting's eyes. There was no warmth in them at all. She realized that if she kept pushing, her second son might really turn against her. So she got up from the ground, brushed the dust off her clothes, and went back to her room, looking defeated. Before leaving, she shot Jiang Mian a fierce glare and muttered angrily, Troublemaker, useless thing.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, for successfully protecting your personal property and gaining strong support from the male lead. Reward, all-purpose tailoring skill card, one-time use, X1, skill card description. After use, the host will temporarily gain the skills and taste of a top tailor. Anyone can become a fashion expert. Jiang Mian gave the system a mental thumbs up. This reward came at the perfect time. She had been worried that Lu Ting might give her the fabric and ask her to make the clothes herself. Her sister-in-law, Lin Xiue, had seen the whole argument clearly. She curled her lips in annoyance. She couldn't get the fine fabric now, but her mind was already working on another plan. That lazy Jang Meon spent money like water and had bought so many things today. If the second son spoiled her this much, he must have some secret savings. Looks like it's time to find a chance to invite her brother over. She'd tell him that the second son had made some money, then have her brother come and borrow a bit. After all, we're all family. Who would really expect the money to be paid back? Late at night, in the small mud brick house, the flame of the kerosene lamp flickered softly. Jiang Mian took out her precious piece of fabric and spread it on the bed. She didn't know how to make clothes, but she had a special skill. Silently, she thought use skill card. At once, a strange and wonderful feeling filled her mind. The plain fabric before her no longer looked ordinary. Lines for cutting, measurements, and stitching methods all appeared clearly in her head. Jiang Mian picked up a rusty pair of scissors, her expression focused. After forming a plan in her mind, she began cutting. In just a few moments, the fabric was neatly shaped into several perfect pieces for sewing. Lu Ting sat by the bed. He didn't polish his hunting knife as usual. Instead, he watched Jiang Mian without blinking. Under the lamp, the girl's face was calm and serious. Her long eyelashes cast a faint shadow on her cheeks, and her focused profile looked quietly beautiful. Her fair neck and small earlobes glowed softly, like smooth jade. So this was what she looked like when she was peaceful and quiet. Lu Ting felt his throat go dry. He quickly looked away, but his heartbeat refused to slow down. Just as the quiet and slightly tense air filled the room, a sudden loud sound of a gong came from outside.
Clang, clang, clang.
Then came the booming voice of the village militia leader, cutting through the night. Catch the troublemaker. There's a man sneaking into the women's dorm at the youth camp. Everyone come out. A troublemaker? Jiang Mian's curiosity instantly flared, her eyes lighting up. She suddenly remembered something. In the original book, there was such a scene. It was about Zhao Gang, a troublemaker from the village. One night, after drinking too much, he wanted to sneak out to see the new bride in the village. But because he was drunk and it was dark, he went to the wrong house and ended up in Su Ro's room instead, the woman who had been given a second chance at life. It was a famous moment in the story. How could Jiang Mian miss such exciting gossip after traveling through time? She jumped out of bed in an instant, not even bothering to put on her shoes. Barefoot, she ran over and tugged on Lu Ting's sleeve, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Honey, quick. Let's go see what's happening." Lu Ting was completely confused by her sudden change in attitude. He didn't really want to go. It was dark outside and there were too many people around. What if someone accidentally bumped into his delicate wife? "No, let's sleep," Lu Ting said firmly. "Please, let's go." Jiang Mian pleaded, shaking his sleeve and speaking in a soft, sweet voice. "I really want to see. If you don't take me, I'll go by myself." Seeing her bare feet on the cold ground, Lu Ting frowned. But then he sighed helplessly. Her way of acting cute was impossible to resist. The next moment, Jiang Mian suddenly felt herself being lifted off the ground. Before she could even react, her view rose sharply. Lu Ting had picked her up with one arm and easily placed her on his shoulder, as if she weighed nothing.
"Hold on tight," he said.
His deep voice carried a hint of warmth and affection he didn't even notice himself. Sitting on Lu Ting's broad shoulders, Jiang Mian instinctively held onto his head. Before she could even feel shy, she realized she had the perfect view, like sitting on a giant's lookout tower. This VIP seat for watching the show is amazing. Lu Ting's shoulders were broad and steady, much more comfortable than any ox cart from these times. Jiang Mian naturally wrapped her hands around Lu Ting's head, like hugging an oversized stuffed toy. It even felt nice to the touch. This human ride truly gave off a sense of elegance and style. Soon, The two arrived at the scene, the educated youth camp. Wow, it was packed with people and full of noise and excitement. Half the villagers must have come out, each holding a torch that lit up the small courtyard as bright as day. In the middle of the crowd, a man with messy clothes was being held down by several young men, shouting miserably. Beside him, a woman in white was crying pitifully. It was Su Ro, the one who had come back to life in the original story. Jang Meon narrowed her eyes, switching to her eagle-eye mode. Although Su Ro looked heartbroken, her white shirt was spotless, every button still in place, and not a single strand of hair was out of order. She cried while covering part of her face with her sleeve, revealing just enough of her red eyes to make her look fragile and pitiful. Wow, no wonder she was the reborn supporting character. She could win an award for this performance. That acting, that perfect control. Even the audience would be impressed. The crowd was packed. A villager, too eager to watch the drama, lost his balance and almost bumped into Lu Ting. Lu Ting didn't even turn his head. He just let out a low, cold sound from his throat. That aura, like someone who had walked through countless battles, instantly silenced the noisy crowd. Immediately, everyone around instinctively stepped back several paces from Lu Ting, leaving a clear space around him. The villagers looked at this man, known in the village for his fierce temper, with both respect and fear, lowering their voices. Jiang Mian sat calmly in the VIP viewing area, steady as a mountain. So satisfying. Is this what a sense of security feels like? She loved it. At that moment, the man pinned to the ground, Zhao Gang, a local troublemaker, lifted his bruised face. When he looked up, he immediately saw Jiang Mian standing out clearly among the crowd. No wonder she was sitting high, easy to spot. Zhao Gang, as if grabbing his last chance, shouted with all his strength, "I came to find Jiang Mian. She's the one who asked me to come here." In an instant, dozens of eyes, shining in the torchlight, turned sharply toward Jiang Mian. "I knew it. I knew that woman couldn't behave herself." From the crowd, Wang Hohat's loud, harsh voice broke the silence. She pushed her way forward, hands on her hips, pointing at Jiang Mian as she scolded, "Shameless. You've embarrassed the whole Lu family." With Wang Hohat leading the accusations, the villagers' looks grew even more suggestive. So this was a scandal, much more exciting than catching a thief. Jiang Mian didn't panic at all. In fact, she almost wanted to laugh. She gently patted Lu Ting on the head, as if giving orders to a large, loyal companion.
"Put me down."
"It's my turn to take the stage." Without a word, Lu Ting carefully set her down. Perhaps she had been sitting too long. When her feet touched the ground, her legs felt weak, and her body swayed as if she might fall. Lu Ting reacted quickly, catching her by the waist and holding her steady. At the same time, his eyes, sharp as blades under the firelight, swept coldly over the gossiping villagers. Everyone who met his gaze felt a chill down their necks and fell silent at once. After finding her balance, Jiang Mian stepped out of Lu Ting's arms and slowly walked toward the center of the commotion. She stopped in front of Zhao Gang. Before he could speak, she waved her hand in front of her nose with an exaggerated frown and took 2 steps back in disgust.
"Who are you?"
Her voice wasn't loud, but it was clear enough for everyone to hear. Zhao Gang, still dazed from being hit, didn't respond right away. Jiang Mian tilted her head, her eyes full of innocent disdain. "You said I asked you out? What would I even see in you?" She looked him up and down, still lying on the ground, and continued in a sweet but cutting tone. "Would it be your short height? Your shabby clothes? Or the fact that you haven't bathed in months and can be smelled from half a mile away?" A burst of laughter broke out from the crowd. System detected a perfect chance for a comeback. Temporary mission issued. Mission name: My husband shines bright. Mission goal: praise your husband in front of everyone, prove your good taste, and silence the troublemaker. Reward: 1 10 yuan note. Well now, what a deal. Complimenting her husband could earn her money? Jiang Mian's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, she turned and walked back to Lu Ting's side. In front of the astonished villagers, she grabbed Lu Ting's rough, calloused hand, hardened from years of hunting, and pulled him into the brightest spot by the fire. Holding his hand in one of hers, she pointed at Zhao Gang, who was lying on the ground, and lifted her chin proudly. Everyone, tell me if I'm wrong. I have a husband who's tall, strong, hardworking, and treats me like I'm the most precious person in the world, and you think I'd give him up? She paused, turned to Lu Ting, stood on tiptoe, and gently touched the scar on his face. Her voice was full of pride and affection. Look at this. That's a mark of courage. So handsome, isn't it? After praising him, Jang Meon turned back to Zhao Gang and said, Do you really think I'd leave such a good man for someone who looks messy, is half his height, and just got beaten up? Finally, she held Lu Ting's hand tightly and asked everyone, Tell me, am I blind, or have I lost my mind? The crowd fell silent. Her words were sharp, her logic clear, and the comparison too striking. For a moment, no one knew how to react. Lu Ting, who had just been showered with unexpected praise, stood frozen. Had he just been complimented by his usually fussy and dramatic wife? In front of the whole village? Tall, strong, brave. And she said he was precious to her? Boom! A rush of heat shot up from his feet to his head, and Lu Ting felt his face, neck, and ears burn as if they were on fire. His usually stern face, the kind that could scare children into silence, melted in just a few seconds, cracking, softening, and finally turning into a look of complete confusion. He instinctively wanted to avoid everyone's gaze, but Jang Meon was still holding his hand tightly. That gentle touch felt like a feather softly brushing his heart. The villagers finally snapped out of their shock. They looked at Lu Ting, tall, straight, his face stiff but his ears completely red, then at Zhao Gang, who was short, bruised, and unpleasant-looking. The contrast was just too much. For a moment, everyone thought Jang Mian made perfect sense. Yes, who would ignore a man like Lu Ting and choose Zhao Gang instead? You'd have to be completely out of your mind. Haha, that's true. She's right, even if she said it bluntly. Exactly. Zhao Gang isn't even worthy to carry Lu Ting's shoes. In an instant, public opinion completely turned around. Wang Hohat opened her mouth, but the words she wanted to shout got stuck in her throat. She couldn't say a thing. Zhao Gang, lying on the ground, looked completely defeated. He never expected Jang Meon not only to deny him but also to embarrass him in front of everyone, turning him into the village joke. That hurt even more than the punches he had taken. Just as the drama seemed to be ending, someone in the main group clearly didn't want the curtain to fall. Su Ro saw that everyone now supported Jang Meon, and anger flared inside her. Her eyes turned slightly, and she walked forward with small, graceful steps, putting on a gentle, innocent look. Jiang, please don't be upset. Her voice wasn't loud, but it carried a hint of mockery. Maybe Comrade Zhao just remembered it wrong. After all, you two used to. Well now, leaving half a sentence hanging, she really knew how to stir things up. That act of pretending to hesitate instantly reignited the villagers' curiosity. What happened before? Yeah, don't be afraid, Comrade Su. Just tell us. This was exactly the reaction Su Ro wanted. She looked at Jang Mian with a pitiful expression, as if to say, It's not that I want to talk. They're forcing me to. Jang Mian rolled her eyes inwardly. Nice try, girl. That trick doesn't work on me. I'm an expert at spotting fake innocence. Instead of taking the bait, Jang Mian looked at Su Ro with a faint, knowing smile and brought the topic back to the main point. Comrade Su, don't worry about what happened between us before, Jang Mian said lightly, though her words cut like a small, sharp knife. I'm just curious about one thing. Zhao Gang was caught right outside your door, wasn't he? So why did he insist he came to see me, and you tried to explain that he was mistaken? Jang Meon stepped closer, leaned towards Su Ro's ear, and whispered so only the two of them could hear. Or is it that your charm isn't quite enough? Even a drunk troublemaker would rather make up an excuse to get away from you? Su Ro's face turned pale, and the fragile, gentle look she had been maintaining almost fell apart. Just then, the village patrol leader arrived with two others, walking slowly toward the crowd. What's going on here? Why are you all gathered in the middle of the night? He shouted. When he saw Zhao Gang pinned to the ground, his brows furrowed. You again, you troublemaker. Speak up, what are you doing at the educated youth dormitory? Before Zhao Gang could speak, Su Ro hurried forward, crying and complaining, pretending to be an innocent victim. The team leader frowned and was about to have Zhao Gang tied up and sent to the commune when a patrol team member suddenly found something on Zhao Gang. Captain, look at this, what is it? It was a pink handkerchief embroidered with a delicate little orchid. Nowadays, handkerchiefs are rare, especially those with embroidery. When Su Ro saw the handkerchief, her pupils shrank suddenly. It was her handkerchief. She had previously intentionally dropped it on Lu Ting's path when she tried to get close to him, hoping to create a chance to meet again. But Lu Ting, that dull guy, never picked it up, and somehow it ended up with Zhao Gang. The villagers weren't fools. Seeing the handkerchief and recalling Su Ro's hesitant words earlier, they quickly imagined a story of love and hate. Oh, so that's what happened. This handkerchief looks like it belongs to a woman. Zhao Gang, a grown man, wouldn't have something like that. Maybe Su Jiqing is falsely accusing someone. Su Ro's face turned from white to blue, then red. She had wanted to involve Jiang Mian, but instead, she ended up implicating herself. It's really a case of trying to steal chickens, but losing the rice. As the farce continued, Lu Ting's patience finally ran out. He didn't care whose handkerchief it was. He only saw that Zhao Gang, that scoundrel, had eyes full of greed and possessiveness, never leaving his wife's side. That look was greasy, dirty, and full of unhidden desire. A fierce anger suddenly rose in Lu Ting's heart. He stepped forward quickly, before anyone could react, and grabbed Zhao Gang by the collar, lifting him off the ground. Don't you dare look at my wife with those eyes, Lu Ting said in a low, fierce voice. I will gouge out your eyes. If you dare mention her name again, I will cut out your tongue and feed it to the dogs. This was no longer a threat. It was a warning. The intense, bloodthirsty anger, like a tangible pressure, instantly filled the room. The villagers around took a step back in fear, not daring to breathe. Zhao Gang, held in midair, faced this murderous aura. His legs kicked wildly, and a hot, unpleasant smell spread from his groin. No, it's not me. I was drunk. I went to the wrong door, Zhao Gang cried, tears and snot covering his face. I'm not here for Jiang Mian. I don't want anyone. I'm just a drunk. Please, let me go. Seeing the truth, the team leader waved dismissively, signaling someone to drag this embarrassing person away. The dramatic scene of catching the troublemaker ended in a very theatrical way. The chaos was over, and the crowd dispersed. Lu Ting's tense body finally relaxed a little. He turned around naturally and took Jiang Mian's soft hand in his. His hand was large and warm, with rough calluses. He didn't speak on the way, but he held Jiang Mian's hand tighter and tighter. His palm was sweaty, but he stubbornly refused to let go. Jiang Mian, being held by him, felt his clumsy yet protective grip. Somehow, she felt a little sweet inside.
Ding.
Complimenting husband task successfully completed. Reward, Great Unity, 10 yuan, has been credited. Feeling happy. After returning to the small mud brick house, the atmosphere in the room suddenly became a little tense. Lu Tingsong let go of Jiang Mian's small hand, as if he suddenly remembered something. He turned around and started rummaging through the boxes and drawers in the house. First, he lifted the insoles of his shoes and took out several neatly folded paper bills. Then, he reached into the pocket of his worn cotton jacket and pulled out a small package wrapped in oil paper. Finally, he gathered all these small amounts of money and hurriedly handed them to Jiang Mian. Apart from the piggy bank that Jiang Mian had added some money to, this was probably all of Lu Tingsong's savings. Jiang Mian held the crumpled but surprisingly heavy handful of money, feeling a bit confused. What is this for? After doing all this, Lu Tingsong, tall and stiff, stood in front of her. He didn't dare look into Jiang Mian's eyes. He kept his head down, speaking in a muffled voice with a hint of nervousness. Although, it's not much. I will earn more in the future.
You. Don't look down on me, okay?
Jang Meon's heart felt like it was gently bumped by something. A fierce man who could scare a troublemaker in front of others was carefully offering her everything, afraid she might dislike him.
Ding.
The male lead's affection level has increased. Congratulations, host. The Spendthrift and Prosperous Wife System module is now active. Main task issued. Tomorrow, go to the city and spend all the money your husband gives you. Task description. The more you spend, the luck of your husband will grow. Host, please show off your spending skills. Jang Meon. Wow, this system really knows how to encourage spending. She counted the money in her hand, adding up to over 50 yuan. In this era, that's a huge amount of money. Jang Meon looked up at the man in front of her, who was still feeling nervous. The man was tall, so she had to look up to see his face clearly. The dim yellow light from the kerosene lamp softened his strong features. His eyes, usually full of sharpness, were now filled with nervousness and hope. Suddenly, Jang Meon thought this man was a little cute. She took a deep breath and made a brave decision. She tiptoed forward and gently kissed his tense cheek. It was a quick, light touch, then she pulled away. Lu Ting's body stiffened, almost cracking under the tension. All he could feel was the soft, warm touch on his cheek and his pounding heart. Jang Meon looked at his stunned face and smiled slyly. She waved the small coin in her hand and said sweetly, "Great. Tomorrow, take me to the city. I want to shop." Lu Ting nodded stiffly, his voice very soft. "Okay." The next morning, just before dawn, faint sounds came from the yard. Jang Meon turned over in her warm bed, too lazy to open her eyes. The bed beside her was already cold. The smell of soap and sunshine on the man's body had faded almost completely. No need to guess. That energetic man had probably gone early to carry out his top priority, shopping. To make sure Jang Meon could go to the city comfortably, Lu Ting had left for the village before dawn. The person in charge of the ox cart was a well-known troublemaker in the village who loved to manipulate others using his connections. Whenever someone comes to borrow something, they have to look at his face and show respect by offering a few cigarettes. Lizzie saw Lu Ting leaning lazily against the doorframe, exhaling a puff of yellow smoke. "Hey, isn't that Lu Ting? What wind blew you here today?" Lu Ting was tall and broad, casting a heavy shadow just by standing there. He had no expression, his voice deep. "Need a car. Going to the city." Lizzie tapped his dry tobacco pipe on the ground and said slowly, "Sorry, Nyo just plowed the field yesterday, so he's resting today." "I can't lend it." Lu Ting said nothing. He simply raised his eyes and looked quietly.
"No anger, no srets."
But Lizzie felt a chill run down his neck, and sweat stood up on his skin, as if a cold wind was blowing from his feet to the top of his head. It was as if he wasn't seeing a person, but a fierce beast hiding in the mountains, staring coldly at his throat. The rumors about Lu Ting fighting wild boars barehanded in the mountains suddenly exploded in his mind. His legs went weak, and the confident look on his face disappeared instantly, replaced by a flattering smile. "Ahem, Brother Lu Ting, I was just joking with you. Wait a moment, I'll go prepare the car for you." He quickly got the car ready and wisely ran to bring back a big bundle of dry, soft straw, laid thick on the cart to prevent it from bouncing too much. When Jang Meon yawned and stepped outside, everything was already prepared. Next to the ox cart, the tall man stood against the light, silently waiting for her. Jang Meon wore a large straw hat she didn't know where Lu Ting found, covering most of her face, leaving only a graceful, white chin visible. She slowly climbed onto the ox cart and comfortably sat down on the thick, soft haystack. When the women returning from work saw this scene, they immediately started gossiping with no regard for cost. Who was that? Sitting on such thick hay on a cart? Such luxury could only be that lazy wife from the Lu family. She married and to be treated like a queen. Just wait and see. With such wastefulness, Lu Ting's family fortune will be gone soon. Jang Meon sat on the tall haystack, listening to their jealous or harsh comments. Instead of feeling upset, she slightly smiled. A bunch of people who only dare to gossip behind others' backs, just useless and angry. They wouldn't understand her happiness. The road to the county was bumpy, and the ox cart jolted badly. Jiang Mian, delicate and spoiled, frowned and felt like her bottom was about to be split in two. She instinctively moved closer to Lu Ting and softly muttered, "My butt hurts." The man driving the cart paused for a moment, silently shifted his position half a step outward, and used his broad back to block most of the bumps for Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian squinted her eyes and smiled. When they reached the county, Jang Meon looked like a freed dog with shining eyes, rushing straight to the supply store. "Comrade, I want 2 boxes of the snow cream. That big white rabbit milk candy, weigh a pound for me. And that canned yellow peach, 2 bottles of both." She waved her small hand confidently, like a wealthy lady inspecting her own business. Lu Ting followed behind her, ready to pay at any moment. The clerk at the supply store was a middle-aged woman with triangular eyes, wearing a faded blue work uniform. She held her chin high, exuding a sense of pride from her secure job. She glanced sideways at Lu Ting's worn-out, patched clothes and then looked at Jiang Meon's smooth, tender face, which clearly hadn't done hard work. She let out a light snort. "Look, just look, but don't touch recklessly. These are precious things. If you damage them, can you afford to pay?" Lu Ting's eyebrows immediately furrowed, and the atmosphere around him grew tense. Before he could speak, Jang Meon became unhappy first. She didn't argue with her. Instead, she placed the can of food on the counter with a sharp sound. She turned around, looking at Lu Ting with her big, watery almond-shaped eyes, her voice soft and sweet, full of trust. "Husband, she says we can't afford it." Hearing her call him husband, Lu Ting felt his heart warm. The anger that had just risen instantly softened into gentle affection. He stepped forward, took the money from his pocket that Jiang Mian had touched last night, and slapped it on the counter. That thick stack of flat bills, though small, created a striking visual impact. "Wrap it up." His voice was deep and steady, each word hitting the clerk's heart. The clerk stared at the money, eyes wide. His expression changed quickly from disdain to a flattering smile, as if flipping a switch. "Oh, dear. Comrade, look at my eyes and mouth. Should I hit myself?" "Should I hit myself? We'll wrap it for you. I promise it'll be neat and tight." After paying, Jang Meon's gaze was drawn again to a piece of clothing hanging on the wall. It was a bright red dress. In this era filled with blue, black, and gray, that splash of red was eye-catching and dazzling. The dress had a fitted waist and a wide skirt, making it the most fashionable style of the time. "Hubby." Jang Meon gently tugged at Lu Ting's sleeve, her eyes shining as she looked at the dress. The sales clerk, good at reading people, quickly chimed in, "Oh, miss, you really have good taste. This is our latest arrival from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, made of fine fabric." She paused deliberately with a proud tone. "But it's a bit expensive, 20 yuan, and you need a cloth ticket too." 20 yuan. In this small town, that's at least half a month's salary for an average worker. The sales clerk waited to see if they would be discouraged. Jiang Mian was indeed surprised by the price. Just about to say forget it, she heard the man beside her speak in a deep, decisive voice. "Buy." Clear and firm. Jiang Mian's heart fluttered strongly. Next, she looked at all the daily necessities available in this era. Toilet paper, toothbrush, pots and pans. Can you believe Jiang Mian's first experience using a bamboo splinter for the toilet? That sensation was quite intense. Outside the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, a resentful gaze was cast over. Su Ro came to the city today to send a letter. As she left the post office, she saw Lu Ting and Jang Meon carrying bags at the entrance of the shop. When she saw Lu Ting pay without hesitation and buy the red dress she had long envied but couldn't afford, a sharp wave of jealousy overwhelmed her reason.
"Why?"
Jiang Meon, a lazy girl with nothing but a pretty face and a temper, how could she receive such reckless affection from Lu Ting? Su Ro clenched her fists tightly, nails digging into her palms. "Just wait and see." After shopping, Jang Meon silently calculated how much money she had spent. She gently tugged on her husband's arm, acting sweetly. "Husband, I'm hungry. I want to eat braised pork at the state-run restaurant. Lu Ting looked at the few coins left in his hand, feeling a pang in his heart. But when he saw Jiang Mion's big, watery eyes, all his refusals got stuck in his throat. His Adam's apple moved, and he only managed to say one word. "Let's go." At the state-run restaurant, a plate of fragrant braised pork was served. Jang Meon ate with her mouth full of sauce. Spending her husband's hard-earned money happily was so simple and honest. After finishing the meal, the two of them left the restaurant. Lu Ting placed all the bags and packages at Jiang Mion's feet, his expression suddenly becoming serious. "Wait here for me. I need to do something. I'll be back soon." Jang Meon nodded obediently and watched her tall husband hurriedly turn into a quiet alley. She knew that Lu Ting was going to the black market. The original story mentioned that Lu Ting was a good hunter and sometimes caught game if he was lucky. Although the country had opened up, this small town still considered private trading as a legal speculation. To sell things, he could only exchange them on the black market for money and tickets. This was Lu Ting's real secret stash and his first step toward making a fortune. But she didn't know where Lu Ting kept the game he caught, and he didn't seem to carry it with him. This still seemed quite mysterious to Jiang Mian. Jang Meon sat alone on a bench outside the state-run restaurant, slowly licking a cream popsicle. These days, popsicles were very creamy, sweet but not greasy. They tasted really good. But the crowd coming and going at the restaurant entrance kept staring at her, which was a bit annoying. There was nothing she could do. She and Lu Ting had bought too many things. Jiang Mian finished the last bite of her ice pop and was about to rest her head on her knees for a quick nap when suddenly a loud alarm sounded in her mind. Red alert! Red alert! Detected that the male lead is facing a small-scale crisis, which could lead to property loss and restrictions on personal freedom. It is recommended that the host immediately go to the black market entrance to assist. What is this? Restrictions on personal freedom? That means being caught. Jiang Mian shivered and instantly woke up. She quickly stood up, looked at the busy crowd, and didn't dare to put her loot into her space in public. There was no time to think. Jiang Mian ran quickly toward the alley where Lu Ting had just turned. She wasn't familiar with the black market entrance, but that alley was always the same. The alley was deep and narrow, with a damp, musty smell. Jiang Mian lifted her skirt and ran as fast as she could, cursing this broken system 1,000 times in her mind. The warning came too late. Just after turning a corner, she saw Lu Ting. He was carrying a bulging sack and hurriedly walking out from the depths of the alley. Not far behind him, two people wearing red armbands were looking around. This was bad. If they caught him, it would be considered illegal dealing. At best, they would confiscate his goods and fine him. At worst, he could be taken for re-education. This was her safe haven, and she couldn't let him get caught. Just as Lu Ting was about to bump into those two, Jiang Mian didn't hesitate. She took a quick step out from the corner. In the moment Lu Ting was stunned, Jiang Mian grabbed him and pulled him into a narrower dead-end alley nearby. Her strength was so great that Lu Ting staggered. He, a tall man, hit the wall with a dull thud. Lu Ting was about to ask why he was here, but Jiang Mian suddenly pressed herself against him like a frightened kitten. Outside the alley, the patrol team's footsteps grew louder. "I think I saw a figure over here. Let's go check." Lu Ting's body tensed instantly. At that moment, the small woman pressed her hand against the bag on his back as if by accident. Her whole face was buried in Lu Ting's strong chest, her nose filled with the mixed scent of sweat and soap, giving off a strong masculine smell. Jiang Mian silently thought to herself, "Stop." In the next second, Lu Ting felt a lightness on his back. The heavy bag on his back suddenly disappeared, as if by magic.
Lu Ting?
He was completely stunned and instinctively wanted to turn around to see. "Don't move." Jiang Mian's small hands tightly held his waist, keeping him firmly in place. Almost at the same time, two patrol officers with red armbands turned into the alley. Then they saw a very striking scene. In the narrow, dim alley, a tall, strong man was holding a petite woman tightly against the wall. The woman was curled up in the man's arms, her shoulders trembling slightly. not daring to look at them. The man looked nervous and
Confused?
the scene, the atmosphere. There was a strange feeling of awkwardness in the air. The two patrol officers looked at each other, unsure of what they were seeing. They are experienced people, so they clearly understand that young couples often find quiet corners to be affectionate. Cough, cough, one of the older patrol officers awkwardly cleared his throat. It's broad daylight. Be careful not to attract attention. The other, a younger person with a shy face, quickly turned away, blushing. The two hurriedly glanced down the alley. Apart from the couple being affectionate, it was empty, with not a single shadow in sight. Let's go, let's go. We probably saw things, they muttered and quickly left the scene. Their footsteps faded away until they could no longer be heard. Only then did Lu Ting finally relax his tense body and take a deep breath. It's safe now. But then, a more frightening thought suddenly struck him. Where is my bag? My big bag, where is it? Lu Ting's body stiffened again. He spun around wildly, searching the narrow alley. Nothing. There was nothing there. He nervously reached behind him, but it was empty. Did I drop it? Lu Ting's heart sank to the bottom. That was the money and tickets he had risked so much to get, and inside were many valuable things he had exchanged for. Did he really lose it all? Although he was unharmed, the loss made him feel heartbroken and unable to accept it. Seeing the man looking lost and distressed, Jang Meon felt a little guilty. She cleared her throat, tugged at his sleeve, and softly said, "Let's go quickly." Lu Ting nodded absent-mindedly, allowing Jiang Mian to lead him out of the alley. They kept walking until they reached the main street and arrived at the entrance of the state-run restaurant. Lu Ting still looked distracted. Jiang Mian saw that the pile of stolen goods was still there and let out a sigh of relief. She quickly turned her eyes and said, "Oh no, I twisted my ankle. Please help me sit over there." She pointed to a bench nearby, leaning all her weight on Lu Ting. Lu Ting didn't think much and helped her walk to the bench. Just as he turned to untie the ox cart's reins, preparing to load the cart, Jiang Mian moved quickly. She looked around, and when no one was paying attention, she silently thought, and a large sack appeared out of nowhere on the ground next to the bench. After doing all this, Jiang Mian sat casually on the bench, rubbing her ankle. Lu Ting brought the ox cart over and started loading things onto it. When he finished the last package and turned around, he froze in place. What did he see? That big sack, which he thought was lost and contained all his valuables, was just lying quietly beside the bench. Lu Ting looked confused. He hurried over, incredibly lifted the sack, and felt its weight. Yes, this was it. Lu Ting was instantly overjoyed, but soon felt very confused. Why was it here? He clearly remembered finding it missing in the alley.
Could it be?
He remembered wrong? Maybe he was just too nervous when he saw the red armband earlier. That must be it. Lu Ting let out a deep breath, and his tense nerves finally relaxed. Luck is on my side. He whispered this softly, then threw the recovered sack onto the ox cart. Lu Ting didn't know that Jiang Mian, sitting nearby, was trembling with suppressed laughter. This man was so easy to fool. With this unexpected fortune, Lu Ting's mood clearly improved a lot. On the way back to the village, as he passed the supply and marketing cooperative, he suddenly stopped the ox cart. "Wait for me a moment." He jumped down from the cart and went into the cooperative. Soon, Lu Ting came out holding a paper box. He handed the box to Jiang Mian and said quietly, "This is for you." Curious, Jiang Mian opened it. Inside was a pair of new black leather shoes, simple and elegant in style, with a soft shine in the sunlight. "To match your dress," Lu Ting added, though his gaze drifted elsewhere. It was just his slightly flushed ears that looked so cute. Jiang Mian's heart felt like it was hit by cotton candy, soft and sweet. She took off her old cloth shoes and put on the new leather shoes. They fit perfectly. The ox cart wobbled along the country road. Jiang Mian sat among the pile of treasures, sunlight shining on her, giving her hair a faint golden glow.
Ding!
A cheerful system voice rang in her mind. This trip to the city cost a total of 58.65 yuan, which has been converted into luck points for the male lead, granting a treasure hunting function that requires the host to activate. In front of the ox cart, the tall figure of the driver was stretched long by the setting sun. The afterglow of the sunset cast a tired golden hue over the Hongxing production brigade. Workers who had just finished their shift carried hoes and trudged home heavily. "Hey, did you hear?" Su Jiqing said Lu's second daughter-in-law went to the city and is almost clearing out the supply and marketing cooperative. "I heard that too. It's all about milk powder and face cream, luxurious stuff. It's not just marrying a wife. It's like bringing back an ancestor to serve." Lu Ting usually seems very clever, but why does he become so helpless when he's with this woman? The little money he saved so hard might be gone in one go, and then how will life go on? Exactly. Look at that family's wife. She doesn't even want to use 2 feet of cloth for her baby. But this woman, she can't carry anything or do any work, yet she spends money freely. If I were my son, I wouldn't let a spendthrift like her marry him. I'd break his legs first. TSK, Lu Ting is too indulgent with her. He's not even separated yet, and he's already spending so much. Just wait, tonight the Lu family yard will be in chaos. We're just here to watch the show. Hey. Keep your voice down. Before the words finished, the sound of a creaking ox cart came from the dirt road at the village entrance, approaching from afar. Everyone's eyes turned to look. They saw Lu Ting driving the ox cart, loaded with many packages of different sizes. Meanwhile, Jang Meon was sitting comfortably, swinging her shiny new black shoes. She wore a big straw hat that hid her face, but her relaxed and happy attitude made her stand out sharply against the dull, dusty villagers around her. This scene was like a hot iron rod, burning sharply into everyone's eyes, especially Lin Xiue, who had just finished gathering wheat from her small plot. Her basket only held a thin layer of wheat, her hands were cut from the straw, and sweat soaked her rough cloth shirt, sticking to her back. Looking at Jiang Mian, clean, tidy, with her shiny black shoes glowing in the sunset, it hurt her eyes.
Why?
Why could she work herself to exhaustion, and not even by a needle, while this lazy woman comfortably enjoyed everything? A surge of anger rose sharply inside her. Lin Xiue threw down her bamboo basket and rushed forward like she was crazy, spreading her arms to block the ox cart.
Lu Ting.
Stop right there. The ox cart was forced to stop. Lin Xiue's eyes were red, and she pointed at the pile of things on the cart, her voice sharp. "You heartless person. Our family is about to run out of food, and you still have money to buy gold and silver for this lazy woman. Is your money blown in the wind?" Her shout successfully ignited the gossiping spirit of the onlookers. "Exactly, this is too much. Married and forgot about your family and even forgot your brothers and sisters. Jang Meon is just a spendthrift and a troublemaker. She'll ruin the Lu family sooner or later." The accusations came like stones hitting. Lu Ting's hand holding the reins bulged with veins, his face dark, and his whole body radiated a frightening pressure. Jiang Mian on the cart, however, seemed to ignore everything. She slowly took off her straw hat, revealing her stunning face. She reached into her pocket and took out a big white rabbit milk candy, unwrapped it, and sniffed it happily. The rich milk scent melted in her mouth and teeth. Jiang Mian, chewing the candy, spoke with a slightly muffled voice but clearly heard by the onlookers. "Sister-in-law, I spend my husband's hard-earned money. Why are you so anxious?" She tilted her head, her moist almond-shaped eyes forming a crescent moon. "If you're jealous, you can also ask your man to buy you some." Haha, someone in the crowd couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. This remark was like a knife stabbing into Lin Xiue's heart. Everyone knew that the eldest son of the Lu family, Lu Jiangue, was a filial fool. Every work point he earned was handed over to his mother, Wang Hohot. Without missing a single cent, Lin Xiue wanted to buy a handkerchief, but had to look at her mother-in-law's face, let alone these precious items. "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that request." Lu Ting remained expressionless, but the veins on his neck throbbed visibly. "This is the money I earned with my life," he said quietly, but with a sharp tone. "Who dares to try and move?" The fierce fighting spirit from the mountains was fully unleashed. The villagers around fell silent instantly and instinctively took a step back. Wang Guohua felt a jolt in her heart from Lu Ting's gaze, but when she thought of the money in her hands, greed overcame her fear again. She sat down heavily on the ground, crying loudly and begging. I can't go on living. I raised my son with so much effort, and now he's married. He forgets his mother. He hits me, an old woman, in front of everyone in the village. Why is my life so hard? Wang Guohua's crying was powerful and penetrating, like a family tradition. Lin Xiue crawled up from the ground, limping over to Wang Guohua and adding fuel to the fire. Mom, stop crying. I think the second son is hiding his secret savings. He probably didn't give all the money from hunting. Otherwise, where did he get so much money to waste on this lazy good-for-nothing? He must give all the money back. Otherwise, this family will be ruined sooner or later. Their words pointed directly at Lu Ting's secret savings, trying to shame him for being unfilial and selfish. Lu Ting clenched his fists with a cracking sound, his chest rising and falling rapidly. On one side, his mother was crying and throwing a tantrum. On the other, his sister-in-law was glaring at him fiercely. Villagers around were pointing and whispering. Suddenly, a soft piece of clothing was gently pulled. Jang Meon had somehow come down from the carriage and was hiding behind his broad back, only peeking out with half her small head. Her voice was soft and gentle, with a faint tremor that was barely noticeable. Hubby, I'm scared. This soft, trembling voice of mine was like a feather gently falling onto Lu Ting's tense strings. Then the tense strings snapped. Lu Ting turned around and saw his wife's pale face and eyes full of fear and dependence. She is so delicate and timid. Being scolded by so many people must have scared her badly. All of this happened because he didn't protect her well. A wave of anger and guilt flooded Lu Ting instantly. He suddenly turned around, his icy eyes fixed on Wang Hohot, who was crying on the ground, and Lin Xiue, who was stirring trouble nearby. Their greedy, ugly faces looked so strange at this moment. Lu Ting remembered the years when he was hurt while hunting, coming home to cold food and an empty stove. He thought about how, when they got married, his parents gave all the good things to his elder brother and only gave him a collapsing mud house. He recalled every penny he saved, all spent to support this so-called family. He once believed that if he worked hard enough, he could earn some family love. But in the end, they only cared about the little money he risked his life for, even pushing away his hard-won wife. Lu Ting's eyes started to turn red. Looking at these two closest women, he suddenly felt a bit ridiculous. Fine. In the heavy silence of the crowd, his suppressed voice suddenly rang out loudly. If this family can't hold us, then let's split up. Wang Hohot sat on the dusty ground, opening her mouth wide but not making a sound for a moment. She stared at Lu Ting as if looking at a strange monster. In this time when parents should not travel far and big trees should not split, the idea of dividing the family felt like a knife stabbing her in the heart. What did you say? Wang Hohot asked, trembling. Lu Ting stood there, straightening his back. He didn't repeat himself, but his dark eyes swept over everyone. His determined look showed everything. I don't want to live anymore. After a brief silence, Wang Hohot suddenly burst into a loud, heartbreaking cry. She pounded the ground with her hands, dust flying everywhere. Old man, open your eyes and see. This is your beloved son. He married and now wants to abandon his own mother. They haven't even been married for a few days, and now they want to split the family. This is driving me crazy. Her loud cry made the neighbors watching nearby tremble with worry. The villagers also felt shocked. Nowadays, not dividing the family when parents are alive was a strict rule. Lu Ting's words were considered very rebellious. Second son, you shouldn't say such things, someone said. Exactly. Your mother raised you with difficulty. How can you abandon her just because you got married? A few older elders with their hands behind their backs came over, their cloudy eyes full of disapproval. They started to talk, trying to calm the situation. Big sister-in-law Lin Xiue's eyes flickered, and she quickly stepped forward to support Wang Hohot. She wiped away the non-existent tears and sarcastically stirred up trouble. "Mom, don't get too upset and hurt yourself." Little uncle was just confused for a moment. He must have been influenced by others. How could he just decide to split the family? Lu Jiangwa tapped his dry tobacco pipe against his shoe sole, frowning deeply. "Second son, take back what you just said. Mom is still here. Why split the family? That just makes people laugh." He turned around and waved his hand to dismiss the villagers. "Everyone, go away. Nothing to see here. Are you all done?" Seeing that the villagers weren't leaving, Lu Jiangwa had no choice but to tell Lian, "Let's talk about family matters at home. Second son, why don't you bring your wife inside? Are you ashamed enough already?" Lu Ting lowered his head and said nothing. He reached out to take the big and small bags from the ox cart, shielding Jang Meon with one hand, and strode into the yard, a place he had lived in for over 20 years but felt no warmth from. In the main room after dinner, the dim kerosene lamp cast twisted shadows on everyone. The atmosphere was heavy, like a storm was about to break. Leftover food was still on the table, just finished by Lu Jiangwa's family. In front of Lu Ting and Jiang Mian, there were only 2 empty bowls. Wang Hohot sat at the head of the table, her face as dark as a pot bottom. Her older sister-in-law, Lin Xiue, sat beside her, holding a chicken leg and cradling Lu Jiabao, who was gnawing on it. Her triangular eyes flicked greedily toward Jiang Mian, especially her shiny new leather shoes. Lu Jiangwa was smoking his dry pipe, smoke swirling around him, making his expression hard to read. "Get down on your knees." Wang Hohot suddenly slammed the table, causing the dishes to jump. Lu Ting stood straight, ignoring her. Wang Hohot panted with anger. "Second son, are you feeling bold now? Want to split the family? Don't even think about it. Not unless I die." "Mom is right," Lin Xiue sneered. "Little uncle, I'm not saying this to embarrass you, but do you even know the current situation of our family? Building a new house is necessary for the country, and little Treasure still needs to prepare for school. You're the one who bought leather shoes and a dress for that lazy wife. Just one pair of shoes could feed our whole family for a month." "You're so biased. That's my money," Lu Ting said in a low voice, each word sounding like it was squeezed from his teeth. "Your money? Where do all your daily expenses, food, firewood, oil, salt, come from?" Wang Hohot said confidently, spitting as she spoke. "Hand over all your hidden money, and return everything your useless wife bought. Take it all to the supply and marketing cooperative to get a refund. Use the money to help your brother build a house." Lu Ting's fists clenched with a cracking sound, veins bulging on the back of his hand. He had given all his military pension to the family and most of the money he earned from hunting in the mountains. And what was the result? His older brother lived in the main house and ate fine food. He and his wife could only stay in a leaky, small room, drinking thin porridge that barely showed a shadow of rice. Now, even buying a few things for his wife was being forced to return them? "I won't return it." Lu Ting stepped forward, his tall figure giving off a strong sense of pressure. "Not returning," Wang Hohot sneered. "If you don't return it, don't expect me to call you my son. I bet anyone in 10 miles around will call you an unfilial son." That was Wang Hohot's secret weapon, filial piety. In this era, that big label could crush someone. Lu Jiangwa coughed and said, "Second brother, listen to mom. Sister-in-law just married into our family and doesn't understand our hardships. As a younger brother, helping your older brother is what you should do. Help." Bloodshot eyes appeared in Lu Ting's eyes, ready to explode. Just then, a clear, beautiful system prompt sounded in Jiang Meon's mind, who had been quietly hiding behind Lu Yen, watching everything. Detected that a top-level relative is using group mockery skills and the male lead's anger meter is full. You have received an item. Basic green tea acting card, valid for 30 minutes. Would you like to use it? Yes, absolutely use it. Jiang Mian firmly pressed the confirm button in her mind. In the next second, her normally rosy face suddenly turned deathly pale, even her lips losing their color.
"Ah."
A faint, delicate moan broke the tense atmosphere. Jiang Mian felt as if her bones were pulled out, her body went limp, and she collapsed straight into Lu Tinghui's arms. One hand covered her chest, the other tremblingly grabbed Lu Ting's collar. Husband. I can't go on. Lu Tinghui stiffened completely, his built-up anger instantly replaced by overwhelming panic. He quickly caught Jiang Mian as she fell, his voice trembling. Mian. What's wrong? Jiang Mian's upper body was half leaning on the man's strong chest. A single tear sparkled at the corner of her eye, sliding down her pale cheek. My chest hurts. I can't breathe, she whispered weakly, looking at Wang Hohot with a terrified expression.
Mom.
Mom is too fierce.
I'm scared.
Lu Tinghui had faced the fiercest wild boars in his life, but he had never seen his wife so fragile. Seeing her pale face, his reason completely shattered. He suddenly looked up, his bloodshot eyes glaring fiercely at Wang Hohot and her group. If anything happens to Mian, I'll destroy this family. His gaze was fierce, ruthless, and wild. Wang Hohot, about to continue her tantrum, was so frightened she trembled, and the curse she was about to shout was swallowed back. She had lived most of her life, but it was the first time she saw her second son give such a murderous look. What's with the act? Acting all tough, Wang Hohot stammered, clearly lacking confidence. I just shouted a few words. Can I get sick from that? Is she made of paper? Exactly, I've never seen anyone so delicate, Lin Xiue muttered softly, holding her son more tightly. Lu Ting paid no attention to them. He bent down to pick up Jiang Mian and hurried outside. To the hospital. I'll take you to the county hospital right now. Hearing hospital, Wang Hohot panicked. Going to the hospital costs money. It's expensive. Which hospital? We don't have money for that. Jang Meon was buried in Lu Ting's arms, quietly pinching his firm arm with her fingers. No need. Husband. Her voice was soft as a fly, but she insisted, it's too expensive. Mom will be upset. I just want to lie down at home. Jang Meon looked up, her big, watery eyes full of grievance and understanding. The doctor said I have a weak body and can't handle anger. Whenever I get upset, I need good food to recover. Or else. As she spoke, she suddenly coughed violently twice, trembling in Lu Ting's arms. Lu Ting's heart almost broke. His wife was so sensible, being bullied like this, still thinking about saving money, worried about her mother's feelings. Compared to the whole family, they were like vampires. Did you hear that? Lu Ting looked around, fixing his gaze on everyone. The doctor said, she can't handle anger. From now on, anyone who dares to speak loudly to my wife, don't blame me for not recognizing you. After saying that, he didn't even glance at Wang Hohot. He scooped up Jiang Mian horizontally and strode back to his shabby house. A few people in the main room looked at each other in surprise. Is this really fake? Lin Xiue was unsure, her face so pale it looked frightening. Lu Jiangwo frowned, knocking his pipe loudly. Enough. If we push people too far, will our family's reputation be ruined? Second brother is reckless. When he's angry, he does anything. Wang Hohot sat down heavily on a long bench, feeling anxious. What is this about? They didn't get their money back, didn't return the items, and even brought back an ancestor. Back in the drafty little room, Lu Ting carefully laid Jiang Mian on a bed covered with straw. Mian, does it still hurt? The ox cart is still here. We should go to the hospital. Lu Ting's eyes were red, full of guilt. Jiang Mian looked at this silly man and smiled slightly. Although the act was a bit exaggerated, this man was really easy to fool. She reached out her soft hand and held Lu Ting's rough one, shaking her head. No need to go to the hospital. I was just scared. I'll be fine after a while. After pretending for a bit, she confidently started making demands. Just give me some good food to help me recover. Lu Ting was surprised, then nodded seriously. Okay, I'll make you some malted milk. When you get better, I'll go up the mountain to catch wild chickens to help you regain strength. Since Jiang Mian fell ill, her reputation as a sickly person was firmly established. The next day, well past noon, she still stayed comfortably in bed. Lu Ting came in holding a large, cracked bowl, and the rich, Sweet smell of malted milk instantly filled the small, shabby house. He was afraid of scalding Jiang Mian, so he scooped up a spoonful, blew on it repeatedly, and only when he was sure it wasn't hot did he carefully hold it to Jiang Mian's mouth. Jiang Mian lazily opened her mouth, enjoying this service of being fed. It was very sweet. The man's quiet, gentle care was even sweeter than the malted milk drink. Outside the house, through the cracks in the mud brick wall, a pair of dull, resentful eyes stared fixedly at the scene. Wang Hohat's heart felt as bitter as being soaked in bitter herbal water. That was malted milk drink. She herself wouldn't even drink a sip, yet this lazy woman was pouring it like water. And her foolish son. His cautious way of serving was more like serving an ancestor than a daughter-in-law. Wang Hohat's hands clenched the wall tightly, her nails filled with dirt, her heart aching painfully. Inside, Jang Meon finished the last bite, smacking her lips, and said, "I want to eat a boiled egg." "Wait a moment," Lu Ting said, setting down his bowl and leaving. Jiang Mian stretched lazily on the bed, feeling that her illness was really worth it. After a while, she felt that just staying inside and enjoying wasn't enough. She needed to go outside and get some sun. Jiang Mian's request was naturally met with no objection from Lu Ting. He half-supported, half-carried Jiang Mian outside to sit on a long bench in the yard. At the other end of the yard, Lin Xiue was squatting by the well, using all her strength to scrub the dirty clothes of the whole family. Sweat was streaming down her cheeks, and she casually wiped her face with the back of her hand. When she looked up, she saw that eye-catching scene. Jang Meon was leaning comfortably against the wall, her eyes slightly closed, her small face glowing like jade in the sunlight. Meanwhile, Lu Ting was lowering his head, using his rough, calloused hands to carefully peel a hot, steaming boiled egg for Jiang Mian. Click, click. The soft sound of eggshells breaking was especially clear in the morning yard. Lin Xiue's stick hit the water basin with a loud bang, splashing water everywhere. Acidic water rose from her stomach in waves. She couldn't hold back anymore and sarcastically said, "Sister-in-law's illness came quickly, and she's getting better just as fast. Just one night, and she's already able to go outside and enjoy the sun." Jiang Mian heard this, gently raised her hand to touch her chest, and let out a long sigh. She took the hot, peeled egg whites from Lu Ting and carefully took a small bite. Then she slowly replied, "It's not that fast. My heart is still very anxious. The doctor said I need to rest quietly and eat good food to calm my nerves. See, I need to eat 2 more eggs to help." As she spoke, her big, bright eyes looked at Lin Xiue with concern. "Hey, big sister-in-law, why do you look so yellow? Are you not eating well? A woman shouldn't neglect herself." Lin Xiue's face instantly turned from pale yellow to a dark purple. Her words were not very harsh, but very insulting. She was basically saying she couldn't even afford to eat an egg. Jang Meon, however, seemed not to notice her anger and deliberately coughed twice. Lu Ting, who was chopping wood in the yard, heard a cough and threw his axe onto the ground with a clatter. He quickly stepped over and nervously crouched down. "What's wrong? Is the wind too strong? Should we go inside?" Lu Ting's tall figure completely blocked the murderous looks from Wang Hohat and Lin Xiue. This extreme favoritism only made things worse. Lin Xiue's lips trembled with anger, but she couldn't say a word. Because she knew that scolding wouldn't help. That man only cared about his delicate wife. During dinner, the argument escalated again. On the table were dark, lumpy steamed bread and wild vegetable mash without any oil spots. Jang Meon only glanced at it and frowned in disgust. Wang Guohua had been waiting for her to cause trouble. She immediately slammed the table and said, "What? Our Lu family has been living off this for generations. You're so precious. You can't eat it." Jang Meon ignored her and gently tugged at Lu Ting's sleeve, softly saying, "Husband, my throat hurts. I can't swallow this." In the next second, Lu Ting silently stood up, picked up the empty bowl in front of Jang Meon, and headed to the kitchen. "Where are you going?" Wang Guohua was anxious and blocked the kitchen door. "The white flour here is for hosting guests when your brother's house is built." Try to move it and see what happens. Lu Ting didn't look at her. He simply said in a deep voice, "Move aside." His gaze was like that of a wild wolf in the mountains, cold and emotionless. Wang Guohua felt a chill in her heart from his look and instinctively stepped back. Soon, sounds of a hand crank grinder and chopping vegetables came from the kitchen. Wang Guohua couldn't stop him. She was so angry that she scolded in the yard, even insulting the old hen at home, making her afraid to lay eggs. When a bowl of plain noodles with scallion aroma was carefully served to Jiang Mian, Lin Xiue and Wang Guohua's faces looked darker than the bottom of a pot. It was late at night. The light in Wang Guohua's room was still faintly on. Lin Xiue sat beside her, lowering her voice. "Mom, did you see? If this keeps going, the second daughter-in-law is just a bottomless pit. Our family will be eaten up by her sooner or later. Her so-called illness isn't real. I think she's just pretending. They are deliberately pretending, trying to tease us." Wang Hohat's heart ached painfully at the thought of that bowl of plain noodles. She gritted her teeth and said, "So what should we do?" Now the second one is determined to protect that sly woman. Lin Xiue's eyes flickered, and she leaned close to Wang Hohat's ear, speaking softly. "Mom, we need to deal with her spoiled attitude. Tomorrow, the second one is going to the mountains to set a trap. She'll be gone all day." A wicked smile appeared on her face. "When she leaves, we'll lock her in the wood shed in the backyard. Then no food, no water. Let her go hungry for a whole day and night. Let's see if she still acts spoiled or dares to cause trouble." Wang Hohat's cloudy eyes suddenly lit up.
Yes.
That's how she should be dealt with. Let her learn who the real head of the family is. All right. Let's do it that way. Meanwhile, in a drafty small room, Jang Meon was lying comfortably on the bed, with a white face mask on her face. This was a beauty mask she had just bought from the system store using her relaxation points, turned into water, and applied to her face. The effect was excellent. It was cool and refreshing, making her almost fall asleep.
Ding.
Suddenly, a mechanical notification sounded in her mind. Detected that a top relative is plotting a malicious plan, which shed Hunger Game is about to begin. Please prepare. Jiang Mion's eyes, covered with a mask, suddenly widened. Would shed? Hunger Game? Not only was she not afraid, but a smile couldn't help but appear on her face. The mask paper wrinkled because of her smile. Perfect. She had been looking for an excuse to make a big fuss and fully separate the family. This mother-in-law and older sister-in-law are really good at giving unwanted advice. The moonlight shines through the broken window onto her face, which is covered with a face mask, revealing a mysterious smile.
Come on.
Just right. Let this fire burn even brighter. In the early morning, the mountain fog hadn't cleared yet, and Lu Ting got up. He moved quietly, like a cat, afraid to wake the person sleeping peacefully on the bed. Jiang Mion's face glowed pink in the soft morning light, her breathing slow and gentle. Just one look could soften anyone's heart. Lu Ting sat by the bed for a while, then reluctantly got up. He warmed a bowl of sweet potato porridge he left last night on the stove, boiled and peeled an egg, and placed it in a bowl covered with a lid. Before leaving, Lu Ting came back and whispered in Jiang Mion's ear, Mian, "I'm going into the mountains to catch some wild birds to help you get stronger. The porridge is kept warm in the pot. If you're hungry, eat it first. Don't wait for me." Jiang Mian, still sleepy, turned over and let out a soft, muffled hum. Lu Ting's Adam's apple moved. He couldn't help but gently touch her smooth forehead before quietly tiptoeing away. The gate creaked shut, and his footsteps faded into the distance. At the moment those footsteps disappeared completely, the curtain of the side room was suddenly pulled open forcefully. Wang Hohat's face looked as dark as if it had been soaked in bitter gourd juice all night, so black it seemed to drip water. Behind her, Lin Xiue looked on with a mischievous smile. Jiang Mian suddenly fell backward, loudly and petulantly shouting, "Mom, what are you doing so early in the morning?" "I feel dizzy." "Dizzy? I think you're just lazy." Wang Hohat didn't buy that excuse at all. She grabbed Jiang Mian's arm and pulled her outside. "Wasn't I just acting well last night? Today, I'll teach you to stop being so spoiled and delicate, Lin Xiue pushed from behind, wearing a harsh smile. Sister-in-law, I'm doing this for your own good. Which family's wife sleeps until noon like you? Go to the woodshed and wake up. A couple of hungry days will fix you. Jang Meon staggered, almost being carried to the backyard by the two women. In the corner of the backyard, there was a small shed for storing firewood. It was dark, cold, damp, and had no windows. Go inside, Wang Hohat pushed her forcefully. Jiang Mian didn't resist much. She even stepped inside a few more steps with a push.
Clang.
The wooden door behind her slammed shut, followed by the sound of a lock clicking into place, sealing out all light. Wang Hohat dusted her hands and cursed through the door, fierce and angry. You little brat, stay inside and reflect on yourself. No food today, not even a drop of water. Let's see if you're still so spoiled. When you kneel at the door and admit your mistake, I might think about letting you out. Lin Xiue also chimed in, supporting her. Exactly. If we don't teach you a lesson, you'll really think you're some big city lady. The shouting outside continued for a while before gradually fading away. Inside the shed, Jang Meon brushed off the dust on her clothes and sneered at their threats. No food? What a joke. She looked around at this so-called prison. The place is not very big, but it is quite dry. In the corner, there is a large pile of dried straw, looking soft and comfortable. She walked over, spread out the straw, and made a clean, cozy bed, then sat down heavily.
Ding.
The host has encountered a harsh environment and is under confinement, limiting personal freedom. Triggering compensation mechanism. Reward: a deluxe single-serving hot pot, spicy beef oil base, X1, a chilled refreshing drink X1, a fully charged iPad, with popular shows cached offline, X1. Jiang Mion's eyes immediately lit up. Good job, system. You're getting better. She unceremoniously took out all the rewards. First, she opened the iPad, selected a popular palace drama, put on wireless headphones, and happily started watching. When she reached the most exciting part, she reluctantly put down the iPad and began preparing her lunch. Thinking for a moment, Jang Meon also went over and locked the door. After locking the door, she tore open the hot pot package, skillfully placed the ingredients and heating packs, and poured in water. In no time, the bubbling sound filled the quiet woodshed. A strong, spicy beef oil aroma, mixed with the fresh scent of various ingredients, exploded in the small space. Jang Meon took a deep breath, feeling as if her soul was uplifted. This shabby woodshed doesn't seal well. The door has a gap wide enough for a finger. The intense, almost overwhelming aroma seeped through the gap, slowly drifting into the backyard and then into the front yard. At this moment, it was noon. In the front yard of the Lu family, Lin Xiue was serving lunch to her family. It was still the usual simple meal of porridge, steamed cornbread, and wild vegetable soup, clear broth, bland, with not a hint of oil. 3-year-old Lu Xiaobao was gnawing on a hard, round bread on the ground. Suddenly, he sniffed and twitched his little nose. Sniff. His eyes lit up instantly, and like a puppy, he started running toward the smell.
Meat.
It smells so good. Following the delicious smell, Lu Xiaobao ran all the way to the backyard tool shed door. The aroma was so strong it made him feel dizzy with happiness. He pressed his face against the crack in the door, trying to look inside. His mouth watered, and his clothes got wet from the drool.
Wow.
I want to eat. I want to eat the meat. Children can't resist such temptation. He sat down on the ground, started crying loudly, and rolled around. Wang Guohua and Lin Xiue, who were eating in the main hall, were startled by the loud crying and hurried outside. What's going on? Did someone bully my good grandson? Wang Guohua asked with concern. Lu Xiaobao pointed at the shed door, crying so hard he could hardly breathe. Grandma, it smells so good. Such a delicious smell of meat. Boo-hoo. Wang Guohua paused, sniffed the air carefully. As soon as she sniffed, her old face froze. It really was the smell of meat. And not just any meat smell. This was a rich, spicy aroma, cooked with lots of oil and spices, making it incredibly fragrant. It was even more delicious than the pork dishes served during the New Year, 100 times better. That's enough, Wang Guohua shivered with anger, kicking the door frame.
Jiang Mian.
You ungrateful person. Why aren't you crying or making trouble? Turns out you're sneaking food inside. She trembled as she unlocked the door, but it wouldn't open. This made Wang Guohua even angrier. She kicked the door again, shouting and splattering saliva. Jiang Mian, you sneaky thief. Open the door. Are you inside stealing food? I tell you, everything in the house is accounted for. If you steal food, you must spit it out. Xiue Lin also crossed her arms and scolded. Shameless thing. Think you're so precious? Turns out you're just a sneaky troublemaker. Open the door now. Outside, Wang Hohot and Lin Xiue pounded on the door so loudly it seemed like they wanted to break it down.
Inside the shed.
Jiang Mian wore noise-canceling headphones, and her tablet played exciting scenes from the show. Zhan Huan returns to the palace, full of action. She picked up a piece of tender beef with red oil and put it in her mouth, squinting happily. So tender. And about the noise outside? That was just background music. Who cares? She still wasn't satisfied, so she unscrewed a chilled soda, took a big gulp with a fizzy sound, and tilted her head back. Burp. That was refreshing. Outside, Wang Hohot and Lin Xiue shouted until their voices were hoarse, but inside, there was no response at all. Only the tempting, mouth-watering smell grew stronger and more fragrant. Just as Wang Hohot was about to find an axe to break down the door, a tall figure hurriedly rushed into the yard from outside. Lu Ting had been on the mountain today and felt uneasy all day. His right eyelid kept twitching. Usually patient enough to wait for hours, today he didn't even want to chase a rabbit. He left the mountain early. As he turned into his yard, he saw a scene that made his eyes nearly pop out. His mother, Wang Hohot, was stomping her foot and kicking the door of the backyard shed hard again and again. His sister-in-law, Lin Xiue, was standing with her hands on her hips, shouting harsh words at the shed door. His nephew, Lu Xiaobao, was sitting on the ground, crying loudly and pointing at the shed door. And in the air, there was a strange, rich aroma he had never smelled before. Tool shed? Where is Jiang Mian? A terrible thought suddenly flashed through Lu Ting's mind. His wife had been locked in the tool shed. He remembered Jiang Mian's soft, sleepy face before he left, and how she gently called out in pain. Such a delicate person being kept in this dark, cold place. What if she fainted from hunger? What if she was scared out of her mind? Anger surged through him like a wild flame, making his eyes turn red. What are you doing? His loud shout, full of suppressed rage, sounded like thunder in the yard. Wang Hohot and Lin Xiue were so frightened they trembled and stiffened, turning around slowly. When they saw Lu Ting's fierce face, their faces turned pale. Old. Second brother?
Why?
Why are you back? Lu Ting ignored them completely. His eyes were fixed on the tightly closed door of the tool shed. He rushed over and pounded on the door hard. Mian Mian.
Mian Mian.
Are you inside?
Answer me.
There was still no response from inside. Lu Ting's heart sank suddenly. Could she have fainted from hunger? Or maybe she was scared and hurt herself. He didn't dare to think about it anymore. A burst of anger exploded from his chest, and his eyes turned bright red. Move aside. He pushed Wang Hohot aside forcefully. She staggered back, almost falling. Lu Ting took 2 steps back, took a deep breath. Then he ran forward and kicked the heavy wooden door with all his strength.
Bang!
A loud crash. Wood chips flew everywhere. The entire door, along with the latch, swung inward and crashed onto the ground with a loud thud. The door was kicked open with a loud bang, dust and wood chips flying everywhere. Lu Ting, like a furious lion, stormed inside with red eyes. In the dimly lit shed, his first sight was Jiang Mian curled up in the corner on a pile of hay. She was small, trembling, holding something in her arms, with a face full of fear. There was a bright red mark on her lips.
Blood.
Is that blood? Lu Ting's mind went blank with a loud buzzing sound. His wife was hurt. She was bleeding. Mian Mian. Lu Ting roared and rushed forward in 2 quick steps, grabbing Jiang Mian from the haystack. At the moment the door was kicked open, Jang Meon was also stunned. She had just finished her last bite of spicy lunch meat, ready to take a sip of cola to rinse her mouth. And then, the door burst open. Seeing Lu Ting charging in with a fierce look, she instinctively hid the hot pot box still covered in red oil behind her. When she was lifted into Lu Ting's arms, feeling his trembling body and hot temperature, Jang Meon's acting instincts suddenly kicked in. The opportunity was here. She quickly stored the tablet and cola bottle into the system space, then tightly hugged Lu Ting's waist with her hand. After doing all this, Jang Meon buried her face in Lu Ting's strong chest, trembling, her voice trembling with tears.
Hubby, you're back.
Sniffle. I'm so scared. They locked me up, didn't give me food, and didn't give me water. Just now, they were outside kicking the door, saying they would hurt me. As she spoke, she cried desperately, tears and snot mixing freely on Lu Ting's clothes. Holding her in his arms, soft and warm, she cried with all her heart. Lu Ting's sense of reason completely broke down. He looked down at his crying wife, gasping for breath. Then he noticed the blood on her lips, actually red oil, and a wave of intense anger flooded him. Carefully, Lu Ting used his rough fingertips to wipe the blood from her lips. His voice was strained, filled with a strong smell of blood. Don't be afraid, I'm here now. No one can hurt you. After saying this, he gently put Jang Meon down, letting her lean against the relatively clean wall. Then, Lu Ting suddenly turned around. His eyes, red and sharp like poison blades, fixed tightly on Wang Hohot and Lin Xiue, who were staring at him in shock. Their scalps tingled from his intense gaze, a cold shiver running down their spines.
Second.
Listen to our explanation. It was her, Wang Hohot stammered, trying to defend herself. Lu Ting didn't listen at all. He took step after step out of the woodshed, each step feeling like it was piercing into Wang Hohot and Lin Xiue's hearts. He said nothing, walking straight to the center of the yard. There stood a large water jar filled with water. It was an old item used by the Lu family for over 10 years, very heavy, usually moved only by 3 or 4 strong men. Lu Ting approached the water jar, bent down, and grabbed the edge with both hands. His arm muscles suddenly bulged, and his veins stood out. Roar! With a beast-like growl, he forcefully picked up the large water jar filled with water from the ground. Wang Guohua and Lin Xiue's eyes nearly popped out. What is he trying to do? The next second, Lu Ting turned around with the water jar, faced the main hall, and then fiercely smashed the jar onto the ground. Crash! A deafening loud noise. The heavy clay water jar shattered into many pieces on the hard floor. A full jar of water spilled out, mixing with broken pottery, flooding half the yard. It felt as if the whole world froze at that moment. Wang Guohua and Lin Xiue were so frightened by the loud noise and the crazy scene before them that their legs went weak. With a thud, both of them collapsed onto the muddy ground, their faces pale as paper. They had never seen Lu Ting so angry in their lives. This was no longer anger, it was madness. He was truly about to hurt someone. Since you want to push my wife to the limit, then none of you should survive. Lu Ting stood amidst the chaos, his tall figure like a fierce god. His eyes were red, and he shouted hoarsely, I'm fed up with this family, split up. Today.
Now.
Immediately. We must divide the family. If you don't split up, I'll set this house on fire. All of us will die together. He pointed at Wang Guohua, his crazed and determined look making everyone believe he meant what he said. He's gone crazy. Gone crazy, Lin Xiue screamed in fear, scrambling into the house to hide. At this moment, Lu Jiangwo, hearing the noise, rushed out of the main hall. When he saw the yard full of water and broken pottery, and his younger brother acting wildly to point at the house, he was very frightened. He knew his brother was usually quiet and reserved, but deep down he was a tough person who dared to fight wild boars in the mountains. Today, this situation really pushed him to the limit. If they didn't divide the family, he was afraid his brother might do something even more extreme. Lu Jiangwo quickly stepped forward and grabbed Wang Hohot, who was lying on the ground. He lowered his voice and urged urgently, "Mom, let's split up. Just agree to him. Second brother is like a madman now. If you push him further, he might really hurt someone." Wang Hohot was trembling in the muddy water, scared and angry. She looked at the mess in the yard, and then at her rebellious younger son. Her last bit of greed and hope was finally shattered by overwhelming fear. She knew she couldn't keep the son in the family anymore.
Split.
Split. Wang Hohot stammered out 2 words from her throat. Split everything. Get out of here. I want to see how you two survive after leaving this family. Hearing this, Lu Ting's anger slightly eased. Without hesitation, he called out to a nearby neighbor, who was frightened by the noise and dared not come closer. "Auntie, please help me call the village chief and a few elders. Tell them we're splitting the family."
Right now.
The neighbor trembled at his shout, dared not refuse, and responded quickly, running toward the village office. At the door of the wood storage shed, Jang Meon leaned weakly against the frame. Looking at the man in the yard who was acting crazy for her, she felt both scared and touched. This man was really rough. However, the effect was impressive. She quietly gave a thumbs up to Lu Ting's back. "Congratulations. You have successfully advanced the family separation process. Reward, a full set of new cotton home textiles, 2 4-piece sets, has been stored in your space." Jiang Mian smiled happily. News of the Lu family's broken water jar and the family separation spread quickly throughout the Hongxing production team, like wings. Soon, villagers gathered outside the Lu family's yard to watch. They looked at the smashed water jar in the yard, then at Wang Hohot lying on the ground and Lu Ting with a fierce look, and couldn't help but talk. "Oh my.
Ist Lu so fierce?"
He even broke the water jar. Surely Wang Hohot is too harsh with favoritism, pushing honest people to the limit. I just heard her say she locked the new wife in the firewood room and didn't give her food. Anyone would be anxious in her place. TSK. Now her face is lost and the family is splitting up. Why bother? Before long, village chief Sun Dahai, along with some respected elders, arrived at the Lu family with serious faces. As soon as they saw the mess on the ground, Sun Dahai's brows furrowed tightly. Foolish. Absolutely foolish. He slammed his cigarette onto the ground. "Wang Hohot, Lu Ting, what are you trying to do? Do you want our Hongxing team to be in the newspapers?" Seeing the village chief, Wang Hohot seemed to find her backbone and collapsed to the ground, crying loudly. "Village chief, please help me. I can't live like this." She sobbed and accused Lu Ting, describing him as a traitor who married a wife and forgot his mother, disobedient and unfilial, even threatening to set fire. "I called Jiang Mian a troublemaker who stirs up trouble among men and causes chaos in the family." However, this time, Lu Ting didn't say a word in response. He simply walked over to Jiang Mian, took off his coat, and wrapped it tightly around his trembling wife. Then, like a strong tower, he held her firmly in his arms and looked at everyone with cold eyes. His attitude of, "Anyone who dares to hurt my wife, I will fight them," was more convincing than any words. The villagers around were not fools. Everyone had their own sense of right and wrong. After hearing Wang Hohot's sob story and glancing at Lu Ting and his wife, Sun Dahai sighed. "All right, stop crying now," he knocked on the table. "Since things have come to this point, I think the family is definitely splitting up. Wang Hohot, tell us your plan." When she heard they were serious, Wang Hohot immediately stopped crying. She got up from the ground, wiped her face, and her eyes shone with cleverness and malice. "Splitting the family is fine," she said sharply. "But I have my conditions. First, the money saved in the family over the years, I won't give them a cent. Lu Ting's retirement pay has already been spent, and the money he earned from hunting has been used to support the family. The family doesn't owe him anything. Second, the grain. The family doesn't have much grain. De Guo needs to support the family, and Xiaobao needs to grow strong. At most, I'll give them 2 bags of coarse grain, enough for a month. Whether they live or die depends on their own luck. Third, the house. The main house and the side rooms are to be kept for Jiangua. There's also an old thatched hut at the foot of the mountain, used for forest work. It will be given to them to live in. Don't say I'm a harsh mother. At least I gave them a place to shelter from the wind and rain. Finally, Wang Hohat raised her voice and said, splitting the family is fine, but the duty to care for the elderly cannot be ignored. Even if they split up, they still have to give me 30 yuan each year for my old age, not a penny less. At this time, it was the period of individual farming, but in small places, collective work was still in place, so there was no land. When this plan to split the family was announced, the whole yard exploded with noise. The villagers, watching, couldn't stay silent. Oh my goodness. That's too harsh. If they don't give money, they'll only give 2 bags of millet flour, and the house will be thatched with holes everywhere? Can anyone live in that house? When it rains, it's like a water curtain, and they want 30 yuan for old age every year. Isn't that pushing people to the edge? This isn't splitting the family. It's forcing the son out completely and making him carry a mountain of debt. Lin Xiue hid behind Lu Jiangwo and, upon hearing this plan, showed a sneaky smile. She hoped Jang Meon, this lazy wife, would leave quickly, as far away as possible, and never come back in her life. Lu Jiangwo frowned, puffing on his dry tobacco, saying nothing, which was taken as silent approval. Village head Sun Dahai also looked unhappy. He thought Wang Hohat's actions were too extreme. Wang Hohat, isn't this condition too harsh? That thatch house can't even hold people. You should at least. Village head. It's settled like this. Before the village head could finish, Lu Ting interrupted. He just wanted to leave this suffocating place with Jiang Mian as soon as possible. Money, grain, none of it mattered to him. As long as he could leave, with hands and feet, he wasn't worried about supporting his wife. Husband. Just as Lu Ting was about to speak, Jiang Mian, in his arms, quietly pinched him to signal him not to be impulsive. Then, she poked her small head out from Lu Ting's arms, her voice still soft and weak, with a hoarse sound after crying, but her words were very clear. Mom, village chief, uncles and aunts. She first looked around, then focused her gaze on Wang Guohua. Mom's condition, we all agreed. As soon as she said this, everyone was surprised. Wang Guohua and Lin Xiue both looked proud. Jiang Mian changed the subject and continued, we can give up everything, leave with nothing, and accept it. But I also have a condition. Since today, in front of the village chief and everyone in the village, we clearly divided the family, I want to say something up front. She looked at Lin Xiue and Lu Jiangwo, asking carefully, from now on, our 2 families are completely separate. Whether we are poor or rich, alive or dead, it has nothing to do with the big family. If we become successful, we won't need to pay money to help the older brother build a house or to marry Xiaobao. And we also agree to the pension money, but we need to be clear that the 30 yuan is fixed. If mom gets sick, has a headache, or needs medicine, should it be shared equally among our 2 families or actually 3, including mom herself? It can't be that all the benefits go to the big brother and we do all the work. Her words were reasonable, clear, and well-organized. The villagers around nodded in agreement. That makes sense. Yeah, we can't just take advantage without giving back. Lu Ting immediately understood her meaning. His wife wasn't stupid. She was smarter than anyone. She wanted to avoid being called unfilial and also wanted to completely free herself from worries. Lu Ting immediately responded loudly, Village chief, my wife is right. We want to make a written agreement. Clear and written in black and white. After today's division of the family, besides the 30 yuan pension each year, our 2 families will have nothing to do with each other and will not cause trouble for one another. From now on, even if we go out begging, we will never bother big brother and sister-in-law's house. Hearing this, Lin Xiue was afraid they might change their minds. She quickly took out paper and pen from inside the house and nudged Wang Hohat. Mom, you must agree. Writing a written agreement is good, so they won't come back later and cause trouble for us. Wang Hohat also thought it made sense. She didn't believe Lu Ting could do anything impressive. With such a wasteful wife, it would be good if he didn't starve to death. After making the agreement, It would cut off their future excuses of being poor.
Right.
Write it now. The village chief sighed and personally took the pen. In front of the whole village, he prepared 3 copies of the family division document. It clearly listed all the terms of the division, especially the points that Jiang Mian and Lu Ting just mentioned, written very clearly. Sign and seal it. Wang Hohat and Lu Jiangwo didn't hesitate and pressed their red fingerprints. Lu Ting picked up the pen, didn't look at them, and gently helped Jiang Mian press her small, soft hand onto the paper. Then he pressed his own finger down heavily. When his rough fingertips, stained with red ink, left their mark on the paper, Lu Ting felt as if a mountain weighing over 20 years had suddenly collapsed. He felt a lightness in his whole body, an unprecedented sense of relief. The beginner village dungeon has been cleared, and the reward is being processed. Reward: a big gift pack for moving into a new home, including 1 cast iron pot, a set of bowls, chopsticks and basins, rice, flour, oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar, and 2 quilts. It has been stored in the system space. Jang Meon happily made sign in her mind. The noisy crowd dispersed. Lu Ting packed up their belongings, then took Jiang Mian's hand and walked toward the village gate without looking back. Once you leave, never come back asking me. Wang Hohat watched their determined backs, still angrily cursing behind them. Lu Ting paused but did not turn around. He only held Jiang Mian's hand tighter. Lu Ting held Jiang Mian's hand as they walked slowly toward the foot of the back mountain, under the pitying, mocking, or gloating gazes of the villagers. Their so-called new home was actually an abandoned thatched hut that had been empty for many years. From a distance, it looked crooked and unstable, ready to fall apart at any moment. Getting closer, the situation was even worse than expected. Most of the thatch on the roof had fallen off, revealing a large black hole right in the middle. The walls were made of mud, cracked and eroded by rain, looking like they could collapse with a push. The windows had no paper at all, just 2 dark holes letting the wind blow inside. The area around the house was overgrown with tall weeds, taller than a person. There were some rotten pieces of wood and unknown trash scattered at the door. A few gossiping women passing by stopped and pointed at them openly. Oh my, Wang Hohat really gave them this house? This isn't a place for people to live. Even pigs would refuse to stay here. Exactly. Look at Zhang's girl. So delicate and tender. She's clearly a young lady of high status. How could she stay in a place like this? I bet you she'll be crying and running back home in less than 3 days. Back home? If her family wanted her, they wouldn't have sold her to our village just for a little bride price. Harsh gossip drifted into Lu Ting's ears, word for word. He unconsciously tightened his grip on Jiang Mian's hand, his tall body stiffening. Seeing the rundown scene before him, and then looking at his clean, delicate wife beside him, a wave of deep sadness and guilt filled his heart. Lu Ting's lips moved, but his throat felt blocked, and his voice was hoarse. Mian Mian, it's my fault. I made you suffer with me. He lowered his head, afraid to meet Jiang Mian's eyes. Don't be afraid. I'll fix it soon. We'll be done quickly. Jiang Mian looked up at him, seeing his bloodshot eyes and tense jaw, understanding how much he was hurting inside. She reached out and held his rough hand, shaking her head. There was no dislike or sadness on her face, only a hint of curiosity. What's wrong with that? Jiang Mian tiptoed and gently smoothed his furrowed brow. I think it's pretty good here. The air is fresh and quiet, and no one bothers us. She pointed at the house. It's just a bit broken, but we can fix it. From today on, this will be our home. Jiang Mian's words felt like a warm breeze, instantly lifting the gloom from Lu Ting's heart. Looking at his wife's bright, trusting eyes, filled with hope for the future, he nodded strongly. Yes, our home. After the onlookers left, Jiang Mian's eyes twinkled, and she grabbed Lu Ting's arm, starting to act cute. Husband, I'm thirsty. Can you go to the small stream up ahead and fetch some water for me? Okay, you wait here. Don't go anywhere. I'll be back soon. Lu Ting was very obedient to Jiang Mian now. After putting down his luggage, he took a wooden bucket and ran toward the nearby stream. Watching his tall figure disappear into the woods, Jang Meon quickly moved into action. She pushed open the creaky, broken door that might fall at any moment and entered the house. The inside was empty, with only a bed made from a few broken wooden planks. The bed was covered in thick dust, and there were spider webs in the corners. Jiang Mian wrinkled her nose in disgust, then stood in the middle of the room and waved her small hand. Transform. In the next second, a miracle happened. In the system space, 2 sets of new cotton 4-piece bedding appeared out of nowhere and were neatly spread on the broken wooden bed. The dusty, old bed instantly became clean and soft. Then, a brand new iron kettle, a large iron pot, and a set of new bowls and chopsticks appeared one after another. After finishing, she took out a clean cloth from the space and wiped all the surfaces she could reach. Although the house was still quite run down, these things made it feel a little more like home. When Lu Ting returned, panting and carrying the water bucket, he was stunned in place the moment he stepped inside. The bucket in his hand clattered to the ground, spilling water everywhere. What did he see? On the broken wooden bed, there was a beautiful patterned new quilt, and beside the bed, there was a warm water bottle he had only seen in the city. In the corner, a large iron pot was quietly standing there. Lu Ting rubbed his eyes, doubting whether he was hallucinating because he was too tired.
These
things, he stammered, pointing at the items in the room. Jang Meon had already prepared her story. Since she had a system and had traveled into a book, she couldn't just suffer silently, right? She blinked innocently and, with a mysterious look, pulled Lu Ting aside and whispered, "Shh, be quiet. This is my dowry secretly given by my family," Jang Meon said calmly, without blushing or feeling guilty. "My mom was worried I might be bullied at my husband's house, so she secretly gave me some money and tickets to hide. I was afraid that my mother-in-law, Wang Ho-hot would find out, so I didn't bring these things into the Lu family. They've been hidden in a cave on the back mountain. Just now, when you left, I sneaked out to get them back. What do you think? Am I clever?" Jang Meon proudly lifted her chin. Lu Ting was stunned. Dowry? Cave? He felt something was wrong. So many things, and so heavy. How could a delicate girl like her move all this from the back mountain in such a short time? And she didn't have a speck of dust on her? But seeing her proud and hopeful face, all his doubts automatically disappeared. Lu Ting didn't want to investigate further. Deep down, he chose to believe his wife unconditionally. It turned out she wasn't coming empty-handed. She had prepared everything for their little family long ago. She even took out her most treasured belongings to live a good life with him. And he, in return, could only let her live in this shabby house. A strong feeling of warmth and guilt swept over Lu Ting again. Lu Ting's eyes welled up with tears. He took a step forward, tightly hugged Jiang Mian into his arms, resting his chin on her head, voice trembling. "Mian. Thank you." Jiang Mian was almost out of breath from his hug. She patted his strong back and said, Okay, let me go. We have a fire now. You should build a stove quickly. I'm starving and want to eat egg noodles." "Okay, I'll go right now." With a clear goal, Lu Ting immediately became energetic. He released Jiang Mian and ran outside to gather stones and mud. Clink, clink, before long, he built a simple but decent stove. Jiang Mian took out some noodles, eggs, soy sauce, salt, and a bottle of sesame oil from the cooking kit reward system. She sat on a small stool at the door, relaxed, and directed Lu Ting. "Boil the water first. Beat the eggs and pour them in." Yes, that's right." Soon, the first wisp of smoke from their own little stove rose in front of the dilapidated thatched hut. Although the environment was so simple that there was no table, they each held a big bowl and squatted at the door to eat. But this steaming bowl of egg noodles was especially delicious to both of them. No more scolding from Wang Guohua, no more eye rolls from Lin Xiue, only a fresh, happy feeling in the air. This was their home. A new life had begun. The thatched cottage was not far from the village's youth commune. Reborn female youth worker Su Ro was standing in the yard of the youth commune, hanging clothes to dry. When she saw the faint smoke rising from the foot of the mountain behind, A cold, mocking smile appeared on her lips. I have heard about Lu Ting and that foolish beauty separating their property. She is left with nothing and living in such a terrible place. I want to see how long these two poor people can hold on. When that troublesome girl, Jang Meon, can't stand the hardship and runs away, it will be her chance. At night, the wind started blowing in the mountains. It came through cracks in the wall and open windows, making the small oil lamp flicker. Jang Meon went to bed early and was already asleep under her blanket. Lu Ting, however, couldn't sleep. He lay on the edge of the bed, stiff as a stone, keeping a safe distance from Jang Meon, afraid to touch her. Listening to her shallow breathing and the howling wind outside, his heart felt very warm. They have separated. Finally, they have their own home. Although it's a bit broken, it's only him and her here. Lu Ting turned his head, and in the dim light, he greedily looked at Jiang Mian's sleeping face. Her long eyelashes cast small shadows, her little nose, and her slightly pouting lips. He couldn't get enough of looking at her. Suddenly, a loud thunderclap came from outside. Right after, heavy rain started pouring down. It's raining, Lu Ting thought anxiously. The worst thing he feared was happening. Within a few minutes, the hole in the roof began to leak. Drop by drop, the water fell precisely in the middle of the bed, right at the boundary between him and Jiang Mian. Soon that spot was soaked. Lu Ting quickly sat up, wanting to block the hole with his body, but the tear was too big to cover. The rain was falling harder, changing from gentle drips to a loud rush of water. Ugh! Cold rain splashed on Jiang Mian's face, making her uncomfortable, and she muttered softly in her sleep, frowning. Lu Ting felt very worried. He looked around and saw that only the innermost part of the bed, where Jang Meon was sleeping, was still dry. He couldn't let his wife get soaked. Mian, wake up. Move inside a bit. Lu Ting gently nudged Jang Meon. Jang Meon blinked sleepily and saw the water-filled room, which made her fully awake. Why is it leaking? She mumbled, instinctively shrinking toward the driest corner of the wall. Seeing that she had a place to sleep, Lu Ting was about to get out of bed. The ground is wet. I'll find a dry spot to sit for the night, he said, about to lift the blanket. Suddenly, a soft little hand reached out from under the blanket and grabbed his arm. What are you doing? Jang Meon asked sleepily. It's so cold outside, and the ground is wet. Do you want to get sick? Jang Meon said firmly, pulling him back.
Come up.
The bed is big enough.
We can squeeze in.
Lu Ting's body instantly stiffened.
Go up.
That would mean lying very close to her. Hurry up, it's so cold. Jang Meon shivered and curled up further under the blanket. When he heard his wife say she was cold, Lu Ting no longer cared about anything else. He lay back down. He tried to lean his body outward, but the bed was small. No matter how much the tall, 6'3" man moved, his strong arms inevitably touched Jang Meon's soft body. In that moment, Lu Ting felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his blood rushing to his head. He dared not move, even forgetting to breathe. Jang Meon, however, was completely unaware. She is naturally cold and afraid of the cold. In the fall, the countryside is fine during the day, but at night, the wind makes it really cold. Now, with the rain pouring down, she felt even colder. Feeling the warmth of the body beside her, like a cozy stove, Jang Meon didn't hesitate. Like a cold-sensitive octopus, she wrapped her arms and legs around him. She completely snuggled into Lu Ting's arms, found a comfortable position, and rubbed against him. So warm. Jang Meon sighed happily and then fell into a deep sleep.
Lu Ting.
He was completely frozen. In his arms was a soft, fragrant girl, and the scent of her was pleasant. Her even breathing and the sound of rain outside filled the quiet night. Lu Ting's heart pounded like drums. He was afraid he might wake her. He looked down at the little head rubbing against his chest, his body stiff as wood, not daring to move all night. A flash of lightning split the night sky, illuminating the room instantly. In that brief light, Lu Ting saw Jiang Meon's peaceful, calm face as she slept. She trusted him so much, relying on him, sleeping so soundly in his arms. And he, instead, could only let her stay in this leaky, broken house. A strong resolve grew fiercely in Lu Ting's heart. I must work hard to earn money, build the most beautiful and sturdy big house in the village. A house with blue bricks and big tiles. No more leaks, no more letting my wife suffer, even a little bit.
Ding.
The male lead's heart rate was off the charts, and his protective instincts were overflowing, triggering a special reward, a good pregnancy/contraception gift pack, including a high-quality 001 box and some fertility supplements. Please choose, host. In her sleep, Jang Meon vaguely responded in her mind, save it for now. The next morning, the rain had stopped, and the sky was clear. The mountain air was especially fresh, carrying the scent of soil and grass. Jang Meon was awakened by the chirping of birds. She opened her eyes to find herself resting on Lu Ting's strong arm, completely wrapped in his embrace, in a very close and intimate position. The man who had held her all night had dark circles under his eyes, clearly not sleeping much. Jang Meon secretly smiled to herself. A pure-hearted rough man. So adorable. Just as she moved slightly, Lu Ting woke up. When he opened his eyes, he saw the woman's gentle, curved eyes. Lu Ting's face instantly turned red. He quickly let go of her and, as if burned, scrambled to sit up.
I
need to go fix the roof, Lu Ting said hurriedly and ran out as if escaping. Watching his hurried retreat, Jang Meon couldn't help but laugh happily. Although she hadn't slept all night, Lu Ting looked energetic. He grabbed a ladder, climbed onto the roof, and carefully repaired the big hole using fresh mud mixed with new thatch. Jiang Mian sat on a small stool at the door, leisurely brushing her teeth with her new toothbrush and toothpaste. The warm sunlight shone gently on her, making everything seem peaceful and beautiful. This tranquility was soon broken by an uninvited guest. Su Ro carried a basket, pretending to go pick wild vegetables in the mountains, but was actually deliberately passing by the small path in front of the thatched cottage. She just wanted to see if the poor souls who were driven out had become disheveled after a night of wind and rain. But what she saw was a different scene. Lu Ting was shirtless, working on the roof. His bronze skin glowed healthily in the sunlight, and his smooth muscles moved with his actions, showing powerful strength. Sweat dripped down his back, giving off a wild, masculine vibe. Su Ro's cheeks grew hot, and her heart skipped a beat. This is a real man. Much better than those weak, delicate intellectuals who can't lift a hand or carry a load. She realized she had been blind in her past life to miss such an outstanding man. Her gaze shifted to the woman at the door, casually brushing her teeth. Jiang Mian wore a clean cloth shirt, her skin glowing white. Her relaxed and comfortable attitude was out of place in this rundown environment, yet strangely harmonious. A strong feeling of jealousy seized Su Ro's heart again.
Why?
Why could this lazy, useless woman have everything? Just as Su Ro's eyes nearly turned into daggers, Jang Meon seemed to sense something. She looked up, their eyes meeting. Jang Meon saw the envy and resentment in Su Ro's eyes. She smiled slightly, then suddenly raised her voice, speaking in a sweet, overly sugary tone to the roof. Husband, I've finished brushing my teeth. My mouth doesn't taste good. I want to drink some sweet water. On the roof, Lu Ting paused his work, then immediately responded loudly. Okay, wait for me. I'll come down and make it for you. He quickly climbed down the ladder, didn't even glance at Su Ro passing by, and went straight into the house. Soon, he brought out a steaming cup of sweet syrup and carefully handed it to Jang Meon near her mouth. Here, blow on it first, it's hot. Her casual affection and natural pampering felt like a loud slap, harshly hitting Su Ro's face. Su Ro's face instantly turned very pale. She tightly clenched her basket and quickly turned to leave. Jiang Mian watched her hurried retreat, then happily took a sip of the syrup. Ha, little girl, trying to compete with me?
Ding.
The host successfully drives away a potential rival, maintaining family harmony. New task issued. Instruct your husband to lay the floor and improve the living environment. Reward: 1 bottle of powerful insect repellent. Jiang Mian glanced at the damp, muddy ground inside the house and happily accepted the task. The mountain air is damp. It rained last night, so today the muddy ground inside the house feels a bit damp again. Walking on it is sticky and uncomfortable. Jang Meon is clean and delicate. She wears new small leather shoes, and walking on the mud makes her feel uneasy. She decides to sit on a small stool at the door, refusing to step onto the ground. Husband, this ground is too dirty. My new shoes will get dirty. Jang Meon pouts and pitifully complains to Lu Ting, who is chopping firewood in the yard. Lu Ting hears this and immediately drops his axe. If his wife thinks the ground is dirty, that won't do. He thinks for a moment, eyes brightening. Wait for me, I have a way. After saying that, he picks up a flat pole and 2 large baskets from the corner of the wall. Without hesitation, he leaves the yard and heads straight to a nearby creek. Jang Meon watches curiously, not knowing what he's planning. Soon, Lu Ting returns. He carried 2 large baskets full of things, walking steadily and carefully. Jang Meon looked closely and saw that the baskets were filled with smooth, flat stones. It turned out he went to the river to pick up stones. This man is very active. Lu Ting set the stones down in the yard, wiped his sweat, and smiled kindly at Jang Meon. We can cover the inside and outside of the house with these stones, so we won't worry about rain and it will stay clean. He started working immediately. Lu Ting moved everything from inside the house to the yard and began leveling the ground. Without tools, he knelt on the ground and used the simplest method, placing the heavy stones one by one on the muddy ground. He then tapped each stone gently with a wooden mallet, pressing them down firmly to make sure they were flat and tightly fitted, with no gaps. This is a very tiring and patient job. Jang Meon sat at the door, acting as a supervisor. She took out a big white rabbit candy from her system space, eating it while giving instructions. Husband, over here, a little higher. Tap it again. Yes, that stone isn't good. Let's replace it with a flat one. Husband, I peeled a candy for you. It's very sweet. Husband, are you tired? Do you want to rest and have some water? Passing villagers saw this scene and couldn't help but shake their heads. Look at that, the second son of the Lu family is really bewitched by that sly fox. One is working hard over there and the other is just eating and giving orders. What's going on? TSK, it's like the story of Zhou Yu and Huang Gai, one willing to fight, the other willing to be hit. Can we interfere? Not just laying the floor, but willing to reach for the stars. She is willing to do anything. Moreover, her clear and lively commands sound like the singing of a yellow oriole to him, very pleasant. This makes him work with more energy. It took about 2 days to cover the dirt floor inside, and in the yard with clean, neat stone slabs. The old thatched hut suddenly looks very different, much tidier and better. When Lu Ting finished laying the last stone, Jang Meon immediately used the system to get a package of powerful insect repellent powder. While Lu Ting went to wash his hands, she quietly sprinkled the white powder in every corner of the house and yard, especially in the corners and gaps. This insect repellent is truly magical. Not long after applying it, some ants, bugs, and even a few cockroaches that had been hiding in the corners crawled out frantically, then quickly stopped moving. Soon, no live bugs could be seen in the house. Jang Meon was very happy. Now she could finally sleep peacefully. In the evening, Lin Xiue carried her son Lu Xiaobao, pretending to pass by, but really just wanting to see a joke. Since the family split 3 days ago, she didn't believe that the delicate Jiang Mian could endure such hardship. Maybe she's crying and begging to go back to her parents' house right now. However, when she reached the front of the hut, she froze in surprise. The once overgrown yard was now surrounded by a neat bamboo fence. The dirt ground inside was also covered with clean stones. Lu Ting was sitting in the yard, holding a large fan, carefully fanning Jang Meon, who was lying on a bamboo chair with her eyes closed, smiling foolishly. Jang Meon's skin seems to be even whiter and softer than a few days ago. Her relaxed look is similar to that of a landlady from old times. This doesn't look like someone suffering. It clearly looks like she's enjoying herself. Lin Xiue feels a sour feeling rising inside her.
Why?
Every day, she gets up before dawn, washes clothes, cooks, feeds the pigs, and works hard to earn points. She's so tired her back hurts, and when she gets home, she has to watch her mother-in-law's face. Her husband, Lu Jiangwo, comes home and just smokes and drinks tea. When has he ever helped her? Meanwhile, Jang Meon does nothing but boss her husband around and is treated like a treasure. People are so unfair, it makes her furious. The more Lin Xiue thinks about it, the angrier she gets. When she gets home, she starts criticizing Lu Jiangwo. Look at your good brother, treating his wife like a queen. And you? I married into your Lu family to have children for you. What have I gained? Have you ever bought me a new dress? Have you ever washed my feet? Lu Jiangwo is confused by her scolding. They argue loudly, and the house becomes chaotic. Of course, Jiang Mian and Lu Ting don't know about this. After 2 days of fixing things, their small home is starting to look like a real house. The roof no longer leaks, the ground is flat, the yard is clean, and there's a fence. It finally feels like a home. Lu Ting looks at everything with a sense of pride. That evening, he cleaned a wild rabbit he caught today and made a delicious rabbit stew. They sit in the yard, enjoying the evening breeze and drinking the soup. It feels so relaxing. But after the comfort, new problems come up. Lu Ting takes the remaining money from his pocket and counts it. When they separated, he only had about 30 yuan hidden away. In the past few days, they spent some money on new household items, so now he only had a few coins and some small bills left. He looked at the shallow layer of rice in the rice jar nearby and couldn't help but frown again. Money is running out quickly. He needed to think of a way to make more money. He couldn't let his wife continue living like this, struggling to make ends meet. Jang Meon was very clever. She could tell what he was worried about just from his expression. She put down her bowl, leaned over, and gently shook his arm. "Husband, what are you thinking about?" "Nothing," Lu Ting replied, not wanting her to worry. "I'll guess you're worried about money," Jiang Mian said directly.
And Lu Ting stayed silent.
Jiang Mian smiled, resting her head on his shoulder. "Don't worry. I have a secret to tell you." "What secret?" "I feel like I'm very lucky," Jiang Mian said mysteriously. "Tomorrow, take me into the mountains. I think I can bring you good luck, maybe even find some treasure." "Into the mountains?" Lu Ting immediately shook his head.
No.
"It's too dangerous. There are wild boars and wolves." "You can't go." "I want to go." Jiang Mian started to act cute. "Husband, you're the best. Take me. I've never been deep into the mountains. I'll stay right behind you. I promise I won't run off." She said this while rubbing her soft cheek against his arm. Lu Ting was melted by her touch. He couldn't resist. Finally, he could only smile helplessly and affectionately sigh. "All right, I'll take you. But you must promise me you can't leave my side even for a moment." "Yay. My husband is the best." The next morning, before dawn, Lu Ting got up. He tied the sharpened machete to his waist, carried his homemade longbow and a quiver of arrows, and packed 2 coarse grain cakes and a bamboo water tube into his bag. Once everything was ready, he went inside the house and gently woke Jiang Mian. She yawned and slowly put on her clothes. Lu Ting had already prepared face-washing water and toothpaste for her. After breakfast and tidying up, Lu Ting squatted down, tied Jiang Mian's shoelaces, making sure they were tight, then stood up. "Let's go." The two of them, facing the morning light, entered the rolling mountains. At first, the mountain path was quite flat. Jiang Mian looked around curiously, feeling it was quite interesting. But as they went deeper, the path became harder to walk. The path was actually a rough trail made by woodcutters and hunters, full of loose stones and tree roots. Wearing her simple shoes, Jiang Mian started to feel pain in her feet after less than half an hour. "Husband, I can't walk anymore." She stopped, panting, her face flushed, with beads of sweat on her forehead. Lu Ting looked back at her delicate appearance, not surprised at all. Without saying a word, he walked over to Jiang Mian, slightly squatted with his back facing her. "Come up, I'll carry you." "Okay." Jang Meon cheerfully climbed onto his back. Lu Ting easily supported her, carrying her steadily. But the strange feeling on his back made him feel a bit uncomfortable. Jiang Mian rested on Lu Ting's broad, strong back, feeling like she was sitting on a smooth, human-shaped seat. She hugged Lu Ting's neck and rested her chin on his shoulder, quietly activating the luck feature from the last reward in the system. A small 3D map suddenly appeared in Jiang Mian's mind. On the map, their blue light spot was moving, and around them there were other colored light spots. White represented ordinary plants, green represented common prey, and red indicated dangerous creatures. Just then, a large cluster of red light spots appeared ahead on the map, marked with the words, Wild Boar Group. Jang Meon was startled. Husband. Stop, stop. She quickly tapped Lu Ting's shoulder. What's wrong? Lu Ting stopped walking. We're not taking this path anymore. Jang Meon pointed to a more hidden side trail. Let's go that way. I think the scenery there looks better. Lu Ting glanced at the overgrown trail, a bit confused, but he obediently followed his wife's suggestion. Okay, I trust you. He turned and took the side trail, passing closely by the dangerous wild boars. Jiang Mian let out a breath of relief. This luck, she wasn't sure if it was good or bad. Not long after, Jiang Mian suddenly smelled a sweet, fruity scent. Following the aroma on the map, she saw a green light spot nearby, marked as wild kiwi fruit. Husband, I smell something delicious, like fruit. Lu Ting's nose was sharp too. He set Jiang Mian down and pushed aside the bushes in front. Sure enough, on a tall wild tree, bunches of fuzzy fruits hung. It's kiwi fruit, ripe. Lu Ting's eyes lit up. He moved like a clever monkey, quickly climbing a tree and filling a bag with fruit. The two of them found a clean, large stone to sit on. Lu Ting chose the biggest fruit, peeled it, and handed it to Jang Meon. Here, Mian, this is for you to eat. Jang Meon took a bite. The sweet and sour juice burst in her mouth, and she smiled happily. It's so sweet. Seeing her happy, content expression like a little cat, Lu Ting felt his heart melt like honey. After eating and resting a bit, they continued their journey. The deeper they went into the mountains, the taller and denser the trees became. It was so quiet around them that only their footsteps and some unknown bird calls could be heard. Lu Ting became more alert. He kept one hand behind Jiang Mian and held his knife with the other, scanning the surroundings with sharp eyes. Jiang Mian was not afraid at all. She was focused, staring at the treasure map in her mind. Suddenly, a bright golden flickered sharply in the upper left of the map. That glow was brighter than any they had seen before. A treasure. It must be a big, special treasure. Jiang Mian's heart started pounding faster, and she almost shouted with excitement. She quickly suppressed her excitement and casually pointed in that direction. Husband, look. There's a small red flower under that tree. It's so pretty, I want to go see it. Lu Ting looked where she pointed. It was a patch of weeds and bushes, and he couldn't see any flowers. But he still followed her suggestion and walked over with her. Where are the flowers? Lu Ting pushed aside the tall weeds, feeling confused. Jiang Mian slid down from his back and pointed at an unremarkable plant below. Look, it's right there. Lu Ting bent down and carefully parted the weeds. His pupils suddenly contracted. This isn't a red flower. It's clearly a cluster of small, red berries that look like agate. And beneath those red berries is a plant with several palm-shaped leaves. This is ginseng. Wild mountain ginseng. Lu Ting took a deep breath, feeling his breathing quicken. He had been in the Northeast before when he was in the army and had seen mountain people digging this up. This is definitely wild mountain ginseng. And judging by the number of red seeds and the shape of the plant, it's definitely quite old. This is a big fortune. He's really going to get rich. Lu Ting's hands trembled with excitement. He quickly took a red string from his bag and carefully tied it around the ginseng stem. This is a rule among those who dig ginseng called locking the ginseng to prevent it from being stolen. Then he started to dig very patiently from a spot far away from the ginseng, using a machete. He didn't dare to use too much force, afraid of damaging even a single root. Jang Meon sat nearby, watching nervously. As the soil was gradually removed, the head and main root of the ginseng appeared. The head looked like a bump, covered with dense lines. The main root was thick and beautiful, shaped like a curled human figure. Oh my! Lu Ting looked at the clear ginseng head and round root, trembling with excitement. This is at least 50 years old. 50-year-old wild mountain ginseng. Even now, it's a rare treasure that would be hard to buy with money. Lu Ting carefully spent nearly an hour digging out the entire ginseng plant intact. Only then did he feel his pounding heart begin to calm down a little. He stood up and looked at Jiang Mian, who was curiously examining the ginseng with a complex gaze full of deep affection. Mian Mian. Lu Ting quickly hugged Jiang Mian tightly, his voice trembling with excitement.
You.
You are truly my lucky star. Sent by heaven to bring me this treasure. He used to think that his wife just said he was lucky in a joking way, but now he believed it. If Jiang Mian hadn't pointed out this place, even if he walked here 100 times, he would never find this divine treasure hidden among the grass. Jiang Mian was a little uncomfortable from Lu Ting's tight embrace, but she was very happy inside. Her lucky star persona was confirmed. She patted Lu Ting's back and pretended to be calm as she comforted him. All right, I told you I could find the treasure, didn't I? Let me go quickly. We need to go down the mountain and turn this good thing into money. Lu Ting carefully wrapped the ginseng in a clean cloth, then wrapped it several layers with soft grass, and finally placed it carefully at the deepest part of his backpack. On the way down the mountain, he held Jiang Mian with one hand and protected the backpack with the other, walking more steadily than ever before. Jiang Mian's little plan was clicking loudly in her mind. If they sold this, how much good stuff could they buy? Just as they were about to leave the mountain pass, a few blurry figures appeared on the dirt road ahead, blocking their way. Leading the group was Zhao Si, a troublemaker from the village, with a sideways glance, a grass stick in his mouth, looking quite mischievous. Zhao Si's eyes looked like they had hooks, and he stared hard at Lu Tian's basket, then glanced at Jiang Mian, who was delicate and tender. His smile became even more unfriendly. Your wife is getting prettier and more lively. Not like the women in our village, TSK. Lu Ting's face immediately darkened. He pushed Jiang Mian behind him, took down the basket, and gently placed it at his wife's feet. Watch out. He only said 2 words to Jiang Mian. When he turned around, his whole presence changed. What? Want to fight? Zhao Si was not afraid. Instead, he spat out his grass stick and spat on the ground. I tell you, this mountain belongs to everyone. If you find treasure and want to keep it all for yourself, no way. Be sensible, share half with your brother or else. Before he finished, 2 followers behind him howled and rushed forward. Lu Ting said nothing unnecessary. The man on the left swung his fist toward him. Lu Ting suddenly leaned to the right, avoiding the punch, and forcefully bumped his shoulder into the opponent's chest. There was a sharp crack sound, followed by a pig-like scream. The man's arm hung at a strange angle. His joint had been dislocated. The man on the right was stunned with fear. Lu Ting already kicked him with a whip-like leg at his knee. The man's leg buckled, and he knelt on the ground with a thud. The whole fight was over in a flash. Zhao Si was stunned. He knew Lu Ting had been in the army and could fight, but he didn't expect him to be so fierce. He turned to run. Lu Ting took a step forward, his large palm pressing down on Zhao Si's neck, and suddenly pushed him down hard. Bang! Zhao Si's face was buried in the mud. Get out. One word, cold as ice. Zhao Si was helped up by his companions, covered in blood and mud, crawling and rolling. They didn't dare to make harsh threats, and a few people ran away in a panic. As they ran, they secretly vowed in their hearts, if you don't let me have a good time, I won't let you have one either. Hubby, you're so handsome. Jiang Mian peeked out from behind Lu Ting, her eyes full of stars. Lu Ting turned around, and his fierce aura instantly disappeared. He looked a bit awkward and asked, Did I scare you? With you here, I'm not afraid of anything. Jiang Mian shook her head, but she was thinking, such bad luck. I wonder if Zhao Si is just shouting nonsense to annoy people. It seems I need to deal with this person quickly. Let's go to the county town. The two took a small path straight to the county town and found the biggest pharmacy, Confronting. A young clerk saw their patched clothes and immediately looked indifferent. When Lu Ting carefully took out the ginseng, the clerk's eyes lit up at first, then showed a greedy look. He pretended to examine the ginseng's roots and then said with a fake smile, "It looks okay, but it's a bit young." "Well, since you two are having a hard time, 50 yuan, I'll take it." 50 yuan? That's like giving it away to a beggar. Lu Ting's fist clenched tightly. Jiang Mian chuckled softly. She grabbed Lu Ting and shook her head at the clerk. "Let's go, hubby. Looks like this place doesn't know good stuff. Let's try another shop. Maybe they'll give 51 yuan. She deliberately emphasized 51 yuan, full of sarcasm. The clerk's face stiffened. Just as he was about to get angry, an old but strong voice came from inside. "Young brother." "Wait a moment." An old man with white hair, wearing a silk brocade jacket, hurried out. His eyes fixed intently on the ginseng in Lu Ting's hand, and his breathing grew a little heavier. He is the old shopkeeper of Huichun Hall.
This is
Round reed, bowl dense, old leather, deep patterns. The old shopkeeper carefully examined the ginseng, his hands trembling with excitement. Top quality. This is at least 60 years old wild mountain ginseng. A real life-saving medicine. He suddenly turned around and slapped the young assistant on the back of the head, scolding, 50 yuan? Are you blind? Are you trying to ruin Huichun Hall's reputation? Go to the backyard and chop firewood. No wages this month. The assistant was so scared he almost fell over, too frightened to speak. The old shopkeeper turned his head and completely changed his attitude, becoming respectful as he invited them into the inner room, offering fine tea and snacks. After some bargaining, Jang Meon stayed firm on the price and the proof of purchase. Finally, the old shopkeeper stomped his foot and said, 8,500 yuan, plus a bicycle ticket and 20 feet of cloth ticket. Comrade, this is the best deal I can give. Lu Ting's heart was pounding wildly. He looked at Jiang Mian, who nodded in satisfaction. Then he quietly said one word. Okay. The deal was done, and a heavy cloth bag was handed to Lu Ting. As they left Huichun Hall, Lu Ting still felt a bit dazed. He pulled Jiang Mian into an empty alley, without saying a word, and shoved the entire cloth bag into her arms. Honey, you hold this. Why? This is the money you risked your life for. What's mine is yours, Lu Ting said seriously. From now on, the household money is yours to manage. Jang Meon felt happy inside and didn't refuse. She smiled and put the money into her bag. With a thought, all the money and proof of purchase went into the system space. Then I'll keep it for you. Let's go, husband. I will treat you to big meat buns. After eating and drinking enough, Jang Meon stopped her steps when passing by the poultry area. She saw 2 medium-sized white geese in a cage. The geese stretched their necks and looked very lively. Husband, let's buy these 2 geese, Jiang Mian said, pointing at them. Why buy geese? They just eat a lot, Lu Ting said, a bit confused. To protect our home, Jiang Mian confidently replied. Look at our small yard, there's no proper gate. Having 2 big geese is better than a dog. If anyone tries to steal something, the geese will bite them. Lu Ting thought about it and felt his wife had a point. Especially with troublemakers like Xiao Si, they might cause damage when no one is home.
Okay, fine.
Let's buy them, he agreed. So, they bought 2 more geese. Lu Ting carried one in his hand, while Jiang Mian, with empty hands, leisurely followed beside him. They also went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some daily necessities. Seeing the big and small packages in her hands, Jiang Mian started to complain, Oh, husband, my legs are so sore. Lu Ting immediately became nervous. Should we find a place to rest? Resting is useless. We still have a long way home, Jiang Mian said, her eyes twinkling as she pointed at the large items on the counter. Husband, don't we have bicycle tickets? Let's buy a bicycle. Then, you can take me and I won't be so tired. Yes, let's buy one, Lu Ting said without hesitation. Soon, a shiny, well-maintained bicycle was brought out. Lu Ting hung the shopping bags on the handlebars and carefully placed a soft cloth on the rear seat. Mian, hop on. In the evening, the Red Star production team experienced an unprecedented big shake. Lu Ting rode a brand-new bicycle slowly into the village. On the handlebar, he carried heavy bags of various colors, and on the back seat, his beautiful wife Jang Meon sat, holding two big white geese flapping their wings. Under the large locust tree at the village entrance and along the dirt ridges, villagers gathered in small groups, pointing and whispering about them. The villagers' eyes showed a mix of jealousy, envy, and suspicion. Very complicated feelings. It was obvious, without asking, that Zhao Xi's big mouth had already spread the story about their treasure all over the village. But Jang Meon didn't know that the rumors had already gone far beyond their imagination. Some said Lu Ting found a jar of gold ingots in the mountains. Others claimed he discovered a 1,000-year-old ginseng that could bring the dead back to life, which sold for thousands of yuan. Some even said he found an old treasure cave left from the old society times. In short, in the villagers' words, Lu Ting and Jiang Mian were no longer just making a little money. They had become legends of overnight wealth. And what they saw now was even more shocking than any rumor. Oh my! It's a bicycle. A Phoenix brand 28-inch bike. This bike must be worth several hundred yuan. Could it really be that Lu Ting found a gold mine, as Zhao Xi said? That handlebar has new fabric on it, right? And meat, and two big geese. Among the crowd, Lin Xiue's eyes were the most resentful. She was hiding her son Lu Xiaobao among a group of women, listening very attentively to every word of the villagers' gossip. Gold ingots? 1,000-year-old ginseng? A few thousand yuan? No matter which version is true, it shows one thing. Lu Ting, that troublemaker, really made a lot of money. Lin Xiue felt like a cat had scratched her inside. She was both sour and jealous.
Why?
Why is that? Her husband, Lu Jiangwo, is also useless. He just orders her around at home and won't even say a kind word. And look at Jiang Mian, that lazy wife. Since she got married, she hasn't moved a finger. She just eats and sleeps every day, and her skin is whiter and softer than city girls. It's only been a few days since they split the family, and she hasn't suffered at all. Instead, she suddenly got this huge windfall. The more Lin Xiue thought about it, the angrier she became, her eyes turning red with jealousy. No, she couldn't just let this go. This money rightfully belonged to their old Lu family. Why should an outsider like Jiang Mian get to take advantage? A wicked idea suddenly appeared in Lin Xiue's mind. She didn't dare go to Lu Ting herself. He was crazy and would hit her if she argued with him. She didn't want to get beaten. But someone else dared. She tightened her grip on her son and quietly slipped away from the crowd. Lin Xiue didn't go home but turned toward the east end of the village. That was Jiang Mian's family home. Jiang's family. Jiang Mian's younger brother, Jiang Long, was lounging in a chair in the yard, legs crossed, chewing on a piece of grass, looking bored. Jiang Long, is Jiang Mian at home? Lin Xiue hurried into the yard, looking anxious. Oh, isn't this my sister-in-law's big sister? What wind blew you here? Jiang Long lazily lifted his eyelids, with a hint of mockery in his tone. He didn't have a good opinion of the Lu family. Lin Xiue didn't care about his attitude. She leaned in closer and lowered her voice, speaking mysteriously. Jiang Long, I have news for you. Don't you know? Your sister, that good sister Jiang Mian, has made a lot of money. Made a lot of money? Her. Jiang Long sneered and sat up. With her lazy attitude, how could she make money? Besides, she married that poor guy Lu Ting. It's already good if they don't starve. Oh, you really shouldn't doubt it. Seeing he didn't believe, Lin Xiue got anxious and exaggerated the village rumors. It's all over the village. They say your brother-in-law found a treasure in the mountains. Some say it's gold. Others say it's a 1,000-year-old ginseng. Anyway, they sold it for a big sum of money. At least that much. Lin Xiue held up 3 fingers. $30. Jiang Long wrinkled his nose. Not $30. $300. No, Some say $3,000, Lin Xiue said excitedly, spitting as she spoke. I saw it myself. They just came back from the county town carrying big bags and even bought a bicycle. That day, they were living like wealthy landlords. Bicycle? $300? $3,000? Jiang Long's eyes immediately turned green, and his breathing grew heavy. What does $300 mean? His parents worked hard all year and only saved a few dozen dollars. $300 would be enough for him to enjoy himself in town for many years, let alone $3,000. She really made money. Jiang Long's voice trembled. Of course she did. Lin Xiue saw he was hooked and kept stirring the pot. Jiang Long, your sister is really something. She made money herself, living a good life at her husband's place, and she doesn't even think about helping her family. You, as the younger brother, are almost not even considered a husband anymore. She's enjoying her happiness and has completely forgotten about her parents and you. That's just too cruel. Every word hit Jiang Long deep in his heart. Yes, Jang Meon is part of the Jiang family. She earned her money, so why shouldn't she bring it back to her family? Respecting parents and supporting brothers. Isn't that what's right? This ungrateful person. Jiang Long suddenly slapped his thigh and jumped up from his chair. He was so angry after hearing Lin Xiue's words that his mind was only focused on those 3,000 yuan. No. I have to go find her and ask clearly. If she doesn't give back the money, I won't acknowledge her as my sister. After saying this, Jiang Long stormed out angrily. Lin Xiue watched his furious back and a cold smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Go ahead, cause trouble. Make it as big as you can. Better yet, let them fight. Let Lu Ting, that troublemaker, beat his little brother-in-law half to death. Then Jang Meon won't be able to stay at the Lu family anymore. Thatched cottage. Jang Meon was in the yard, directing Lu Ting to herd the two newly bought large, white geese into the makeshift bamboo enclosure. Husband, be careful. Don't get pecked. It's okay. Lu Ting moved quickly and soon settled the two big geese. Jang Meon looked happily at the two lively geese. Bang! At that moment, the gate of the yard was roughly pushed open. Jiang Long, with a dark face, stormed in like a debt collector. He immediately saw a piece of pork hanging on the wall and the brand new Feng Huang brand 2/8 card in the yard. His eyes turned even redder. The rumor is indeed true. Jang Meon. Jiang Long immediately pointed at Jang Meon's nose and scolded, You ungrateful traitor. Did you forget your parents after getting rich? You hide here eating good food and wearing new clothes, while ignoring the lives of our whole family, right? Seeing Jiang Long storming in aggressively, before Jang Meon could speak, Lu Ting stepped forward, his tall figure firmly protecting Jang Meon behind him. He wasn't angry but frowned as he looked at Jiang Long. Lu Ting clearly remembered that when they separated families, his wife had shown new bedding and kitchenware, saying it was her dowry from her family. But now, why is his brother-in-law acting like this? Could there be some hidden reason? Jang Meon didn't expect her eccentric younger brother to come at this moment, but after thinking about it, she wasn't surprised. Noticing the doubt in the man's eyes and combining it with his reaction to her strange brother, Jang Meon also recalled the excuse she casually made when she took out the system gift pack. But she hadn't thought much about it back then. Now she had a plan. Gently patting Lu Ting's hand to signal him to wait for her explanation, Jang Meon smiled warmly at Jiang Long. Jiang Long, who told you I got rich? How dare you deny it? Everyone in the village is talking about it. Jiang Long's voice grew louder. Stop pretending with me. Hurry up and give me 300 yuan for my bride price. Otherwise, I won't let this go today. 300 yuan? He really dares to ask for that. Jiang Mian sneered inwardly, but immediately changed her face to look tearful, with red eyes as if she was about to cry. She pulled Lu Ting's arm and acted upset, saying, Husband, he's bullying me. Although Lu Ting was still confused, seeing his wife upset, his face darkened, and he looked at Jiang Long with a stern expression. Jiang Mian didn't let him speak and quickly started crying and complaining to Jiang Long, Little brother, who are you listening to? Who's spreading rumors about getting rich? That's just outsiders being jealous and spreading false stories. You're lying. If we didn't have money, how could we buy meat and bicycles? Jiang Long didn't believe her.
This
is because of Lu Ting. Jang Meon choked up and began her act. Lu Ting borrowed money from the team to treat my illness. I'm weak, and I got caught in the rain a few days ago. The doctor said if I don't recover properly, I won't be able to have children in the future. Lu Ting cares about me, so he couldn't buy some medicine to help me get better. As for the bicycle, it was just a temporary loan because the hospital is far away. We still owe the team several hundred yuan. We don't have any money. Jang Meon spoke while wiping away fake tears. If you don't believe me, just look at this broken house. She pointed to the thatched roof above her head. If we had money, would we live in a place like this? If you really don't believe me, fine. Take this broken house and see if you can sell it for 10 yuan. Jiang Long was a bit stunned by her crying and complaining. Owing a few hundred yuan? Just to treat her illness? He looked around skeptically. The house was indeed very poor and broken. Jiang Mion's face looked a bit rosier than before, but who knew if it was just a fleeting moment of health?
Wait.
Lin Xiue clearly spoke with confidence and clarity. I don't care where your money comes from. Anyway, you must give me the money today. Jiang Long acted stubbornly. If you don't give it, I won't leave. I'll go inside and search. I don't believe I can't find it. As he spoke, he tried to force his way into the house. At that moment, Lu Ting, who had been silent all along, moved. He didn't say a word. Instead, he quietly turned around, picked up the machete he had just brought back from the mountain, which hadn't been cleaned yet. The blade was still covered with fresh dirt and grass, shining coldly in the sunset. Lu Ting then walked to the middle of the yard with a knife. His cold eyes stared directly at Jiang Long's neck. That look was neither angry nor emotional, only cold and indifferent. Jiang Long felt a shiver run down his spine. His steps to break into the house suddenly stopped, and cold sweat broke out on his back. He remembered what the villagers said. His brother-in-law had killed someone in the army, and after returning, he could even kill a wild boar weighing hundreds of pounds. Lu Ting still didn't speak. He simply raised his hand, expressionless, and casually swung it toward a wooden stake in the yard. Swish! Thud! The heavy machete, with a whooshing sound, cut cleanly into the hard wooden stake, embedding deep into it, 3 inches into the wood. The entire yard fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Cold sweat suddenly dripped down Jiang Long's forehead, and his legs started trembling uncontrollably. He had no doubt that if that blow had hit him, his head would have already been moved away. He stammered, unable to say a word. Lu Ting slowly pulled the knife out of the wooden stake and glanced at Jiang Long with his emotionless eyes. Get out. This single word sounded like a command from the depths of hell. Jiang Long's mental defenses completely collapsed. He no longer dared to ask for money. He scrambled and ran out of the yard. When he reached the gate, he remembered to save some face. He turned around fiercely and shouted, You all wait for me. Then he ran off without looking back. His awkward running made him look like he was being chased by a ghost. Jiang Mian watched his panicked retreating figure and pursed her lips.
Ding.
Host successfully refuses to let her family drain her resources, protecting family property. Reward: enhanced fighting ability of the big goose. Special traits: loyal protector, fearless in battle, stubborn as iron. The system's prompt sounded in her mind. Jiang Mion's eyes lit up. She happily looked at the 2 big white geese in the goose pen, still quacking, and her eyes were full of anticipation. The crisis was not over. She knew that with Jiang Long's stubborn personality and her parents' extreme preference for boys, this was far from the end. She turned around and saw Lu Ting still wiping his knife, his brow furrowed. Husband. Jang Meon walked over and hugged his strong waist from behind. Don't be angry. Lu Ting's body stiffened for a moment, then slowly relaxed. He turned around, wrapping Jang Meon in his arms from behind, his voice a little hoarse. Mian, what exactly happened? He was asking about Jiang Long and also about the so-called dowry. Jang Meon pretended to sigh. She looked up into the man's eyes, full of curiosity and concern. Husband, I'm sorry, I lied to you earlier, she whispered softly. That stuff wasn't actually my dowry from my mother. My parents favor boys. Since I was young, they gave me less than what they gave my brother. The money was secretly left to me by my late grandmother. My parents and brother don't know about it. I'm afraid they'll take everything if they find out I have money, so I've been hiding it. When I married you, I was worried you'd look down on me for coming with nothing, so Lu Ting didn't speak. He just listened quietly. When he heard Jiang Mian say she was afraid of being looked down on, his heart felt like it was clenched by something, aching and sore. Afraid that he would look down on her? No way. It turned out she wasn't raised with endless love from her family. Her pretend fragility and confidence were just ways to hide her inner insecurity. Lu Ting couldn't hold back anymore. He tightly hugged this little woman in front of him. "I'm sorry," he said softly, his voice muffled and full of congestion. "I'm the one at fault. I don't have enough ability, and you've suffered so much, always worried and scared." Jang Meon was pressed a little painfully against him, but as she smiled, her heart was filled with a warm wave. She snuggled into his embrace and mumbled, "I'm not upset anymore. With you here, I'm not afraid." Lu Ting responded heavily, resting his chin on her head and making a promise. "From now on, with me here, no one will dare to bully you." After a moment of tenderness, Jang Meon looked up from his arms, her bright eyes shining. "But I guess they'll come again tomorrow." Lu Ting didn't reply, but his gaze grew colder. "Don't worry," Jang Meon comforted, patting his chest gently. "Tomorrow, aren't you going to the commune to handle some matters? Just go as usual and leave the house things to me." She winked mysteriously and pointed toward the goose pen. "Feed those 2 geese well. Tomorrow, you'll see a good show with them." The next day, just as dawn broke, Lu Ting was a bit worried and ready to leave. "Honey, maybe I shouldn't go after all." Lu Ting frowned, holding the materials for the commune matter but hesitating to leave. "Oh, don't worry, everything's fine." Jang Meon sat comfortably on a small stool, leisurely drinking the malted milk Lu Ting had prepared for her. "Can I really be bullied again? Then, you stay at home, lock the door, and don't open it for anyone," Lu Ting advised. "Got it, you go now." Jang Meon waved her hand. As expected, by mid-morning, a large crowd gathered outside her home's fence gate. Leading them were her chief parents, old Jiang and Zhou Tsuehua. Jiang Long followed behind, looking proud and a bit mischievous. He was flanked by 2 burly cousins. Lin Xiue was hiding behind a big tree, stretching her neck to watch a good show. She was waiting to see Jiang Mion's parents force her to hand over money, then cry and make a scene. "Open the door. Jiang Mian, you little brat, come out here." Zhou Tsuehua started shouting as soon as she reached the door. Her rough hand slapped the fence, making the fragile door shake. "Forget your parents' scorn once you have money. Today, I must teach you a lesson." Old Jiang, with his hands behind his back, looked stern and directed his nephews, "Break down this broken door for me. I am her father. It is natural for me to enter my daughter's home. I wonder if she dares to stop me. Later, I will search for valuable items inside." "All right, uncle." The 2 cousins responded with a sneer and prepared to act. In the yard, Jang Meon paid no attention to the shouting and scolding outside. She was sitting leisurely in a bamboo chair in the center of the yard, holding a freshly brewed cup of tea, slowly sipping. Watching the fence gate swing back and forth amid the noise, she smirked coldly. She put down her teacup and calmly walked to the goose pen. Inside the pen, 2 large white geese stretched their necks and honked loudly. Thanks to system upgrades, they were noticeably bigger than yesterday, with sharper eyes and a more aggressive look. Jiang Mian opened the gate of the goose pen and gave commands to the 2 ready-to-attack geese. "Go, my brave warriors. Protect your territory and chase out all intruders." The 2 geese seemed to understand her words. They confidently strutted out, proud and bold. Suddenly, the yard gate finally gave way under the pressure, kicked open by Jiang's 2 nephews. "Search everything," Jiang Long shouted excitedly, leading the charge. But as soon as one foot stepped into the yard, before he could see what was inside, 2 swift white shadows flashed before his eyes. Quack! A loud, piercing goose call echoed through the yard. Immediately afterward, Zhang Long let out a pig-like scream.
Ah,
My leg. One of the big white geese moved like lightning and bit down hard on Zhang Long's calf. Then, it used the rural goose's best skill, death spin.
yow.
It hurts so much. Let go. Shusheng, please let go. Zhang Long rolled on the ground in pain, but the big goose refused to loosen its grip, flapping its wings and fiercely pecking at him. Another cousin, who was about to rush in, saw this and was so scared his legs went weak. Before he could react, another white goose quickly ran up to him. This goose was even more aggressive, jumping up and pecking at his face.
Ouch.
My eyes. My face. The strong man was pecked dizzy, clutching his head and running around the yard, crying out loudly.
This
Goose is possessed. Zhou Cuihua, originally rolling up her sleeves to rush in and grab Jiang Mian's hair, froze in shock when she saw her son and nephew being chased and beaten by the two geese. It's too much. Even animals dare to bully people. She shouted angrily, grabbing a wooden stick from the corner of the wall, ready to hit the goose biting Zhang Long. But just as she rushed forward, the goose attacking her cousin immediately turned around and aimed at her instead. It took big steps, stretched its neck, and let out a loud warning cry, charging straight at Zhou Cuihua. She had never seen such a fierce goose before and was so scared she nearly fainted, turning to run. But as an old woman, she couldn't outrun two-legged geese. Before she could take a few steps, the goose caught up and bit her on the backside. My butt. Darn beast, it hurts so much. Zhou Cuihua cried out in pain, dropping her stick as the goose pressed her to the ground and wildly flapped its wings. For a moment, in the small yard, screams, cries, and the honking of geese mixed together, creating a lively scene. Such a loud commotion had already alarmed the villagers. When everyone heard it was the Jiang family causing trouble again, they gathered around to watch out of curiosity. However, when they saw what was happening in the yard, they were all stunned and then burst into loud laughter. The scene they had imagined, Jang Meon being bullied and crying loudly by her family, did not happen at all. Instead, Jang Meon was sitting peacefully in the yard, drinking tea. Her parents, brothers, nephew, and a fierce woman were being chased all over the yard by two big white geese, running around in a mess and looking very embarrassed. Oh my, I'm laughing so hard. The Jiang family can't even handle two geese. These geese are really fierce. Look at Zhang Long. His pants are all pecked up. Servants and villagers said excitedly, laughing loudly, but no one went to help. Today's scene was just their own fault. Meanwhile, Lin Xiue, hiding behind a tree, looked so angry her face turned green. She couldn't understand how things had turned out like this. Two geese had defeated the tough Jiang family members. Just as she was stomping in frustration, something unexpected happened. The big goose that had pecked Zhou Cuihua to the ground and made her roll around suddenly stopped after a temporary victory. It shook off the dust from its wings, looked around sharply with its bright eyes, and then fixed its gaze directly on Lin Xiue, who was hiding outside the crowd. I sensed a strong feeling of malice and jealousy from her. Cluck! The big goose let out a loud, angry cry. It suddenly abandoned its prey in the yard and strode out quickly, like a small white tank, heading straight for Lin Xiue. Lin Xiue was so scared she almost fainted. She screamed and ran away. But she couldn't outrun this battle goose that had been strengthened by the system. The goose chased her, pecking fiercely from the east to the west of the village. Lin Xue's cries echoed throughout the Red Star production team. Inside the yard, the fight was almost over. Old Jiang looked at his wife, son, and nephew, all injured. He was too angry to move forward, trembling with rage, and pointed at Jiang Mian, scolding, You unfilial girl. Are you just going to watch this beast attack? Jiang Mian sipped her tea slowly, then looked innocent as she raised her eyelids. Dad, this isn't my fault. It was you all who forced your way in. My big goose thought it was a bad person and protected its owner. They can't understand human speech. What can I do? At that moment, a tall, hurried figure ran from the village entrance. It was Lu Ting returning. He had gone to the commune for some work but felt uneasy. As soon as he finished, he hurried back. From afar, he heard chaos at his home yard. He was anxious, thinking something had happened to his wife. Mian. Lu Ting rushed into the yard like a gust of wind. When he saw the messy Jiang family and his wife relaxing and drinking tea, he froze in surprise. What is going on? Husband, you're back. Jang Meon saw him and immediately put down her teacup to greet him. With a hint of grievance in her tone, she said, They broke down our door and tried to come in to steal things. Seeing Lu Ting, the troublemaker, return, the Jiang family members all felt their legs go weak with fear. Especially Jiang Long. When he saw Lu Ting, his calves started to ache again. Lu Ting looked at the messy yard and his wife, who seemed upset, and his face instantly darkened like a pot. He walked to the center of the yard, picked up the wooden stick that Zhou Tsuehua had dropped, and looked coldly at everyone. I will say this one last time. Jang Meon married me, Lu Ting. She is part of my Lu family, alive or dead. From now on, if anyone dares to bully her again, don't blame me, Lu Ting, for not recognizing the stick in my hand. Behind the fence of the youth station, Su Ro watched everything clearly. She saw the Jiang family's embarrassment, the villagers' mockery. She also saw Lu Ting rushing back at the end, protecting Jang Meon like a hero, and declaring his dominance. Her hands clenched tightly around the fence post, her nails breaking without her noticing. Jealousy, like a poisonous snake, gnawed at her heart.
Why?
All of this should have belonged to her. In her past life, Su Ro rejected the matchmaker's proposal because she disliked Lu Ting's poverty. Later, Lu Ting became a well-known rich man by selling mountain goods and taking on projects. Meanwhile, she married a youth who returned to the city, living a dull, ordinary life, and ended up regretting it so much her insides turned green. Reborn, Su Ro swore to seize this potential Lu Ting. But why is everything different from her past life? Since the last plan to ruin Jang Meon's reputation failed, backfiring and making her own reputation in the village somewhat complicated, Su Ro has been hiding and not daring to act rashly. She watched quietly as Lu Ting and Jang Meon separated and moved into that dilapidated hut. She thought that with Jiang Meon's spoiled nature, she would cry and run back home within 3 days. But what happened instead? They not only stayed apart, but their life became even better. First, they repaired the roof and laid the floor. Now, even more astonishing, they dug up 100-year-old ginseng and bought a bicycle. Su Ro's sense of being reborn and superior was shattered at this moment. In her memory, Lu Ting from the previous life only started making money 2 years later, after policies became more open, by reselling mountain goods and wild game. There was no digging up ginseng or finding treasure. Where did the problem come from? It must be Jiang Mian. It has to be Jiang Mian, this unpredictable factor. Su Ro looked at the woman leaning on Lu Ting, receiving comfort, with a fierce gaze. She was convinced that Lu Ting was not just digging up ginseng, he was secretly involved in shady deals. The ginseng was just a cover. Yes, that must be it. In this era, the strictest law was against illegal trading. Su Ro's mind raced quickly. She decided to change her strategy. No more spreading rumors about romantic affairs. Her last lesson told her that such schemes not only wouldn't hurt Jiang Mian, but could also backfire on her. If she wanted to do something, she would cut off their way out from the root. As long as she proved Lu Ting was involved in illegal trading, she could seize his assets or, at worst, send him to jail. When the time comes, let's see how proud Jiang Mian, that lazy woman, will be. Having made up her mind, Su Ro tidied up her clothes, forced a gentle and kind smile, and walked toward Lu Ting's house. She wanted to test him one last time in front of Lu Ting. Lu Ting had just comforted Jang Meon and was about to fix the broken fence gate when he looked up and saw Su Ro walking gracefully toward him. His eyebrows immediately furrowed, and his eyes showed dislike and caution. Meanwhile, Jang Meon, who had been pretending to sleep on the bamboo chair, didn't even lift her eyelids. She just curled her lips into a faint, cold smile. Lu Ting, Su Ro stopped a few steps away from the yard, didn't go in, and put on a sincere look as if she was thinking of him. Is something the matter? Lu Ting's tone was cold enough to make ice chips. Su Ro looked like she wanted to speak but hesitated, pretending to be kind. I'm here to remind you. She spoke softly, but her eyes subtly glanced at the new items in the yard. You've been buying bicycles again recently, and also new fabric for Jiang Mian. The villagers are saying that your money comes from questionable sources. Before Lu Ting could react, Jang Meon, who had been silent, suddenly spoke lazily. Oh, so Su Jiqing cares so much about our family affairs. Her voice was soft and sleepy, but every word was clear. I thought Su Jiqing was well-educated and had high awareness, so she wouldn't gossip behind our backs.
서로의 smile froze.
She didn't expect Jiang Mian to suddenly interrupt. She quickly looked at Lu Ting, her tone more earnest. Lu Ting, don't misunderstand. I didn't mean it that way. It's just that now, with the strict policies, I'm worried that you might take the wrong path to give Jiang Mian a good life, doing risky and illegal things. She deliberately emphasized the words speculation and profiteering. If I get caught, it could affect me for a lifetime. Jang Meon chuckled softly after hearing this. She sat up from the bamboo chair, slowly poured herself a glass of water, and calmly watched Su Ro. Su Jiqing, your words are quite interesting. Doing speculation and profiteering must be so tiring. You have to get up before dawn and live in fear. Jang Meon shook her head with concern. I really can't bear my man doing such hard work. He hunts every day to make delicious food for me and soothes me to sleep. He's too busy to get involved in shady deals. Su Ro was so stunned by her reasoning that her face turned pale, almost gasping for breath. What kind of woman would confidently justify cooking for her mother-in-law and comforting her to sleep like that? At this moment, Lu Ting put down his hammer. His tall figure looked at Su Ro with a strong, pressing presence. Last time about Zhao Gang, I haven't settled the score with you yet. And now you dare to come in front of me. Lu Ting's voice carried a clear, threatening tone. Whether my money is clean or not is none of your business. Su Ro's face instantly stiffened. She didn't expect Lu Ting to be so blunt, directly bringing up that embarrassing incident from before. Her face turned pale, and she gritted her teeth, trying to hit the man's sore spot. Lu Ting, don't be ungrateful. I'm just trying to help. You've been blinded by Jiang Mian. Besides being spoiled and enjoying herself, what else can she do? A woman like her, who only drags you down, will eventually ruin you. However, Lu Ting's reaction once again exceeded her expectations. Lu Ting didn't even bother to argue with her. He just looked at Su Ro with a dismissive gaze and slowly said a few words. I'm happy to be burdened by her. After saying that, he turned around, picked up a hammer, and continued repairing the gate. His attitude of, I love to pamper my woman, what does it have to do with you, was more embarrassing for Su Ro than any harsh insult. You. Su Ro trembled with anger, almost grinding her teeth. She looked at Lu Ting's broad back, at the man who looked at her with disdain, yet treated Jiang Mian as a treasure. A wave of deep hatred surged from her heart. Lu Ting, this is all your fault. Since you cherish that woman so much, I will make you all go to hell together. Su Ro clenched her fists tightly and quickly turned to leave. In the yard, Jang Meon lay on a bamboo chair, watching Su Ro's angry back as she left, and she sneered. Her skills were too low, fighting didn't give her any sense of achievement. At that moment, a voice suddenly sounded in her mind. Warning! Detected that the villain Su Ro's maliciousness is rising rapidly, about to trigger a key plot. Anonymous report. Host, please prepare in advance to prevent loss of family property and threats to personal safety. Here it comes. Jang Mion's eyes instantly turned cold. She knew very well that this scheming woman would never give up easily. But, wanna fight me? Jang Meon sneered inwardly. Su Ro, you probably will never understand. What you are about to face is a player who has activated cheats. Hubby, come here for a moment. Jang Meon waved at Lu Ting, who was still fixing the door. Lu Ting put down his hammer and came over to her. What's wrong, Mian Mian? The woman just now isn't a good person. Jang Meon sat up straight, her face serious for once. I think she will probably report us. Lu Ting's eyes turned cold. She dares. What does she dare not do? Jiang Mian analyzed clearly. People like her, when they don't have a good life, they can't stand others being happy. They are best at sneaking around and stabbing from behind. Our secret about digging up ginseng and selling it is now known by the whole village. That's called showing our hand, and it makes us easy targets. Open threats are easy to see, but hidden attacks are hard to defend against. We're not afraid of Jiang Long coming to cause trouble, but if someone like Su Ro, a sneaky person, stabs us in the back and reports us to the authorities, that would be a real problem. Lu Ting listened to his wife's analysis and frowned tightly. He could fight, but he wasn't good at dealing with tricky situations.
So,
What should we do? He asked, feeling unsure and instinctively wanting to hear Jiang Mion's plan. Don't worry. Jiang Mian patted his hand. If she wants to report us, it's just about illegal trading and unclear money. We just need to make everything about where the money came from and where it went clear and open. Then she won't find any evidence. Make it clear and open? How? Lu Ting still didn't understand. Simple. Jiang Mion's eyes lit up, and an idea came to her. Go to the supply and marketing cooperative, buy 2 pounds of meat, and bring back a pound of wine. Tonight, we invite the village chief and some respected elders from the team to come and have dinner. Invite them to dinner? Lu Ting was even more confused. Why, silly husband? Jang Meon pinched Lu Ting's rough face. This is a public relations event. Officially, we're celebrating our separation and thanking them for their care. Actually, we're just carefully calculating our family's accounts in front of them so they can witness it. Although Lu Ting still didn't fully understand all the details, he trusted Jiang Mian completely. Okay, I'll do as you say. I'll go right now. In the evening, the village chief and several respected elders from the village were invited to this old thatched cottage. They were a bit puzzled at first, wondering why Lu Ting suddenly invited them for a meal. When they entered the yard and saw a large bowl of fragrant braised pork and a few stir-fried vegetable dishes on the table, they were all surprised. This was a generous gesture. After 3 rounds of drinks and 5 flavors of dishes, the atmosphere became lively. The village chief raised his glass and smiled at Lu Ting. Lu Ting, your life is getting better and better. Good job, you're doing well. That's all thanks to the village chief and all the uncles and elders for their care. Lu Ting, following Jiang Mion's advice, raised his glass and offered a toast to everyone. After exchanging pleasantries, Jiang Mian sensed it was a good time and let out a gentle sigh. Her sigh immediately drew everyone's attention. Young Jiang, your good days have just begun. Why are you sighing? One elder asked. Jiang Mian's face immediately showed a worried expression. She looked at Lu Ting and sighed again. Uncles and elders, you don't know the full story. People outside are saying that our family's Lu Ting found a treasure and made a fortune, but they don't understand our difficulties. She then took out a notebook and a pen from inside the house. This notebook was exchanged for system points by her this afternoon. It is filled with neat handwriting, carefully recording the accounts. Uncles and elders, you are all reasonable people. Since everyone is here today, I want to be honest with you and also ask you to witness this. Jiang Mian cleared her throat and began reading from the account book. This time, we were lucky and found a ginseng root, which we sold for some money. But the money isn't the thousands everyone talks about. After paying the pharmacy, we only got a total of 500 yuan. She deliberately said 500 instead of 850, since no one knew the real amount. 500 yuan sounds like a lot, but it was spent before it even warmed up. Jiang Mian pointed to the account book and read each item. The first expense was for Lu Ting's leg treatment. He injured his leg in the army a few years ago and hasn't fully recovered. Recently, during rainy days, he was in so much pain he couldn't get out of bed. I asked an old Chinese doctor from the city to prescribe medicine, which cost 120 yuan. This money can't be saved. It's a matter of a lifetime. As she spoke, she looked at Lu Ting with concern. Lu Ting was momentarily surprised but then understood that his wife was acting, so he cooperated and showed a touched expression. The village chief and elders nodded in agreement. Yes, health is the most important. This money should be spent. Jiang Mian turned a page and continued reading. The second expense was for repairing this house. Uncles and elders, you saw that when the house was handed down to us, it was like a sieve leaking everywhere. A few days ago, during a heavy rain, it was like a water curtain inside. We spent 20 yuan to fix the roof and another 10 yuan to buy stones to pave the ground. Without these repairs, the dampness would cause illness for anyone living inside. Everyone looked at the newly paved stone floor and nodded in agreement, feeling it made sense. Also, when we divided the household, we had nothing, no pots, pans, or utensils. We spent 15 yuan to buy these household items. Since I am weak, the doctor said I need to rest and recover. Lu Ting felt sorry for me and bought rice and meat, which cost nearly 20 yuan. Lu Ting's leg injury requires regular checkups. Traveling to the county town is too far, and the doctor advised that he should avoid long trips to heal better. We thought we couldn't always borrow a cart from the big team, so we bought a bicycle for 265 yuan. Today, we also invited uncles and elders for a meal. The meat and wine cost almost 5 yuan. Jang Meon read out each expense carefully one by one. Every item in the account book was clear and reasonable, with no mistakes. Finally, Jang Meon closed the account book and sighed again. Uncles and elders, if you add up all these expenses, it's already over 400 yuan. 500 yuan can be spent quickly. Lu Ting still needs to go for checkups now. And then, maybe later, we'll have to borrow money from the big team again. After she finished, Jang Meon looked very worried. The village head and elders at the table listened to her words and fell silent. They initially felt a bit jealous, thinking Lu Ting was lucky to get such a windfall. But now, after hearing Jang Meon's calculations, their jealousy turned into sympathy. Yes, it seemed like a lot of money was gained, but with medical bills, house repairs, and buying household items, all that money was quickly spent.
Oh, I see.
It's not easy for you either. Yes, looking successful on the outside, but actually we don't have much money left. Medical expenses are still a big burden. It seems good fortune isn't so easy to enjoy. We all misunderstood this child. Everyone took turns speaking, and their mood quickly balanced out. They no longer envied. Instead, they felt sorry for Lu Ting and his wife, thinking they had a hard life. After seeing off the village chief and elders, who were satisfied and promised to help more in the future, Lu Ting closed the door. He looked at his wife with shining eyes. Lu Ting suddenly picked up Jiang Mian and kissed her on the face. Mian Mian, you're so clever. How did your little brain grow? Now no one will pay attention to our money. Jang Meon was spun around in Lu Ting's arms and laughed as she hugged his neck. Of course, I'm a genius. In the next 2 days, the villagers' talk about Lu Ting's fortune had completely changed. Did you hear? Lu Ting didn't find a treasure or a rare ginseng, but dug up a decades-old ginseng and sold it for 500 yuan, and he spent all that money right away. Exactly. He spent over 100 on his leg treatment, and he still needs more money. I heard he's in debt. That young couple really has it tough. TSK. I think sudden wealth is not a good thing. When people get rich quick, they tend to develop some problems. Looks like 500 yuan isn't enough to cover his medical bills. Meanwhile, at the youth education center, Su Rose spent 2 days carefully writing a report she believed was precise and well-supported with evidence. She looked at the harsh words on the paper, and a cold smile appeared on her lips. Lu Ting was unaware of the danger approaching. He was planning to go to the county town in a few days to buy some grains for his wife. However, as soon as Lu Ting mentioned this idea, Jang Meon immediately rejected it. Jang Meon held his hand tightly, her eyes serious. Husband, you must not go anywhere these days, especially not to the black market. I have a feeling something might happen. 3 days later, a green jeep sped into the Hongxing production team. Nowadays, it was rare to see even a bicycle in the village, let alone a jeep that only senior officials could ride. As soon as the vehicle entered the village, it drew the attention of everyone. The car door opened, and several men in Zhongshan suits with red armbands stepped out. Leading them was a middle-aged man in his 40s, with a square face, a serious expression, and sharp eyes. May I ask, where does Lu Ting live? He asked the villagers gathered around. When the villagers heard they were looking for Lu Ting and saw how official they looked, they all felt nervous. Something's wrong. It must be about Lu Ting's illegal dealings, reported to the commune. Looks like they're here to arrest someone. Hiding behind the crowd, Su Ro watched this scene, her heart pounding with excitement. They had finally arrived. Her report had worked. This time, she was smart and didn't report vague things like digging up ginseng. Instead, they were truly involved in selling wild animal skins and fur illegally. She had personally seen Lu Ting carrying a fox fur to the black market. This was solid proof. Su Ro suppressed her excitement and pretended to be an ordinary villager, quietly following behind, ready to witness the moment Lu Ting and Jang Meon were caught. Meanwhile, Jang Meon's mind was already ringing with the system's emergency alarm.
Urgent alerte. Urgent alerte.
The report trigger has been activated. The joint inspection team from the commune's Revolutionary Committee will arrive in 3 minutes. Host, please immediately clear all prohibited items. Jang Meon was lying in the yard sunbathing when she heard the alarm. She suddenly sat up with a start. Husband, quickly, put everything away. She didn't even have time to explain further. Lu Ting was inside weaving a basket when he heard his wife's urgent voice. He immediately rushed out. What's wrong? Don't ask. Hurry. Jiang Mian's voice was rapid, like a string of firecrackers. The industrial coupons I exchanged earlier. Those 2 fox furs I didn't sell in time. And that unopened can of malted milk. Hurry. Take everything out. Although Lu Ting didn't know what was happening, he trusted his wife completely. Without hesitation, he rushed into the house. He took out all the items Jiang Mian mentioned from a hidden wall cavity. Jiang Mian took the items, no longer caring about anything else. She activated her mind, and from an angle Lu Ting couldn't see, she instantly stored everything into the system space. Not satisfied, she quickly went back into the house and stored the 4-piece bedding set awarded by the system. Many people have left negative reviews and criticized the author here. I want to clarify that sometimes, in exciting stories, authors may ignore some small logical issues to make the story more fun. But if you pay attention later, you'll see these are actually clues that run through the whole story. After finishing all this, Jang Meon felt much more at ease. She thought for a moment and then continued speaking. Discharge certificate and your military medals and awards, bring all of them out. Hang them on the wall, in the most visible spot. Lu Ting looked at his wife with a hint of confusion in his eyes. His hand trembled slightly, but he quickly followed her instructions. The 2 of them quickly rearranged the room. On the wall, there were medals and certificates for honors like second-class merit and excellent marksman, along with shiny military medals. On the table, the snack plate was cleared away. In its place, there was a plate of dark wild vegetable dumplings and a bowl of plain water. The small thatched house suddenly changed from a cozy home into a humble but proud military veteran's house. Just as they finished decorating, the gate of the yard was suddenly kicked open loudly. A man with a square face, Officer Wang, stormed in with a group of people. "Who is Lu Ting?" he demanded loudly. "I am," Lu Ting replied firmly, shielding Jang Meon behind him. "We are from the commune's Revolutionary Committee," Officer Wang said, showing a search warrant in front of Lu Ting. "We received reports from the villagers that your family is hiding illegal items and involved in illegal activities. Now, we are here to search your home according to the law. Let's get started." At his command, the 2 young men behind him immediately rushed into the house, starting to search through boxes and cabinets. Outside in the yard, villagers gathered around to watch. Su Ro pushed to the front, a proud smile on her face that she couldn't hide. "Search. Search hard for me. I don't believe we can't find anything." However, the situation inside the house left everyone stunned. The 2 young men turned the entire home upside down. Under the bed, in the rice jar, in the corners, even the ashes on the stove were pulled apart to look. But, to everyone's surprise, they found nothing. No fox fur, no industrial coupons, not even an egg or a handful of flour. The house was empty except for a few patched-up old clothes and a thin layer of coarse grains in the rice jar.
Wang.
Officer Wang, there is nothing, one young man reported, sweating profusely, his voice full of embarrassment. How is that possible? Officer Wang refused to believe it. He stepped into the house himself. As soon as he entered, he was stunned by the row of military medals and certificates hanging on the wall, especially the shiny second-class military medal, which looked particularly bright in the dim room. Officer Wang's expression changed instantly. The stern look on his face softened, replaced by surprise and respect. You are a veteran who fought in the war? He asked, looking at the name on the certificate, and then at Lu Ting, his tone much gentler. Yes. Did you earn a second-class medal? Officer Wang pointed at the military medal, his voice trembling slightly. He was also a soldier himself and knew well that earning a second-class medal was something earned with great sacrifice. At that moment, Jang Meon, who had been hiding behind Lu Ting, pinched her own thigh, and tears suddenly welled up in her eyes. She weakly leaned on Lu Ting, covering her mouth with a handkerchief as she let out a suppressed cough. Her small face was so pale it lacked any color. Comrade, she whispered weakly, feeling wronged. We really don't know what law we have broken. We just moved out after splitting the family. We're innocent and still owe a lot of debt. Who could be so cruel and still want to falsely accuse us behind our backs? As she spoke, she glanced sideways at the dark, lumpy bread on the table, tears falling more fiercely. We can't even afford to buy meat now. How could we have money for any shady deals? Boo-hoo. One was a brave hero who fought for the country and risked his life many times. The other was a weak, sickly wife, sad and worried, only able to eat plain food with her husband. And then there was the wall full of honors and the humble wild vegetable buns on the table. This scene was too shocking. Officer Wang's heart was instantly moved. He looked at Lu Ting, then at the bread, feeling both admiration and sadness. A hero who had earned a second-class medal, now living so simply after retirement, and being falsely accused. This was simply unfair. His heart tilted completely in favor of Lu Ting and Jiang Mian. This is outrageous. It's pure nonsense. Officer Wang slammed the table and scolded his subordinates angrily. I believe this is a malicious report. Someone is jealous of the hero and deliberately framing him. Outside the yard, Su Ro's proud smile froze inch by inch, then shattered. She stared fixedly at the house, her eyes nearly bulging out. How could this happen? Where are the things? What about the fur? And the malted milk? How come there was nothing at all? She saw that Officer Wang not only didn't arrest anyone but also respectfully shook Lu Ting's hand, saying things like, "Hero, you've been wronged." She was so angry she almost spat blood and fainted on the spot. How is that possible? Officer Wang and his team came in with a fierce attitude, but when they left, they looked full of apologies and respect. Before leaving, Officer Wang patted Lu Ting on the shoulder and said seriously, "Comrade Lu, don't worry. We will definitely investigate this matter clearly and won't let our hero bleed or shed tears." Also, he changed his tone, and his eyes lit up. When I arrived, I just heard the local leaders say that recently, the county is responding to higher authorities' call to set up pilot projects for side businesses. They want to encourage capable and morally upright veterans to lead farming efforts and help everyone get richer. I think you fit perfectly. You're morally upright and a war hero. I'll help you get your name on the list. When he said this, not only Su Ro but also the villagers watching were stunned. What is going on? They came aggressively to arrest people, but in the end, they didn't take anyone and instead handed out a pilot project opportunity? What kind of situation is this? Jiang Mian listened from inside the house and was already overjoyed. Thank you, Su Ro, for your amazing help. This tip-off letter came just in time. It's like someone giving you a pillow when you're sleepy. Now, not only have they cleared their names, but they also turned a misfortune into a blessing and gained a legitimate way to make money. The originally cold and stern face now showed a hint of uncontrollable excitement. Honey, did you hear? Officer Wang specifically asked us to try a new side business. Lu Ting rubbed his calloused hands and looked eagerly at Jiang Mian, who was peeling a white rabbit candy. I was thinking maybe we could raise some pigs. We could sell them for a good price at the end of the year. Jiang Mian paused her candy peeling. Raising pigs? Getting up early every day to cook pig feed and cleaning the pigsty with that suffocating smell? Just thinking about it made her feel like she wanted to faint. No, Jiang Mian said, stuffing the white candy into her mouth and mumbling, pigs are too smelly and noisy. I don't like it.
Then,
How about chickens? Lu Ting quickly suggested. They run all over the mountain and are easy to take care of. Chickens poop everywhere and are so dirty. Jiang Mian shook her head again, wrinkling her delicate nose in disgust. Lu Ting was in a tough spot. Neither option seemed good. How could they start this side business? Looking at his wife's delicate yet lazy expression, he didn't feel annoyed but instead felt a warm softness in his heart. All right, if she doesn't like it, then forget it. Hubby, Jang Meon suddenly raised a finger and pointed behind the thatched house to the reed marshes, her eyes forming a crescent moon. Let's raise ducks. Ducks? Lu Ting was surprised. Yes, Jang Meon swallowed her sweet words and confidently expressed her wish. I want to eat roast duck, crispy, golden brown skin, with oil bubbling out when you bite into it. Lu Ting's Adam's apple moved involuntarily. It wasn't that he craved roast duck, but he was craving his wife's adorable, greedy little face. Looking in the direction Jiang Mian pointed, Lu Ting's eyebrows suddenly furrowed into a deep line. That was a wild lake at the foot of the back mountain, called Ghost's Worry by the villagers. It looked like a pond, but the bottom was full of mud as deep as a person's waist, and the water plants were tangled tightly. Even worse, it was full of blood-sucking leeches. A few years ago, the production team tried to raise fish there, but all the fish died after being put in. Whenever someone went down, they came up with legs covered in tiny blood-sucking leeches. Mian, that place. It's not good. Lu Ting squatted beside Jiang Mian and patiently explained, the water is too rich in nutrients, full of rotten mud and poisonous insects. Ducks can't survive there. Jiang Mian blinked her water-glossy almond-shaped eyes and said nothing, just quietly looked at him with a sad expression. Her eyes clearly seemed to say, can't you fulfill even this small wish of mine? At that moment, Lu Ting's heart gave in completely. To hell with the muddy pond. To hell with not being able to survive. Raising them, Lu Ting suddenly stood up, gritting his teeth as he declared, if my wife wants to eat them, then we'll raise them. If they really die, I'll go up the mountain to catch wild ducks. Even if it costs a lot, he wouldn't let his wife be disappointed. The next morning, Lu Ting rode his flashy Feng Huang brand bicycle, carrying Jiang Mian to the brigade office. In the yard of the brigade office, a group of villagers was gathered, dividing farming tools. When they saw Lu Ting and Jiang Mian come in, the noisy yard instantly quieted a bit. Everyone looked at this legendary couple with complicated expressions. They had reported them for speculation and profiteering, but instead of being arrested, they had become a model of prosperity set by the commune. What luck! Lu Ting spoke directly and loudly, so everyone present could hear clearly. Cough, cough, cough. Village Chief Sun Dahai, who was drinking tea, spat out his tea in surprise, coughing until his face turned red. He widened his eyes and looked at Lu Ting as if he were a fool. What are you talking about? Which part are you planning to cover? The muddy pond at the back of the mountain, along with the 2 acres of wasteland nearby, Lu Ting replied calmly. The crowd immediately erupted in chatter. Is Lu Ting crazy? Who would want to stay in that terrible place? I think he's been fooled by his sneaky wife. As soon as there's a little money, he starts dreaming big. That's just a muddy pond. Throwing money in there and you won't even hear a sound. The villagers' gossip was loud and clear. Sun Dahai put down his teacup and kindly advised, Lu Ting, it's good that you're motivated. But that place is very unlucky. The 100 or so yuan you have isn't enough to fix it up. Lu Ting looked expressionless, holding Jiang Mian's small hand tightly. Uncle, I've made up my mind. Officer Wang asked me to lead a trial project, so I chose that tough spot. His reasons sounded very proper, with no flaws. Only Jiang Mian knew that Lu Ting was mainly doing it because he wanted to eat roast duck. While Sun Dahai hesitated whether to approve Lu Ting's risky plan, A gentle, yet slightly sarcastic voice spoke up. Village chief, I think we should support Comrade Lu Ting. Everyone turned around and saw Su Ro standing among the crowd, wearing a faded, well-washed shirt, with her usual fake smile on her face. Su Ro was secretly very happy inside. In the past, Lu Ting did become wealthy, but it was through reselling local goods and taking advantage of the reform and opening up period to trade building materials. He was never involved in farming. Moreover, that muddy pond was only filled in during the 1990s when tourism development began. Before that, it was just a foul-smelling ditch. Now, Lu Ting wants to lease this land. This is what they call, the road to heaven is open, but if you don't take it, hell has no door, you'll walk right in. He must be allowed to lease it. Not only that, but he should also invest all his money into it. Su Ro stepped forward, looking very righteous, and said, since Comrade Lu Ting is determined to respond to the call, this is also a way to generate income for the community. That piece of wasteland is just sitting idle. Leasing it to him is also a contribution to the team. With this big compliment, Sun Dahai couldn't say anything more. All right, Sun Dahai sighed, took out the crumpled contract book from his drawer. Lu Ting, let me be clear. Once you pay, there are no refunds. Sign for a year and the 2 acres of wasteland by the fish pond will cost 10 yuan. If you're having second thoughts, there's still time. 10 yuan was quite a lot in those days. But for such a large piece of land, it was a dirt cheap price. No regrets. Lu Ting quickly took out a big bundle of money from his pocket and slapped it on the table with a loud slap. The sound was crisp and loud, but to the villagers, it sounded like a fool throwing money away. Jiang Mian watched the fresh 10 yuan bill being taken away, a slight smile appearing on her lips, full of meaning. She turned to look at Su Ro. Su Ro was also looking at her, with a look full of mockery and schadenfreude. Their eyes met in the air. Jiang Mian, fool. Thanks for the assist. Su Ro, idiot, get ready to lose everything. Holding the contract with the red thumbprint, Lu Ting rode his bike home with Jiang Mian. Passing by the back hill, Lu Ting stopped the bike. Looking at the muddy pond covered with weeds and emitting a rotten smell, he couldn't help but frown. This creepy place, can it really raise ducks that his wife wants to eat? He actually had no idea. Husband, look how clear this water is. Jang Meon sat on the back seat, gently swinging her legs, speaking cheerfully. Lu Ting. Looking at the dark water surface, he reluctantly agreed, it's pretty good. At that moment, Jang Meon's familiar mechanical voice finally sounded in her mind. Detected that the host has activated the breeding module. Reward, Water Purifier X1. Drop it into the water to gradually improve water quality, kill harmful parasites, and effectively turn sludge into top-quality organic fertilizer to promote aquatic plant growth. Hearing the system's announcement, Jang Meon smiled, so much her eyes squinted. A muddy pond? This is her golden treasure trove. Su Ro, just wait to cry. News that Lu Ting had taken over the abandoned fish pond in the back hill spread faster than anyone could run. Before sunset, half of the Red Star production brigade was joking about it. Under the old locust tree at the village entrance, a few elderly women who were mending shoes kept gossiping. 10 yuan, you know, that's a full 10 yuan. 10 yuan could buy so much flour at the supply and marketing cooperative. And he just threw it into that muddy pond. Exactly. I also went to see that place. The water surface was covered with greenish-black duckweed, not too bad. The mud underneath is deep, and not even ducks or water buffalo can walk through without sinking. I think Lu Ting is completely bewitched by his wife. Jang Meon looks nice, but with her delicate skin and soft features, she's not suited for hard work. It seems she's going to waste all of Lu Ting's medical money just to indulge herself. Su Ro stood outside the crowd, listening to these words, feeling as refreshed as drinking a cold plum juice on a hot day. She carried a bamboo basket, pretending to pass by, but couldn't help smiling. In her past life, Lu Ting was rich, but in this life, because Jiang Meon's reckless plans, he ended up trying to raise livestock. Su Ro tucked her hair behind her ear, sneering inwardly. Jiang Meon, go ahead and do as you like. When the money runs out, I wonder if Lu Ting will still want you, this spendthrift. At the foot of the back mountain, a faint smell of decaying water plants filled the air. This place was remote, surrounded by tall reeds that swayed with the wind, making a rustling sound. Lu Ting rolled up his pants and stood barefoot in the shallow water. He held a sickle, cutting away the troublesome water weeds one by one. Jang Meon stood on a large blue stone by the shore, watching the broad back of the man. Sweat trickled down his bronze-colored back into his waistband, muscles rippling with each swing of the sickle, full of strength. But Jiang Mian wasn't in the mood to admire his handsome figure. She saw Lu Ting stop, furrowing his brows, and reached out to wipe his calf. A large, shiny black leech was pulled off and thrown onto the muddy ground. Immediately, bright red blood flowed down his calf, winding into the murky water. "Husband," Jang Meon exclaimed, about to rush down without thinking. Lu Ting turned back and scolded her sharply, his voice a bit urgent. "The water is dirty." He casually grabbed some mud and smeared it on his bleeding wound, looking unconcerned. "It's okay. This stuff doesn't eat human flesh. I just drink a little blood. I used to get bitten a lot when I was young, so I'm used to it." Jang Meon looked at the black worm still wriggling on the muddy ground, her scalp about to burst with shock. "What does used to it mean? That's blood." She stared at the cuts on Lu Ting's leg, which were bleeding more and more, feeling a sharp ache in her heart. This big fool, for a simple craving for roast duck, is he willing to risk his life? "Get up first," Jang Meon said sternly, her tone unusually firm. "Go over there and bring some stones to fill in this bank. Otherwise, there won't be a safe place to step later." Seeing her face look upset, Lu Ting thought she was worried about him. He grinned, put his sickle back on his waist, and stepped into the muddy water toward a pile of rocks in the distance. After sending Lu Ting away, Jang Meon immediately squatted down. She looked at the murky, dark water and forced herself to ignore the tingling sensation on her scalp as she took out the water purifier provided by the system. According to the instructions, adding a few drops into the water could gradually improve water quality, kill harmful parasites, and effectively turn mud into top-quality organic fertilizer to help aquatic plants grow. These parasites probably include leeches, right? Here's some food for you all. Eat well before you set out. Jang Meon unscrewed the bottle and poured the clear liquid into the water inlet. The liquid dissolved immediately upon contact with water, creating a fine foam that slowly spread across the pond with the current. After finishing this, Jang Meon just stood up when she heard a rustling sound coming from the reed thicket. "Who's there?" She turned around cautiously. The tangled reeds were pushed aside, revealing a dirty little face. "Guzzi." Jang Meon was a bit surprised, thinking it was probably Su Ro bringing people to cause trouble again.
Sister-in-law.
Sister-in-law. Guzzi was a little afraid of Jang Meon and shrank back, trying to run away. I was just passing by. I didn't steal anything." Jang Meon looked at his ill-fitting, torn shirt with several holes and had an idea. Lu Ting was working alone and found it too tiring. The water was full of leeches and mud, so he needed a helper. This child was the only survivor left by the village's old head, with no parents, raised on charity, very thin like a monkey, but with surprisingly big eyes. Guzzi, do you want some candy?" Jang Meon took out a big white rabbit milk candy from her pocket and unwrapped it. The rich smell of milk quickly filled the air. Guzzi's eyes widened, and he swallowed hard, trying to hold back a big gulp of saliva. "Yes." Jang Meon smiled and waved her hand, handing the candy to Guzzi. "Help me with a little work," she said, pointing to the weeds by the shore. "Pull out all the grass in this circle. From now on, this area is yours. I'll give you a full meal every day, and 5 cents for your work. Deal?" Guzzi, holding the sweet white rabbit candy that made him want to cry, was stunned. Food? And money? In the village, he only helped herd cattle for a day, and got a cold, hard bread.
"Yes."
"Sister-in-law, I'll do it." Guzzi was so afraid Jang Meon would change her mind that he knelt down with a thud in the mud. "From now on, wherever sister-in-law points, I'll go. Anyone who talks badly about her, Guzzi, will be the first to bite him." Lu Ting, carrying stones back, saw his delicate wife sitting on a large blue stone, swinging her legs. The usually wild and lively Erguzi was now kneeling in front, pulling weeds with great energy, like a young calf. "Why is this kid here?" Lu Ting put down the stone and wiped his sweat. "I hired him." Jang Meon took out a handkerchief and tiptoed to wipe the mud off Lu Ting's forehead. "Let him help you in the future. Don't always go into the water alone. What if you get infected?" Lu Ting scratched his head. Seeing Jang Meon's eyes reddened with worry, he quietly said, "Okay, I'll listen to my wife." As evening approached, the two packed up and headed home. Not far away, behind a hillside, Su Ro looked at the still wet blood on Lu Ting's leg and smiled proudly. "Sure enough, they're all leeches." Su Ro snored softly and turned to walk back. "Jang Meon, when Lu Ting gets bitten so badly he can't get out of bed, I wonder if you'll still be able to smile." That night was calm and peaceful. But beneath the water in the abandoned muddy pond, a huge change was happening silently. The next day, just as the sky showed the first faint light, Lu Ting opened his eyes. But his mind was heavy, filled with images of the leeches in the pond. He didn't wake his wife. Carefully, he got out of bed and went to call Erguzi from the shed near the firewood house. Both of them carried shovels and moved toward the back mountain in the dim light. "Brother, do you think we can fish out all the leeches from that pond someday?" Erguzi yawned, eyes still sleepy. "That thing is very tricky. Even if you cut it in half, it can still survive," Lu Ting replied. He didn't say more. Even if it was hard, he had to try. His wife said she wanted roast duck, so he had to make sure she got to eat it. Walking on dewy wild grass, the two quickly reached the edge of an abandoned fish pond. Before they could stand still, Erguzi suddenly let out a strange cry. He almost dropped the shovel he was holding, pointing at the water with trembling voice. "Brother, look at that. What is that thing?" Lu Ting's heart sank. He looked in the direction Erguzi was pointing and froze in place. Yesterday, the water surface was a dull brown, silent and still. Now, it was covered with a layer of white, dense stuff, spreading across the shallow shore and among the water plants.
Was that
leeches? Lu Ting felt a shiver down his spine. Hundreds or thousands of leeches, lifeless and curled up, piled together and gently swaying with the faint water flow. The sight was more than just creepy. It made his stomach churn. "Are they all dead?" Erguzi picked up a stick, trembling as he poked at the nearest pile near the shore. A few leeches curled up into clumps, but most of them were soft and floating, clearly dead. Lu Ting squatted down, trying to hold back his disgust, scooped up some water, and brought it to his nose to smell. It didn't have the rotten smell from yesterday, and the water was much clearer. "Brother, do you think someone poisoned it?" Erguzi looked terrified. Who would be so cruel, poisoning such a big fish pond? That must have cost a lot. Lu Ting's face was also very serious. This was very strange. He knew how tough leeches were. The team had used quicklime to clean them a few times before, and it was like scratching an itch. Even if they turned the leeches inside out and dried them in the sun all day, they could still survive in water. How could they all die overnight? As the two of them stood helplessly before this strange scene, a clear, bright voice came from behind the reeds. "Why are you all just standing here foolishly?" Jiang Mian carried a bamboo basket and stepped out into the morning light. "Mian." Lu Ting saw his wife approaching and wanted to say something, but was at a loss for words. Jiang Mian looked closer and was shocked by what she saw. Even she was startled, her hair standing on end. Although she was mentally prepared, seeing the dense mass of dead leeches almost made her vomit. She steadied herself and pretended not to understand the situation. She asked, "What's going on?" "Big sister-in-law, we don't know either. We just got here and saw this." Erguzi spoke first, his face full of anger. "I suspect someone poisoned it." He looked furious. "If I find out who did this bad deed, I'll bite him." Jang Meon. The young man was clever, knowing someone had poisoned it. But next time, he shouldn't be so clever. Jang Meon thought for a moment and made up a casual excuse. "It probably isn't poison." She pointed at the dead leeches floating on the water. "If someone had poisoned it, there wouldn't only be leech bodies. Even though this fish pond is abandoned, there are still frogs and loaches. If someone really poisoned it, there should be at least one frog or fish corpse. Hearing Jang Meon's explanation, Lu Ting's eyebrows furrowed even tighter. Jang Meon placed the basket on the ground and took out a few steaming big meat buns. Maybe it's just good luck. Heaven might be helping us clear away the trouble. She handed the buns directly to the two of them. Eat quickly. Only when you're full will you have the strength to work. Lu Ting looked at the plump, white, fragrant meat bun in his hand, and then at his wife's confident and bright eyes. His doubts and worries instantly eased. Since marrying Jiang Mian, his luck seemed to have improved. He could find ginseng while hunting in the mountains, and when reported for speculation, he was instead supported as a model for entrepreneurship. Now he was clearing leeches while raising ducks, but all the leeches suddenly died, along with the beavers. Or something like that. And who would spend so much to poison a pond full of unwanted leeches? This must be a good sign. Listen to my wife, we're lucky. After understanding this, Lu Ting took a big bite of the bun. The delicious meat juice mixed with the aroma of the dough exploded in his mouth, filling him with energy from his stomach to his limbs. Thanks to Jiang Mion's explanation, the disgusting leech bodies in Lu Ting's eyes now looked like bad luck sent away by heaven. The three of them ate their fill and cheerfully swung their nets. It took a whole morning to clear the floating corpses from the water surface into a big pit by the pond. In the afternoon, Lu Ting rode his brand-new Feng Huang brand two-wheeled cart with Jiang Mian, heading straight to the neighboring commune's farm. But unfortunately, they arrived a bit late. The farm manager was a thin, middle-aged man who spread his hands with an apologetic look. "Comrade, it's really unlucky. The strong ducklings were all taken by the two teams early this morning." The middle-aged man was honest. He pointed to the remaining ducklings. "Look, only these two baskets are left. They're the weaker ones that others left behind. They look so sad, I don't even want to sell them." Lu Ting looked closer. The ducklings in the baskets were indeed huddled, with dull, sparse feathers. Some couldn't even stand properly, chirping weakly like cats. Lu Ting frowned and pulled Jiang Mian, trying to leave. "Wait." Jiang Mian held on to Lu Ting. She looked at the small creatures for a few seconds, then spoke to the person in charge. "Comrade, we want all of these. Can you give us a better price?" "All of them?" the person in charge and Lu Ting said at the same time, both thinking they had heard wrong. "Mian, these are all sickly." Lu Ting lowered his voice. "It's okay. They look fine to me, just hungry." Jiang Mian lied confidently, without blushing or feeling nervous. "If we get a good deal, we can buy more. Some of them should grow up fine." In Jiang Mian's mind, the system's notification sounded. Detected host is raising ducklings. Reward: double disease resistance and growth speed for ducklings. With the system's help, what others see as sickly ducklings, Jiang Mian saw as manageable. In the end, Jiang Mian bought over 100 weak and sick ducks at almost no cost. On the way back to the village, the two baskets on the back of the bicycle immediately attracted everyone's attention. "Come look. What is Lu Ting's family up to now?" A few women resting under the big locust tree gathered around, stretching their necks to look into the baskets. When they saw what was inside, they burst into laughter. "Oh my, aren't these ducklings? Why do they look like they've been frostbitten?" "Lu Ting, even if you have money, you shouldn't waste it like this, spending 10 yuan on a muddy pond, and now buying a bunch of sick ducks that won't survive tonight. You're really wasting money," one loud-mouthed woman shouted. "Exactly. These ducks look sickly. Don't ruin the pond water either." In the crowd, Su Ro saw two baskets of nearly dead ducklings, and a mischievous smile of glee almost couldn't be hidden on her face. She knew that Jiang Mian, a delicate and spoiled girl, knew nothing about raising ducks. Su Ro pushed forward, pretending to be caring and serious, and said, "Jiang Mian, don't blame Auntie for being straightforward. We're all just trying to help you. These ducks are really hard to raise, and your money is just wasted again." She paused, showing a proud, condescending look as if she was giving charity. "If you run out of money and have nothing to eat in the future, you can come to the youth commune to find me. I can still share some sweet potatoes with you too. Jang Meon sat in the back seat of the car, watching Su-ro perform with a cold gaze. Suddenly, she chuckled softly, her voice cool. Su-ro, instead of worrying about my ducks, you might as well worry about yourself. I heard that the quota for returning to the city from the youth commune has changed again. Is your spot still secure? Su-ro's face instantly stiffened. And Jang Meon reached out, gently flicking the fluff of a small duck in the basket. You should keep your sweet potatoes for yourself to nibble. I'm afraid that if my family eats meat every day and the aroma drifts over, you'll drool so much you'll flood the youth commune's land. After speaking, she patted Lu Ting's sturdy waist. Husband, let's go. We'll take our little ducks home, and don't let these unworldly people scare them. Lu Ting said nothing, suddenly stepped on the pedal, and the bicycle slowly moved forward, only leaving behind a cloud of choking dust and Su-ro's face turning pale and then red. Lu Ting put down the bamboo basket and looked at the small creatures crowded inside. He still felt unsure. Mian Mian, are you really going to leave them like this? The water is cold. Can they handle it? Let them go. Jang Meon waved confidently. Just watch. Lu Ting sighed and carefully tilted the basket, gently pouring the little animals onto the shallow water's edge. When the ducklings first touched the cold water, they shivered in fear and huddled together, making faint chirping sounds. But then, a miracle happened. The water, which had been cleaned by the system purifier, was not only non-toxic but also contained a special energy that was very attractive to animals. Meanwhile, the leftover leech bodies in the water emitted a fishy smell. To humans it was foul, but to the ducks it was delicious. One of the weakest little ducks twitched its wings, then suddenly seemed to smell something. It lifted its drooping head, and its tiny green eyes sparkled. It stretched out its neck and quickly grabbed a floating leech carcass, swallowing it with a big gulp. Quack! A loud, strong quack rang out, completely different from the weak chirping before. The duck was excited, calling out loudly. Its little webbed feet paddled wildly in the water, and it suddenly looked energetic and lively. This sound was like a rallying call. Then the second, third. More than 100 sick ducks seemed to suddenly come alive. They rushed into the water like crazy, tearing at and swallowing the leech carcasses with wild enthusiasm. The water surface instantly boiled. Splashes flew everywhere, and the loud, rough quacking continued non-stop. There was no sign of the previous weakness or lethargy. It was as if a pack of hungry wolves had stormed into a slaughterhouse full of meat. Two dogs looked so surprised that his mouth was wide enough to fit an egg, and the grass in his mouth fell out. My goodness, has that duck become a spirit? It's even more fierce than me when eating bugs. Lu Ting was also completely stunned. He stared blankly at this crazy scene. The leeches, which villagers considered poisonous and unlucky, surprisingly became the magic cure that revived these ducks. This is a gift from nature. Jang Meon stood by the riverbank, smiling as she watched this masterpiece with her eyes curved like a crescent moon. Produced by the system, it truly did not deceive me. Hubby, look, I told you we're lucky. Jang Meon winked playfully at Lu Ting. Lu Ting slowly turned his head and looked at her with intense eyes. His gaze showed shock, joy, and mostly a sweet, loving affection. He couldn't say a word, only reached out his long arm and hugged Jang Meon tightly. His chin rested on her head, and his voice was a little hoarse from excitement. Mian Mian, you really are a lucky star. Our family is really going to prosper this time. In the evening, a strange wind blew over the Red Star production team. The wind didn't carry the smell of earth, but was filled with a strong, bold aroma of meat. The source was the small thatched cottage at Lu Ting's home. Jang Meon was standing in front of the stove, cutting a large piece of fatty pork into small pieces and quickly tossing them into a boiling iron pot. Sizzle. The white fat meat made a pleasant sound as it hit the hot oil. Soon, the meat turned into golden, crispy pork cracklings. Nowadays, whose family isn't short of oil and water? The smell of rendered pork fat was so tempting that it could attract people from 2 miles away. Lu Ting was cooking over the stove, and the delicious smell made his throat keep swallowing repeatedly, causing him to salivate constantly. Once the oil was ready, Jiang Mian scooped out the crispy, golden oil residue and sprinkled it with a little salt. Then, she didn't pour out the thick layer of oil at the bottom of the pot. Instead, she directly poured in the washed Chinese cabbage and stir-fried it over high heat. In another clay pot, braised pork was simmering, bubbling gently. It was cooked with plenty of sugar and soy sauce, giving it a bright red, tempting color. This aroma was so tempting that, for the entire Red Star Brigade, it felt like a form of torture. Whose house is this? Are they crazy? Making pig fat like that? Aren't they afraid of punishment from heaven? Sounds like Lu Ting's family. Oh my, it smells so good, I'm drooling. In the neighboring yard, a little kid caught the scent and burst into tears. He threw his black cornbread onto the ground and rolled around, shouting, "I don't want cornbread. I want meat. I want oil residue." His mother angrily slapped his backside. "Eat, eat, eat. All you do is eat." Only a spoiled kid would do such things. After scolding him, she couldn't help but swallow her saliva while looking toward Lu Ting's house. Though she swallowed her saliva, she muttered under her breath, "Bah. With just a little money, they don't know what their surname is. They'll waste it all and end up drinking Northwest Wind." At the youth station, Su Ro was staring blankly at a bowl of boiled pumpkin and water. The strong aroma of meat mixed with the roasted smell of oil residue wafted into her nose, making her eyes turn red with jealousy. She clenched her fists and bit down hard on her cornbread, as if she was biting into Jiang Mian's flesh. But she bit too hard, causing her teeth to ache painfully. And at the center of the aroma, Lu Ting's house. Guzi was holding a large bowl, squatting at the doorstep, stuffing himself with oil residue stir-fried cabbage, his face covered in oil, looking more satisfied than ever. On the table, Lu Ting carefully picked up a piece of tender, shiny braised pork and gently placed it into a ginger bowl, his eyes soft and warm.
"Mimi, eat more."
"You're too thin." Jang Meon took a bite. It was sweet but not greasy, melting in her mouth. She happily squinted her eyes. Living a lively, prosperous life and at the same time making a lot of trouble for some difficult people felt so satisfying. Just as she swallowed the meat and was about to take another piece, the gate of the yard creaked open from outside. A cooler, more sarcastic voice drifted in, sharper than the evening breeze. "Wow, life here is so good. The smell of meat even reaches me." "Second family, have you struck it rich and forgotten your own mother?" Wang Ho-hat's shout was like a splash of water into a hot oil pan, instantly causing a big splash. The strong smell of meat from Lu Ting's house had already unsettled the neighbors. Now, hearing the noise, everyone, whether they were eating or relaxing outside, hurried over. Soon, a crowd of blackheads gathered outside the fence. Their eyes first fixed on the trembling bowl of braised pork on the table, then finally landed on Wang Ho-hat's face, which had turned a pig liver color from anger. "Why are you looking? Haven't you seen a mother scold her son?" Wang Ho-hat felt a little uncomfortable being stared at. But for the delicious smell of the braised pork, she stiffened her neck and pointed at Lu Ting's nose, starting to scold and argue. "Everyone, come and judge. That ungrateful white-eyed wolf hides inside with big fish and meat, while his own mother is outside smelling it. Is there any justice in this? Don't worry, you'll get a bad stomach from eating too much." She kept scolding, but her eyes never left the meat on the table. The braised pork has a bright red sauce color, with a good mix of fat and lean meat. As the warm aroma of sweet meat spread out, it made her stomach rumble with hunger. Lu Ting's face turned pale, and he slammed his chopsticks on the table, then stood up. His tall figure blocked Jiang Mion's way like a mountain, and his fists clenched with a cracking sound. "Get out." Wang Ho-hat was so scared she took a step back, then jumped up like a cat that had its tail stepped on.
"What?
Do you want to hit your own mother? Try touching me. If you don't bring out a bowl of meat today, I won't leave this spot." Although the villagers around also craved the meat, hearing this, they couldn't help but frown. "Mrs. Ho-hat," said Li Dajiao from next door, holding his bowl of rice, unable to stay silent. "People should be honest." A few days ago, when you split the family, you forced them to give up everything. Exactly, another man added, with a tone full of mockery. The papers clearly stated that besides 30 yuan a year for old age support, the two families had nothing to do with each other. Now they are eating meat and living well. Does that have anything to do with you? I was there that day, said Grandpa Wang, puffing on his dry tobacco pipe slowly. Ho hot. You were afraid that the second son would drag you down, and you wanted to send him to the mountains. But now that you see they are doing well, you want to take advantage again? That kind of behavior is really shameful. Wang Hohat's face turned red and white alternately. She didn't expect that all these talkative women and men would actually stand up for Lu Ting today. But everyone knew the truth deep down. Since the family split, Lu Ting and his wife have been doing better and better. After many years of hunting in the mountains, I never found any treasure. But just after we divided the family, I dug up a wild ginseng root. Everyone thought the abandoned fish pond in the back mountain was useless. But when it was in our hands, even leeches would rather die than be eaten by ducks. Not to mention that Lu Ting is quite capable, and Jiang Mian, though she looks delicate, is actually very skilled. It's okay if people secretly envy or complain a little, but right now, with the smell of meat filling the yard, who wouldn't support someone with some ability? Helping out with chores but not family matters, especially since Wang Guohua's sense of justice has long been skewed. You don't know what you're talking about. Wang Guohua angrily shouted. What does dividing the family have to do with it? I'm his mother, and the meat on him was given by me. She quickly turned her eyes and sat down on the ground, ready to make a scene. At that moment, Jang Meon, who had been silent, stepped out from behind Lu Ting. She looked calm and smiling. In her hands, she held a big bowl filled with stir-fried cabbage with pork cracklings. The pork cracklings, freshly made, were golden and crispy, and the cabbage leaves glistened with oil. Although it wasn't as precious as braised pork, in a time when oil and water were scarce, this dish was a top delicacy. When Jang Mian appeared with the dish, the crowd's swallowing sounds doubled instantly. Uncles, aunts, older brothers, and sisters-in-law, Jiang Mian's voice was soft and gentle, making people feel comfortable. Actually, since we've divided the family, whether we eat plain food or rich dishes, there's no need to explain to outsiders. She deliberately emphasized the words outsiders, her gaze sweeping over Wang Guohua's displeased face. But I also know everyone is kind-hearted and wants to help us get justice. Jiang Mian spoke as she placed the bowl of oil residue with cabbage on the stone mill at the entrance of the yard. The aroma drifted with the wind straight into people's noses. Today, we made too much oily vegetable dish at home. We can't finish it all. I'm a bit timid and can't stand hearing people scream and cry in the yard. She clapped her hands and smiled like a little fox. Could any kind lady please help me by asking this unruly person to leave? I'll treat everyone to a taste of this fried cabbage with oil residue. As soon as she finished speaking, the crowd fell silent for a second. Then, suddenly, there was a loud bang, and everyone burst into excitement. That was a big bowl of oily residue. The cabbage was soaked through in the oil. Take it home, mix it with millet flour, and the whole family can have a filling meal. Second wife, you're so brave. I'll do it. I can't stand seeing this kind of bullying. Before Wang Hohat could react, several strong women rushed into the yard. Hohat, come on, let's go. Don't embarrass yourself here. Is it easy for the young couple to have a meal? How can you, as an elder, be so inconsiderate? The chubby woman led the charge, grabbing Wang Hohat's left arm. Li Dajiao was not willing to be outdone, grabbing her right arm. Behind them, two other women pushed from behind. Hey, what are you doing? Let go. I want to eat meat. That's my meat. Wang Hohat struggled desperately, kicking her legs in the air. But in front of these women who had burst into action over the oil residue, her strength was no match. Let's go. Together, they dragged Wang Hohat out dozens of meters, like hauling a dead pig. My flesh. Jiang Mian, you sly fox. Wang Guohua's scolding grew quieter until it was drowned out by villagers' laughter. Jiang Mian kept her promise and shared the dish with the women who had helped earlier. She also gave a piece of crispy oil-fried pork to the children watching nearby. "Thank you, Aunt Lu. This oil-fried pork smells so good." The tense atmosphere in the small courtyard suddenly turned cheerful. The villagers, holding their portions, smiled happily. They praised Jiang Mian for being sensible, kind, and good for the family. Lu Ting stood nearby, watching his wife quickly resolve the situation and win everyone's favor. His admiration was obvious. "Jang Meon, you're amazing," he said, closing the courtyard door to block the view outside, then sitting back at the table. He reached out and offered a piece of tender braised pork to Jiang Mian. "Eat more to regain your strength. It's best when hot." Jiang Mian happily opened her mouth and bit the pork handed to her, her cheeks puffed out. Arguing with someone like that is just a waste of words. Things that can be solved with a simple bowl of cabbage are not worth fussing over. In this era, food is the most valuable currency and the key to influence. Although Jiang Mian was a bit of a lazy person, she was not someone to be easily pushed around. The courtyard returned to a warm, happy scene, with the two of them eating together, enjoying the meal. But in the shadows nearby, Su Ro stared fiercely at the closed courtyard door of the Lu family, her nails digging into her palms. The lingering smell of meat in the wind felt like a slap across her face. Why can she, a lazy person, live so well? Su Ro gritted her teeth, her eyes shining with hatred. She remembered the crazy ducks fighting over food earlier in the day. If Lu Ting really raised the ducks well, Jiang Mian's position in the family would be even stronger. If that happened, what was she still doing here? No, absolutely not. Su Ro took a deep breath and turned to disappear into the night. "Since you're so proud, I'll make sure you all won't see the sunrise tomorrow." The night was dark and windy, thick with shadows. Back on the mountain, the trees swayed, and occasional strange insect sounds added a spooky feeling to the lonely night. Su Ro tiptoed along the small path to the duck shed. She deliberately wore old, dark clothes and tightly held a paper bag in her hand. "Jiang Mian, don't blame me for being cruel." Su Ro clenched her teeth, her eyes shining with madness.
Why?
Why should a lazy person who only eats and sleeps be so loved by Lu Ting? That foolish woman who died tragically last life. How did she turn things around this time? Just because of a few ducks? A twisted, fierce look appeared on Su Ro's face. She touched the paper bag in her pocket. Inside was her black market stash of castor bean powder. Once sprinkled into the duck shed, all over a night, more than 100 ducklings would die. Then Jiang Mian would cry and scream, and Lu Ting would be completely disappointed in this wasteful woman. And she, at that moment, could appear, using her knowledge from rebirth to help Lu Ting through the crisis, gently comforting him. Thinking of this, a cold, cruel smile appeared on Su Ro's lips. The duck shed was right in front of her. In the darkness, two pure white shadows lay still in the grass outside the duck shed. Their white feathers almost blended with the dew under the night sky. These are the two big white geese from Lu Ting's family. Since being enhanced by the system, these geese are as alert as guard dogs. The larger one, Goose Big, suddenly raised its neck, its small black eyes shining with a cold light in the dark. It gently nudged the Goose Second with its beak. Goose Second immediately understood and silently stretched its long neck out of the grass. It looked like a moving watchtower, focused on the sneaky figure approaching nearby. A strange smell drifted through the air, mixed with a sense of malice that made them very uncomfortable. Su Ro knew nothing about this. She crouched low, using the cover of the night, and finally reached the fence outside the simple duck shed. Inside, everything was quiet. Over 100 small ducks, full of bloodworms, were huddled together, sleeping peacefully. "Eat up, and after this, I'll send you on your way," she whispered. Holding her breath, Su Ro tremblingly opened a paper bag, grabbed a handful of corn mixed with bean flour, and was about to scatter it into the duck shed. But just then, honking, a loud, piercing goose call suddenly shattered the silence of the night. Su Ro was so frightened her heart almost jumped out of her chest. Her hand trembled, and the handful of poisoned corn spilled onto her foot. Before she could scream, a white shadow from the grass on her left shot toward her at incredible speed. The big goose opened its jagged beak and bit down hard on her calf. Ah! The sharp pain made Su-ro scream out in agony. The feeling was not like being pecked, but more like being caught in a pair of hot, red-tipped tongs that twisted fiercely. The big goose clamped onto Su-ro's calf and refused to let go. Its strong wings flapped hard, and with a sudden twist of its body, it pulled her. The sharp pain made Su-ro's face twist in agony, and cold sweat poured down her forehead. "Get away, you beast! Leave me alone!" she shouted, tears streaming down her face from the pain. She lifted her other foot to kick the crazy goose. At that moment, the second goose, waiting on her right side, seized the opportunity. It ran a few steps and then leapt forward like a white cannonball, crashing into Su-ro's lower back with great force. The impact was as strong as a 10-year-old running full speed into her. Bang! The force was heavy and fierce. Su-ro, already standing on one leg, lost her balance completely and fell forward with a scream.
Splash.
She landed face down in a muddy pit. This mud pit was dug by Lu Ting a few days ago to draw water. It was full of thick mud and decayed water plants, smelling terrible. The foul smell and mud filled Su-ro's mouth, making her almost vomit. She tried to struggle free, but the two geese attacked her again. The big goose released her calf and jumped onto her back, pecking wildly at her head and shoulders. The second goose stayed in front of her face, pecking fiercely at her face and hands whenever she tried to lift her head. "Help! Help me!" Su-ro was completely stunned. The intense pain made her curl up in the mud pit, crying and rolling around, losing all her dignity. In a small shed not far from the duck coop, two dogs was sleeping soundly, dreaming of holding a large braised pork knuckle bigger than a basin and happily biting into it. Suddenly, a loud, sharp scream woke him up from his sweet dream. "What's that noise? Is a wild boar coming down the mountain?" Two dogs shivered, turned over quickly, grabbed the broken copper gong next to his pillow, and didn't bother to put on his shoes. He ran outside barefoot. His sister-in-law had told him that the ducks were the family's treasure. If one was lost, he would be the one to be blamed. He rushed out of the grass hut and saw two white shadows attacking a black shadow in the dark. The black shadow was making a scream that sounded worse than a pig being slaughtered. How bold! Trying to steal Lu Ji's ducks. Two dogs felt his blood boil. He hammered the broken copper gong loudly.
Bang! Bang!
Bang! Catch the thief. Someone call for help. Thief stealing ducks. In the quiet night, the sound of the gong and the copper bell was more effective than an alarm. Soon, the village at the foot of the mountain lit up with tiny lights. What's going on? Who's being robbed? It seems to be the fish pond at the second Brother Lu's place. That darn thief dares to steal from our village. Catch him and beat him to death. Hurry, get the tools. Nowadays, every family was struggling, and the worst thing was thieves stealing chickens and sneaking around. When they heard about catching the thief, the men all got out of bed, holding shovels, sticks, and torches, and rushed toward the back mountain. Jiang Mian and Lu Ting were naturally awakened too. Lu Ting almost immediately sat up, instinctively pulling Jiang Mian behind him, listening carefully to the noise outside. "It's okay, husband." Jang Meon slowly put on her coat, a playful smile on her lips, ready to enjoy the show. "That sounds a bit familiar. Let's go and see what's going on. It seems that their big white goose has done something impressive." When Lu Ting and Jang Meon arrived at the back mountain fish pond, it was already crowded with dozens of villagers. The light from torches and flashlights intertwined, illuminating the empty land as bright as daytime. In the center, two big white geese stood proudly. Although their white feathers were a bit muddy, they looked like victorious generals who had just won a battle. Next to them, there was a muddy, disheveled figure lying on the ground. The person was trembling, their pants torn into strips, one shoe missing, and their face and hands covered with bruises and scratches. "Why isn't this thief making a sound? Is she a woman?" Village Chief Sun Dahai stepped forward quickly, shining his flashlight on the person's face. The bright light was blinding. The person instinctively covered their face with their hand, revealing half of a muddy face with faint features still visible. Someone in the crowd gasped. "Isn't that Su Zhixing from the youth study group?" This shout was like a thunderclap, shocking everyone into silence.
Suro?
The girl who usually walks with her head held high, speaks softly, and always carries a book to look refined? She stayed up late at night and came to this remote duck shed? Su Ro was now overwhelmed with shame and anger. She had never felt so humiliated in her life. Under the watchful eyes of hundreds of people, she felt like a rat stripped of its skin, with nowhere to hide. The pain in her body was nothing compared to the humiliation in her heart. "Su Zhixing, why is it you?" Mrs. Wang pushed her way out of the crowd, looking very surprised. "Why are you here so late at night, arguing with two ducks?" Su Ro trembled all over. She wanted to explain, but all she could spit out was a mouthful of mud. At this moment, the crowd parted naturally. Lu Ting helped Jiang Mian walk in. Lu Ting's face was cold and serious. His sharp eyes swept over Su Ro on the ground, as if she were trash. Jang Meon looked surprised and caring. She tightened her coat and let out an exaggerated gasp. She quickly moved closer to Lu Ting, covering her mouth in shock. "Husband, I'm scared." "Isn't that Su Zhixing?" She took a few steps forward, acting like she had discovered something new, and exclaimed, "Oh my, Su Zhixing, are you so hungry that you came to my duck shed to fight with the ducks for food?" Poof. Someone in the crowd laughed first, then everyone burst into laughter. Fighting ducks for food? Jang Meon's words were getting more and more sharp.
"You."
"You're talking nonsense." Su Ro almost lost her mind. She pointed at Jang Meon, her voice sharp and hoarse. "It's your ducks. They went crazy. They bit people. I'm going to report you to the commune. To report us, you need proof." Jang Meon chuckled softly, her eyes suddenly turning sharp. She bent down and picked up a crushed paper bag from the muddy ground where Su Ro had just fallen. Although the bag was torn, the corn kernels mixed with bitterbean powder inside were scattered everywhere. Jang Meon held the paper bag and waved it in front of Su Ro. "Su Zhixing, can you explain why you came to my duck shed in the middle of the night with this? What are you trying to do?" All eyes immediately focused on Jang Meon's hand. Sharp-eyed farmers quickly shouted out, "That's castor bean powder. It's mixed with corn kernels. Oh my goodness, this isn't just stealing ducks, it's trying to poison this batch of ducklings. That's such a cruel act. These ducks were bought with money, and this is no different from damaging someone's grave." The crowd erupted in chaos. Poisoning and damaging production are serious crimes in the countryside. In a broader sense, it's illegal. Su Ro saw the paper package, her face turning pale, and her last bit of hope completely shattered.
I
didn't do it. I was just passing by," she stammered, her voice getting softer. "Passing by my duck shed in the middle of the night." Jang Meon looked down at Su Ro with a mocking expression. "Su Ro, even my big goose doesn't believe your excuse." "Goose!" As if to match Jang Meon's words, the goose let out a loud honk, stretching its neck and trying to peck at Su Ro. Terrified, Su Ro screamed and scrambled backward. Because of her sudden movement, the torn fabric at the back of her pants was completely ruined. "Ha ha!" The villagers couldn't hold back anymore and burst into loud laughter. "This isn't just a young person from the city. It's a complete joke." The village chief's face darkened like a black pot. With such a disgraceful incident involving the young city folks, he felt ashamed for his village. "Enough!" the village chief shouted loudly, stopping everyone's laughter. He looked at Su Ro with disgust. "Second dog, call 2 soldiers to take Su Zhixing to the brigade office and lock her up. Tomorrow morning, notify the youth office to come and pick her up. This is a serious case of attempted poisoning. It must be handled strictly." When Su Ro heard she was going to be locked up and that the youth office would be notified, she was struck like lightning. If this gets recorded in her file, her life will be over. Forget about a bright future. She might be reformed in the countryside for the rest of her life. "Please. Village chief, I know I was wrong." Jang Meon, please help me plead." Su-ro cried as she tried to grab Jiang Mion's pant leg. Lu Ting's eyes turned cold. He lifted his long leg and kicked away Su-ro's dirty hand. "Don't touch my wife. It's dirty." His deep voice was filled with clear disgust. Su-ro froze in place, watching Lu Ting's emotionless, even slightly murderous, icy gaze. Her heart sank completely. Seeing Su-ro being dragged away like a dead dog by the soldiers, Jang Meon felt no emotion at all. This is what happens when you do wrong, and it backfires. She turned around, squatted down, and gently stroked the heads of the two big, white geese. "Well done. Tomorrow, I'll give you both extra food." The two geese flapped their wings proudly, lifting their necks. The crowd dispersed, and the back mountain returned to silence. Only Second Dog was still excited, dancing around Lu Ting and Jang Meon, splattering spit as he gestured wildly. "Brother, sister-in-law, you should have seen that scene just now. It was awesome." Second Dog's face turned red with excitement. He stretched his neck like the geese, mimicking their posture. That big white goose usually looks a bit slow, but when it mattered most, it was like a divine weapon descending from the sky. That, with one bite, it just happened to peck right on Su Jiqing's butt. With a squish, I watched the fabric tear apart. Lu Ting's mouth twitched involuntarily. Just as he was about to kick this careless kid, Jang Meon beside him was already laughing so hard her whole body shook, leaning comfortably on his arm. "All right, Second Dog, tonight you get the first credit." Jang Meon stopped laughing, reached into her pocket, and grabbed a handful of white rabbit candies from the system space. "Here, take these sweet treats. You'll need to watch over the duck shed from now on." When Second Dog looked at the flashlight, his eyes widened in surprise. The blue and white wrapping paper had a big rabbit drawing. These were white rabbit candies. They were very expensive at the supply store, even requiring sugar coupons. Ordinary families couldn't afford to buy a few during the new year. Sister-in-law's handful had at least 7 or 8 candies. "Sister-in-law, this is too precious." Second Dog swallowed hard, rubbing his hands on his pants to wipe away some dirt before carefully accepting the candies.
Keep them.
"From now on, follow us. Meat is plenty, and candies are plenty," Jang Meon said lazily but with a convincing tone. Second Dog unwrapped a candy and popped it into his mouth. The rich milk flavor exploded in his mouth instantly. His eyes welled up with tears as he pounded his chest and promised, "Sister-in-law, you can rest assured. Even if the King of Heaven came tonight, he wouldn't get a single piece of this duck shed. From now on, these two geese are my brothers, and the ducks are my grandfathers." After comforting Second Dog, the two of them headed home. They hadn't gone far when Jang Meon suddenly stopped. Her delicate eyebrows slightly furrowed, and her voice was soft enough to drip water. "Husband, I stood for a long time just now. My legs are sore. I can't walk." In this era, holding hands in public could be seen as inappropriate, let alone carrying a wife on your back. But Lu Ting didn't hesitate, for even a second. This tall, rugged man, standing at nearly 1.9 meters, simply stopped and turned his broad back toward Jang Meon. He crouched slightly and said firmly, "Get on." Jang Meon smiled triumphantly and climbed up. Lu Ting easily supported her legs with his hands, as if carrying a bundle of cotton. Jang Meon rested her chin on Lu Ting's stiff shoulder, and her warm breath tickled his ear. "Husband, you're really strong. That kick you gave Su-ro just now was so impressive." Lu Ting's muscles tensed suddenly, and his ears turned bright red, like a hot iron. But inside, he felt as if he had been filled with honey, sweet and a bit overwhelming. "She deserved it," Lu Ting muttered quietly, though he was thinking about something else. Mian was too light. She felt weightless on his back, almost like she had no weight at all. He felt like he could break her waist with just a little more force. It seemed that in the future, he should find a way to buy more meat to make his wife plump and healthy. Jang Meon slept very soundly that night. It wasn't until late morning that she was awakened by the noise outside. After a quick wash, Jang Meon went to the back mountain. The scene before her made her pause briefly. Last night, the over 100 sick ducklings looked droopy and about to die. But after a night of system-purified water and a feast of leeches, They looked completely different, like they had been pumped full of air. They were noticeably larger, and their dull, yellow feathers had become shiny and smooth. One by one, they excitedly splashed by the water, chasing grasshoppers in the bushes, their calls full of energy.
Wow.
Amazing! Lu Ting was reinforcing the duck shed and watched the scene with amazement. I've raised poultry before, but I've never seen ducks grow this fast. Of course, just look at who's raising them. Jang Meon proudly lifted her chin. However, as the sun rose higher and the temperature increased, an indescribable smell began to fill the air. It was the smell of duck droppings. Over 100 ducks meant over 100 manure-producing machines. Plus, since these ducks eat a lot and produce even more waste, the area around the duck shed and the shallow water of the pond was covered in white and green duck droppings. The smell, combined with the water's fishy scent, was overwhelming. Ugh, Erguzi covered his mouth and squatted nearby, gagging. Are these ducks just born to eat and poop? This is way too stinky. Jang Meon had just reached the pond when she was nearly overwhelmed by the chemical-like smell. She quickly pinched her nose, stepped back shyly, and her brows furrowed so tightly they could trap a fly. No way, this is too foul. How can anyone stand it here? At that moment, a familiar mechanical voice sounded in her mind. Detected environmental pollution in the breeding area. Triggering side quest. Resolve pollution and establish an ecological cycle with fish fry. Quest reward. Fish fry with disease resistance buff. Doubled growth rate. Jiang Mian's eyes lit up. This system was really a caring little helper, always giving what was needed. Over there, Lu Ting saw his wife being overwhelmed by the smell, and without hesitation, grabbed a shovel and rushed toward the duck shed. Mian, go back to the house and rest first. Don't breathe in too much of this. I will now remove the top layer of soil and dig it into the ground. Nowadays, there is no automatic cleaning equipment, so everything depends on manual labor. If we had to shovel the droppings of over 100 ducks every day, it would be exhausting for Lu Ting. That doesn't fit with the idea of lazy farming. Wait a moment. Jang Meon quickly called out to him. What's wrong? Lu Ting paused and looked back at Jang Meon with a puzzled expression. Enduring the smell, Jang Meon seriously started to explain her idea. Of course, her explanation was based on some scientific reasoning. Husband, you're so silly. Duck droppings are actually good stuff. If we just shovel and bury them, we're wasting resources. Jang Meon pointed at the murky pond. Although it has a filtration system, the continuous duck activity will eventually cause the water to become overly rich in nutrients. Look, the leeches in our pond are almost all gone. What will the ducks eat in the future? We can't just feed them grains all the time. My idea is to raise fish in the water. Raise fish? Erguzi scratched his head, looking confused. Sister-in-law, what does that have to do with duck poop? It's a big deal. Jang Meon waved her hands seriously. When duck droppings get into the water, they fertilize it, which causes many tiny insects and plankton to grow. Then the fish eat these insects and grow quickly. The fish's waste can fertilize the water plants, helping them grow. Healthy water plants can clean the water and provide a habitat for fish and ducks. Jang Meon finished her explanation in one breath and summarized, this is called a three-dimensional ecological cycle farming. The air was silent for a few seconds. Only a few ducks quacked as they passed by. Lu Ting and Erguzi looked at each other, clearly stunned by her sophisticated theory.
Sister-in-law. Erguzi looked conflicted.
Are you saying that fish eat poop? Will the fish still be edible when they grow up? Isn't that disgusting? Jang Meon rolled her eyes at him. Farming still depends on manure to make everything grow. The rice and noodles you eat are also grown with manure. Do you eat them or not? Erguzi choked and thought for a while. It seemed to make sense. But something still felt strange. Lu Ting didn't really understand ecological cycles, but he had one big advantage. He listened to his wife. If his wife said it was okay, then it was okay. If his wife said fish can grow by eating poop, then the fish definitely love eating poop. All right, I'll listen to Mian. Lu Ting threw down the shovel and made a decision. We'll raise fish. He looked at the sky. Today there's a market in the commune. Let's go to the supply and marketing cooperative to ask, or try our luck at the black market to see if there are fish fry for sale. Let's go. Right now, Jang Meon was no longer bothered by the smell and eagerly rushed outside. As long as they put the fish fry in and complete the task, this fish pond would become a self-sustaining treasure chest. Lu Ting pushed the brand-new bicycle out, and Jang Meon skillfully jumped onto the back seat. Just as they reached the village entrance, they met the village chief returning from the commune. Lu Ting, I've been looking for you, said the village chief, looking a bit upset, smoking his pipe. Uncle, what's wrong? Has the matter with Su Ro been settled? Lu Ting stopped the bike, stretching his long legs on the ground. Hearing Su Ro's name, Jang Meon's ears also perked up. The village chief sighed and shook his head. It's been handled, but the commune said since there was no real property loss and the ducks didn't really die. Additionally, Su Jiqing kept crying and saying that even the bean powder at most just caused ducklings to have diarrhea. She was blinded by her obsession, and the Jiqing office also wanted to settle the matter quietly. So, what happened? Jang Meon asked, feeling a bad premonition. She was just given a warning and spent 3 days reflecting in a small black room at the Jiqing station. A self-criticism note was posted at the team office, and that was the end of it. Jang Meon squinted, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. 3 days? That was nothing. It seems that during this time, the definition of attempted was still quite vague. Plus, with the protection of her Jiqing status, Su Ro narrowly escaped a serious punishment this time. However, people like Su Ro, having suffered such a big loss, would never give up easily. As long as she still wanted to cause trouble, she would have plenty of chances to teach her a lesson. All right, I understand, uncle. Sorry for the trouble, Lu Ting said with a grim face, clearly unhappy with the outcome. He turned to look at Jang Meon, worried that his wife might be upset. Jang Meon gently pinched his waist and winked at him. Honey, don't be angry. 3 days is enough. Let her watch how we make money. That's real tough love. After saying that, she waved her hand confidently. Let's go. Buy fish fry. We need to grow this business big and strong and make those jealous folks jealous. Red Star Commune, Aquaculture Station. It was noon, and the sun was scorching. The air was thick with the smell of fish and bleach. Lu Ting parked the tractor in the shade, about to let Jang Meon wait outside, but she grabbed his sleeve and followed him inside. It was cooler inside, with a big ceiling fan whirling loudly. Behind the counter, a chubby woman in a blue coat was munching on sunflower seeds, not even lifting her eyelids. Comrade, I want to buy fish fry, Lu Ting said calmly, knocking on the glass display. The woman spat out a seed shell and glanced at the two of them sideways. The man was tall and strong-looking, giving an impression of being tough. The woman looked delicate and fragile, dressed nicely in a good-quality dress and small leather shoes. How many? Do you have a referral letter? Do you have the fish fry ticket? She asked firmly, sounding official. Lu Ting frowned slightly and took out the proof of the pilot project issued by the last team. This is a certificate from the Red Star team. We want to buy 200 grass carp ferry and 100 silver carp fry. How many? 300, she asked, seeming to hear a joke, glanced at the note, then threw it back. Your certificate says appropriate amount. 300 is for a large collective fish pond, which needs approval from the county. Besides, now the fish fry are planned supplies, not enough for distribution to individual teams, let alone selling to private buyers. Lu Ting's face darkened. Comrade, our team is doing a contracting pilot project which follows the policy. Policy is policy, supplies are supplies. She rolled her eyes and took a sip from a porcelain cup. Without county approval, we can only sell you, at most, 20 fish. Take it or leave it. Lu Ting clenched his fists. 20? That's not enough even for a small snack. Jang Meon was aiming for ecological cycling, not just keeping fish in a tank. Just as Lu Ting was about to argue about the spring wind of reform, Jang Meon's soft voice sounded. Husband, forget it. Jang Meon tugged at Lu Ting's sleeve, her beautiful eyes scanning the room, finally settling on a few large water tanks in the corner. There were 2 or 3 middle-aged men in official uniforms standing around, looking worried as they stared at the water tank. Someone was anxiously patting their thigh. Director Wang, if all these fish fry die, we'll go over our loss limit for this month. Of course I know that. The transport truck broke down halfway, and it was 3 hours before help arrived. In this hot weather, the oxygen supply can't keep up. I think these over 1,000 fish fry are doomed. The middle-aged man called Director Wang was sweating heavily. He looked at the fish fry in the tank, many of which were flipping over with their white bellies showing, barely alive. He felt heartbroken. This is the trouble with state-owned units. Dead fish are considered a loss of public property and must be reported, which could lead to deductions from bonuses. Jiang Mion's eyes lit up. Isn't this just the perfect opportunity? With the system backing her, as long as these fish are still breathing, throwing them into the cleaned duck manure pond would make them more lively than in Longdu. Husband, we shouldn't buy the good ones. They're too expensive and require a receipt. Jang Meon pointed at a pile in the corner. Let's buy the ones that are almost dead, they're cheap. Lu Ting looked at where she was pointing and his face changed. Mian, those fish are all belly up. If we buy them, they'll just die. The chubby woman nearby also found this amusing and sneered. Those are just leftovers about to be turned into fertilizer. That girl looks pretty, but her brains aren't very sharp, she added mockingly. Jiang Mian ignored the teasing and pulled Lu Ting over to the group of officials. Comrades, what do you plan to do with these fish fry? Director Wang was feeling annoyed. When he saw a delicate young girl, he waved her off patiently. Go away, we're busy. These fish have been without oxygen too long. They can't be saved. We're about to report them as a loss. Don't. It would be such a pity to report them. Why not sell them to me instead? Director Wang was surprised. What do you want with these dead fish? Are you drying fish? Our ducks are short of food. I want to buy these to try. If a couple survive, that's luck. If they die, the ducks can eat them. Jang Meon spoke confidently, clearly trusting her own judgment. Director Wang and a few accountants exchanged glances. If these could be sold as processed goods, even at a lower price, it would help recover some losses. It would also look better on the books and avoid punishment for poor management. Comrade, this is your own decision to buy, Wang said shrewdly, narrowing his eyes. Once you leave here, we are not responsible if they live or die. Also, these are damaged goods, no returns or exchanges. Okay, Jang Meon agreed happily. No receipt needed. Processed goods don't need receipts. Just pay the money. Wang waved his hand, worried the buyer might run off. This batch was originally worth over 100 yuan. If you take it all, Wang pretended to think for a moment, then pointed a finger. 10 yuan. No receipt. Over 1,000 fish fry for just 10 yuan? This was such a bargain it was hard to find even with a lantern. Although Lu Ting thought this deal was suspicious, he had a good habit. That was supporting whatever his wife wanted to do, even if the sky fell. And he could afford to lose 10 yuan. Deal. Lu Ting took out a big note, slapped it on the table. He acted quickly and confidently. The chubby woman who had been looking down her nose at him was now wide-eyed. These two, looking like country folks, were so generous. 10 yuan to buy a pile of dead fish without blinking? Hurry up. Load this comrade's car. Director Wang was so excited that he personally took charge. Even if we're just feeding the ducks, we need to do it while it's fresh. The staff at the aquatic products station quickly got to work, fetching several large wooden tubs and filling them with water and fish. Then, a problem arose. There were 4 or 5 large wooden tubs, but the 2-wheeled carts couldn't carry them all. Husband, how are we going to get these back? Jiang Mian looked at the heavy tubs. If Lu Ting tried to carry them, he would surely get exhausted. Lu Ting thought for a moment. You stay here and watch. I'll go to the commune's tractor station. Nowadays, money can make things happen. More than just persuading people, it can even make tractors run away. Although Lu Ting wasn't officially part of the commune, he had a military discharge certificate, and he also had some cigarettes and money in his pocket. In less than 20 minutes, a loud roaring noise stopped outside the aquatic products station. Rumble, a black smoke-emitting tractor arrived majestically. The driver was a thin, dark-skinned man, happily smoking a cigarette, helping to load the tubs onto the tractor's bed. People at the aquatic station watched as this pair of spendthrift spouses drove away with a cart full of half-dead fish fry, shaking their heads. "These two are definitely crazy," said the chubby woman, pouting. "Buying a bunch of rotten, smelly fish for 10 yuan, and then going home to get scolded by the elders." As the sun was setting, the quiet village was suddenly broken by the sound of a motor. Lu Ting was riding a brand-new two-wheeled cart at the front, and behind him, surprisingly, was a small tractor. In the tractor's rear bucket, several large wooden tubs were neatly stacked. As the vehicle jostled, water splashed from the tubs, filled with full fish fry. Wow, such a big crowd. What did second brother Lu do this time? The villagers dropped their bowls and quickly gathered around. Nowadays, seeing a tractor in the village is quite rare. The tractor drove all the way to the back mountain fish pond. "Lu Ting, what are you planning to do?" Kind-hearted Grandpa Wang, leaning on his cane, shakily stepped forward. When he saw the buckets of fish fry flipping on their stomachs, he pounded his thigh in worry. "Oh, where did you buy these fish fry? They look so droopy. Did someone trick you? Also, your pond water is full of duck droppings, murky and stinky. Will these delicate fish fry survive in such water?" Other villagers came over to see and started advising him. "Yes, Lu Ting, listen to Uncle's advice and return the fish fry. Maybe you can still save some money." The villagers around chattered, some genuinely worried, others just here to watch the fun. I don't know when Lin Xiue also pushed to the front. Seeing the buckets of fish fry that looked like they couldn't last much longer, she almost burst out laughing. "Grandpa Wang, you don't need to worry so much. They're stronger now and can handle it. Maybe Jang Meon is some kind of genius, a high-tech expert we don't understand." The sarcasm in her words was obvious. Even a fool could hear it. Suddenly, everyone burst into laughter. Lu Ting was busy moving the fish fry. When he heard this, he paused, his serious face darkening. He was about to reply angrily, but a soft little hand pressed on his muscular arm. Jang Meon wasn't upset. Instead, she smiled warmly at Lin Xiue. "Big sister-in-law, you're right. This is indeed science, called ecological cycle farming." Jang Meon's voice is clear and bright, standing out in the noisy crowd. "Our duck shed is built on water, and duck droppings go straight into the water. Although there are some undigested feed in the droppings, most of it is organic matter. When it enters the water, it helps grow a lot of plankton and red worms." She pointed at the fish fry flipping on their bellies but still opening and closing their gills, speaking seriously but making up stories. "These grass carp and silver carp love to eat plankton. The fish grow faster and help clean the water. The fish waste sinks to the bottom and fertilizes the water plants. When the plants grow well, they provide a habitat and some green feed for the ducks. By doing this cycle, we can save half the feed money, and the fish and ducks will both thrive." After finishing, Jiang Mian winked at Lin Xiue on purpose. "Big sister-in-law, this is turning waste into treasure. If you have time, you should read more books." The whole crowd fell silent. A group of old and young men stared at each other in surprise. Although they didn't understand much about organic matter or plankton, they wondered if these sickly fish fry could survive. "Why you? Stop talking fancy words." Lin Xiue's face turned red with embarrassment. "You're just talking pretty. If duck droppings could raise fish, why would the supply and marketing cooperative sell feed? I can't wait to see your pond of fish float up tomorrow." "Well, let's wait and see." Jang Meon was too lazy to argue with her. She turned and smiled sweetly at Lu Ting. "Husband, release the fish." Lu Ting didn't say a word. He picked up 2 big buckets and walked to the pond. Although he didn't fully understand all the principles his wife mentioned, he believed her. If she said it would work, then it definitely would. Clatter. The first bucket of fish fry was poured into the water. Next came the second bucket, then the third. Everyone stretched their necks, staring at the water surface. Lin Xiue even widened her eyes, eager to see the fish fry turn belly up immediately. However, the fish fry that were flipping in the buckets suddenly seemed energized as soon as they entered the water. The water, improved by the system's purification liquid, was like fine nectar to these ordinary fish fry. Hundreds of tiny fish fry did not float to the surface, as everyone expected due to lack of oxygen. After a short adaptation, the previously weak fish fry became lively. They wagged their tails and started fighting over the tiny particles and duck droppings floating on the water surface. Soon, they looked even more energetic than in clear water. Are they alive? They all survived. Old Wang excitedly pointed at the water surface. Look at how fierce they are, fighting for food. A few seasoned farmers also stared in amazement. Incredible. Truly amazing. How can these fish fry, which looked about to die, become so lively in this muddy pond? It seems that Miss Jiang Mian was right. This circular farming method really has some tricks. The public opinion suddenly shifted. The villagers, who had been waiting to laugh at the situation, now only felt envy and shock. If this really works, then both ducks and fish can make money. The Lu family will surely get rich. Lin Xiue looked at the lively fish fry, feeling her face burn with heat, as if she had been slapped hard in front of everyone. She clenched her teeth, gripping her clothes tightly, her features twisting with jealousy. Just being lively now, what good does it do? Maybe it's just a temporary revival. They will definitely die in a few days. She angrily turned around and pushed her way out of the crowd, unable to stay any longer. Meanwhile, at the youth station, Su Ro, who was locked in a small dark room, was staring through a narrow window at the back mountain. Although she couldn't see the fish pond clearly, the loud shouts coming from that direction made her feel more and more anxious. No way. It can't be. Su Ro clenched her nails into the window frame, leaving deep scratches on the wood. In her previous life, it wasn't until the mid-reform period that large-scale aquaculture was developed. How could she, a lazy person who rarely left her house, understand all this? Could it be because Lu Ting's luck was too strong?
Lu Ting.
Why won't you even look at me? A hint of resentment and madness flickered in Su Ro's eyes. It's okay. When I get out, I have plenty of ways to make sure your business can't survive. By the fish pond on the back mountain. The crowd gradually dispersed, leaving only amazed voices still in shock. Lu Ting wiped the water from his hands and looked at the shimmering water under the sunset, feeling a surge of pride he had never experienced before. In that household before, no matter what he did, he was always denied and exploited. Only when he was with Jang Meon did he feel like a real man who could stand tall. Malian. Lu Ting turned around, his tall figure casting a shadow over Jiang Mian. His eyes were filled with gentle affection. You really know a lot. Of course. Jang Meon proudly lifted her chin, then leaned into Lu Ting's embrace. The strong, confident aura she had just displayed instantly melted away, becoming soft and fragile. Husband, I used a lot of brain power trying to reason with those people just now. Now I feel dizzy, and my legs are so weak. Lu Ting's Adam's apple moved up and down as he looked at his delicate wife in his arms, feeling his heart melt. He lowered his head and kissed her smooth forehead, then used his strength to lift her horizontally. Okay, let's take you back. The setting suns stretched their shadows long on the ground. Elder Dog followed behind, watching two white geese chase fish fry in the water, then glanced at his brother and sister-in-law, grinning foolishly. Night fell. The lively noise of the Red Star production team gradually quieted down. Only in the distant fields, occasional frog calls could be heard. Inside an old thatched hut, a dim kerosene lamp flickered with a small flame. Jang Meon thought about how Lu Ting had carried and lifted fish buckets all day. Even his tough body must be tired. She instinctively reached out to grab a porcelain basin from the bamboo cabinet to wash rice. But just as her hand was halfway there, a familiar yet sudden mechanical voice rang in her mind. Warning! Detected host attempting to do household chores. System judgment. This behavior seriously violates the core principle of lying around and doing nothing. Task issued. Please immediately stop working and sit like a princess, waiting to be fed. Reward. Secret recipe braised pork seasoning packet X1. Jiang Mian paused, her hand naturally turning in midair. She adjusted her messy hair around her ear, then confidently turned around and plopped down on a small stool nearby. Oh dear, suddenly my legs feel so sore. I can't move at all. Jiang Mian rested her chin on her hand, her almond-shaped eyes moist as she looked at Lu Ting, her voice soft like freshly steamed glutinous rice balls. Lu Ting was taking off his sweat-soaked shirt. Hearing his wife say she's tired, he paused and looked at her with concern. Are you exhausted? Sit down and rest. I'll cook the meal. You relax. After saying that, he didn't bother to take off his clothes. He rolled up his sleeves neatly, revealing a strong, muscular forearm. Years of hunting and hard farm work made his muscles sharp and defined, like carved stone. His bronze skin was dotted with sweat, slowly sliding down the ridges of his muscles. Under the oil lamp's glow, he emitted a strong, masculine scent that made her mouth dry. Jang Meon couldn't look away. This wasn't the typical rustic farmer in a rural story. He looked like a walking symbol of strength and charm. She watched as he washed rice, lit the fire, and cooked. After finishing all that, Lu Ting took out a piece of marinated pork belly from the bamboo cabinet. It was leftovers from last time, with a good mix of fat and lean meat. In a time when meat was rare and precious, it was a real luxury. Pop! The marinated pork sizzled as it hit the hot iron pan, making a pleasant sound. Jiang Mian swallowed hard. She took out the seasoning packet given by the system and tore a small opening. Husband, add a little of this. I brought a special recipe. She stood up on tiptoe and leaned in. Lu Ting was focused on stirring the food when he suddenly sensed a sweet, fragrant aroma approaching. Jiang Mian's delicate fingers pinched the seasoning packet and poured it into the pan, then lightly brushed her fingertips against his rough hand. Lu Ting stiffened all over, nearly dropping the large iron spoon. Stay back. His voice was hoarse, and his Adam's apple moved as he spoke. The smoke is strong. Don't let it get on your dress. Jiang Mian did not step back. Instead, she took a handkerchief from her pocket and gently wiped the sweat from his forehead. I don't mind the smell, she whispered close to Lu Ting's ear, her warm breath making his ear tingle. Seeing my husband's sweat looks so good. Lu Ting's hand, holding the spatula, tensed with visible veins, and his breathing became uneven. He couldn't stand teasing words. This feeling made him more nervous than facing a wild boar in the mountains. This wasn't cooking. It felt more like testing his willpower.
Go.
Go sit and wait. It'll be ready soon, Lu Ting said, swallowing hard. He turned around and stirred the food vigorously, trying to cover his embarrassment with the sound of the spatula hitting the pot. Soon, 3 dishes and a soup were placed on the makeshift wooden table. There was a bright, glossy braised pork, each piece coated with thick sauce. It looked trembling and tempting enough to make anyone's mouth water. There was also stir-fried water spinach with pork fat, vibrant green and fresh, and 2 jars of sour plum juice, made with well water, cool and refreshing. In the 1980s, most families still ate sweet potato porridge, even fighting over a few cents for work points. If outsiders saw this table of food, they'd be shocked and scolded harshly for being wasteful. Eat more meat. Lu Ting's bowl was filled with plain rice and vegetables, but he kept scooping the most tender braised pork from the plate into Jiang Mian's bowl. You're too thin. Holding you feels uncomfortable, he said softly, his ears slightly red. Jiang Mian picked up a piece of braised pork, which was tender and flavorful, melting in her mouth. The seasoning made by the system was truly excellent. The aroma was so tempting it almost made her want to swallow her tongue. Husband, you should eat too. Jiang Mian ate half of her meal and felt that her small cat-like stomach couldn't hold any more. She naturally picked up the remaining braised pork and gently offered it to Lu Ting. Lu Ting was slightly surprised, looking into Jiang Mian's bright, sparkling eyes and her lips covered in sauce. He hesitated for just a moment before opening his mouth to take the piece of meat, even biting the tip of his chopsticks. With this bite, it seemed as if the sweetness from the seasoning flowed down his throat and into his heart. A wife's cooking always tastes the best. After dinner, Lu Ting took care of everything himself. He quickly washed the dishes and cleaned the pots, then boiled a large pot of hot water. After preparing the water and testing the temperature, he called Jiang Mian to take a bath. When Jiang Mian finished her shower, steam still rising from her, Lu Ting had already made the old wooden bed neat and tidy. He had laid fresh new sheets that smelled pleasantly of grass. Outside, insects chirped loudly. Inside, the oil lamp flickered faintly. Jiang Mian wore a light, floral cotton sleep dress. The fabric was thin and soft, outlining her delicate figure. She lazily climbed onto the bed, pretending to reach under the pillow and pull out a blue cloth bag. With a rustle, a pile of change and a large bundle of money spilled onto the bed. This was the leftover money from selling ginseng, a few hundred yuan. In a time when a wealthy person could appear in the newspaper and an ordinary worker's monthly wage was only 30 to 50 yuan. This few hundred yuan was a huge sum that any family would envy. Husband, look. We're now rich in the village. Jang Meon sat cross-legged, spreading the money out flat, her eyes smiling like crescent moons. Lu Ting sat on the edge of the bed, looking at the pile of money and then at his beautiful wife under the lamp. A deep sense of satisfaction and responsibility filled his heart. This is what a wife and children mean, home and warmth. This is life. Jiang Mian finished counting the money and pushed the stack of bills into Lu Ting's arms. She naturally snuggled into his broad, strong embrace. Her fingers playfully traced circles on his firm chest muscles. When the ducks and fish in the pond grow big and sell well, we'll tear down this broken house, she said. Jiang Mian tilted her head up. I want to build a 2-story small Western-style house with a big yard and put in beautiful floors. And I want to buy that Seagull brand camera so we can take pictures every day. Oh, and most importantly, Jiang Mian twisted her body and playfully complained, this bed is too hard. It hurts my back. We should buy a soft spring mattress that we can roll around on without pain, she added. Listening to his wife's soft complaints and her big dreams that others might think are impossible, Lu Ting's eyes grew deeper and more determined. He gently held Jiang Mian's mischievous hand and pulled her into his arms. Okay, he said in a deep, steady voice. Anything you want, I will earn it for you. Building a house, buying a camera, getting a soft bed. All for you. As long as you don't mind my rough ways and stay with me. He didn't say these words aloud, but his dark eyes showed intense feelings that could surprise anyone. At this moment, the air seemed to be filled with invisible sparks. Jiang Mian's comment about her back pain was like a spark that ignited everything. Lu Ting suddenly turned over, and his tall body quickly covered her, pressing Jiang Mian half underneath him. The large size difference created a strong feeling of pressure. Lu Ting supported himself with one hand on the bed frame, and with his rough, calloused hand, he gently slid into Jiang Mian's clothes, accurately resting on her slender, soft waist. Does your waist still hurt? Lu Ting's voice was a little hoarse. Let me massage it for you. His rough fingertips, with calluses from years of work and the warm heat of his palm, transmitted through her thin skin. Jiang Mian couldn't help but tremble slightly. That feeling was rough and hot, like an electric current running up her spine to the top of her head. She originally wanted to tease this honest, big-hearted man, but now it seemed he was turning into a big wolf. Husband. Jiang Mian's voice was a little shaky, unsure if she was scared or shy. You don't need to massage it anymore. It doesn't hurt that much. No, that's not okay. Lu Ting said seriously, but his eyes looked dark and intense. If you say it hurts, then it really does. As soon as he finished speaking, he lowered his head, and his hot breath brushed against Jiang Mian's neck. His rough hands pressed and kneaded with just the right amount of strength, each movement full of control. Outside the window, the moon seemed shy and blushed, quietly hiding behind the clouds. The next day, before dawn, the distant mountains were still covered in a layer of bluish-gray mist. But Lu Ting was already awake. Or rather, he hadn't slept well at all. At this moment, this man, who was about 1.9 meters tall, sat on the doorstep, his tall figure in the morning fog giving off a sense of loneliness and despair. He was holding an unlit dry tobacco pipe, his thumb nervously rubbing the stem. Lu Ting looked down at his rough, calloused hands and fell into deep self-doubt. He was a well-known hunter in the area, able to stay in the deep mountains hunting wild boars for 3 days and nights without sleep. He could carry a 100-pound load and walk dozens of miles on mountain paths without panting. But last night, why was he so weak? It felt like he had just tasted a bit of success, but before he could enjoy it, the feeling disappeared. Foolish me, Lu Ting muttered quietly, his eyes full of despair. He remembered that Cotton had fallen asleep exhausted last night, or was it disappointed? Thinking that his wife might dislike him because of this made his chest feel heavy, like a big stone was pressing down on him. He didn't even dare to go back inside, afraid to see her cold look when she woke up. Suddenly, the wooden door behind him creaked softly. Lu Ting stiffened, almost jumping up, but he didn't dare turn around. "Husband," came a soft, sleepy voice, as gentle as cotton candy. Jang Meon was barefoot, standing on the cold doorstep, wearing a loose white shirt that belonged to Lu Ting. The shirt fit him just right, but on her, it looked like she had stolen her father's clothes. The hem of the shirt barely covered her thighs, with 2 long, straight legs exposed. The collar was open, revealing delicate, fragile collarbones and smooth skin, with faint hints of red marks. This scene was enough to make any man's heart race. Lu Ting's Adam's apple moved sharply, and his eyes darted around nervously, not daring to look at her.
Why?
"Why did you come out? The ground is cold. Go back quickly." As he spoke, Lu Ting stood up, trying to hide in the shed. "I'm going to chop firewood." "Stop right there." Jiang Mian pouted her little mouth, showing a cute, irresistible pout. She took a few steps forward, reached out her arms, and hugged the rough man tightly from behind, who was trying to run away, her cheek pressed against his broad, strong back. Jiang Mian could clearly feel his muscles tense up instantly. "What are you hiding for?" Jiang Mian gently traced circles on his tense abs with her finger. "Did you finish your business last night and now don't want to admit it?" Lu Ting got anxious, turned around, and his tanned face flushed.
No.
Mian, I feel so useless. Stop talking nonsense." Jang Meon held back a smile and reached out to hold his hand. "Who said you're useless?" Lu Ting refused to let go, muttering in a muffled voice, "Don't comfort me. I've already done that." "Done what?" Jang Meon asked knowingly. Lu Ting's face turned bright red, the blush spreading from his neck all the way to behind his ears. "It's just too fast," he whispered softly, barely audible like a mosquito hum. "So that's what it was." This rough man, his thoughts are even more sensitive than a little wife. Jiang Meon's lips curled slightly, forming a beautiful smile. "Xiao Chunan is really adorable." Just then, the familiar mechanical voice sounded perfectly in her mind.
Ding.
The host is detected comforting a long-term companion and attempting to delay morning activities. Trigger hidden achievement. The brave Xiao Chun and reward. Ultimate experience 001 White Rabbit Milk Candy. Note: there are no exhausted cows, only fields that haven't been plowed. Please work hard to improve the quality of your meal tickets. Jiang Mian held back her laughter, feeling as if she had a round, smooth object in her hand. She looked up, blinking her big, watery eyes, and looked at Lu Ting with admiration and certainty. "Husband, you just don't understand. I read about this before. Ahem, in books and also in newspapers from big cities." "What do they say?" Lu Ting finally looked up hopeful. "They say that men usually react like this the first time." Jiang Mian patted his shoulder, speaking like an expert. "It's called stress hypersensitivity, caused by being too excited and nervous. It shows you care about me a lot. It's a sign of deep love." "Really?" Lu Ting's eyes showed a hint of confusion. He hadn't read many books, and he didn't know that newspapers in big cities would publish such things. But he felt like his wife was lying to him. The village women, when chatting, never said it outright, but they hinted that their men were quite capable in that area. No one like him, who would be done just after taking off his pants. Thinking this, the man lowered his head, like a schoolboy who had done something wrong. "Of course it's true. When have I ever lied to you?" Jiang Mian blinked her big eyes. "And this also shows you're strong physically, meaning your firepower is too intense. You couldn't hold back." Jiang Mian, like performing a magic trick, peeled open the candy, rewarded by the system, and casually put it into Lu Ting's mouth. Here, your reward candy. After eating this, no more wild thoughts. It's a bit sweet, with a faint herbal fragrance, and melts in the mouth. Before he could react, a warm flow rushed down his throat to his lower abdomen. Lu Ting blinked hard, feeling a bit restless. Jang Meon watched the change in his eyes and knew the white rabbit milk candy had taken effect. She yawned, her body soft and limp as she slid down, acting coquettishly. "Oh, it's so cold outside. Honey, my legs are weak. I can't walk."
And
Her eyes flickered, her finger hooked around the man's slim waist, gently pulling back. "I didn't get enough sleep earlier. I want to take a short nap again." Hearing not enough sleep, Lu Ting's body grew even more restless, and to him, it sounded like a clear challenge. He swallowed hard, his voice hoarse. "Okay, let's go inside and sleep." He was no longer the timid, submissive person from before. Instead, he suddenly lifted Jiang Mian into his arms, kicked open the door, and then firmly hooked her leg around his. Bang! The door shut, blocking out the morning chill. Outside, the sound of unknown insects suddenly stopped as if startled. It was already past 9 in the morning. Jiang Mian felt her bones were aching, and she had no strength to move even her fingers. Meanwhile, Lu Ting was in surprisingly good spirits. Early in the morning, he had filled the large water jar in the yard, and now he was walking into the room with a porcelain cup, energetic and swift. "Mian Mian, are you awake?" Lu Ting quickly reached the bed. His strong muscles, hidden beneath a faded sweatshirt, couldn't hide his wild, masculine energy. "Humph." Jiang Mian buried her head in the pillow, leaving only a fuzzy back of her head for Lu Ting. "My back hurts. I can't get up." Lu Ting nervously touched his nose, but his eyes showed more of a fond, indulgent look after tasting something delicious. He sat on the edge of the bed, his warm hand gently drawing circles on her back through the thin blanket to help her relax. "Come, have a sip of malted milk. It's freshly made and not hot." Jiang Mian sat up with Lu Ting's help. A warm, sweet feeling spread inside her, and she finally felt alive again. She lifted her eyelids and looked at the man's face, which was flushed. Feeling a bit annoyed, she gently kicked his waist with her small foot, which was softer than a stone. "It's all your fault, like a wild bull." That kick was soft and without any real strength. It sounded like a complaint, but it seemed more like a tease. Lu Ting's ears turned slightly red.
he didn't say anything.
Instead, he quickly crouched down and showed Jiang Mian his broad back, which was as wide as a bed. "Climb on," he said in a low, husky voice. "I'll carry you over." "Where to?" "Back hill." Erguzi just shouted outside the yard. "The pond looks like it's boiling, very noisy." Hearing this, Jiang Mian raised her delicate eyebrows. Could it be that the fish, after drinking the purified water from the system, had mutated? She wasn't picky. She stretched out her little arm and hung onto Lu Ting's back like a koala. When they stepped outside, the sun was shining just right. Lu Ting carried his wife on his back, walking briskly and confidently. Jiang Mian pressed her face against his warm neck, feeling lazy and comfortable. But it was a small world. Just as they reached the village entrance by the river, they ran into Lin Xiue, who was washing clothes in a wooden basin. Next to her, a few gossiping women from the village were pounding clothes with sticks, chatting quietly. Oh my, what a sight in broad daylight. Lin Xiue's sharp eyes immediately spotted Jiang Mian on Lu Ting's back. She slammed the hammer onto the stone with a loud bang, her triangular eyes full of hidden jealousy and contempt. "Hey, second brother, is your wife's leg broken, or does she just not have legs? Walking around in broad daylight like that, aren't you afraid people will gossip and say you're breaking customs? Our family's reputation is all gone because of you too." A few women nearby also started to tease, their eyes full of curiosity and envy. Why is it that they work so hard every day, but Jiang Mian can enjoy such comfort? Lu Ting didn't even stop his steps, nor did he look at Lin Xiue. He just gently shook the person on his back to keep him steady. "My wife is precious, and I'm happy to carry her," Lu Ting said coldly. She's my wife. What does it have to do with others? If sister-in-law is jealous, she can ask her older brother to carry her around the street a few times. When he said this, a few young wives nearby couldn't help but laugh out loud. Who in the world would be as shameless as you, Lu Ting? Forget about walking around the street with his wife on his back. Even if his own legs were broken, he probably wouldn't lift a finger to help. You. Lin Xiue's face twitched with anger, but she didn't dare to say that her husband should do such embarrassing things. Her eyes flicked, and she remembered hearing Deguzi mention something strange happening at the fish pond earlier. Suddenly, she became excited again, shouting loudly. Everyone stop washing. I heard that the fish fry Lu's second brother bought yesterday all went bad in the fish pond. Just now, Deguzi was calling someone to come and clean up the dead fish. Let's all go see how these two spendthrift kids have ruined the family savings. After Lin Xiue finished speaking, she picked up her basin and eagerly followed, afraid of missing the first dramatic scene of Lu Ting and his wife crying and pleading. At the back mountain by the fish pond. Before anyone got close, a strange splashing sound came from the water, lively and noisy. We're here. Lu Ting carefully placed Jiang Mian on a clean large green stone. He then stood like a wall in front of Jang Meon, worried that mud splashes might dirty his wife's skirt. Soon after, Lin Xiue and the villagers who had come to watch also hurried over, panting. Oh my, what's that smell? It must be all stinky and foul. Lin Xiue exaggeratedly pinched her nose, happily pushing to the front. I told you, wasting 10 yuan on water. This is what I call. Before she finished, her words caught in her throat. There was no foul smell. Not only was there no fishy odor, but the air was filled with a fresh, clean scent of water plants. The scene in front of everyone was even more shocking. The once muddy, duck poop-filled pond was now crystal clear. On the water surface, countless fish were jumping wildly. Yesterday, the tiny fish fry, only 3 fingers long with white bellies, had grown overnight to the size of a palm. Splash! A dark green grass carp suddenly leapt 1/2 meter out of the water, shining with a dazzling silver under the sun. Its lively energy was even more vigorous than wild fish in the river. Bang! The fish's tail slapped the water hard, splashing a large amount of mud. Lin Xiue, standing at the front, was caught off guard and was splashed directly by the muddy water.
Ugh.
Ugh, ugh. Lin Xiue wiped the mud off her face, looking as miserable as a soaked chicken. She didn't bother to wipe her face again, just stared wide-eyed at the water, her voice trembling. This can't be. It's magic. The fish was barely alive yesterday. How did it grow so big overnight? This doesn't make sense. Not only the fish fry, but the ducks also seemed to have transformed completely. Their feathers were shiny and smooth, and they looked bigger. They were proudly patrolling the water surface, and when a person approached, they stretched their necks and quacked loudly, even more fiercely than the 2 big white geese. Oh my goodness, that fish weighs at least 1/2 kilogram. With this growth, in a month we could sell it. Second brother Lu, how exactly did you raise them? The women, who had been laughing and watching, now looked openly envious and jealous. This isn't just wasting money, it looks like a way to get rich. Jang Meon sat on a large blue stone, slowly peeling a white rabbit candy and putting it in her mouth. She looked at Lin Xiue, who was covered in mud and doubting everything, with a gentle smile that was sweet and harmless. Big sister-in-law, this is the result of our ecological scientific fish farming. You all. Lin Xiue was so angry she trembled, pointing at the pond full of fish and shouting. This must be fake. It's probably drugged. Otherwise, how could they grow so big overnight? This is illegal business. It's superstitious nonsense. Big sister-in-law, it's 1983 now. The country encourages household contract responsibility and hardworking wealth creation. Why do you think you're more important than national policies? The government promotes economic activity, but you say it's speculation? Jiang Mian's few words felt like a soft knife, stabbing gently but steadily into Lin Xiue's chest. Although the villagers watching nearby hadn't studied much, they had heard the radio broadcasts every day. Everyone looked at each other, and the earlier eagerness to criticize Lu Ting's family eased a little. Seeing the situation was turning bad, Lin Xiue's eyes widened, and she pointed at the fish jumping around in the pond, shouting, "Stop using fancy words to pressure me. That's witchcraft. Yesterday they were fish fry, and now they weigh half a kilogram. Which fish can grow so fast? Someone must have fed them harmful medicine. If these fish are sold, it could endanger people's lives. Villagers, we can't just watch them do wrong." Her shout stirred the curiosity of the villagers passing by. "Yes, this is too strange. Growing almost twice overnight doesn't make sense." Grandpa Wang, leaning on his cane, frowned and stepped closer to look. "Lu Ting, these fish. They really do look a bit scary. Did you feed them something to make them grow faster?" Lu Ting's face darkened. Just as he was about to get angry, he felt a soft little hand patting his arm on the big blue stone. "Husband, don't get angry so quickly." Jang Meon calmly folded a piece of candy wrapper into a small square. "Since big sister-in-law says these are sick or poisonous fish, let's check it out." She raised her chin to Lu Ting. "Catch one and show everyone if these fish are healthy or not." Lu Ting didn't hesitate. He rolled up his pants and went into the water. This fish pond has been improved with a systematic purification liquid, making the water clear and the fish very active. When Lu Ting first entered the water, the fish did not scatter in fear. Instead, they seemed to challenge him, swimming around his legs. Lu Ting was quick and precise. He spotted a large, dark-backed grass carp and suddenly reached out.
Splash.
The fish was very strong. Its tail swung and splashed water a meter high, almost slipping from Lu Ting's hand. His arm muscles bulged as he firmly held the fish's gills, finally pulling the lively fish onto the shore. Thud, thud. Once on land, the fish's energy was even more impressive. It flopped wildly on the grass, its tail hitting the ground with loud splashes, and with its strength, it even pushed into the crowd for 2 meters. Oh my goodness! Lin Xiue, who was closest, was hit directly on her thigh by the slippery fish. She screamed in surprise and sat down hard in the mud.
Ha ha ha.
Everyone around burst into laughter. If this fish were sick, then all the cows in our village's barn would be paralyzed. Exactly. Look at how strong that tail is. I think it's more energetic than I am. Jiang Mian sat high above, looking down at the embarrassed Lin Xiue with a smile. "Sister-in-law, do you see? This is the power of scientific feeding. As long as the water quality is good, oxygen is enough, and the fermented duck manure produces redworms, which are the best food for fish. This is called an ecological chain, understand?" She didn't expect everyone to truly understand. Anyway, in this era, the word science is the biggest shield. As long as I don't feel awkward, others will. In her mind, that wonderful mechanical voice sounded again. It has been detected that the host successfully fooled many people with pseudoscientific theories and allowed a close relative to embarrass themselves. This aligns with the principle of being passive and speaking instead of fighting. Reward received, a technique for making lead-free, soft-centered preserved eggs. Jiang Mion's lips curled slightly. Wow, this system reward came just in time. With the current growth rate, this duck will probably start laying eggs in less than half a month. Lin Xiue crawled up from the muddy ground, her face shifting from red to pale. She looked at the big grass carp still jumping lively, feeling very sour inside, worse than drinking 3 gin of old vinegar. If they really raise it like this, how much could they sell it for? "I don't believe it. Even if it's alive, it must have been drugged." Lin Xiue gritted her teeth, stubbornly denying. "If someone eats it, they'll definitely get sick. Eating a bad person?" Jiang Mian seemed to hear a huge joke. She calmly pushed the half-melted white rabbit milk candy to her cheek, puffing out a small cheek, looking cute and harmless, but her words were sharp as knives. "Sister-in-law, if you're so ignorant, don't treat the whole village as fools. If the fish was drugged, why are the ducks fine? Look at those 2 big white geese. They're so energetic they seem to be flying. Could they also be possessed?" At this moment, the 2 white geese, strengthened by the system, seemed to understand Jiang Mian's words. They honked twice and flapped their wings, pecking at Lin Xiue. Oh no! Lin Xiue was so frightened she scrambled backward, already covered in mud, now even more embarrassed. Someone's been killed. An animal has killed someone. Lu Ting, you better control your animal.
Lin Xiue wailed loudly.
Lu Ting frowned, crossing his arms to block Jiang Mian from behind. My wife said this is called ecology. The geese are guarding the home, and they peck at anyone with bad intentions. The villagers around were initially suspicious, but seeing Lin Xiue's stubbornness and the lively fish jumping in the pond, their doubts started to shift. These days, who doesn't want to get rich? If Lu Ting and his wife really had some secret method, they'd be like lucky gods. Mother Xiaobao, stop crying. The fish do look bright and healthy, not sick, Grandpa Wang said, puffing on his dry tobacco. I think it's science.
Bah.
Science. That's just trickery. Capitalist tricks. Seeing no one to support her, Lin Xiue's anger grew, and she shouted loudly. I'll report you to the commune. I'll tell them you're practicing superstitions and using magic to raise fish. In this era, words like trickery and capitalist tricks were as powerful as heavy bombs. The scene instantly fell silent. A few timid villagers instinctively took a few steps back, afraid of bad luck. Lu Ting's face changed, and his fists clenched with a cracking sound. He didn't care about himself, but he couldn't let Jiang Mian suffer even a little bit. Just as Lu Ting was about to throw this crazy woman out, Jang Meon's soft little hand stopped his arm. Husband, don't be impulsive and dirty your hands. Jang Meon jumped down from the big blue stone, brushed off the non-existent dust from her skirt, and slowly walked in front of Lin Xiue. Although she looked delicate and weak, her calm and confident attitude made Lin Xiue step back slightly. Report? Go ahead. Hurry up and report. Jiang Mian smiled warmly and pointed toward the village entrance. The commune is just over there. Sister-in-law, your legs are strong. If you run faster, you might catch up with the workers leaving at noon. Lin Xiue was surprised and didn't expect Jiang Mian to be so brave. You think I won't dare? I'll give you some courage, Jiang Mian said clearly, her voice echoing by the fish pond. This year, the central government issued a new policy encouraging farmers to develop specialized households and key households. It allows long-distance trading of farm products and promotes scientific ways to get rich. Jiang Mian recited the familiar rules she had memorized from her old political textbooks. The country is encouraging us to get rich. Sister-in-law, are you trying to use old methods to fight the current government? Your way of thinking is holding back the country. I think you should be sent to a training class for reform, she said. This accusation was heavier than accusations of illegal trading. Lin Xiue, who couldn't read or write her own name, didn't understand the policy at all. She only knew that the policies seemed to have changed. More people were selling things at the market. Now, after Jiang Mian's words, her face turned pale, and her lips trembled so much she couldn't speak. Suddenly, a stern voice came from behind the crowd. What are you doing? Making noise like this? The crowd parted, and village chief Sun Dahai walked in with a serious face. Village chief, you're just in time. Lin Xiue hurriedly ran toward him, as if she saw a savior. Please, you have to help me. The second brother and his wife are doing strange things. The fish have problems, and they're trying to hurt me. Sun Dahai frowned and looked at Lin Xiue, covered in mud, with a look of dislike. He took a step to the side. He looked past Lin Xiue and focused on Lu Ting and Jiang Mian, finally settling on the boiling fish pond. Seeing this, old hand Sun Dahai was also surprised and stunned. Is this the seedlings we just put in yesterday? Yes, Lu Ting answered calmly. Yesterday, I followed Mian's method using duck manure and grass, mixed in the right way. Now look at it. All the credit was confidently given to his wife. Sun Dahai crouched down quickly, reaching into the water and grabbing a handful. A carp about the size of his palm was struggling hard in his hand. Its scales were tight, eyes bright, and it was so strong he almost dropped it. Good fish, Sun Dahai, who knew his stuff, immediately saw that this fish was healthy, even stronger than wild ones. He stood up and looked at Jiang Mian with a complicated expression. This wife, who used to have a bad reputation in the village and was very delicate, really has some skills? Lu family wife, is this really your work? Jang Meon nodded obediently, looking harmless. Uncle, this is what the book calls a new type of fish pond. Integrated three-dimensional farming. Using duck manure for fertilizer, aquatic plankton, fish eating the plankton, fish droppings fertilize the mud, and the mud helps grow grass. This is science. Science. What is science? Sun Dahai clapped his thigh excitedly, eyes shining. The Red Star Brigade was poor, and paying the grain tax every year was hard. If this farming method works, it would be a great achievement for the whole brigade. He turned around, sternly scolding Lin Xiue. Did you hear that? This is science. Always talking nonsense. If I hear you gossiping around the village again, I'll deduct points from your whole family. Sun Dahai looked serious. Don't forget, Lu Ting's fish pond farming is supported by the county's small business pilot policy. Village chief, Lin Xiue was stunned. Hurry up and go wash up. Don't embarrass yourself. Lin Xiue was scolded so badly, she couldn't lift her head. After giving Jiang Mian a fierce glare, she covered her face and ran away in a hurry. At this moment, the villagers' eyes on Jiang Mian changed. From earlier mockery and disdain, now they looked at her with respect and eagerness. She was no longer a lazy woman. She was like a female strategist. She understood policies and science. Old Lu heir was so lucky to marry such a treasure. The crowd gradually dispersed. Before leaving, Sun Dahai patted Lu Ting on the shoulder. Work hard. If you really succeed, the team will give you a reward. But these fish grow fast, and we need to think ahead about selling them. Our town supply and marketing cooperative probably can't handle that many, and the county's cooperative and state-run restaurants have high standards. This was a reminder and a gesture of goodwill.
Lu Ting nodded.
Thank you, village chief. After everyone left, only the young couple remained by the fish pond. Lu Ting turned to look at Jiang Mian, his eyes burning like two flames. Seeing his wife stand on the big blue stone, quoting classics and making her sister-in-law speechless, was truly captivating. Meanwhile, on the other side,
bang!
The front door of old Lu's house was kicked open from outside. Lin Xiue, with her hair messy like weeds, stormed into the main room, cursing. Inside, smoke filled the air. Old Lu Jiangwo, sat on a long bench, smoking a dry pipe. Wang Guohua sat nearby, mending shoes. Hearing the door crash, her eyes narrowed. What are you yelling about? Mom, you don't even care about the second child's mischief. Lin Xiue sat heavily on a long bench, grabbing the cold teapot on the table and gulping down the water. The cold liquid ran down her neck, washing away mud stains. Look at me. Just look at me. She pointed at the mud on her clothes, her eyes turning red with anger. And Jiangua, the second child, is almost a millionaire now. You, a useless person, just sit at home smoking all day. Lu Jiangua was confused by the scolding. He tapped his pipe and frowned. What are you yelling about now? The second kid is wasting money on a broken fish pond. Now everyone in the village is waiting to see the joke. There's no way he'll become a millionaire. Exactly, Wang Guohua snorted coldly. That lazy wife only talks big. In a couple of months, she'll lose everything and come crawling back, begging me to give her some food. Nonsense. They're all fools now. Lin Xiue was so anxious, she slapped her thigh, spitting flying everywhere. I just went to the back mountain and saw the fish pond. The water is so clear, it looks like a mirror. Those tiny fish I put in yesterday are already half a kilo today. The fish are jumping around lively, strong enough to knock someone over. What? Lu Jianguo's hand trembled, almost dropping his pipe. Wang Guohua paused, her eyes sharp. Listen, everyone, don't go spreading rumors. I'm not lying. Everyone in the village saw it. Old Sun Dahai even praised them for understanding science. Lin Xiue clenched her teeth, her mind full of the big fish swimming in the pond. Those fish are real money. I endured my nausea and listened closely to figure out what was going on, she said mysteriously, leaning in and lowering her voice. Guess what secret recipe that lazy woman mentioned? Although Lu Jiangwo and Wang Hohot still didn't understand what Lin Xiue was up to, They both perked up their ears. These days, who doesn't want to get rich? Especially if the second family gets rich. That's even more painful than losing their own meat. Is it something called songy fish pond? They say they feed the fish with duck droppings. Lin Xiue slapped the table, her eyes shining brightly. Ginger Mian herself said that duck poop makes the water rich, and the fish grow faster by eating the bugs in the water. I saw their ducks too. They're so fat. Their feathers are shiny and bright. There was a 3-second silence inside the house. Lu Jiangwo twitched his mouth. Duck droppings? He looked suspicious. Won't that poison the fish? How would I know if it would poison them or not? Lin Xiue was also confused. But thinking about the fish fry that Ginger Mian had a day ago, which was a whole circle bigger, she still felt a bit worried. Don't worry about whether it poisons or not. Anyway, that lazy woman used duck droppings to raise the fish to 1/2 pound in one day. If her duck's droppings can help raise fish, can't we use duck droppings too? Hearing this, Wang Hohot and Lu Jiangwo looked at each other, their eyes shining with greedy excitement. Yeah. If Ginger Mian can raise fish to 1/2 pound in a day with duck droppings, then we can too. If that's true, I might become a millionaire soon. Hiss. Lu Jiangwo's eyes sparkled with greed. But his wife just mentioned something. Science? He took a deep breath and asked, Wife, didn't you just say that raising fish depends on some kind of science? Lin Xiue looked at him with disdain and spat toward the back mountain. Bah! That Jang Meon is too lazy to even walk the path. How can she understand science? She's just lucky to bump into something good. If they can raise fish, why can't we? Although this logic was rough, it didn't seem completely wrong. Wang Hohot's eyes kept rolling, and her mind was busy calculating. The second brother was probably not very smart, and Jang Meon was just a lazy girl who only ate and slept. If this idea really worked, Jiangwo, Wang Hohot said greedily, is there a pond next to our land? Yes, it was used for compost in the past, but it's been abandoned for years. Then, can we clean it up and raise fish? Lu Jiangwo's eyes lit up. Yes. Just clear out the mud and bring in some river water, and it becomes a ready fish pond. Although it won't be as big as the second brother's, raising 100 or so fish should be no problem. When Lin Xiue heard this, she immediately thought she could become a wealthy person. And she was much more diligent than Jang Mian. If she added some duck manure and pig manure, her fish might grow faster than Jang Mian's. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became. She pounded the table. Dig it! We must make the fish pond bigger. If they raise 100 fish, we'll raise 200. They use duck droppings and we'll use pig and human manure. The more manure, the fatter the fish. Soon they'll grow as big as pigs. I don't believe we can't beat those lazy, spoiled women. 200. Although Lu Jiangwo's eyes sparkled, he was a bit surprised to hear about buying 200 fish fry. How much would that cost? Don't worry, Wang Guohua suddenly slammed the table. If we don't care about the kids, we won't catch the wolf. Even that fool's second brother managed to do it, so we can too. Wang Guohua got up and went into the inner room. After rummaging around for a while, she came out holding a dull gray cloth bundle. It was wrapped in several layers. When she opened it, there were some small bills and a few larger notes inside. Take it. She pushed the money into Lu Jiangwo's arms and gritted her teeth as she said, Go buy the best fish fry at the supply and marketing cooperative. This time, we must beat second brother's family. Let them see that once they leave this home, they won't even get a warm meal. Lu Jiangwo held the money, his hands trembling. It was as if he could already see many bills like snowflakes falling into his pocket. Lin Xiue was even more proud, lifting her chin and secretly sneering, Jang Meon, you silly girl. You have a secret recipe, and shouted it out in public. Since it's scientific, who wouldn't use it? When our fish grow big and take over the market, just see who will buy your broken fish. In the next 2 days, the villagers of Hongxing Brigade saw something shocking. The Lu family's eldest son and his family were seen digging in their private pond day and night with hose. Lu Jiangwo used all his strength, working shirtless and full of energy. Even 3-year-old Lu Xiaobao was carrying a basket, helping to clear away broken stones. What's wrong with the Lu family? They're jealous, probably. They're jealous of second brother's fish farming. Villagers were talking excitedly, but this only made the Lu family more nervous. Just wait and see, when the fish grow fat, who will be the laughingstock. Jiang Mian stood on her hillside, looking down at the scene below from above. She held the sunflower seeds that Lu Ting had peeled for her, eating them while shaking her head in admiration. This eldest sister-in-law is really a doer. She didn't need to think hard to know what Lin Xiue was up to. She was probably jealous that her ducks and fish were growing quickly. But her fish grew fast because of the system's reward. Lin Xiue must have misunderstood something. At that moment, the cheerful system voice rang in her mind. Ding! Special side mission triggered. The art of watching a show. Detected that Lin Xiue is imitating farming. Mission details. Please keep watching and occasionally praise. Reward. Every 10 minutes of watching, increase the growth rate of the farm by 1. Jang Meon's eyes lit up. Is there such a good thing? Watching someone else's misfortune can make the fish grow faster? So, when Lu Ting carried a bundle of fresh hay back, he saw his wife leaning on the fence, smiling sweetly at Lin Xiue, who was busy sweating and working hard on the hillside. Big sister-in-law. Keep it up. Jang Meon's voice was clear and sweet, almost too sweet. Your fish pond looks very nutritious. These fish will definitely grow super fast. Down the hill, Lin Xiue, exhausted and almost about to break her back, heard this and wiped the sweat from her face, sneering. Humph. No need for your hypocritical words. Lin Xiue looked at the big pit that was gradually turning into a fish pond, filled with dreams of getting rich soon. Just wait and see. When my fish grow big, it will definitely be bigger than yours. At that time, I will take all the supply and marketing cooperatives' orders, and you'll be so upset. After a few days of digging, the fish pond was finally finished. Although it was only half the size of Jiang Mian's pond, it looked decent. Lu Jiangwo went to the neighboring county overnight to buy the best fish fry, then poured them all into the pond. Watching the tiny fish swimming densely in the water, Lin Xiue couldn't stop smiling. Jiangwo. Now comes the most important part, Lin Xiue whispered mysteriously, pulling Lu Jiangwo aside and lowering her voice. That lazy girl Jiang Mian said duck droppings can fertilize water and the fish grow faster after eating. I've thought about it. Ducks are stubborn and don't poop much, so let's go straight to the big stuff. Big stuff? Lu Jiangwo was surprised. Manure. Lin Xiue's eyes sparkled with cleverness. People eat grains, so it must be more effective than duck droppings. If we fertilize this pond well, the fish will grow as big as balloons. This simple and rough logic made Lu Jiangwo stare in surprise. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly patted his thigh. Wife, you're so clever. No wonder Jiang Mian's fish grow fast. It's because she doesn't use enough manure. So, on a dark and windy night, the entire Red Star Brigade was asleep, with only occasional dog barks breaking the silence. 2 sneaky figures carried a shoulder pole, crouching low as they appeared near the village toilet. Be careful. Don't let anyone see, Lu Jiangwo whispered. He held a long-handled manure scoop, trying to endure the strong, foul smell as he scooped manure into the bucket. What's there to be afraid of? This is public manure. Might as well use it. Lin Xiue covered her nose with a rag. Although she rolled her eyes from the strong smell, just thinking that this was fertilizer that could turn into money made her feel energized. That night, the couple worked tirelessly, like 2 never-tiring donkeys. One bucket after another. The fish pond at the Lu family was smaller than Jiang Mian's, but the couple still poured over 10 loads of manure into it. The clear water in the pond turned visibly dark brown, with a strange foam floating on the surface. A foul smell of ammonia filled the air. Enough, enough. It's too rich now. Lu Jiangwo was so tired his back almost broke. Looking at the dark water, he felt a bit worried. Is the water a little too dark? What's so scary about being dark? Lin Xiue wiped sweat from her face proudly. This is called overfeeding. We're doing a saturated feeding. By tomorrow morning, those fish might grow really big. After saying that, the couple dragged their tired bodies back to their room to sleep, dreaming of flying banknotes. The next morning, Jiang Mian was awakened by a sharp, loud cry. The sound was piercing and very loud.
Ah!
My fish. My money. Darn it. Jiang Mian groggily turned over, curling up like a lazy kitten in Lu Ting's arms, muttering, "Husband, who's killing pigs outside?" "It's not pigs, but it sounds like something's happening at the old house." Jiang Mian blinked, recalling how her sister-in-law looked like she had been injected with chicken blood yesterday, and suddenly she became more alert. "Let's go see what's happening." When the two people slowly arrived at the old house's private land, the newly dug fish pond was already surrounded by villagers watching the scene. Before they got close, a choking, foul smell hit them. The smell was worse than a compost pit that had fermented for half a month in summer, making everyone nearby frown. "Ugh, what's that smell? Did someone blow up their latrine?" Jiang Mian pinched her nose and peeked out from behind Lu Ting. The fish pond that yesterday still held hope for the Lu family had now turned into a disgusting black soup. The water surface was covered with upside-down fish fry. All of them were dead. Not a single one left alive. Even more shocking, because of the fermentation of manure, the entire pond was bubbling with big black bubbles. The scene was almost like a scene from a horror movie. Wang Hohat sat on the muddy ground, slapping her thighs and crying so hard she almost fainted. My savings. Darn it, all gone. Lin Xiue was covered in mud, crying and frantically trying to fish out the dead fish from the water. "This can't be. This is impossible. How did my fish fry die? I fed them such good feed." She grabbed a dead fish, its eyes bulging and gills black. It was obvious it was poisoned by high concentrations of ammonia or choked to death. Such a sin. Grandpa Wang poked the ground with his cane, shaking his head. With so much manure poured into such a small pond, the fish either suffocated from the fumes or were burned alive. Ha ha ha. Several people in the crowd burst into unkind laughter. "This isn't fish farming, it's pickling fish." "Old Lu, are you planning to make stinky fish to sell?" Lu Jiangwo crouched on the ground, holding his head, with an extremely unhappy face. He couldn't understand why the second family used the same method to get rich through science, but for him, it was a dead end. At this moment, Lin Xiue suddenly raised her head, her bloodshot eyes fixed tightly on Jiang Mian at the edge of the crowd. "It's you. You're the unlucky star who caused me trouble." Lin Xiue, like a mad dog, suddenly lunged forward, pointing at Jiang Mian and shouting, "You told me to feed the fish with poop. You deliberately want to harm our family. You owe me money for the fish fry." She was emitting a foul smell, her claws outstretched, rushing over and frightening everyone nearby. Her dirty hands, covered in black mud, seemed about to grab Jiang Mian's skirt. A large iron-like hand reached out and firmly grabbed Lin Xiue's wrist. Lu Ting's face was grim, his arm muscles bulging as he gently swung her away. Clack, clack, clack. Lin Xiue retreated several steps and then fell back into the muddy pond filled with dead fish. Mud splashed everywhere, and she even got dirty water in her mouth. Ugh. Lin Xiue vomited on the ground, her face twisted with rage, when she looked up. "Second brother Lu, are you still going to hit people? Your wife killed all my fish, and that cost me 100 yuan. If you don't pay me, I'll report you to the commune for vandalism." When it came to money, Lin Xiue completely lost her mind. She had hoped to become a wealthy fish farmer, but now everything was ruined. What could she do? Pay money? Jang Meon peeked out from behind Lu Ting, her eyes not showing fear but rather a bit of pity for someone who looked foolish. "Big sister-in-law, you can eat your food carelessly, but you can't speak carelessly. You still dare to argue." Lin Xiue's face twisted with anger. "Are you going to deny that you told everyone last time that using duck manure helps fish grow faster, and you call that science? Everyone in the village heard you say that using manure to raise fish works. Now all my fish are dead. You just can't stand our big family doing well. You're basically killing us without bloodshed." The villagers nearby started talking among themselves. Last time, Jang Meon told the village chief that using duck manure makes fish grow faster. I was there too. It seemed like she was talking about science. Yeah, there's no reason Jiang Mian could keep fish alive with duck manure, but Lin Xiue's fish all died. It doesn't add up. Hey, do you think maybe Jiang Mian did it on purpose? From what you're saying, it kind of sounds like that. Jang Meon ignored the gossipers. She puffed out her cheeks, trying not to laugh. She took a deep breath, cleared her throat, and then asked, "Big sister-in-law, are you thinking with a block of glue? I'm talking about duck manure, but you're talking about human waste. Are they the same thing?" Jang Meon pointed a finger and waved it. Ducks eat water plants, small fish, shrimp, and insects. Their droppings contain undigested grass seeds and plankton, which are natural food. Big sister-in-law, your family eats grains, right? What are those? Waste. Besides, I said this is about ecological recycling. Ducks dropping waste on the water surface is scientific. Jang Meon pointed at the muddy pit in front of her, bubbling with dark foam, smiling brightly. You're so worried about the fish starving that you poured in over 10 loads of manure at once. Your fish didn't die from hunger or poison. It was overfed and suffocated by your own actions. It's like feeding someone 10 pounds of rice at once and forcing them to swallow it. Can they survive? You don't even know how to copy homework properly, yet you have the nerve to blame the teacher for not teaching well? This argument makes sense and is well supported. The villagers around initially thought Jiang Mian was just causing trouble, but after hearing her, they all started laughing. I knew it. No one would just dump manure into the fish pond. That's too greedy. This is what happens when people lack education. The second wife's method is called science, but the older generation's way is just reckless. Haha, I always wondered why Jiang Mian's fish are lively and jumping, while Lin Xiue's fish all died overnight. Turns out, she really does have some scientific knowledge. Good. Let her be jealous. Now she's lost her savings. Public opinion quickly turned against her. I don't believe it. I just don't believe it. Lin Xiue couldn't accept the facts. All she cares about is getting her money back. You have to pay me. If it weren't for your instigation, we wouldn't be raising fish. Sister-in-law, Jang Mion's eyes turned cold, but she smirked with a mocking smile. I was the one raising fish, and you brought the whole village to scold me for being wasteful and superstitious. Now that I'm making money, you're jealous and copying me. But when your fish die because you can't take care of them, you want to blame me? Are you claiming that all the truth belongs to you? Jiang Mian paused, then looked around at the villagers watching the scene, raising her voice slightly. Everyone here saw it. They dug the pond themselves, bought the fish themselves, and dumped the manure themselves. Now you're blaming me? Are you thinking I, Jiang Mian, am easy to bully, or do you believe Lu Ting can't draw his sword anymore? The last sentence carried a bit of arrogance and bravado. When Lu Ting heard his wife say this, he stepped forward a few paces to cooperate. His intimidating aura, which kept strangers away, was very powerful. Lin Xiue opened her mouth but couldn't say a word in response. She looked at the villagers pointing and whispering around her, then at Lu Ting's fierce face, and finally broke down. Wow, my life is so hard. She collapsed on the ground, rolling around and splashing mud everywhere. Lin Xiue rolled on the ground, and Wang Ho-hot, who had been silent, also looked very angry. Although they didn't spend 100 yuan on fish fry, as Lin Xiue claimed, they did spend several dozen yuan. That was a lot of money, enough that their family might not save that much in a year. Now it's all gone, and they must find someone to compensate them. Wang Ho-hot's eyes lit up, and she sat on the ground, slapping her thighs, using the ultimate rural old lady trick, playing the fool. Villagers, judge for yourselves. This second son's family has gotten rich and even disowned his own mother. They deliberately set a trap to cheat us. I can't go on living. Lu Jiangwo also came over with a dark face, glaring at Lu Ting with a sinister look. Second son, don't go too far. The fish fry money isn't much. Just consider it a filial gift to your mother. If you give 100 yuan, this matter is over. 100 yuan? Everyone around gasped. In today's countryside, 100 yuan is a huge sum, enough to build a big tile house. This Lu family really is asking for too much, wanting money like crazy. Lu Ting was about to speak when he felt someone tugging at the corner of his clothes. Jang Meon bypassed Lu Ting and slowly walked up to Lu Jiangwo. Money? When the family division happened, old Lu's family didn't give us any of the property. Now that our life is better, you want to come and take advantage? Jang Meon sneered, raising her voice sharply. All right, if you want money, we can go to the commune, find the secretary and the women's director to settle this account properly. Just say you're trying to shift the blame for this loss caused by greed onto the brothers who divided the family. What kind of behavior is that? This is exploitation, oppression, trying to dominate and bully the working people. With each accusation, Lu Jiangwo and Wang Hohat's faces turned pale with fear. Although the country has opened up and reformed, such exploitation and oppression are usually associated with capitalists. They dare not admit it. If things escalate to the commune, not only might they fail to get the money, but they could also be taken away for public criticism and humiliation. You lazy woman. Nonsense. Wang Hohat, feeling guilty, got up unsteadily and pointed at Jiang Mian with a fierce look. If you don't want to give, then don't. What does the commune have to do with this? At this moment, a loud shout came from outside the crowd. Enough causing trouble. Village chief Sundahai, with a stern face, pushed into the crowd, looking at the mess on the ground, his beard trembling with anger. Lu Jiangwo.
Lin Xiue.
You two good-for-nothings. Sundahai looked at the dead fish in the pond, heartbroken. The country's reform and opening up, and you two have turned out like this. If this pond's manure water seeps into the ground in a few days and pollutes the village well water, what will happen? In this era, collective interests come first. Hearing that the water might pollute the well, the faces of nearby villagers changed. The village chief is right. This is just too unkind. Greed caused the fish to die, and now they want to blame Jiang Mian. That's shameless. Hurry up and fill it in. It smells terrible and even the pigs won't eat. Public opinion quickly turned against them. Lin Xiue looked at the crowd pointing fingers, then at the dead fish floating all over the pond. Her eyes rolled, and she fainted from anger.
Wife.
Lu Jiangwo hurriedly tried to help her. At that moment, a clear, pleasant mechanical voice sounded in Jiang Mian's mind.
Ding.
The host successfully used scientific knowledge to expose a rude relative, causing widespread disapproval. This action aligns with the principle that lying down and winning is also a skill. The system detects that the grass carp in the fish pond are close to market size. Since the host is too lazy to sell at the market, it automatically matches high-quality customers. Task reward upgraded, a clue to a top-tier procurement order from a state-run restaurant. Jiang Mion's eyes lit up. No need to go to the market? Directly match with big clients? This system is a blessing for lazy people. It's like a mother. As for the system saying she's lazy, Jang Meon automatically ignored it. Lin Xiue was thoroughly unconscious, carried back by Lu Jiangwo and Wang Hohat one after the other. Only the messy scene and the foul-smelling fish pond remained. Sundahai covered his nose and directed a few strong villagers. Hurry up, take 2 trucks of quicklime to the village committee, spread it in and fill the pond. Lu Jiangwo, this jerk, is good for nothing and causes trouble everywhere. Sundahai cursed as he turned to Lu Ting, his expression softening and even showing some kindness. Lu Ting, your fish is almost ready to be caught. You must watch it closely these days so no one ruins it. After Lin Xiue's poison-style fish farming, Sundahai now treats Lu Ting's clear, lively fish pond like a precious treasure.
Lu Ting nodded.
Village chief, don't worry. I will keep an eye on it. The crowd dispersed, and the foul smell of ammonia in the air finally eased a bit. Lu Ting turned around and saw Jiang Mian lazily kicking a small stone by her feet, her skirt swaying gently with her movements. He quickly walked over and naturally held up his hand to block the slightly blinding autumn sun above her head. Are you tired? Want to go back and rest a bit? No, I'm hungry, Jiang Mian replied. She patted her stomach and mischievously looked toward their fish pond. Hubby, go catch a fish. Today, let's have a good meal. Okay. The two went to the back mountain fish pond. Without hesitation, Lu Ting rolled up his pants and went into the water to catch fish. The grass carp, strengthened by the system, had grown to over 2 gene, about 1 kilogram, after this period. Its back was shiny black, and it moved vigorously in the water, splashing water everywhere. Lu Ting was quick and reached into the water suddenly.
Splash.
A fat, big grass carp was pulled ashore, thrashing loudly on the grass. Jiang Mian squatted beside the fish, recalling the clue, rewarded by the system just now. Clue details: County City State-owned Hongqi restaurant, executive chef Lu Xiue. Requirement: because the procurement staff is taking kickbacks and buying inferior fish, Lu Xiue is worried about the main dishes, squirrel mandarin fish, and boiled fish slices, for tonight's county banquet not having good fish. Suggestion: bring a sample and go directly to the kitchen. A slight smile appeared on Jiang Mian's lips. This is not a clue, it's like handing the food right to your mouth. Instead of bargaining with the old men and women at the farmer's market over a few cents and worrying about reports of illegal trading, it's better to supply the goods directly to state-run restaurants. Nowadays, goods sold to state-run restaurants are not only reasonably priced but also offer a layer of protection for one's reputation. Husband. Jang Meon called out to Lu Ting, who was about to kill a fish. What's wrong? Lu Ting paused and looked back at Jang Meon. Catch a few more fish and put them in a water bucket, and make sure they're alive. Jang Meon blinked and said mysteriously, I had a dream last night. I saw the god of wealth showing me a way. Lu Ting was surprised but then nodded seriously. Okay, I'll listen to you. He never doubted Jang Meon's words. Even if she said the moon was square, he would believe her. Since marrying her, life has been getting better and better. Things he never dared to imagine before kept happening to him one after another. This is what his wife called blessing the family. 1 hour later, Lu Ting changed into a clean, good-quality shirt, rode his shiny bicycle, with a large wooden bucket tied to the back. The bucket held several lively grass carp. Jang Meon didn't go. Her reason was simple. The sun was too strong, and she didn't want to get dark. Actually, she was just lazy. She gave Lu Ting a note with the address and a name. Hongqi restaurant in the county town, looking for Lu Xiue. Meanwhile, in the kitchen of Hongqi restaurant, chubby chef Lu was loudly banging a large iron pot. Lu pointed at a few half-dead, skinny grass carp on the cutting board, splattering saliva onto the buyer's face. Tonight is a banquet hosted by the county leaders for the experts from the province. And you give me these fish. This fish is so soft it's like cotton, and it has such a strong muddy smell. How can I make squirrel fish? Or boiled fish? Master Lu, I really can't help it, said Xiaozhong, the buyer, with a worried face. Recently, the fish sent from each commune haven't been good. This is the best we have in the supply and marketing cooperative. I don't care. Lu yanked off his chef's hat, sweating nervously. There are only 3 hours before the banquet starts. If you mess this up, we all get in trouble. The kitchen was silent. Only the hum of the exhaust fan could be heard. Suddenly, a tall figure appeared at the kitchen door. Lu Ting carried a dripping wooden bucket, and his tall figure blocked the light. Who is Lu Xiue? His voice was deep and carried a strong, commanding presence. Lu, frustrated and angry, turned around and shouted, What do you want? No outsiders allowed in the kitchen. Get out. At the back door of the Red Flag restaurant kitchen, the air was thick with the smell of oil and leftover food. Lu Ting stood like a gatekeeper, frowning and blocking the entrance. He ignored the fat man's shouting and asked again, Who is Lu Xiue? Xiaozhong, the buyer, saw that the man was a country bumpkin holding an awkward wooden bucket and immediately found someone to vent his anger on. Where do you think you are? Can't understand words. Huh? Xiao Zhang's eyes narrowed, and he pointed at Lu Ting's nose, shouting, This is a restricted area. Who do you think you are? Get lost. If you delay us in welcoming the provincial leaders, I can't even compensate if I sell you. He felt uneasy inside. Chef Lu was angry right now, and just then, an unfamiliar person appeared, distracting him. Thinking of this, Xiao Zhang, feeling bold, kicked the wooden bucket near Lu Ting's feet. What are you doing with that broken bucket? Get lost now. Lu Ting's eyes darkened. He was about to lift his leg to block. Splash. But he didn't need to move at all. Just as Xiaozhang's toe was about to touch the edge of the bucket, water splashed everywhere. A long, Dark-colored grass carp, like a missile, suddenly leapt out of the water. The fish's body stretched tight in midair, forming an arc, and with a strong flick of its tail, splashed water everywhere. Bang! A sharp sound rang out, sounding very loud in the noisy kitchen. Ah! Xiaozhang screamed, covering his face and backing away repeatedly, finally sitting down hard on the greasy floor tiles. Everything was silent. The entire kitchen was so quiet that you could hear the crackling of the fire in the stove. Chef Lu, who was furious, froze in place. The second chef's knife, used for chopping vegetables, stopped midair. Even the woman washing vegetables was staring with her mouth open, forgetting her work. On Xiao Zheng's fair face, there was now a red, swollen mark, and faintly, the pattern of fish scales could be seen. Half of his face was visibly swollen, red and shiny. The grass carp, after flicking its tail neatly in the air, landed back in the bucket, splashing only a few small water droplets. It even blew a bubble in the water. Lu Ting looked down at the bucket and slightly twitched his lips. The fish raised by my wife has a temper just like her, and it refuses to eat at all. How dare you hit someone? Xiaozhang covered his face, shocked and angry, pointing at Lu Ting with trembling hands. This fish has become a spirit. It's a monster. I want to call the police. Shut up. A loud shout interrupted Xiaozhang's cry. Lu Xiue didn't pay attention to Xiaozhang's protests. His eyes, which were bloodshot from anger, were now fixed on the wooden bucket at Lu Ting's feet. He is a master chef with 30 years of experience. Just from the way that fish jumped out of the water and the shiny black scales under the light, he knew this was a treasure. Lu Xiue quickly rushed over, pushing aside the assistant blocking his way, almost kneeling by the bucket. There was no smell of mud or fishy odor. Instead, he smelled a light, fresh scent like lotus leaves. Good stuff. Really good stuff. His hands trembled as he reached out to touch the fish's back. But the fish flicked its tail and skillfully avoided his hand. Its strong body stirred the water, hitting the bucket wall with a dull sound. It was very lively, muscular and strong. Lu Xiue looked up sharply, eyes burning with excitement, and said to Lu Ting, "Young brother, I am Lu Xiue. Did you bring this fish?" Lu Ting nodded simply. "Just caught from the pond." Lu Xiue straightened up, glanced at the dead fish Xiaozhang bought on the cutting board, then looked back at the lively, powerful fish in the bucket. His anger turned into pure joy.
Jutzi.
"Get the pot boiling." He waved his hand confidently and shouted, "Throw those dead fish out and feed them to the dogs. Today's main dish is ready." When Xiaozhang heard this, his face turned pale. He ignored the pain in his face and quickly stood up to stop him. "Master Lu, this isn't proper. Private deliveries haven't been inspected, and there's no official receipt from the supply office. If something goes wrong, I think you're the one with the problem." Lu grabbed a long-handled ladle and pointed it at Xiaozhang's nose, scolding him. "You took kickbacks from that fishmonger. Don't think I don't know. Trying to fool the provincial leaders with such trash. If something happens, who will be responsible, you or me? Rules?" In the kitchen of the Red Flag restaurant, I am the rule. After scolding, Lu turned to Lu Ting, his face suddenly smiling like a blooming chrysanthemum. "Big brother, can I borrow this fish to try out the dish first?" Lu Ting didn't speak. He just pushed the wooden bucket forward. "Good." The kitchen fire roared. Lu, as expected of a top chef at a state-run restaurant, was a bit overweight, but his knife skills were extraordinary. After quickly removing the internal organs, he flicked his knife a few times with a flash of light. The grass carp, which had just slapped Xiaozhang earlier, was now sliced into thin, delicate pieces like cicada wings. The second chef next to him stretched his neck, eyes wide with amazement. Each fish slice was clear and shiny, glowing like jade under the light. They were so thin, yet none were loose or broken. The edges of the slices curled slightly, showing how firm the meat was. "This meat is amazing." The second chef couldn't help but praise. It wasn't just the skill with the knife, it was the quality of the fish. Only the best fish could make such a crisp sound under the blade. The water boiled, and the fish was added. There wasn't much seasoning added, Just simple green onion and ginger to remove the fishy smell, then a pinch of fine salt. It took only 9 seconds. Lu Xiue quickly used a slotted spoon to lift the fish slices and place them into a white porcelain bowl. No garnishes were needed. The milky white soup, along with the jade-like fish slices, emitted a strong, fresh aroma. This smell was very pure, with no trace of mud or fishy odor. Instead, it carried a refreshing sweetness that dominated the entire kitchen.
Gulp.
Someone must have swallowed hard. Lu Xiue didn't care about the scalding heat. He picked up a piece of fish and put it in his mouth. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Lu Xiue closed his eyes, his expression changing from serious to enjoying, then finally to shock. The fish melted in his mouth, tender and smooth, yet when gently pressed, you could feel the fibers bouncing on the tongue, an amazing texture.
Fresh.
Too fresh. This flavor hit straight to the top of his head. Bang! Lu Xiue suddenly slapped his thigh, and when he opened his eyes, they were a bit red. In awe, he exclaimed, "Incredible! Truly incredible!" He was so excited he almost lost his words, grabbing Lu Ting's hand and shaking it vigorously. "Big brother, where did you get this fish? I've been cooking for 30 years, but I've never tasted such a good grass carp. This flavor, even wild mandarin fish can't compare." Lu Ting calmly withdrew his hand. He looked at the fish soup, thinking only one thing: his wife was right. If she said it was good, then it must be the best in the world. "Can this fish be used?" Lu Ting asked. Lu Xiue waved his hand dramatically. "Absolutely." He turned to look at Xiao Zhang, who was curled up in the corner, and sneered. "If you don't want to do this, pack your things and leave now. From now on, I decide who gets the fish at Hongqi Hotel." Xiao Zhang's face looked defeated. He knew he was finished. After dealing with the flies, Lu Xiue, smiling all over his face, invited Lu Ting to sit at a small side table and even poured him a cup of tea. "Big brother, let's be honest." Lu Xiue rubbed his hands eagerly. "How many fish you have, I want all of them. Don't worry about the price. It will be fair. Outside, the supply and marketing cooperative sells grass carp for about 78 cents a pound, and on the black market, it can go up to 90 cents. Lu Xiue held up one finger. "I'll give you $1.20. Cash now. $1.20. The surrounding chefs gasped. This price is even higher than pork. Lu Ting's heart skipped a beat, but he showed no sign of it. He remembered what Jiang Mian had taught him, picked up his teacup slowly, and took a sip without saying a word. Seeing Lu Ting silent, Lu Xiue grew anxious. "Big brother, this $1.20 is really the top price. Here's what I'll do. I'll try to get you $1.30. But I have a request. If you have this kind of fish in the future, prioritize supplying us at Hongqi Hotel. Let's sign a long-term contract. Tonight's banquet is very important. If this fish impresses the provincial leaders, Lu Xio's reputation will rise even higher." He calculated everything carefully. A little more or less didn't matter, since he wouldn't be paying out of his own pocket. "Okay." Lu Ting finally nodded. "Deal." Lu Xiue was overjoyed and immediately called the accountant to get the money. After receiving the money, Lu Ting's heart was far from calm. These fish each weigh between 2.5 to 3 jin, which means each fish can sell for about 3.5 yuan. Behind the mountain, there are at least 700 or 800 fish in the pond. Sigh, Lu Ting couldn't help but take a deep breath. If he sold all of them, how many big tiled houses could he build? He knew that a regular worker's monthly wage is only 30 or 40 yuan. Selling 10 fish could cover a worker's entire month's pay. Besides the hundreds of fish, he also has over 100 ducks. He couldn't imagine it. Lu Ting took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He credited all this to his wife, who is a lucky star. With his wife's good fortune, life will only get better. Lu Ting carefully kept the money close, then pushed his bicycle to leave. At that moment, Lu Xiue couldn't help but be curious and asked, "Big brother, if I may ask, what's the secret to raising such good fish?" Hearing this, Lu Ting's usually cold face showed a rare gentle smile, even with a hint of quiet pride. He remembered Jang Meon standing by the fish pond, pointing out things confidently and sincerely. It's my wife's doing. She calls it the Sangji fish pond three-dimensional circular ecological farming. It's science. Lu Xiue was stunned. Sangji what? Three-dimensional what? He didn't understand, but it sounded very impressive.
No wonder. No wonder.
Lu Xiue nodded vigorously. Your sister-in-law is a clever person. A learned person. Big brother, you're so lucky. Lu Ting's lips curled into a slight smile. He swung his long leg over and got on his bicycle. That's natural. That's natural. My wife is naturally the best. After leaving the state-run restaurant, Lu Ting didn't go straight home. He touched his hot chest with a 10-something yuan in his pocket, thinking about Jiang Mion's delicate and adorable look. Yesterday, my wife said she wanted to eat candy because her mouth felt bland. Last time, she also said she wanted to eat ribs. My wife also likes wearing dresses, especially floral ones. Lu Ting kicked his bike, which sped like the wind toward the supply and marketing cooperative. Buy everything. In the past, he had no means, but now, with this scientific way of raising fish, Lu Ting was willing to do anything to spoil his wife. The county supply and marketing cooperative had a tall 3-foot counter. The clerk behind the counter was cracking sunflower seeds, not even lifting his eyelids. Comrade, I want to buy something. Lu Ting stood in front of the counter, his tall figure blocking a lot of light. The clerk rolled his eyes and spat out the seed shells. What do you want? No ticket, no sale. Don't waste time here. At that time, clerks at the supply and marketing cooperative were still considered important staff, and their rude attitude was common. Lu Ting said nothing, directly took out a stack of large, United, ration coupons and some various tickets and placed them on the glass counter. The clerk's eyes widened in surprise. This stack of United ration coupons was worth at least dozens of yuan. 2 cans of malted milk, made in Shanghai. Lu Ting's voice was steady, and he pointed through the glass. And 2 jean of white rabbit milk candies. 2 jean. The clerk doubted he heard correctly. Comrade, these candies are expensive at 1.5 yuan per jean, and they need special sugar tickets. Weigh it, Lu Ting said simply. The clerk immediately changed his expression, quickly took a scale and wrapped it in oil paper. All right, please wait. Do you want anything else? Friendship brand snow cream. 2 boxes, please. Lu Ting thought about his wife's smooth, fair face and added, and 1 bottle of Pecoin for hand lotion. The women around, buying needles and thread, all stared in surprise. Whose careless husband is this? The malt extract is a fancy gift item, only bought for special occasions. White rabbit candies are given to children during the New Year. Yet he bought 2 jean of it. And snow cream? 2 boxes. Do you have any fine cotton fabric? Lu Ting looked toward the fabric section. I want floral patterns, pink or light blue. Yes. New arrivals, perfect for making stylish dresses. Lu Ting waved his hand and grabbed 6 feet of fabric. Finally, he went to the food section and cut 5 jean of leftover pork ribs. Nowadays, everyone prefers buying large fatty pork for oil. Only a fool would buy ribs full of bones. So, regular pork costs about 80 cents per jean, but ribs are only 30 cents at this time. But Lu Ting remembered clearly that his wife disliked greasy meat and loved gnawing on ribs. After leaving the supply cooperative, Lu Ting's old truck was loaded with mesh bags hanging on the rack. On the left were malt extract and snow cream, on the right, swinging ribs and milk candies. The big wooden bucket in the back seat was empty, but the floral fabric tied to the crossbar shone brightly in the autumn sun. At the Red Star Production Brigade, under the big locust tree at the village entrance, it was break time, and a group of women were patching shoes and gossiping. Of course, the main topic was the chaos at Old Lu's pigsty, with the fish pond explosion. Hey, what do you think Old Lu's second son was doing riding his bike so early? What else? He was probably going to sell fish. The speaker is Aunt Lu, a busybody in the village. She purses her lips. Did you see that all the fish Lin Xiue caught are dead? Old Lu probably fears losing money too. That's why he's rushing to pull them out and take them to the county to try his luck. I think it's risky, another aunt responds. The supply and marketing cooperative is picky about fish. With his rough methods, do you think they'll buy his fish? Maybe they'll just return it untouched. As they talk, dust rises from the main road in the distance. Lu Ting rides his bicycle quickly. Look, Lu Ting is coming back. Everyone stretches their necks, waiting to see him fail. But as the bicycle gets closer, only the sound of swallowing can be heard under the big locust tree. What's in that net? Such a big bundle. The rusty tin can has pictures of a man and a woman, probably condensed milk. And that swinging thing, could it be a big fat pig rib? The wind blows, carrying a smell of milk and meat that makes everyone's stomach rumble. Oh my goodness. Aunt Lu pricks her finger with a needle, but doesn't feel the pain. This load must be worth a lot of money. That fabric looks like good quality cloth, right? Such bright color. A big piece like that must cost several yuan. Lu Ting keeps his eyes straight ahead, ignoring the gossiping women. He kicks his long legs, and the bike wheels roll straight into his small yard. Only the village women at the entrance smell a twinge of jealousy. Is old Lu really getting rich? I think he's just pretending to be rich. He sold a few fish and spent all the money. He's not doing well at all. Exactly. Marrying that lazy wife, Jang Meon, no matter how much money he makes, it's never enough. Look at what's hanging on his handlebar. Who would want bones instead of big fat meat? Such a wasteful kid. Although she said that, who wouldn't want their own man to be a little wasteful once? At the old Lu family house entrance, Lin Xiue was squatting there, with 2 dark circles under her eyes, washing a pile of clothes covered in foul mud. The morning's chaos made her the joke of the whole village. The manure water washed away the dirt, but the faint smell seemed to have soaked into her clothes, and no matter how she washed, it wouldn't go away. Seeing Lu Ting return loaded with goods, Lin Xiue's eyes turned red. Why did all her fish die, but Lu's second brother could buy so many things and bring them home? Pretending to be rich. Lin Xiue slammed the stick into the water and sneered sarcastically, having money to buy sweets but not enough to respect your mother. Aren't you afraid of gossip? Wang Guohua heard the noise and came out of the house. When she saw the mesh bags, her eyes, shaped like inverted triangles, immediately gleamed with greed. She hurried over to the middle of the road, spreading her arms to block the bicycle. Second brother. Stop right there. Squeak. Lu Ting supported himself on one foot, looking coldly at his mother blocking the way. What's the matter? You ungrateful thing. Wang Guohua pointed at the meat and sweets on the handlebar, spitting as she spoke. Your brother and sister-in-law are in trouble, and the family is about to run out of food, but you're still buying all these things. Leave all these items for me. The ribs are just right for your nephew to strengthen his body. As she spoke, Wang Guohua reached out to grab the mesh bag on the handlebar. Lu Ting skillfully turned his wrist, causing the bike's front to dodge her hand. He looked down at his biased mother, who was so partial she was practically under his armpit. The family separation agreement clearly states that everyone lives separately. When we first separated, besides this leaky old house, you didn't share a single grain of rice or a single thread with me. Lu Ting looked at Lin Xiue, who was washing clothes in the yard. Big sister-in-law wants to turn the fish pond into a latrine. That's her business. My money is earned by my own ability, and it's also because my wife is thriving. If you want to eat meat, buy it yourself. After saying that, Lu Ting suddenly stomped his foot. The big wheel spun up a gust of wind, and he rode past Wang Hohot without looking back, disappearing into the distance. Hey, you unfilial son. May you be struck by lightning. Wang Hohot jumped and cursed loudly behind him, but seeing his back quickly fading away, she could only stare in frustration. Lin Xiue looked at the empty water bucket on Lu Ting's car seat, feeling very upset. The bucket was empty. Did he sell the fish?
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
He must have thrown the fish away just to save face, now using the money from selling the fish to buy things to show off.
It must be like that.
After comforting herself with this thought, Lin Xiue felt a little better. At the foot of the mountain in the small courtyard of the second house, Jang Meon was lying on a lounge chair, a fan covering her face, sleeping soundly. Mian Mian, a familiar, deep voice called, I'm back. Jang Meon took away the fan, rubbed her sleepy eyes, then stretched lazily like a cute cat. "Husband, you're back." Her voice was sweet and soft, making Lu Ting's heart tremble. He parked the car, then eagerly carried everything to the stone table like a treasure. "White rabbit milk candies, your favorite." Lu Ting unwrapped a candy, offering the milky white piece to Jiang Mion's mouth. Jiang Mian smiled softly and opened her mouth, the rich milk aroma melting in her mouth.
So sweet.
She squinted happily, and her small appearance looked 10,000 times sweeter than candy to Lu Ting. Lu Ting's throat unconsciously moved, and he turned to pick up 2 more items. "This snow cream is for you to put on your face. It smells nice, and this one is for making your skirt. It will look very pretty." On the stone table in the yard, pink floral fabric was spread out smoothly, shining softly in the sunset. Jiang Mian rested her chin on one hand, and with the other, she gestured at the fabric. Her once excited face suddenly drooped. She didn't know how to make clothes. The last time she made a dress for Lu Ting was with a skill experience card from the system. Now, sewing this complicated fabric stitch by stitch was impossible for her. "What's wrong?" Lu Ting asked nervously. "Don't you like the pattern? The pattern is very pretty. I like it very much," Jang Meon sighed. She waved her white, tender fingers in front of Lu Ting. "Husband, look, my hands are so white and soft. It would hurt so much if I pricked them with a needle." Lu Ting's gaze fell on Jiang Mion's delicate hands, which were long and smooth, with healthy pink nails. He instinctively reached out his rough, scarred hand and gently held hers, feeling how soft and smooth they were. Indeed, his wife's hands were meant for comfort, not rough work. "I'll do it," Lu Ting said without hesitation, turning to get scissors. "Can you really make clothes?" Jang Mion's bright eyes looked at the tall man, full of disbelief. Lu Ting looked calm, even a little proud. "When I was in the army, I sewed buttons and fixed tiers myself. Although I haven't made a skirt before, I think the principles are similar." He patted his chest and promised, "Tell me what you want to make, and I will follow your instructions." Jang Meon was amused. This was just like a good young person in the new society. Although she couldn't do it herself, she could at least give directions with her words. Jang Meon went back to her room and took out some tools. She found a yellow measuring tape in her sewing box and handed it to Lu Ting, whose hands were full of calluses. "All right, Master Lu, before we start, please take my measurements." Lu Ting held the soft tape, and his tall body suddenly stiffened. "Measure. Where?" "Of course, the shoulder width, waist, and bust." Jang Meon smiled and stood straight, deliberately opening her arms like a playful little fox. "Otherwise, how can I make a beautiful fitted dress? Come on, Master Lu, hurry up and start." Lu Ting took a step forward, and the air between them became a little thick. The scent of shampoo mixed with her body warmth wafted into his nose. Lu Ting felt his palms start to sweat. It wasn't even dark yet, and doing this in the yard. Was it appropriate? His hands, which had never trembled while holding a bow deep in the mountains, now trembled slightly as he held the soft tape. The measuring tape wrapped around Jiang Mion's slender waist. So thin. The thought just appeared, and Lu Ting's cheeks grew warm. He didn't dare to use much force, only carefully tightening the tape. His rough fingertips accidentally brushed against the soft flesh on Jiang Mion's side. "It tickles." Jang Meon flinched at the rough touch, her waist trembling slightly, with a little curl at the end of her voice. This sound almost made Lu Ting throw away the ruler in his hand. He instinctively looked outside the yard. Luckily, there was no one behind the fence. But even with no one around, Lu Ting still felt uncomfortable. Sweat appeared on his forehead, and his breathing became a little heavier. "Husband, why is your face so red?" Jang Meon asked on purpose, casually peeling a big white rabbit candy and standing on tiptoe to put it in Lu Ting's mouth. "Here, have a candy to calm down." Her gentle fingertips accidentally touched the man's lips. The rich milk scent melted on the tongue, mixed with the faint fragrance of Jiang Mion's fingertips. Lu Ting's Adam's apple moved as he chewed a few times, his voice hoarse, sweet. Finally finishing measuring, Lu Ting felt more tired than if he had fought a wild boar. It was too exciting. He quickly moved a small stool to sit in the yard, trying to calm his restless mood with work. Then, an extremely strange scene appeared in the Red Star production brigade. Lu Ting, who was 1.9 meters tall, muscular enough to kill a wild boar with his bare hands, was now curled up on a tiny wooden stool. His large hands, like fans, carefully held a thin sewing needle. The man looked focused, his jaw tight. "Your waist must be tightened." "I want the slimmest look," Jang Meon said from her reclining chair nearby, waving a fan and giving instructions. "Okay," Lu Ting replied, sewing quickly and steadily. This scene was just seen by Lin Xiue. After washing clothes, Lin Xiue became angrier the more she thought about it. She wanted to see if the second child was really getting rich, but when she peeked in, she saw Lu Ting sewing clothes for Jiang Mian. At that moment, Lin Xiue's worldview was deeply shaken. These days in the countryside, isn't it true that men work outside and women handle the inside? Men are the backbone of the family. When they come home, they should relax and have tea. Who in the family would sew clothes for their wife? If others found out, it would ruin the family's reputation. Lin Xiue looked at this scene with disdain, but her tone was sour. "I wonder why you bought so much fabric. Are you just embroidery at home as a young girl? Since it's at home, if the villagers see it, they'll laugh at you. Women's chores are tiring enough, and you, as a man, shouldn't be so embarrassed." Before Jang Meon could speak, the system voice sounded in her mind. Detected that the host successfully directed her clumsy husband to do difficult household chores, causing the most annoying relatives' values to collapse. Judged that the host has reached a new level of laziness, increasing her good luck index. Reward received: a barrel of refined peanut oil, 5L, has been automatically stored in the space. Jang Meon felt very happy. She slowly turned over in bed, too lazy to even give Lin Xiue a glance. Lu Ting's hands kept moving, but he only cast a cold glance outside the fence. "I like making clothes for my wife. What's it to you?" This one sentence made Lin Xiue's face turn pale.
You
must be bewitched by a fox spirit." Lin Xiue gritted her teeth, her eyes greedily staring at the fine fabric in Lu Ting's hands. Spending money on such good fabric to waste on a lazy wife and not taking it home to honor your mother. "You're truly ungrateful."
get lost.
Lu Ting only said one word. He suddenly snapped the scissors shut with a crisp sound, making Lin Xiue flinch.
Fine, fine.
"You two are impressive. I wonder how long your fish-selling money can last." Lin Xiue cursed as she walked away, feeling sour inside like she had drunk a jar of old vinegar. Why should it be like this? Jang Meon, the lazy girl, does nothing all day but still wears new shirts and has men to serve her. She works hard and still gets scolded by her mother-in-law and beaten by her husband. She can't stand this life anymore. She swatted away the annoying flies. Lu Ting quickly finished a neat dress in less than an hour. Although the stitches weren't as fine as a sewing machine, each stitch was strong and careful. He followed Jiang Mian's instructions, cinching the waist and adding a few clever pleats at the collar, making it look more fashionable than store-bought clothes. "Husband, you're amazing." Jiang Mian held up the half-finished dress, her eyes shining. "With your skills, you could open a tailor shop." Jiang Mian's praise kept coming, free of charge. Lu Ting's lips curved into a gentle smile, full of affection. "Are you hungry?" he asked, looking at the sun. "I'll go cook." "I want sweet and sour pork ribs." Jang Meon immediately named her dish, her voice sweet. "Make it tangy and sweet, add more sugar. It will boost my energy after a busy day." "Okay." Lu Ting put away his sewing tools and carried the 5 pounds of ribs into the simple kitchen. Jang Meon didn't cook, but she was good at giving advice. The ribs should be blanched in cold water first, then add 2 slices of ginger to remove the smell. When the water boils, skim off the foam. Cook the sugar until it turns light brown, then add the ribs quickly. Finally, pour a circle of vinegar around the edge of the pan to release the aroma. As Lu Ting prepared the dish, a strong, tempting aroma began to drift over the small courtyard. Nowadays, everyone's stomachs lacked oil and fat. Usually, they only used a bit of fatty pork to grease the pan when cooking. Deluxe dishes like sweet and sour ribs were rare treats, often only enjoyed during the new year, not everyday meals. The rich smell of meat mixed with a sweet, sour, and slightly burnt aroma, drifting with the wind into neighboring houses and reaching the old Lu family's home nearby. Inside the main room of the old Lu house, the family sat around the table, drinking sweet potato porridge, with only a plate of dark, salty pickled vegetables on the table. Slurp, Lu Jiangwo sniffed loudly, and his stomach growled unexpectedly. Whose house smells so good? Are they crazy? It's not a festival, yet they're eating roasted meat. Wang Guohua, upset because she hadn't received any money, was even angrier when she smelled the aroma.
Who else could it be?
Wang Guohua slammed her chopsticks on the table. Besides that second son, who married and forgot his family, who would be willing to eat meat every day. It's a sin. That's my money. Those are my ribs. Thinking about how a big plate of ribs had gone into Jiang Mion's stomach, Wang Guohua trembled with pain. Next to her, Lu Xiaobao, smelling the delicious scent, suddenly threw his sweet potato aside and sat on the ground, crying loudly. I want to eat meat. I want ribs. Grandma, go get uncle's meat and bring it back for me. Why eat, eat, eat? You only know how to eat. That's for the unlucky ones. Lin Xiue, slapping her son's back, scolded him indirectly. They're now rich. They don't care about us poor relatives anymore. This meal left the old Lu family feeling anxious and bitter. Meanwhile, in the second courtyard, Lu Ting carried a big basin filled with sweet and sour ribs covered in sauce and came out. Mian Mian, time to eat. Jang Meon picked up the largest piece and put it in her mouth. The shell was slightly crispy, but the lean meat inside was tender and not dry. Her teeth easily broke the meat from the bone. The sweet and sour sauce coated her tongue, and the aroma of the meat filled the air. She happily squinted her eyes and nodded her head with satisfaction. Husband, Jang Meon swallowed the meat, licked her oily lips, and then remembered the important matter. By the way, how did the fish sell today? Talking about this, Lu Ting was full of admiration. Mian Mian, you're really amazing. Lu Ting lowered his voice, his face turning red with excitement. I followed your instructions and went to the address you gave. Chef Lu at Hongqi Restaurant agreed right away. He vividly described the exciting and surprising events at the restaurant's kitchen. Especially how the fish's tail suddenly flew and hit the arrogant buyer who looked down on others, making the story even more lively. Chef Lu said our fish is top quality. If we can supply Hongqi Restaurant in the future, the price will be 1.3 per jean. 1.3 per jean, that's more than the black market price by 30 cents. Just thinking about the hundreds of lively fish in the back mountain pond made Lu Ting's heart race like a drum. This wasn't just fish farming. It was like printing money in the water. 1.3 per jean, Jang Meon didn't expect fish to sell for that much in this era. She propped her chin with one hand, her eyes shining brightly under the dim yellow light. Yes, Lu Ting nodded heavily, his voice full of unprecedented confidence and certainty. Mian Mian, we have at least 700 or 800 fish in the pond. I've thought it through. Once this batch is sold, we should have about 3,000 yuan. When the time comes, I will ask the best bricklayer in the village to tear down this broken thatched house and build 3 bright, spacious blue brick houses. He looked around at the small, dark, low room, full of hope in his eyes. After building, he wanted to paint the inside and outside walls pure white, install large, bright glass windows, and let everyone in the village see that Lu Ting's wife lives better than anyone else. In this rural era, having 3 big brick houses with high blue brick walls was a sign of status, only for the village chief's family. Lu Ting thought only such a big house was worthy of his delicate wife. But Jang Meon listened and didn't feel happy. Instead, she slightly frowned. She picked up a fan and gently fanned herself, pouting in dissatisfaction.
I don't want that, she said.
Don't want? Lu Ting was stunned, feeling like his enthusiasm was suddenly cooled down. Mian Mian, this mud house is damp, and it leaks in winter. I worry about your health, he said. I mean, I don't want to build a house in the village, she replied. Although rural life was good, the village still didn't have electricity, which made Jiang Mian a bit uncomfortable. She stretched out her small foot and gently kicked Lu Ting's leg across the table, her voice soft and sweet. "Husband, let's go to the county town to buy a house. I want a house where I can just press a switch, and the room will be bright. I want a faucet that flows water with a turn of the handle. Later, we will buy a big TV, a washing machine, and a large refrigerator." The county town? Under the dim kerosene lamp, Lu Ting's face was full of worry. For the farmers of Hongxing Brigade, the county town was another world. The people there ate government food, wore good cloth, and lived in apartment buildings, things they looked up to. In this era, the divide between urban and rural areas feels like an impossible barrier. "Mimi," Lu Ting's throat tightened. "Moving to the city. We probably can't get a household registration. And the city houses are all government-owned. Even if we had money, they wouldn't sell to us." But Jang Meon was not worried. She knew what Lu Ting was worried about, but she also knew the year was 1983. This was the night before the spring breeze filled the land. "Husband, listen to me." Jang Meon's bright eyes looked at Lu Ting. "Instead of buying a government house, let's buy a small private yard. Now the policies have changed. The country encourages economic activity. Since farmers are allowed to sell fish in the city, they should also be allowed to spend money in the city. Think about it, when it gets cold, how cold will it be when I take a bath here? And you'll have to go to the well to fetch water, which is so tiring." Jang Meon reached out her soft little hand and shook Lu Ting's rough, calloused hand, her voice gentle and sweet. "In the city, just turn on the tap for hot water and flip a switch to turn on the lights. Husband, can you bear to see me shivering in the cold winter, squatting in the outhouse?" Lu Ting's breath suddenly caught. In his mind, he immediately pictured Jiang Mian curled up in bed, calling out cold.
"No."
His wife is like a fairy. How can she suffer like this? He's not afraid of fetching water, but he can't let his wife be wronged. Household registration, policies, none of that matters when it comes to his wife's comfort. "Buy it." Lu Ting clenched his teeth suddenly, his eyes filled with resolve. "If anyone dares to sell, I'll sell everything I have to buy it for you. Later, we will buy the yard first. As for the household registration, I will find a way. If necessary, I can ask my old comrades for help. As long as the money is in place, no fortress is unbreakable." Jiang Mion's lips curled into a sweet smile, revealing two adorable dimples. "Husband, you're so kind." Jiang Mian leaned in and gave a quick kiss on Lu Ting's firm cheek. "To reward you, I will wear that new dress tomorrow." Lu Ting's face flushed from the sudden kiss. He hurriedly ate 2 bowls of rice, then grabbed scissors and a needle and started working.
I
will finish it now. It will be done soon." That night, the small courtyard's lights stayed on for a long time. Brother, sister-in-law. Big trouble. The next morning, just before dawn, Lu Ting and Jiang Mian were awakened by Erguzi. Lu Ting suddenly opened his eyes. His first reaction was to cover Jiang Mian's ears with his big hand, his eyes showing a fierce look from waking up. Jiang Mian snuggled in his arms and muttered unhappily. Early in the morning, did Erguzi get chased by a dog? Lu Ting put on his coat, pushed open the door, and frowned. What happened? If the sky is falling, someone tall will hold it up. Why are you making a fuss? Erguzi, panting heavily from running too fast, had a dark face covered in sweat. He pointed toward the back mountain and struggled to speak. Brother, the ducks. Those ducks are crazy. Crazy. Lu Ting's eyes sharpened. Could it be someone poisoned them again? No, they laid eggs. There are eggs everywhere. I can't pick them all up. Erguzi was so excited he gestured wildly. White eggs all over the place, covering the grass. Lu Ting was stunned. He instinctively looked back into the house. The ducklings they bought just 10 days ago are laying eggs? Is that even scientific? In just about 10 days, the fish fry can grow to 2 or 3 gene, about 1 to 1.5 kilograms. The ducks should also be laying eggs in the pond around this time. Let's go take a look, Lu Ting said casually, grabbing 2 large bamboo baskets and striding toward the back mountain. When they reached the fish pond, even Lu Ting, who was usually calm, couldn't help but gasp in surprise. They saw that the grass where the ducks rested and the edge of the pond were covered with many white-blue duck eggs. In the morning light, they looked like a pile of silver ingots scattered on the ground. "Brother, I counted them. There are at least 70 or 80 visible eggs, and there are probably more in the nests," said Guzzi excitedly, rubbing his hands. "How do these ducks lay eggs so fast? It's like they're pooping all the time." Lu Ting crouched down and picked up one of the duck eggs. It was quite heavy and larger than the usual eggs in the village. "My wife said that scientific farming really works," he said. "Although these eggs aren't worth as much as chicken eggs right now, with over 100 ducks, they're constantly laying eggs every day. Let's gather the eggs first, so they don't get spoiled in the sun," Lu Ting ordered in a deep voice. The two moved quickly, filling more than half of the 2 big bamboo baskets in less than half an hour, carefully avoiding breaking any eggs. Back at the small yard, Jang Meon had just woken up. She had her hair loosely tousled, looking like a delicate porcelain doll, which didn't quite match the dull, rustic farmyard. When she saw the dense pile of duck eggs in the baskets, she was completely surprised. "What's going on? Have our ducks started laying eggs? And all these eggs are from just one day?" In the yard, the morning light was faint. Over 100 white-blue duck eggs were stacked in the 2 large bamboo baskets. Guzzi squatted on the ground, looking worried at the pile of eggs. "Brother, what should we do with so many eggs? It's hot, and if we leave them out for more than a couple of days, they'll spoil. If we sell it to the supply and marketing cooperative, they will only buy a few dozen, and the rest will go bad in our hands. During this time of scarce supplies and difficult transportation, a good harvest can sometimes be a source of worry." Lu Ting frowned, a look of difficulty crossing his strong face. He looked at Jiang Mian, who had just gotten up and was sitting there combing her hair. "Mian, should I ride my bike to the county to sell some? Whatever we get, we get. If not, we can just make salted duck eggs." Jiang Mian slowly combed her long hair, lazily yawning. "No need to rush. Fresh duck eggs don't sell for much, and salted duck eggs need a month to cure and develop flavor. That's too slow." She looked at the pile of eggs and suddenly remembered the system reward she received earlier, the lead-free soft-centered century egg-making technique. Not only the technique, but also a special fermentation catalyst in the system space that speeds up the curing process. "Husband," Jang Meon put down her comb, her eyes curved into a smile, "we won't make salted duck eggs. We'll make century eggs." "Century? Century eggs?" Lu Ting and Guzzi both froze. "What is that? Could it be a transformed egg?" "Meaning a century egg. In the supply and marketing cooperative, a regular duck egg sells for 5 cents, but a transformed egg costs 2 mao, 20 cents. During festivals, serving a plate of cold century eggs is a sign of good manners. But this thing is technically difficult. No one in the village knows how to make it." "Can you make it?" Lu Ting asked instinctively, then thought it was a silly question. His wife can farm fish scientifically, so making an egg is nothing. "Of course," Jang Meon said confidently, her face not flushing, her heart pounding. She stretched out her delicate white fingers and confidently said, "I need quicklime, soda ash, wood ash, coarse salt, and the cheapest tea leaves. Husband, go buy the materials. Second brother, go boil water and make tea. The stronger, the better." Hearing this list of instructions, Lu Ting, who had been worried just moments before, lost his confusion and instead felt complete trust. "Okay, I'll go right now." Without hesitation, Lu Ting swung his long leg over his bicycle and sped out of the yard like the wind. Half an hour later, Lu Ting returned fully loaded. He not only bought quicklime and soda ash, but also pulled 2 large sacks of wood ash from the pile at the village entrance. Passing by old Lu's house, Lin Xiue was sitting outside, peeling sunflower seeds and basking in the sun. Seeing the dusty bags on Lu Ting's bike, Lin Xiue's eyes spun with curiosity. "What is second brother doing?" "No way, I have to go see." Inside the small courtyard of the second house, the atmosphere was lively. Jiang Mian sat in a rocking chair, peeling candies, eating as she directed. "First, filter the tea water and let it cool. Pour the wood ash and quicklime into the big tub. Be careful not to get blinded. Lu Ting took off his shirt and worked shirtless. The cool October morning made him feel a little chilly, but he was already covered in a thin layer of sweat. His bronze-colored muscles moved with each stir, their smooth, tight lines showing explosive strength. Especially when he vigorously stirred the lime slurry, the veins on his arms slightly bulged, giving a wild, beautiful look. Jang Meon watched with great interest. This looked much better than the stiff muscles in modern gyms, didn't it? Is the water boiling? Lu Ting asked in a deep, magnetic voice. All right. Guzi ran over carrying a large bucket of dark, thick tea. Pour it in, Jiang Mian ordered. The hot tea was poured into the quicklime. Sizzle. A burst of white steam rose instantly from the large jar. The lime reacted violently with the water, boiling fiercely and making bubbling sounds. A strange smell, a mix of tea aroma and alkaline scent, filled the air. Once the temperature dropped a bit, Jang Meon took advantage of their distraction and gently flicked her fingertip. A drop of transparent fermentation catalyst slid down her fingers silently and merged into the still rolling mud. System tip: powerful catalyst activated. Fermentation time shortened to 72 hours, 100% yield, flavor improved by 50%. Jang Meon's lips curled slightly, success. The next task was delicate. Lu Ting squatted on the ground, his rough hands surprisingly gentle at this moment. He picked up a duck egg, rolled it in the mud, then tossed it into a pile of rice husks to roll again. The pale blue duck eggs instantly turned into dull gray mud balls. His movements were smooth and flowing, starting a bit awkward but soon becoming as skilled as an old craftsman. Sweat trickled down his forehead, crossing his high nose bridge, gathering at his chin, almost ready to drip. Jiang Mian watched, feeling a bit eager. She stood up, walking lightly to Lu Ting's side, and took out her handkerchief. Don't move, her soft voice sounded in his ear. Lu Ting stiffened all over. The duck egg he just wrapped in mud almost cracked in his hand. Jiang Mian gently wiped the sweat from his forehead with the fragrant handkerchief, her movements as soft as a feather brushing by. Are you tired? She leaned in very close, her breath brushing against his neck, making him feel a tingling sensation. Lu Ting's throat moved sharply. He tilted his head slightly, avoiding her tempting gaze. Not tired. This little task is nothing. Guzi was crouched on the other side, wrapping duck eggs, too afraid to lift his head, wishing he could bury it in the rice husks. I shouldn't be here. I should be under the car. This scene was seen entirely by Lin Xiue, who had followed secretly. She looked at the yard full of duck eggs, feeling jealous and sour inside. What kind of luck did that second brother have? Why do his ducks lay eggs more often than others? But when she saw Lu Ting throwing a good duck egg into the lime mud, she almost burst out laughing. He's not selling the eggs, just covering them with mud. Now, he'll probably make the eggs smell bad. In her view, this must be Jiang Mian causing trouble again. Who would waste things like this? That lime mud is for building walls. Just as Lin Xiue was about to mock him, someone pulled her from behind. Sure. Su Ro grabbed Lin Xiue's sleeve and dragged her to the corner of the earthen wall. Lin Xiue almost fell over from the pull. She was about to curse, but when she saw Su Ro's grim face, she held back her angry words.
So seeking?
Why are you pulling me? Big sister-in-law Lin, rushing in now will only scare Lu Ting with his fists. What good will that do? Su Ro pushed up her glasses, a calculating look flashing behind the lenses. Upon hearing Lu Ting's fist, Lin Xiue instinctively shrank back. Let's go. We should leave this place first. Su Ro quickly glanced inside the yard, making sure Jiang Mian didn't notice them, then tiptoed away with Lin Xiue. Only after they walked far away did Su Ro lower her voice, adopting a scholarly tone. Big sister Lin, do you know what Jiang Mian and the others are doing? Lin Xiue was confused by Su Ro's mysterious attitude. But when she heard Su Ro ask what Lu Ting and the others were up to, she couldn't help but sneer. They're just wasting money. Instead of selling good duck eggs, they cover them with mud. What a fool. She then looked pained. All that money belongs to my Lu family. Wasting food like this will surely bring bad luck. Seeing Lin Xiue's naive and jealous expression, Su Ro's eyes flashed with disdain. Big sister Lin, Jang Meon isn't wasting food. Su Ro lowered her voice and pretended to be wise. I'm from the city, so there are some things you rural folks don't understand. What Jang Meon is making now is called century eggs, but Su Ro's tone shifted and she gave a cold smile. If she doesn't do it right, eating it could be like poison that harms your stomach. Poison? Lin Xiue was startled, her eyes wide and her voice raised. Sure. Su Ro quickly signaled her to be quiet, then nodded confidently.
Yes.
Making century eggs requires a substance called yellow dan powder, which is actually lead oxide, very toxic. She deliberately emphasized, sneering, that lead stuff, if eaten, can cause intestines to rot, or even damage the brain and turn someone into a fool. She is crazy about money, willing to risk the entire village's safety for it. Lin Xiue felt her heart pounding and her face turned pale. Then, a sudden feeling of joy rose inside her. Poisoning. Causing harm. This is a serious crime that could get someone sentenced to death. Should we report this? Lin Xiue's voice trembled with fear and excitement. Let the commune arrest them. When it came to reporting, Su Ro's lips twitched uncomfortably and a shadow flickered in her eyes. Last time, she reported Jiang Mian for illegal dealings, but not only did she fail, she ended up losing out. This time, she must not make the same mistake. She had to strike hard and fast. Just reporting isn't enough. Su Ro's eyes narrowed, her voice cold and firm. Who will believe just words without proof? If we do it, we need to make a big fuss, let everyone in the village know. Then, with witnesses and evidence, she'll never turn things around. Lin Xiue's heart skipped a beat, sensing an opportunity. How do we do that? Su Ro leaned close to Lin Xiue's ear, her breath soft but full of malice. Go find Jang Meon's younger brother, Zhang Long. Tell him Jang Meon is now making a fortune, but she and Lu Ting are involved in fake medicine and poisoning. They're about to be sent to reform through labor, maybe even face the death penalty. Just get him to cause trouble with the village head, and then Jang Meon's family assets.
Su Ro posed meaningfully.
As Jang Meon's brother, Zhang Long can talk about her bicycle, even the hundreds of fish in the back mountain, and over 100 ducks. As Lin Xiue listened, her heart pounded loudly, and her eyes flickered with scheming thoughts. Find Zhang Long? Her little plan was already clicking into place. If Lu Ting and Jang Meon really go in, then the fish pond on the back mountain and those fat ducks will become unclaimed property. Normally, if Lu Ting loses this property, it should belong to the Lu family, which is her, Lin Xiue. If she brings in Jiang Long, that second-rate guy, he will definitely want to take everything for himself. Why should I give my family's things to Jiang Long? Lin Xiue frowned, about to argue, but suddenly stopped.
No.
Jang Meon, that lazy woman, is very tricky now. If I rush in myself and I don't manage to stop them, I might end up in trouble. This Su Jiqing has a bad heart, but using this trick of borrowing a knife to kill is good. Let Jiang Long, that greedy fool, cause trouble and break the sky. When Jang Meon and Lu Ting are caught, Jiang Long, an outsider, still wants to steal from the Lu family. By then, I just need to lie on the ground and say this is the ancestral property of the Lu family, and the villagers will support me. At that time, Jiang Long will be the fool helping me. Thinking this through, Lin Xiue's originally worried face suddenly relaxed, revealing 2 rows of yellowed teeth. Su Jiqing, you are educated and clever. Lin Xiue patted her thigh, her eyes shining with greed. I know Jiang Long well. He's very greedy. If there's money to be made, he's the first to smell it and run faster than anyone. I'm going now. Su Ro watched Lin Xiue hurriedly leave, her gaze crossing the wall and falling on the small courtyard in the distance. A slow smile appeared on her lips, her eyes like a venomous snake. Jang Meon, this time I will see how you turn things around. Lin Xiue's quick action in trying to ruin the second house was astonishing. She didn't bother to wipe the sweat off her forehead and hurriedly jogged along the ridge to the neighboring village. At the village entrance, under the crooked old locust tree, Jiang Long was sitting with a couple of troublemakers, bragging. He was wearing a yellowed sleeveless shirt, with one torn cloth shoe on his foot and a blade of grass in his mouth, looking very carefree. From afar, when he saw Lin Xiue, Zhang Long's eyebrows immediately knitted together. "Hey, Zhang Long," Lin Xiue called out, panting as she ran over. Zhang Long rolled his eyes and didn't bother to look at her directly. He spat out the grass and, with a face full of impatience, cursed, "Go away. Darn it, you're so unlucky. Why is it always you, old woman? Last time it was your gossip that made me go ask for money. And what happened? I didn't get the money, and I was chased by those two crazy geese across half the village." Thinking of those two big white geese raised by Jiang Mian, who looked almost like they had become spirits, Zhang Long's flesh on his buttocks twitched reflexively, and he wished he could kick Lin Xiue to vent his anger. Lin Xiue wasn't angry. She wiped the sweat and oil off her face, leaned in, and lowered her voice mysteriously. "Zhang Long, don't rush to scold me. Last time was just a small fight. This time it's a big deal. Your sister Jiang Mian is really getting rich now. Do you know how many fish they have in the mountain pond?" She stretched out her thin, dark finger and exaggeratedly gestured. "Several hundred fat fish. And over 100 laying ducks. Think about it, over 100 ducks laying 100 eggs a day. If you take them to the supply and marketing cooperative or secretly trade them on the black market for big money, how much would that be? Would it be enough for you to build 3 big tiled houses? Enough for you to marry a city girl?" Zhang Long's usually carefree expression froze, and greediness replaced his impatience. In this time when everyone was still earning work points, a few hundred fish and over 100 ducks were like a treasure trove. But then, the tall figure of Lu Ting and the fear of being controlled by the big white goose appeared again. Zhang Long's once warm heart felt like it was poured with cold water. He shivered and shrank back. That's easy to say. That Lu guy used to be in the army like a fierce ghost. Plus, those two crazy geese guarding the yard. I won't go. If you want to go, go yourself. I still want to live. Why are you scared? Lu Ting is like a grasshopper after autumn. He won't last long. Lin Xiue saw Zhang Long was about to back down again and quickly used the words she learned from Su Ro. I heard for sure that Lu Ting is involved in shady deals and even making those toxic duck eggs. This is harmful to people. She grabbed Zhang Long's arm, her eyes shining like a snake. Listen to me. Report to Secretary Wang. Say Jiang Mian is making toxic duck eggs to sell and harm others. Then we can publicly overturn that jar of toxic eggs. Both the evidence and witnesses are there. The commune will definitely arrest them and send them to reform through labor. Lin Xiue's voice became more tempting. Once those two are in, Lu's second family will be just an empty shell. You are Jiang Mian's younger brother, her only family. When they're both in, that fish pond and over 100 laying ducks will all belong to you, your own brother. Zhang Long was stunned, his head buzzing. This idea sounds reasonable. If Lu Ting were here, he wouldn't dare to steal even if he had 10 times the courage. But if Lu Ting were caught, he would be like a tiger with its teeth pulled, completely helpless. Then, Sister Jiang Mian would also be taken for re-education, and as the only relative, it would be natural for him to take over the property. Who would dare to say otherwise? There are hundreds of fish and over 100 ducks. Selling them could buy many bicycles or help marry many city girls. His huge greed instantly overpowered his fear. Are you sure? Can Lu Ting really get in? Zhang Long swallowed hard and stared intently at Lin Xiue. Absolutely. There's proof from witnesses and evidence. This time, he's in big trouble, Lin Xiue assured firmly. Let's do it. Zhang Long's face suddenly showed a fierce, daring look. Darn it, last time those geese bit me. This time I'll make her go to jail and chew on cornbread. When that duck gets into my hands, I'll kill 2 and stew them for meat. Over the next 3 days, Jiang Mian and the others only collected duck eggs daily and didn't seem to make new preserved eggs. Their small yard was unusually quiet. Lin Xiue kept stretching her neck, waiting for the foul smell from the big jar sealed with yellow mud to drift out. But strangely, by the 3rd morning, there was no smell at all. Instead, A faint pine scent mixed with the aroma of tea filled the air, refreshing and pleasant. That day, Jang Meon stretched a big, lazy yawn, feeling completely relaxed from head to toe. System tip: the effect of the powerful catalyst has ended, and the top-quality lead-free preserved eggs have finished fermenting. The prompt in her mind made Jiang Mian suddenly alert. Husband, open the jar. In the yard, Lu Ting and Guzi had been ready and waiting for a long time. One held an iron shovel, the other a basin, both faces tense and full of expectation. Sister-in-law, will it really work? Guzi sniffed and muttered softly, it actually smells kind of nice. Lu Ting said nothing. His strong hands gripped the shovel tightly, ready to pry open the sealed clay. Just then, bang! A loud crash shattered the quiet. The courtyard gate, repaired only a few days ago, was kicked open from the outside, splintering into pieces. Don't move. Police investigation. Jiang Long charged in first, holding a wooden pole like a hero of justice. Behind him stood the village secretary, Wang Dana, his face dark with anger. Following them were a crowd of curious villagers and a few militia members wearing red armbands, quickly filling the small courtyard. Lu Ting's face turned cold. He spun around, his tall frame like a wall, shielding Jang Meon completely behind him. The shovel in his hand gleamed sharply in the morning light. Take one more step, and you'll regret it. His shout echoed through the courtyard, making everyone flinch. Jiang Long, who had just rushed in, felt his knees weaken and almost dropped his pole. But when he saw the secretary and the militia behind him, his courage returned. Lu Ting, stop pretending to be tough. You're making poisonous duck eggs and harming people. Secretary Wang is here to take you to the commune. Poisonous duck eggs? Lu Ting frowned deeply, not understanding what they were talking about. Still pretending? Jiang Long pointed to the big jar in the corner. Secretary, look. That jar right there. They mix good duck eggs with lime. There must be something harmful inside. Chairman Wang, with his hands behind his back and a serious face, stood upright. Lu Ting, Jang Meon, there are villagers who have reported you. They say you used chemicals to make toxic food, intending to harm others for money. I warn you, we live in a society ruled by law. This is a serious crime that could lead to imprisonment. The words imprisonment caused a shockwave among the crowd, like a bomb exploding. The villagers backed away a few steps, looking at the large jar as if it were a coffin. Chairman, you can't just say things without proof. Food can be eaten carelessly, but words should be careful. A clear, sweet voice with a hint of laziness spoke. Jang Meon stepped out from behind Lu Ting's broad back. She wore a waist-fitted floral shirt and had her long hair loosely tied. Facing the crowd of over 20 people, her pretty face showed no panic. Instead, she looked at her younger brother with interest. We just pickled some duck eggs at home. How can that be harmful? Are you pickling duck eggs?
Buffed.
You're actually making poison. Jiang Long, feeling bold because of the crowd, pointed at Jiang Meon's nose and scolded. You heartless, wasteful woman. Do you want to poison the whole village just for some dirty money? At this moment, Su Ro, dressed in a clean, crisp white shirt with a pen tucked into her pocket, walked gracefully out of the crowd. She first looked at Lu Ting with deep concern, her eyes full of regret, as if saying, how could you fall so low? Then she turned to Chairman Wang. Her voice was clear and bright, with a scholarly tone, ensuring everyone could hear. Chairman Wang, fellow villagers, as an educated young person, I must stand up and speak fairly today. In the traditional process of making century eggs, a large amount of yellow dan powder must be added to solidify the shape. The chemical name is lead oxide, a heavy metal that deposits in the human body and is highly toxic. What? Lead. Although Secretary Wang didn't understand chemistry well, he had heard from the technician from the city that lead is poisonous. Su Ro pushed up her glasses, her face full of concern for the villagers' safety. Lead poisoning can cause stomach pain and vomiting in mild cases, and in severe cases, it can damage the brain, cause mental confusion, or even lead to death. Jang Meon and the others probably used too much yellow powder to quick pickle the duck eggs in just 3 days, which is against the rules. She looked around, her tone serious. If these eggs are sold outside, the consequences could be terrible. This isn't just small-scale cheating, it's large-scale poisoning. Suddenly, the crowd erupted. Good heavens! Lead poisoning? That could kill people. I knew it. No one would use lime and duck eggs to make pickles normally. They must have used some shady methods. Su Jiqing is educated and knows science, so she wouldn't lie. Old Lu's second family is just too unkind. Arrest them. They must be taken to the commune. Such heartless people deserve to be punished. Lin Xiue watched the villagers get so excited, almost grinning from ear to ear. This is bad. Jang Meon is completely finished this time. She's got nowhere to run. Lu Ting's hand was tense, veins bulging like twisted tree roots. He didn't understand what lead oxide was, but he could see the angry, accusing looks in the villagers' eyes. That feeling of being falsely accused and isolated, suffocating like being surrounded by enemies on the battlefield, was worse than anything. Lu Ting clenched his teeth and slammed the shovel onto the ground. His tall figure, nearly 2 meters, looked like a tower, firmly protecting Jiang Mian behind him. He showed a stance that he would not back down, even if it meant fighting the whole village. Just as the situation was about to spiral out of control, a clear, cold laugh suddenly rang out. Huh. Jang Meon gently pushed away Lu Ting's arm in front of her and slowly walked over to Su Ro. She was small in stature, but her calm and confident presence made Su Ro instinctively take a half-step back. Jiang Mian looked Su Ro up and down, her eyes full of playful teasing. Su Jiqing, have you forgotten something? Did you forget the time your poison duck was locked up? Now you want to slander me again? Su Ro's face turned red, but she could only hold her ground in front of so many people. Who's slandering you? I just happened to pass by and couldn't bear to see you making toxic eggs to earn money. Jang Mion's lips curled into a slight smile. Having less education isn't your fault, but showing off your half-knowledge and making a fool of yourself, that's your problem. What do you mean? Su Ro's face turned pale. Aren't you proud of knowing science? Don't you know lead acetate is highly toxic? Oh, Jiang Mian turned around and walked to the large jar. She gently tapped the cool edge of the jar, making a dull thumping sound. She then turned back, her gaze slowly sweeping over everyone present, finally stopping on Su Ro's face, which was turning pale. Her voice was clear and sharp, each word like a nail. Since you claim to understand science so well, do you know that besides the outdated lead-based process you mentioned, there is a more advanced and safer method called lead-free fermentation technology? One simple sentence made the entire yard fall silent. Everyone present, including Secretary Wang, frowned as they looked at Jiang Mian. They didn't understand what lead-free meant, but it seemed that Su Jiqing knew less about it than Jiang Mian. Lead-free? What's the technology? Jiang Mian ignored everyone's surprised looks and stared directly at Su Ro. Who told you that making century eggs must involve poison? Times are changing, the country is opening up. Su Jiqing, why are your thoughts still stuck in the old days of foot binding? Her rapid questions made Su Ro dizzy and overwhelmed. You're talking nonsense. In this remote village, where would there be any lead-free technology? You're clearly just making excuses. Su Ro started to panic. Before rebirth, she was just an ordinary person and didn't understand chemical principles. She only knew that century eggs in this era contained lead, and lead is toxic. She originally thought she could easily trick Jiang Mian with this information gap, but now it seemed that wasn't the case at all. Darn it, am I this unlucky? Whether you're making excuses or not, it's very simple. Jiang Mian didn't give Su Ro a chance to say another word. She turned to the reliable man behind her and nodded gently. Husband, open the kiln. Lu Ting didn't say a word of nonsense. At her command, he quickly grabbed the iron shovel and with a sharp strike, he slammed the dry mud at the opening of the kiln. The mud broke apart. Lu Ting's muscles bulged as he grunted, and he flipped the heavy stone lid of the kiln onto the ground with a loud bang.
Bang!
A loud crash.
Whoa!
Watch out. Toxic gas is coming out. Lin Xiue reacted the fastest. She screamed, covered her nose, and scrambled backward, afraid of being contaminated by the toxic fumes. Su Ro had also prepared and took out a handkerchief to cover her mouth and nose, her brows furrowed tightly. She believed that next would be a tank of disgusting black water and foul chemical smell. However, 1 second, 2 seconds. The expected foul odor did not appear. Instead, a rich aroma of pine branches and tea leaves filled the air, boldly entering everyone's noses. Sucking in sharply. A child with a runny nose took a big sniff, drool forming a string at the corner of his mouth. What is that smell? It's even more fragrant than cooking meat for the new year. No, that's not the smell of rotten eggs. Even Wang, who had a serious face, was stunned. His hands, which had been behind his back, unconsciously lowered as he looked into the tank. Inside the ceramic jar, round balls wrapped in grass ash were neatly arranged, showing no signs of decay. Jang Meon lifted her fair chin, looking like a queen giving orders. Husband, take out 2, and wash them clean so everyone can see. Okay. Lu Ting obeyed and bent down to take out 2 duck eggs. Next to him, Guzi quickly brought a basin of clean water. The man's rough hands scrubbed the eggs in the water, removing the grass ash to reveal the pale blue shells. He kept washing, using a little force to start peeling the shells. Everyone held their breath, staring intently at Lu Ting's hands. Su Ro bit her lips until they turned white, desperately thinking, black. It must be black. The shells peeled away. As the egg whites appeared, a sharp hiss sounded. The yard was filled with a synchronized gasp. This is not a dark, poisonous substance. It is a beautiful, clear masterpiece. The egg white is a pure amber color, shining in the sunlight, with white pine needle patterns inside that look like snowflakes. So pretty. It doesn't seem like food. Lu Ting gently flicked his wrist, and the egg trembled slightly, feeling very bouncy. Through the semi-transparent egg white, you could faintly see a deeper orange-red color in the center.
Oh my.
Is this still a duck egg? Party Secretary Wang, who has seen many things in his life, was now staring blankly at the preserved egg. This thing looked just like a jade ornament from a wealthy landlord's house. Su Jiqing, Jiang Mian's slow voice sounded, full of obvious sarcasm. Are you calling this poison? Su Ro's face suddenly turned pale. She shook her head, unable to accept what she was seeing. No way. Century eggs can't be transparent. You're using magic. There's poison in it. Immediately after saying this, Su Ro felt a small surge of hope. Yes, there's no such thing as a transparent amber-colored duck egg. It must be Jiang Mian adding some unknown poison to make it look like this. Su Ro, clutching at her last straw, her fear instantly turned into a fierce determination. She suddenly looked at Party Secretary Wang, trembling as she pointed at the preserved egg in Lu Ting's hand, raising her voice sharply. Secretary, don't be fooled by its appearance. This is clear proof that Jiang Mian has poisoned it. She took a deep breath, putting on a face full of grief and shock. You've lived half your life, and you're a wise man. Tell me, in our 10-mile radius, is there anything as transparent as glass? When Su Ro saw that Secretary Wang hesitated, she immediately pressed her advantage, speaking more confidently. As the saying goes, strange things often hide something unusual. The brighter the mushroom, the more poisonous it is. The same goes for this egg. If it weren't for the heavy toxic chemicals added, how could a normal duck egg turn such a strange color? It's clearly been corroded by chemicals. She turned around and glared at Jiang Mian with a vicious look, but her words sounded righteous. Jiang Mian, you're trying to make quick money by creating such poisonous objects that look like jade ornaments. If someone eats this, they might get sick or worse, and no one would know why. You're trying to harm everyone. As soon as Su Ro finished speaking, the villagers who had been marveling at the strange eggs suddenly exploded with excitement. Nowadays, people have a bit more food and wealth than before, but their knowledge is still limited. In their minds, a duck egg is just a duck egg, white on the outside, with a yolk inside. But these eggs, shining like gemstones, are something they've never seen before. Oh my goodness. Su Jiqing makes sense. Someone in the crowd gasped, and took a step back instinctively. I've only heard that the prettier the mushroom from the mountain, the more poisonous it is. How can these eggs turn such colors? It must be abnormal. Yes, yes. Didn't the newspaper say last time that some greedy people add chemicals to food to make it look better? I heard those chemicals are very toxic, just a little can be deadly. Lu Ting, throw it away quickly, throw it away. A few older women waved their hands in fear. The commotion made Secretary Wang's face turn serious. The earlier amazement at the beautiful jade ornament now turned into a chilling suspicion. As the team leader, he couldn't afford to have any serious trouble happen. Wang Dan, with his hands behind his back, shifted his gaze from the pretty century egg and looked sternly at Jiang Mian. He remembered some strange and harmful tricks he had seen during past card games, and he started to believe Su Ro a little more. Comrade Jiang Mian, Wang, speaking in a calm but questioning tone, sounded a bit like an investigator. Our Red Star team may be poor, but we do things honestly and properly. Be honest with us. What secret methods did you use? Jang Meon shook her head and muttered inwardly. Sigh, lack of education is really scary. She nodded towards Lu Ting. Lu Ting understood and took a thin cotton thread. In front of everyone, he pulled it tight across the egg. The century egg was perfectly split in two. In an instant, the strange smell of pine wood and tea became 10 times stronger, making people's scalps tingle. The orange yolk was thick and runny, like honey, hanging on the transparent egg white, slowly dripping. Uncle Team Leader, Jang Meon handed one half to Wang, smiling innocently and harmlessly. This is the latest lead-free process, rich in zinc. Do you know zinc? Kids grow taller, and adults get healthier when they eat it. This is called golden runny century egg. In big cities, it's a special treat for foreign guests. Since you're here today, you must be the first to try it. Her words were smooth, elevating the product and giving respect to the village officials. Wang didn't understand much about zinc, but he understood foreign guests and special treat. This was the first time he saw such a transparent duck egg, and he was a bit afraid to eat it. What if it was poisonous? Seeing Wang Jishu hesitate, Su Ro quickly took the opportunity, stepped forward, and stood in front of Wang Jishu, looking anxious. Wang Jishu, you absolutely cannot eat this. It's too dangerous. She turned to glare at Jiang Mian, looking very serious, and asked, Jiang Mian, what are you thinking? You know this thing might be harmful, and you still want to involve the leader? How mean-hearted you are. Leader, did you see? She's trying to harm you. Jiang Long also jumped in. Exactly. Who knows if what you're saying is true? If something happens to him, who will take responsibility? Lin Xiue stirred trouble among the crowd, worried about chaos. For a moment, the atmosphere in the yard became very tense. Lu Ting's eyes darkened. He took a step forward, and his tall figure made everyone feel pressured. Jiang Long instinctively shrank back. I'll eat it, Lu Ting said in a deep voice, reaching out to take the half-preserved egg.
Wait.
Jiang Mian stopped his hand. She smiled gently, holding up the half-egg with a runny yolk, and looked around at the dozen or so people in the yard, some frightened, some doubtful, some gloating, then slowly spoke. Su Jiqing is right. How can the leader take the risk on the first bite? Her big, bright eyes turned to Su Ro, but her words were for everyone. I know best whether what I made is safe or not. Before she finished speaking, amid everyone's gasps and exclamations, Jang Meon directly put the half-egg into her mouth. I'll try it myself. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared at Jiang Meon's mouth. Su Ro's heart was pounding in her chest. Her only thought was, fall down, quickly fall down. Spit white foam and die on the spot. However, Jang Meon just gently pursed her lips. The amber-colored egg white was bouncy and smooth, almost melting on her tongue without much chewing. Then, the orange yolk burst open in her mouth, filling her with a rich, salty aroma that overwhelmed her taste buds. Thanks to the system's enhancement, this flavor was even more delicious and mellow than crab roe, with a hint of fresh pine scent. It was so tasty. Jiang Mian happily squinted her eyes, feeling a wave of happiness spreading from her tongue to every part of her body. The yard was deathly silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed at Jiang Mian, frozen in place, as if she might spit foam and collapse at any moment. 1 second, 5 seconds, 10 seconds. Not only was Jiang Mian fine, but she also licked her lips with satisfaction. An irresistible aroma drifted from her, filling the air and invading everyone's noses. Swallow. Someone couldn't hold back and swallowed their saliva.
How?
How is she okay? Lin Xiue's eyes nearly popped out. Su Ro's face lost all color, her lips trembling as she muttered, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Are you okay, sister-in-law?" Guzi, who wasn't very educated, was worried because Su Ro's words sounded so frightening. "I'm fine." Jang Meon blinked and picked up the other half. "It's very tasty. You should try it too." Guzi hesitated, looking at the beautifully preserved century egg, then at Jang Meon. Finally, he made up his mind and took a big bite. The next second, his eyes widened instantly.
Ugh.
Ugh, ugh. He had his mouth full and couldn't speak, only nodding desperately, with an expression of unprecedented joy on his face. That look didn't seem like someone who had eaten poison. It looked more like someone who had eaten something delicious and rare. "Smells so good. So delicious." Guzi finally swallowed and, with a flushed face, shouted, "Party secretary, uncles and aunts, this egg isn't poisonous at all. It's even tastier than the meat we eat during the New Year. I've never had anything this tasty in my life." Now, the crowd was completely excited. A little kid, unable to hold back, tugged at his mother's pants and drooled, "Mom, I want to eat that shiny egg. It smells so good." Party Secretary Wang looked at the lively Jiang Mian and Guzi and also smelled the tempting aroma in the air. He couldn't help but swallow hard. He had also come from hard times. Whether it's poison or delicacy, you can tell by how people are eating it. His face was starting to look a little embarrassed. He cleared his throat, stepped out from the crowd, and turned his attitude around completely, showing a kind smile. "Comrade Jiang Mian." Wang Party's secretary rubbed his hands and stared intently at the remaining duck eggs in the jar, speaking eagerly. It's all a misunderstanding. That golden egg, are you selling it or not?" The little author just realized some kind readers sent me gifts. Thanks to ISFB. Feng Yuan Wanya, user 430611193, and AI Li Can buy for the gifts. Love you all. This book's data is very poor. If possible, kind readers, please click to urge updates or send some small free gifts.
Thank you.
In the yard, the strange, strong smell of preserved eggs still spread boldly. Party Secretary Wang's eager question, "Are you willing to sell?" hit the hearts of the watching villagers like a stone, stirring up many ripples. Everyone who was waiting to see the fun now perked up their ears, their eyes eagerly shifting between Jiang Mian and the big jar. Even Party Secretary Wang spoke up. It was obvious that these eggs were not only safe but also rare treasures. Jang Meon leaned on Lu Ting's broad shoulder, feeling soft and relaxed, yawning lazily. Her eyes were slightly red, and her voice trembled a little from fear, sounding very pitiful. "Sell? Uncle Party Secretary, don't joke with us. Just now, Su Jiqing insisted we're involved in illegal trading, saying we'll get into trouble. I'm too timid. I think we should smash the jar right now so no one reports us later and my husband doesn't end up in jail." She spoke with great grievance, both shy and delicate. Lu Ting looked down at his lovely wife in his arms, feeling a sharp pain in his chest. He glanced at Su Ro and Lin Xiue, their eyes fierce like they wanted to eat people, making both of them shiver. Party Secretary Wang's face was a little hard to hold, and he cursed Su Ro and her group inwardly for being good at causing trouble, but not at doing anything useful. If these eggs really got smashed, where could he find such good things again? When the local leaders come to inspect, what will he show to prove the Red Star Brigade's earning ability? Nonsense. Party Secretary Wang suddenly slapped his thigh, raising his voice loudly, righteous and serious. "Who dares say this is illegal trading? This is our Red Star Brigade's pilot project for business, registered with the county. Lu Ting provides the technology and labor, helping our team earn money and bring honor. His serious gaze sweeps over everyone, and he looks very solemn. How long has it been since the reform and opening up? We read the official documents every day, which say that some people should get rich first and then help others do the same.
Gamratsu-seeking.
Secretary Wang suddenly turns serious and looks at Su Ro. You are a city-born intellectual. Instead of leading the way in promoting new ideas, you spread false science to slander comrades. Your understanding is very problematic. Su Ro's face turns pale as paper, and her legs tremble unconsciously. Her proud knowledge of chemistry is suddenly called false science by Jang Meon in just a few words. Secretary, this is all a misunderstanding. What do you mean? What? Jiang Mian pokes her head out from Lu Ting's arms, her big, bright eyes flickering with a playful look. Su Jiqing just now kept saying I poisoned someone, analyzing it perfectly, almost condemning me to death. And now, she wants to dismiss it as just a misunderstanding? Jiang Mian steps forward 2 steps. Though she is slender, her commanding presence makes Su Ro tremble even more. Su Jiqing, you are also educated. If you make a mistake, you should have an explanation, right? Nearby, Guzi loudly shouts. Su Jiqing falsely accuses good people. I think she should be tied up and dipped in the pig cage. When Secretary Wang hears this, his face turns green. What era is this? Dipping in a pig cage? He coughs and makes a firm decision. Su Jiqing, since you have done wrong, you must sincerely apologize to Comrade Jiang Mian. And you just now accuse this egg of being poisonous. This not only damages Comrade Jiang Mian's reputation but also insults science. Go back and think carefully about your thoughts. Tomorrow, write a 500-word deep reflection and post it on the village notice board for everyone to see. Let everyone learn from it. Writing a reflection and posting it on the notice board for the whole village to see? Su Ro's body swayed, almost unable to stand. Embarrassment filled her eyes, and tears kept falling. She, a proud girl reborn with memories, should be able to command the era. Instead, she is being punished to write a reflection like a misbehaving student, made to show everyone. Brother Wang.
What?
Brother Wang's face darkened. Not willing, I will write. Su Ro squeezed out 2 words from her teeth, and for the first time, her eyes showed deep fear when looking at Jiang Mian. This woman is too strange. In the crowd, Zhang Long saw trouble and tried to sneak away. Stop right there. Lu Ting's voice was quiet but made Zhang Long feel as if he was nailed to the ground, unable to move. Before Zhang Long could react, a big hand grabbed the back of his collar. A sturdy man, nearly 2 meters tall, easily lifted Zhang Long, who weighed about 120 jin, off the ground.
Sister.
Brother-in-law, I was wrong. It was that old woman Lin Xiue who encouraged me. It's not my fault. Zhang Long was terrified, tears and snot covering his face. Lu Ting's eyes were cold, and his grip tightened slightly. Zhang Long, this is the last time. If you dare step into this yard again, I will cut you up and throw you into the back mountain fish pond to feed the turtles. Do you hear me? A warm liquid dripped down Zhang Long's pant leg, and a foul smell quickly filled the air. This troublemaker, who is known for causing chaos in the village, was so frightened by Lu Ting that he wet his pants. Get out of here. Lu Ting loosened his grip, and Zhang Long scrambled out of the yard, stumbling and crawling away, looking very embarrassed. Lin Xiue saw this and shrank back in fear, desperately trying to hide behind the crowd. Big sister-in-law, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Jang Meon's gentle voice came from behind. She slowly peeled open a warm century egg, its clear amber color shimmering in the sunlight, making people dizzy. Didn't you just say this egg was poisonous? This is the best batch I just made. I want to share it with Uncle Secretary and the elders. As for you and Su Jiqing. Jang Meon paused, her tone full of teasing concern. For your health, you better not eat this poison. Lin Xiue watched as Jiang Mian personally handed the amber-colored century egg to Uncle Secretary Wang and saw Guzi happily distributing some to the respected old farmers. The strong aroma made her saliva flow uncontrollably. Her face alternated between red and white. Seeing something so tempting yet out of reach, and being publicly ignored, was more painful than getting slapped twice. After finishing half the egg, Uncle's secretary Wang licked his lips, still wanting more, and approached with a grin, rubbing his hands. "Comrade Jang Meon, how much do you sell this egg for?" Jang Meon glanced at him, then shyly hid back into Lu Ting's arms. "I'm not selling it anymore. I'm afraid. I promise, if anyone dares to spread rumors about me again, I won't let them off easily."
This.
Jiang Mian looked a little troubled. Secretary Wang gritted his teeth. "These eggs taste great. Really special. How about this? Regular duck eggs are 5 cents each, but I'll pay 20 cents for your preserved ones. Give me 20 to start." "Whoa, 20 cents each." The villagers around all gasped in surprise. The price had gone up 4 times. These weren't duck eggs anymore. They were golden eggs. Jiang Mian lowered her eyes, quietly doing the math in her head. At this rate, her ducks could lay over 100 eggs a day. Making preserved eggs was simple, and if each sold for 20 cents, that would be 20 to 30 yuan a day. In a time when work points were worth so much, that was a steady and impressive income. She glanced at the shabby thatched hut behind her and sighed softly. The house was small, drafty, and barely livable. She had thought about buying a house in the county someday, but with the current uncertain policies, moving to town was still far off. For now, the most practical plan was to build a few spacious, solid tile-roofed houses in the village to improve their living conditions. But to build a house, she needed approval for the land, and that depended on Secretary Wang. Thinking of this, Jang Meon came up with a plan. These few dozen eggs were nothing to her, but if she could use them to earn Secretary Wang's favor and make the land approval easier later, that would be a real gain. So, Jiang Mian peeked out from behind Lu Ting, her face no longer showing the timid look she had just moments ago. She smiled confidently and spoke clearly. "Uncle Party Secretary, since you've brought it up, there's no need to be formal about money. I'm not selling these 20 eggs." "Huh?" Party Secretary Wang was surprised. "Not selling?" "Yes, not selling. I'm giving them to you." Jiang Mian raised 3 fingers and said with a bright smile, "I'll pack 30 preserved eggs for you. Although they are rare, I can't accept your money. Just consider it me asking you to taste and help promote. If you and the local leaders think they're good, you'll help me spread the word in the future." Hearing this, Party Secretary Wang was first stunned, then burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha. Little Jiang, you are quite thoughtful," but he changed the subject, waving his hand seriously. "As a government official, I can't take a single penny from the common people. If word gets out, I might get into trouble." Then, Party Secretary Wang took out 6 1-yuan bills from his pocket and pressed them into Jiang Mian's hand. 30 eggs, 2 cents each, 6 yuan total. Not a penny less. I'll take these eggs and help promote them, but you must accept the money." Seeing this, Jiang Mian no longer hesitated. She graciously took the money, smiling warmly, and replied, "All right, I'll follow Uncle Party Secretary's lead." She knew deep down that whether she kept the money was not the main point. What mattered was that in that exchange, she left a good impression of being sensible and generous in Wang's mind. With this good feeling, future projects like building houses or acquiring land, as long as they follow the rules, the team would likely be willing to help. This deal was truly worth it. Congratulations! You have successfully defeated fake science. Reward, Lucky Koi, Aura. Lasts for 24 hours. Note: girls who love to smile are lucky, and girls who love to sleep in are even luckier. Jiang Mian felt happy inside. Lucky Koi? Sure enough, even the system thinks that girls who love to sleep in are luckier. But what's the use if it only lasts 24 hours? Unfortunately, there are no lottery tickets to buy right now, or I might try to see if I could get rich overnight. That evening, the crowd dispersed. Lu Ting was boiling water in the kitchen, while Jiang Mian relaxed comfortably in the rocking chair inside. "Husband, I'm hungry. I want to eat noodles," Jiang Mian called softly.
"Ok," Lu Ting replied.
Soon, a steaming bowl of noodles topped with 2 golden fried eggs was brought to her. The man didn't sit at the table. Instead, he crouched beside the rocking chair, using chopsticks to pick up the noodles, blowing on them carefully before offering a bite to Jiang Mian. Watching his wife eat happily, Lu Ting's anger hadn't fully gone away. "Mian Mian, I scared you today." His voice was deep and restrained with anger. "Next time someone dares to say something like that to you, I'll tear their mouth apart." Jiang Mian took a big slurp of noodles, cheeks puffed out, and looked at him with bright, shiny eyes. "Husband," she mumbled, "you looked so cool when you lifted Jiang Long earlier." Her straightforward and sweet compliment made Lu Ting's ears turn red instantly. In the small thatched house, the dim yellow light flickered, casting their shadows on the mottled mud wall. After finishing the bowl of noodles, including the broth, Jang Meon was too lazy to move. She looked like a well-fed cat, soft and relaxed, curled up in the rocking chair. Her bright, clever eyes, which during the day were full of calculation, now shimmered with a thin layer of tears, half closed as she watched the man tidying up the dishes. Lu Ting moved quickly, washed the dishes, dried his hands, and turned around to meet his wife's tempting gaze. His throat moved suddenly. The woman in front of him was wearing an ill-fitting old men's t-shirt, the collar loose, revealing a large patch of smooth, jade-like skin. That white was not sickly pale but looked like peeled lychee, with a faint pink blush. "Are you full?" Lu Ting swallowed hard, his voice hoarse. Jiang Mian lazily hummed, stretching out two slender arms to him. "My legs are sore. I can't walk anymore." If this had been any other wife, she would probably have been scolded for being too delicate. But Lu Ting's face, usually cold and stern, showed no impatience. Instead, his eyes burned with warmth. He stepped forward quickly, bent down, and easily lifted her into his arms. The person in his arms was as light as a feather but soft as silk. Lu Ting's muscles were tense and firm, his rough hand resting on her waist. The hot warmth of his palm, through the thin fabric, made Jiang Mian flinch slightly. Inside the room, Lu Ting didn't put her directly on the bed but let her sit on his lap. "Mian Mian." The man lowered his head, his nose touching her hair, breathing heavily and quickly. That familiar scent of a grown man's masculinity instantly surrounded Jiang Mian. She looked up, playfully tracing circles on the man's unbuttoned collar with her fingertips. "Husband, what are you trying to do?" The man grabbed the woman's restless small hand, the rough, calloused hand that had been hunting for years, contrasting sharply with her delicate, jade-like hand. The visual impact was striking. It felt so sweet. I was so attached. An hour later, Jiang Mian swore she had to replace that creaky old wooden bed. Dawn quietly broke the horizon. The next day, the Red Star Brigade was still shrouded in thin morning fog when a sharp, piercing car horn suddenly shattered the village's peace. Beep, beep, a military green jeep, kicking up a long trail of dust behind it, sped into the small village amid the surprised and curious gazes of the villagers. Lin Xiue had just finished brushing her teeth with salt water when she saw the car, her eyes nearly popping out. Oh my goodness! She heard only officials from the county or city could ride such a four-wheeled iron vehicle.
Oh.
It must be here to catch someone. Lin Xiue didn't bother wiping the foam from her mouth, her face full of excited glee. Sure enough, as the jeep stopped, everyone in the village watched in shock. It spun around and finally stopped steadily in front of the dilapidated fence of the Lu family's second house. When the jeep stopped, it was as if the entire Red Star Brigade was frozen in place. On the ridge, the man who had just swung his hoe paused midair. Next to the pig pen, the woman about to pour pig feed forgot to let go. Even the village dogs, barking loudly at the entrance, tucked their tails and whimpered, afraid to make a sound. Everyone stretched their necks, staring fixedly at the newly repaired fence gate of the Lu family's second house. That was a four-wheeled metal vehicle. People who had been to the county town said only the highest-ranking officials could ride in it. Lin Xiue's heart pounded loudly, her cheeks flushed with excitement, almost burning with joy. Yesterday, Jiang Mian, the lazy woman, publicly humiliated her. She had been holding in her anger all night, and now she finally found a way to vent it. This must be because Party Secretary Wang's suspicions grew stronger after he returned, so he reported it to the police. Catch that lazy woman. She rushed ahead of everyone, first to the jeep. The car door clicked open from inside, and a middle-aged man wearing glasses and official clothes stepped out first. He looked refined and polite, like an administrator. Next, a slightly chubby man in a worn-out chef's uniform jumped down. Lin Xiue couldn't tell the difference between officials and cooks. To her, anyone coming out of that iron box wasn't an ordinary person. She immediately lunged toward the car door, pretending to be angry and determined to serve justice, spitting saliva far and wide. "Police officers, you've finally arrived. I knew Jiang Mian, that lazy woman, was the culprit. You're here to catch her, right? She's inside. Her poisonous duck eggs and rotten liver. She deserves to be shot." As Lu Xiue, who had just stepped out of the car, was breathing in the fresh mountain air, he was suddenly splattered in the face with spit by a crazy woman. He looked confused, raised his hand to wipe his face, and turned to ask the procurement manager nearby. "Old Zhang, what's going on? Who is this lady? What's happening here?" The procurement manager, Zhang Wenyuan, also frowned and stepped back slightly in disgust, pushing up his glasses. "I don't know her. From the look of it, she probably has some issues with her eyes." Hearing this, Lu Xiue's temper flared up immediately. He is the head of the kitchen in a state-owned restaurant, and he usually has a bad temper. Now, early in the morning, he encounters a strange woman who starts yelling and spitting at him. He put down the empty vegetable basket he was holding, crossed his hands on his sturdy waist, and shouted back loudly, "Are you blind? Why are you yelling at this hour? Open your eyes and see clearly. I am a cook, not a police officer." His shout, full of kitchen heat and anger, made Lin Xiue's ears ring. Lin Xiue was stunned by the shout. Only then did she carefully look at the man in front of her. He was wearing a greasy white coat with a grayish apron tied around his waist. He looked nothing like the police officers in the pictures. But she was not willing to accept that. How could he not be a police officer? So Lin Xiue tilted her head and asked back, You're not a police officer, then why are you driving this four-wheeled vehicle? It just happens to be parked in front of her house. I like it. Do you care?" Lu Xiue, with a fiery temper, hated this kind of stubborn woman the most. The villagers around also started to gather, pointing at Lin Xiue and whispering. The buzzing chatter was like flies. Turns out he's not a police officer after all. Look at Lin Xiue jumping around. She's just excited for nothing. Shameful. Thought she had done something great. At that moment, the fence gate in the yard creaked open. Jang Meon, still sleepy, leaned against the doorframe and let out a gentle yawn. The noise outside was loud enough to wake her from her nap, ruining her peaceful sleep, and she looked annoyed. Lu Ting followed closely behind her, his tall figure shielding her in the shadows. His deep eyes coldly scanned everyone outside, finally settling on Lu Xiue. "Master Lu?" Lu Ting said, surprised to see him.
"Oh."
Little brother Lu Ting. Lu Xiue's face brightened instantly when he saw Lu Ting, and he smiled warmly, like a blooming chrysanthemum, greeting him enthusiastically. "You made me wait so long. Didn't we agree you'd deliver the fish to the restaurant a few days ago? I've been waiting every day and night. The kitchen staff are almost tearing the menu apart from flipping through it so much. Now I have no choice but to personally come with Director Zhang to find you." "So, they came to collect the fish?" The villagers watching nearby whispered among themselves. Their eyes on Lin Xiue were full of obvious mockery and contempt. Lin Xiue's face suddenly turned from red to a dark purple, then pale white. She felt everyone's gaze like needles stabbing her, and she wished she could find a hole to hide in right then. Jiang Mian rubbed her eyes and finally woke up completely. Her impatience disappeared, replaced by a sweet smile that seemed to drip honey, and she actively moved people into the yard. "So it's Master Lu and Director Zhang. The wind outside is strong. Come in and sit. Look at our old Lu. He's just saying he'll clean the fish today and send it over. It's a surprise you came first, such a distinguished guest." When she spoke, her voice was soft and sweet, like cotton candy coated with sugar, making people feel very comforted. Lu Xiue and Director Zhang were invited into the yard and sat on small stools brought out by Lu Ting. Jiang Mian turned and went into the house, quickly returning with a clean white porcelain plate. On the plate were 2 century eggs, cut into 4 pieces, with golden, flowing yolk. The egg whites were amber and clear, shining under the morning light, while the red yolk looked like melted honey, sparkling and tempting. Master Lu, Director Zhang, the mountains are poor, and there's not much good to offer. This is a small dish we made ourselves. Please try it and give us your advice. Lu Xiue wanted to be polite at first, but as soon as he smelled the unique aroma blending the scent of pine branches and tea leaves, his eyes widened. As a chef who had dealt with pots, pans, oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar for half his life, he was very sensitive to flavors. This smell, rich but fresh, fragrant yet with a hint of sweetness that lingers. Lu Xiue could confidently say that no one in the entire county could make something like this. He didn't bother with politeness anymore. He pinched a piece and popped it into his mouth. The moment it touched his tongue, Lu Xiue squinted his eyes. The tender, bouncy egg white almost melted without chewing. Then, the dense yolk burst in his mouth, releasing a flavor more delicious and rich than crab roe, flooding his taste buds and hitting his forehead.
Darn.
Lu Xiue exclaimed excitedly, eyes wide like bells. What the heck is this? It's too delicious. Next to him, Director Zhang also took a bite, though he didn't lose his composure as much as Lu Xiue. But the bright eyes and the constant chewing revealed his inner shock. Jang Meon smiled and revealed the answer. This is called golden flowing heart pine flower egg. Pine flower egg. Lu Xiue was even more surprised. All the pine flower eggs I've eaten are dark and have a strong, alkaline, bitter taste. How come yours is like jade, with no strange smell at all? Our method is new, lead-free, and uses a secret recipe, Jang Meon said mysteriously, taking all the credit for the system. Lu Xiue clapped his thigh excitedly and jumped up from the stool. Little brother, sister-in-law. No. God of wealth. He reached out and grabbed Lu Ting's arm, spitting as he spoke. Do you still have these pine flower eggs? Whatever you have, we want as many as possible. If we took these to our state-run restaurant, they would definitely be the signature dish. Seeing Lu Xiue so excited, Lu Ting's mind moved. He had been thinking about buying a house for his wife in the county town. This chef Lu was a well-known figure in the county, well-connected, and maybe had some contacts. Thinking of this, Lu Ting spoke seriously. Master Lu, about the eggs, that's easy. I also want to ask you something. Go ahead. Lu Xiue was so excited, he patted his chest to promise. Anything I know, I won't hide from you. Lu Ting thought for a moment, and didn't hide anything. It's like this, I want to buy a house with a yard for my wife in the county town. Do you think that's possible right now? Lu Xiue was stunned when he heard this. He frowned and shook his head regretfully. Little brother, this is a difficult matter. Currently, all the houses in the city are owned by the government. They are not private property, so buying or selling is not allowed. To move in, you need to be a formal employee of a state-owned unit and wait for years to get a housing assignment. And private transactions are considered undermining socialism, so you could get into trouble if caught. Lu Ting's heart suddenly sank. Is it really impossible? The atmosphere in the yard became a bit tense. At that moment, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded in Jiang Mian's mind.
Ding.
System notification. Lucky Koi. Aura is active. A key opportunity has been triggered. Jiang Mian's eyes lit up. So the system's reward was waiting here. She kept her expression calm, glanced at the tense face of the man beside her, and made a plan. Jiang Mian picked up another century egg and offered it to Director Zhang, who had not spoken much, with a bright smile. Director Zhang, you are our restaurant's purchasing manager, experienced and knowledgeable. Imagine if we make this golden egg into a cold dish and give it a catchy name, like Amber Reflecting Gold. Do you think it could impress the officials or distinguished guests visiting the county? When Yuan was surprised. He didn't expect this delicate-looking rural wife to be not only talented in cooking but also clever. Amber Reflecting Gold. He carefully considered the name, then looked at the tempting century egg on the plate, his eyes shining brighter. Great name. If we promote this dish, it will definitely become our specialty, not just for entertaining officials. Even visitors from other regions will find it impressive, Jang Meon added smoothly. Making this egg isn't hard. We have over 100 ducks on the mountain behind us, so the supply is enough. If the restaurant can have a long-term agreement, we guarantee to supply only to our state-owned restaurant. Exclusive supply. These 4 words, like a key, instantly opened another door in Jang Meon's mind. As the purchasing director, his role was no longer just about procurement. But if the restaurant had a unique signature dish and the business thrived, it would add a big achievement to his record. The couple in front of him was not just an ordinary fish breeder. They held a secret recipe with great potential. His eyes toward Lu Ting changed. Jang Meon adjusted his glasses, thought for a moment, and seemed to make a decision before speaking slowly. Buying a house isn't completely impossible. This sentence made Lu Ting suddenly lift his head, and everyone's attention in the yard focused on him. Jang Meon cleared his throat and spoke calmly. I have a distant relative, an older cousin, who made some money in Southeast Asia years ago. Recently, because of the policy for overseas Chinese returning home, the government returned him a small Western-style house in the county before liberation. But my cousin is old now, and since he has many descendants in Southeast Asia, he doesn't plan to come back. He's asked me to help sell that house. A Western-style house? Lu Ting's breath paused for a moment. However, Director Zhang looked hesitant and sighed. The house is in a good location, a standalone 2-story small building, but he's asking a high price. Lu Xiue couldn't help but ask, Old Zhang, how much? Director Zhang held up 6 fingers, speaking slowly and clearly. 6,000 yuan. 6,000 yuan. These 3 words felt like 3 heavy mountains, making Lu Xiue gasp. In this era, when becoming a wealthy household is rare, this amount of money is enough to build 10 or 20 large tiled houses in the village. However, Lu Ting's heart was burning with excitement over the words, 6,000 yuan. Money means there is a way. With a way, he is not afraid of the distance. He suppressed the surge of emotions in his heart, his voice trembling slightly, without him realizing. Director Zhang, about the house. Can we go see it? Of course, Director Zhang nodded. Whenever you have free time in the county, just come to Hongqi restaurant to find me. Seeing that there was a way to buy the house, but the money gap was huge, the atmosphere in the yard was both eager and serious. At this moment, Jiang Mian smiled brightly and broke the silence. She still held half a preserved egg in her hand and handed it to Jang Meon. Director Zhang, there's no rush to look at the house. Let's talk about my golden egg business first, okay? Jiang Mian blinked, her cute and clever expression shining through her innocence. This small Western-style building sounds tempting. I must earn money quickly to buy it. Look at our eggs. If we supply the restaurant exclusively for a long time, what price can we get? As soon as she said this, Jang Meon and Lu Xiue both came back to their senses. Yes, this is the real business today. Compared to the Western-style building, the golden eggs laid by the ducks are the real treasures that produce continuous wealth. Lu Xiue is straightforward and spoke first. Sister-in-law, your eggs are top quality. Better than any preserved eggs I've seen. Our restaurant usually pays 1.5 mao for regular preserved eggs, but yours. I have the authority, 2 mao. As many as you want. Jiang Mian smiled and shook her head. Although 2 mao coins are quite expensive now, just the name, amber reflecting golden sands, makes it worth a little more. Jiang Mian calmly raised 2 slender fingers, then bent one halfway. Master Lu, 2 mao per piece doesn't show the true value of our secret recipe and lead-free process. 2.5 mao each, and only for your red flag restaurant. Once the name, amber reflecting golden sands, gets out, the distinguished guests and leaders will come mainly for your restaurant. Do you think this price is fair, Director Zhang? 2.5 mao is nearly double the price of regular preserved eggs. Jang Meon looked at Lu and exchanged a glance, but instead of feeling it was too expensive, their eyes brightened. They are smart people and know all the importance of these special, fancy ingredients. As long as this dish is good, it will boost the restaurant's reputation and also be Jang Meon's achievement. It's worth it, Jiang Mian agreed immediately. Let's go with what Comrade Jang Meon said. 2.5 mao each. From now on, we will cover all your preserved eggs. Next, they discussed inspecting the property. Without delay, a large group headed towards the back mountain fish pond. P.S. Thanks to Lin Xiue, user 430611193, Iski Daba, and Shuang for the gifts. Dear friends, Happy New Year! Today I looked at others' rough stories, and I realized I might have gone off track. Others write about digging in cornfields, melon sheds, or small woods, but I seem to be writing about business, getting rich, and laziness. Haha. In the new year, I wish everyone to get rich, be lazier and luckier. I heard that the second household of the Lu family plans to catch fish and sell them to the city restaurants using a four-wheeled iron machine. Everyone in the village who had nothing to do or was lazily working in the fields followed to see what was happening. Guzi was already waiting by the pond with a fishing net. When he saw Lu Ting coming, he excitedly shouted, "Brother, everything is ready." Lin Xiue and Director Zhang hadn't yet reached the pond when they were amazed by what they saw. On the clear water surface, at least 100 fat ducks were quacking loudly. Each duck had shiny feathers and looked very well cared for. Oh my goodness! Lin Xiue's professional habit kicked in again, and his eyes lit up. Brother Lu Ting, your ducks are really well raised. If they become roast ducks or braised ducks. Before he could finish, Jiang Mian giggled and interrupted. Master Lu, these are our family's treasures. We're hoping they lay golden eggs. Mentioning golden eggs, Lin Xiue immediately forgot about eating ducks and focused on the water. Yes, golden eggs come gradually and we shouldn't be reckless by killing ducks just for their eggs. He awkwardly smiled and turned his attention back to the water. Let's start catching fish. I've heard that the fish in your pond are raised scientifically. Just watch. Lu Ting didn't say much. He took off his shoes and socks, rolled up his pants. His bronze-colored body shone healthily in the sunlight, with smooth, strong muscles. Lu Ting stepped into the water up to his waist, each step steady and sure. Guzi followed closely behind. The two of them, one on each side, began to pull the big fishing net. Drop the net. With Guzi's shout, the net was slowly lowered into the water. The villagers by the river gathered in more and more groups, forming a dark, dense crowd. Humph, just pretending, Lin Xiue muttered to a woman nearby, sneering. This mountain spring water is cold. How big can the fish grow? Maybe the young fish all died, and we're just wasting time here. An old fisherman who had fished in the reservoir nodded and analyzed seriously. This pond doesn't look deep. To raise fish well, you need deep water. Although modern farming methods make fish grow faster, they probably won't get very big. I think today we might catch a few dozen Jean if we're lucky. Their conversation was not loud, but loud enough to be heard ahead. Lu Ting and Guzi ignored them. They pulled the fishing net slowly from one end of the pond to the other. At first, the water was very calm. But as the net circle got smaller, the water started splashing more and more. Soon, the splashes became loud and frequent. Countless dark, shiny, silver-white shadows rushed and jumped inside the net. Under the sunlight, their shimmering scales dazzled so much that people couldn't keep their eyes open. The sound of water and fish tails slapping echoed everywhere, creating a spectacular scene that was almost frightening. My goodness! A man at the front of the crowd on the bank was splashed in the face with water. Instead of getting angry, he shouted in amazement.
Look.
That grass carp. That grass fish looks thicker than my kid's leg.
Not just that.
Look at that black fish. Wow, it must weigh 6 or 7 Jean. How much do you think they'd sell for in the city? This isn't just a fish pond. The villagers went completely crazy. A few days ago, they heard that the fish in Lu Ting's pond only weighed 2 or 3 Jean. Now, it seems some of the blue fish were even more fierce than wild fish in the reservoir. This is not fishing. It's clearly just making money from the water. The old man who just claimed the fish couldn't survive now has his mouth wide open, big enough to fit an egg, and he doesn't even notice his cigarette falling to the ground. Lin Xiue's hands on her hips stiffened. Her eyes darted around the shiny fish in the net, and her smug, happy expression was completely gone, replaced by embarrassment and disbelief. The fishing net was getting heavier, and only Lu Ting and Guzi were struggling to handle it. Lu Ting's feet were firmly planted in the muddy pond bottom, his arm muscles bulging with strength, every inch showing incredible power. "Pull up the net," he shouted loudly, suddenly using his core muscles, and his arms tensed up instantly. The entire net was dragged out of the water and placed heavily on the grass by the shore.
Bang! Bang!
Bang! Over 100 lively fish flopped around, desperately swinging their tails. One big blue fish suddenly flicked its tail, splashing mud right into Lin Xiue's face and all over her body. "Ow!" Lin Xiue screamed, trying to wipe her face with her hands, but this only made the surrounding people burst into suppressed laughter. Lu Xiue and director Zhang were completely stunned. They had worked with food for many years and had seen the special supply fish from state-run fish farms. But they had never seen such high-quality, evenly sized, and surprisingly abundant fish in one pond. "Hurry, don't just stand there. Weigh them now." Lu Xiue was the first to react, excitedly rubbing his hands and directing the two helpers to get to work. The helpers carried large baskets and a scale, quickly lifting each big fish, weighing them, and then tossing them into the water tank in the back of the jeep. Big head fish, 3 jin and 1 liang. Green fish, 5 jin, 6 liang. Wow! The voices counting the fish rose and sounded clear and loud. Each number felt like a heavy hammer, hitting the hearts of the watching villagers. 3 jin 8 equals 5 yuan. Someone quickly did mental math below, their voice trembling. How many fish did he catch in this net? Lu's second family is about to make a huge fortune soon. The first net of fish was weighed. Grass carp 132 jin, big head fish 57 jin, green fish 58 jin. Director Zhang quickly calculated with an abacus, then looked up. According to the agreed purchase prices, grass carp at 1.3 yuan per jin, big head fish at 0.6 yuan per jin, green fish at 1.4 yuan per jin. This net totals 298.6 yuan, so I'll give you 300 yuan. 300 yuan. A gasp ran through the crowd, voices rising and falling. This money is enough for them to work hard for several years to earn. Just this one net could build 3 grand, stylish tiled houses in the village. When Lin Xiue heard this number, her body swayed, feeling dizzy. But it wasn't over yet. Lu Ting just took a breath, drank some water handed by Jiang Mian, then turned back to go into the water. Still more, a villager stammered. "Second net. Start." Another shout, and another net of shining money was pulled up. Although this net was smaller than the first, it still had over 180 jin. Together, the two nets weighed more than 410 jin. "All right, little brother, that's all for now. Too much for my truck to carry." Director Zhang's eyes sparkled. When Director Zhang started counting money, the whole hillside became very quiet. Only the sound of him counting the bills remained. Everyone watched him closely, their eyes full of envy, jealousy, and even awe. 100, 200, 300, 500. Director Zhang handed a stack of small bills to Lu Ting. 530 yuan. Lu Ting held the stack of money, feeling the sharp edges and weight of each bill clearly. This weight was heavier than the heaviest wild boar he had carried before. It represented hope and steady progress. He didn't look at the money but turned to his wife beside him. Jiang Mian was smiling at him, her eyes curved into a pretty crescent shape. Lu Ting said nothing. Under everyone's watch, he directly placed the thick stack of money into Jiang Mian's hand, keeping it exactly the same. This action was more powerful than any words. The money belonged to his wife. Jiang Mian was not polite. She took the money, weighed it, then put it into her pocket smoothly and confidently. In the crowd, Lin Xiue watched this scene and could no longer stand still. Her face turned pale and then red, and finally she turned around and left quickly, like she was fleeing in panic. "Young brother, your fishing skills are amazing." Director Zhang circled the fish tank twice, looking very happy. But since there were still many fish left in the pond, he looked a bit worried. "It's just that the amount is a bit too much. If we pull it all at once, it might not be used up so quickly. But that's okay. I will go back and tell old Zhao at the textile factory cafeteria that they are worried about not having enough meat to treat the workers. Sending over this fish is like providing timely help. Director Zhang took out a cigarette from his pocket and handed it over, speaking eagerly. But we need to be clear about this deal. From now on, whatever fish you produce, no matter how much, must first go to me. I'll take full responsibility for the quality of this unique fish. Is that okay? Lu Ting took the cigarette, didn't light it, and casually tucked it behind his ear. He glanced at his wife, who was happily putting money into her pocket, and nodded. The man spoke little, with a steady voice, but his words were firm. All right, deal. Director Zhang and Lu both laughed loudly. This officially sealed the long-term business agreement. Before the dust kicked up by the jeep had settled, the atmosphere in the Red Star Brigade became tense. 530 yuan. This number was like a buzzing bee with wings, humming into everyone's ears and then stabbing deep into their hearts. For the hardworking men who toiled all day and barely earned a few cents, saving 50 yuan in a year was considered a blessing. But what was 530 yuan? It meant 3 new big tiled houses. It meant half a roaring tractor. It meant enough bride price for 5 single sons. At the crooked old locust tree at the village entrance, men holding bowls of rice and women patching shoes sat together. Wow, I heard that old Lu's second son made over 500 yuan just from selling fish today. If this keeps up, our village might soon have a millionaire. Yeah, they say old Lu's second son is lucky. His once useless fish pond, full of mud and weeds, has turned into a treasure trove in his hands. I can't envy him. Since second Uncle Lu separated from the old Lu family, his luck has really improved. That's true. Jiang Mian is lazy, but she still gets to enjoy delicious, fatty meat every day. Look at Wang Guohua and Lin Xiue. They probably regret their choices now, huh? Hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. Although her own life wasn't great, she was happy to see others who once had good days now struggling, and she couldn't stop smiling. At first, the villagers just admired second Uncle Lu's success and mocked Wang Guohua for being blind to good things. But as they talked, their tone changed. Hey, why should it be like that? Said San Motzi, a lazy troublemaker in the village who loved stirring up gossip. When everyone looked at him, San Motzi put his bowl of porridge, almost empty, on the ground, his eyes shining with jealousy. You all say that the back mountain belongs to our team, and the water flowing down from it is ours too. Why do all the fish caught there and sold end up in Lu Ting's pocket? Hearing this, someone else chimed in. Yeah, second Uncle Lu is not being fair. That's over 500 yuan, not just 5 or 30. Exactly, over 500 yuan. We work ourselves to the bone for 10 years and can't earn that much. If this money was shared among all families, it would be different. Greed and jealousy grew like weeds in everyone's hearts. Behind the fence at the youth station, Su Ro listened to the gossip from the village. Her knuckles turned white from gripping her handkerchief tightly. 530 yuan. That was a number she wouldn't even dare to think about now. She was reborn to seize the opportunity and firmly hold onto Lu Ting, her future support. But now, the first pot of gold that Lu Ting found was actually pocketed by Jiang Mian, that lazy girl who is only good-looking but useless in every other way. That money was originally hers. Su Ro forced down her rising anger and turned to walk toward the riverbank. Lin Xiue was hitting her family's clothes with a club, making loud thuds, water splashing everywhere. Mrs. Lin, are you doing laundry? Su Ro approached, showing just the right amount of concern on her face. Lin Xiue, full of anger, responded irritably when she saw Su Ro coming. What do you think? Unlike some people who lie around and have money falling from the sky, Su Ro seemed to ignore the sharp tone in her words, stepped closer, lowered her voice, and spoke sincerely, thinking of Lin Xiue. Mrs. Lin, I, as an outsider, shouldn't interfere. But I hear the villagers talking, and I feel sorry for you and Brother Lu. Jang Meon's claim on the fish pond is allowed by policy, but the policy didn't say she could monopolize the collective resources. What do you mean? Lin Xiue's ears perked up at the mention of money. Su Ro carefully explained, each word hitting the mark in Lin Xiue's heart. Think about it, isn't the water in that fish pond everyone's? Are the grasses the fish eat from the mountain? All of this is collective property. Now that Lu Ting has earned money and he doesn't give a share to the team, stuffing it all into his own pocket. This is selfish on the small scale, and on a larger scale, it's undermining socialism. Boom. These words, like a fire, instantly ignited the jealousy and resentment in Lin Xiue's heart. Yes, the water is collective, the mountain is collective, the grass is collective. Why should the money belong only to Lu Ting? That treacherous second son, that selfish wolf. Her mind raced quickly with calculations. 530 yuan. Even if we split the family assets, we should give some to the in-laws. The rest, the main family could share a few dozen or even 100 yuan, right? That money could buy a lot of good meat for little Bao or a new cloth for clothes. But now, there's not a single penny. All of it is being held by Jiang Mian, that lazy wife. No way. Lin Xiue threw the pestle into the basin with a loud bang, water splashing on her face, but she didn't care. This money must be taken back from the second son and shared with everyone. I'm going to find the village head. Watching Lin Xiue rush out like an angry cow, Su Ro's lips quietly curled up. Let them make a fuss. The bigger, the better. Hopefully, they'll cause enough trouble to make Lu Ting overwhelmed. Then he'll realize that Jiang Mian, who looks good but is useless, only holds him back. Only I, who understand policies and have foresight, can help him keep the family business and make it flourish. That night, the village committee was crowded with people. Lin Xiue stood at the front. Behind her were the villagers stirred up by her, like San Ma Zi, all talking loudly and spitting accusations. Secretary, village head. We can't just let this go. Lu Ting must give back the money and share it fairly. Yes. Our Red Star team is a collective. We can't follow capitalist ways. Village head Sun Dahai was annoyed by the noise. He slammed his pipe on the table and shouted, "Nonsense. The fish pond was abandoned and full of leeches. Nobody wanted it. Now that the couple has raised fish successfully, you're jealous?" Of course, Sun Dahai also knew what had happened today. But as he said, the abandoned fish pond behind the mountain, known as Ghost Site Worry, is already profitable for the Lu Ting Brigade by leasing it for 10 yuan a year. Now, these people are just greedy for money, coming here to cause trouble and act stubborn. It was different back then. Lin Xiue raised her chin, looking bold and stubborn. Who knew we could sell for so much money then? Anyway, if he used the collective water, he has to share the profits with the collective. Otherwise, we'll report him to the commune for taking the collective property. Report him, someone in the crowd shouted, making the atmosphere even more heated. Sun Dahai was so angry his hands trembled. This isn't about fairness. It's clearly greed, trying to steal what's not theirs. But seeing those greedy, red eyes, he felt a sinking feeling, knowing things were about to get worse. Inside the thatched hut at the storm center, a dim yellow kerosene lamp cast long shadows. The noise outside seeped in through the door crack, loud and annoying. Lu Ting was massaging Jang Meon's leg. When he heard the commotion, he paused, and his usual fierce aura reappeared. He stood up, walked to the corner, and pulled out a shiny, newly sharpened firewood knife from the pile of firewood. The blade flashed cold in the lamplight, and the room's temperature seemed to drop a few degrees. These scoundrels, Lu Ting's voice was cold and hard. I'll go cut them down. A soft little hand grabbed his sleeve. Husband, why are you in such a hurry? Jang Meon was still lazily sitting in the rocking chair, slowly peeling a big white rabbit candy, her voice sweet and gentle, with no sign of worry. You holding a knife is scary. Put it down quickly. They want to take our money. Lu Ting turned back, his eyes burning with anger. That's the money for you to buy a house in the city. Foolish big guy, Jang Meon said as she directly stuffed the peeled milk candy into his mouth. The sweet, milky aroma melted in Lu Ting's mouth, and the gentle sweetness slightly cooled the anger rising in his heart. Jang Meon then slowly sat up straight. Her usual lazy look was gone from her almond-shaped eyes. now clear and deep. Using a knife, that's something only reckless people do. We have the right, and once we act, the truth will be on our side. Jang Meon patted the seat beside her, signaling Lu Ting to sit down. Our money is earned by our own efforts. No one can take it away. I not only won't let them take it, but I want them to understand what rules are. Rules. Lu Ting looked at his wife with confidence, and strangely, his anger eased. Jiang Mian squinted her eyes, a faint smile appearing at the corner of her lips. If you want to eat meat, earn it yourself. Since they want to put on a show, let's not hold back. Let's be the main act. If we don't squeeze this troublemaker dry now, there will be flies buzzing around every day, and it will be so annoying. The next morning, just before dawn, the newly repaired fence gate at the Lu family was knocked loudly, shaking and about to fall.
Lu Ting, Jiang Mian.
Come out. Lin Xiue's sharp voice broke the quiet of the morning. Behind her, dozens of people followed, holding tools like hoes and shovels, blocking the small yard gate tightly. Villagers, Lin Xiue turned and raised her arm high. Today, we are here to seek justice. We can't let the collective property be taken over by greedy, unscrupulous people. Share the money. Demand fairness. The crowd grew louder, their voices shaking the thatched roof. Suddenly, with a creak, the old wooden door swung open from inside. There was no panic or cries for mercy, as one might expect. Jiang Mian casually draped an old military green coat belonging to Lu Ting over her shoulders, her hair loosely held with a hairpin, and she lazily yawned. Lu Ting placed 2 long benches at the door, standing silently like a wall beside Jiang Mian. Everyone saw the knife leaning against the door, its blade shining eerily in the morning light. Jiang Mian sat on the bench, holding a large red enamel mug with the words, "Serve the people," printed on it. The mug was not filled with plain water. It contained hot, fragrant milk powder that could be smelled from 2 miles away. She slowly took a sip in front of everyone, squinting contentedly.
Eat.
You only know how to eat. Lin Xiue watched with envy and a pounding heart. The delicious smell made her nose tingle, and her stomach growled loudly. Everyone else can't even get enough to eat, and you still have the nerve to eat alone here. Suo saw the right moment and stepped out of the crowd, clearing her throat. Comrade Jiang Mian, Comrade Lu Ting, we didn't come here to argue today. We came to reason. Oh, Jiang Mian put down the mug, wiped her mouth slowly, then looked up at Suo. What does Comrade Suo have to say? Suo straightened her back, her gaze sweeping over the villagers who looked eager to act, and raised her voice. The Red Star Brigade is a collective. The water from the back mountain is collective, and so is the grass. Lu Ting used collective resources to make money. That 530 yuan is a loss of collective assets. If we don't take it out and redistribute it, we're digging into socialist principles and supporting capitalism. These big accusations, made in this newly opened year, are powerful enough to crush people. The villagers' emotions are instantly stirred, and everyone becomes angry.
Yes.
Comrade Su is right. As a group, we all have a share. Why can your family eat meat while we drink thin porridge? The fish also has our water and grass. Hand over the money. Otherwise, we'll report you to the commune. Lin Xiue jumps the highest, spitting and shouting wildly. Yesterday, we sold fish for 530 yuan. Our team has over 50 households. Each should get at least 10 yuan. The rest goes to the public fund. Wishing everyone a smooth and prosperous new year. Today is the 3rd watch. Please give a small free gift and a 5-star review. Love you all. Each household gets 10 yuan. Lin Xiue's shout was like pouring a bucket of water into a hot oil pot, and the crowd instantly exploded. These days, 10 yuan can buy dozens of pounds of rice, a few pounds of good meat, or 2 new outfits. The crowd started pushing forward, a dark wave, driven by desperation and greed. The people in front almost stepped on Jiang Mian's bench, their cloudy eyes full of greedy red light. Lu Ting's face was already hard to describe as calm. His hand, resting by his side, had bulging veins. He flipped his wrist, and the shiny, sharp firewood knife was pulled from behind the door. The cold blade reflected a dazzling light in the morning sun, causing the pushing crowd to stop abruptly. Step back. Just as they were about to act, a soft little hand gently pressed on the back of the hand holding the knife. Jiang Mian stood up, not showing any fear on her face, but smiling as she clapped her hands. The crisp sound of her clapping quieted the noisy crowd. Suji Qing is very brave. I'm even a bit moved by it. Jiang Mian handed the porcelain cup to Lu Ting and spoke slowly. All right, since we're all in the same team, let's earn money together. We'll share the profits. Suddenly, everyone fell silent. Lin Xiue and Su Ro were stunned, their prepared words stuck in their throats. They couldn't believe she agreed so easily.
But
Jiang Mian's tone slowed, and her smiling face suddenly turned cold. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes swept over everyone present. Business has risks, profits and losses are shared. If there's a good harvest, we share the benefits. If there's a disaster, we share the losses. That's fair, right? She took out a small notebook and a pen from her big coat pocket and snapped them on her hand. Everyone saw the fish sold yesterday. That was just luck. There's still over 1,000 gene of fish fry in the pond, but with the hot weather these days, if a fish disease breaks out and all the fish die, who will cover the loss? Jiang Mian's gaze swept across the crowd, finally resting on the person who first stirred things up, San Mazi. I'll do the math for everyone. The costs of leasing the pond, buying fish fry, ducklings, and the current value of the grown fish add up to about 2,000 yuan. Our team has over 50 households. If we lose everything, each family will have to cover a loss of about 40 yuan. Come, if you want to share the 10 yuan, sign your name first, then pay a 40 yuan risk deposit. As long as you pay the 40 yuan deposit, I will give you 10 yuan immediately. If we make a profit at the end of the year, you will get a share of the profit. If we lose money, don't blame the heavens or others. It's your own choice. Jang Meon held out her hand, palm up, directly offering it to the laziest man who was shouting the loudest. San Matsi, aren't you the one most eager to get justice? Lead the way. What? San Matsi shrank back in fear, his face turning pale. Losing? Losing money? Want a share of the profit? But we have to pay first. 40 yuan. He couldn't even sell himself for that much money. The villagers, who had just been full of energy like they had been injected with chicken blood, now felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over them. Everyone wanted a share of the profit, but to actually pay real money and risk losing everything, who would dare? Who has that confidence these days? What if they really lose money? They might end up with nothing.
why?
Why do we have to pay first? Exactly, we just want to share the benefits. Why should we pay money? The crowd started to get restless. The villagers, who had just been united in anger, now whispered among themselves, blaming each other. Seeing the situation getting out of control, Su Ro quickly stepped forward and loudly declared, Jang Meon, you're twisting the facts. You just don't want to share the money with everyone and are deliberately scaring people. Scaring people? Jang Meon sneered, not bothering to look at the villagers around her. Her gaze was fixed intently on Su Ro. Su Jiqing, you're a scholar. You should understand the principle of rights and responsibilities, right? Since you are so selfless and always talk about the collective, why don't you first take out 50 yuan as a good example? I'll make a written promise for you. As long as you dare to sign, whether the fish pond makes a profit or a loss in the future, it will all be yours.
How about that?
Su Ro's face instantly turned a dark purple. Where would she get 50 yuan? Her monthly allowance had already been spent completely. Although she knew Lu Ting would become rich in the future, Jang Mian was a very tricky woman. What if something unexpected happened? Can't come up with the money? Jiang Mian's smile quickly faded, and her voice grew colder. You don't want to take risks or invest money, just want to sit back and enjoy the benefits? Su Jiqing, this isn't caring for the collective, it's inciting villagers to come and snatch from me. According to old social ideas, your behavior is called exploiting the workers. The word, exploiting, made Su Ro sway and almost lose her balance. That's a term used by capitalists, a serious political accusation. This political label is too heavy for her to bear. The villagers' eyes on Su Ro also changed. Yes, she encourages us to work hard, but why doesn't she dare to put in her own money? This young intellectual is very scheming. Seeing that the situation was about to escalate, Jang Meon knew that just scaring them wasn't enough. She needed to give these people, blinded by greed, a real way to hold on to. Most people in the 1980s weren't bad, they were just too poor and wanted to make money. And at this time, wanting to monopolize everything was definitely not acceptable. The country's policies emphasized leading the less wealthy to become better off first. Everyone was poor, and that was fine. But if you suddenly got rich while others were still eating simple food, no one would feel good about it. Jiang Mian cleared her throat, her voice becoming softer, but still carrying a convincing strength. Although money can't be given for nothing, I, Jiang Mian, am not someone who keeps everything to myself. We are all neighbors from the same village. If I have meat to eat, I should share some soup with everyone. She looked around at the crowd, who were watching expectantly, and slowly raised one finger. I have decided to set up the first prosperity cooperative for our Red Star Brigade. I won't take everyone's money, but I will give everyone some money. My fish pond and duck farm are short of workers now. I plan to hire 10 quick and reliable women. All you need to do is help me with daily tasks like cutting fish grass, collecting eggs, and washing eggs. It's easy and light work. You don't need to invest any money or take any risks. As long as you come to work, you'll get paid daily. Jang Meon paused, speaking clearly and deliberately, making sure everyone heard her. 5 mao a day. Suddenly, if the villagers felt like they were doused with cold water earlier, now it was like being hit by a thunderbolt. The crowd fell silent for a few seconds. One man holding a bowl trembled, and with a clatter, the bowl shattered on the ground. A woman pinched her thigh hard, grimacing in pain. 5 mao a day. That adds up to 15 yuan a month. Nowadays, a strong worker working hard all day in the brigade earns only 2 or 3 mao in work points. Jiang Mion's offer was double that. And it was for light work like collecting eggs. A nearby aunt's voice trembled as she stared intently at Jiang Mian. Without hesitation, Jang Meon took out a brand new big union card and waved it in front of the crowd. Cash payment, no delays. The shiny green union card sparkled in the sunlight, catching everyone's attention instantly. What use are collective property or vague profit shares? Nothing beats the real 5 cents you can put in your pocket every day. I'm in. The man who had just been holding a hoe and was about to fight Lu Ting threw down his tool and pushed his wife forward. Jiang girl, let your sister-in-law go. She's the quickest. Choose me. Choose me. Lu family's daughter-in-law. We are all related to the same great-grandfather. Suji Qing, step aside. Don't block my chance to sign up. Suddenly, the situation changed. Originally, Su Ro and Lin Xiue, who were surrounded at the center, were pushed to the outer edge as more people rushed to sign up. Su Ro was pushed so hard she staggered, her carefully styled hair becoming a messy nest. She looked at this scene in disbelief, feeling like a joke. Her carefully planned push to take control was easily dissolved by Jiang Mion's few words. And these ignorant villagers actually turned around and went to work as Jiang Mion's farmhands? Lin Xiue's eyes turned red. 5 cents a day. She worked herself to the bone at home feeding pigs and taking care of children. Not even 5 cents, not even 5 pennies. Seeing women who usually were less than her rushing to sign up, Lin Xiue's jealousy and greed grew wildly, like weeds. No, I must get this job. She gritted her teeth, using her status as the eldest sister-in-law to squeeze her way into the crowd. I put on a full, flattering smile and rubbed my hands as I approached Jang Mian. Sister-in-law, you see. We're all family. Could we maybe? Lin Xiue's face, full of a fake smile, was lined with greed in every wrinkle. The nearby villagers, who hadn't been chosen yet, all held their breath. Everyone was secretly criticizing Lin Xiue for being shameless, while also watching Jang Meon closely to see how she would handle this. After all, we are family. Even if bones are broken, the tendons stay connected. Jang Meon should at least show some respect to the eldest sister-in-law. But Jang Meon looked at Lin Xiue, who was trying to get close, and almost burst out laughing. Earlier, when she was pushing to split the family property, She didn't treat her as a sister-in-law at all. Sister-in-law. Jang Meon didn't respond to her words. Instead, she exaggeratedly covered her mouth with wide almond-shaped eyes, pretending to be sincere and anxious, as if she was genuinely concerned for her. What are you talking about? Even though we've split the family, in my heart, you will always be my most respected sister-in-law. Hearing this, Lin Xiue's heart skipped a beat. Then she was overjoyed. This was her chance. Her smile, which hadn't yet reached her ears, was about to spread, but Jang Meon suddenly changed her tone, speaking with a tone full of sorrow and regret. But this work is for a long-term labor. It involves cutting fish grass, collecting duck eggs, and later bending over in the pond mud and dirt to wash eggs. It's dirty and tiring. Big sister-in-law, you already serve your mother-in-law at the old house, and you're also taking care of little Bao, the big grandson of the Lu family. You are the top contributor of our old Lu family. Tell me, how could I, Jiang Mian, be so unkind, making you suffer for such a small amount of money? I'm not tired. I don't want to do this at all. Lin Xiue became anxious and immediately wanted to argue. Big sister-in-law, stop talking. Jang Meon suddenly raised her voice, speaking firmly and clearly. Her bright voice was loud enough for everyone in the courtyard to hear. I know you care about me and want to help, but if I let you do this kind of hard work, won't the villagers look down on me, Jang Meon? If you work, they will probably criticize me behind my back, saying I just earned a little money and forgot who I am, then look down on my sister-in-law. Besides, what if you get too tired? Who will take care of little Bao? He's only 3 years old and needs his mother. Her words sounded very righteous and flawless. The villagers around listened, and their eyes lit up. Exactly, Xiue, your little Bao can't be without you. You don't have time for this. Jang Meon is just worried about you, sister-in-law. Don't be ungrateful. These villagers were clever. There are only 10 spots available. If Lin Xiue takes one, then her chances are fewer. Lin Xiue looked at Jang Meon, who was full of righteousness, and at the women spitting saliva as they spoke. Her face turned pale, like pig liver. She opened her mouth but couldn't say a word in protest. She felt helpless. Jang Meon, this lazy woman, clearly didn't want her to earn money. Yet she spoke so convincingly, putting her on a pedestal as a good mother and good wife. If she dared to argue again, she would be seen as a bad woman who didn't care about her children or family. And that was only 50 cents a day. If she worked for a whole month, that would be 15 yuan. She stared at Jang Meon, catching a fleeting look of teasing in her innocent-looking eyes. Lin Xiue suddenly understood that the lazy woman was doing it on purpose, just to get back at her for causing trouble earlier. All right, this is settled. Jang Meon was too tired to look at Lin Xiue's almost twisted face. She turned her head to the eager crowd and carefully pointed to a few people with her slender finger. And second, your family is having a hard time, and your grandson still needs to go to school. You are one. Aunt Suehua, you're quick at work and well-known in the village. Come, and sisterly from the east, Aunt Wang from the west. Jang Meon named 10 people in one go. All 10 were people who usually didn't talk much, worked steadily, and either had real difficulties at home or were highly respected. She didn't choose anyone who was sneaky or just shouted along with Su Ro and Lin Xiue earlier. The aunt second who was called looked at her face full of wrinkles, full of disbelief, and her hands were trembling.
Jiang.
Jiang girl, is it really? Really me? She was an old widow with a little grandson, living a hard life. Usually, she even had to split sweet potatoes into 2 meals. Of course it's you. Jang Meon smiled and nodded, giving Lu Ting a signal. Lu Ting said nothing and turned to go inside. When he came out again, he was carefully holding a large bamboo basket. Inside the basket, there were 10 hot, steaming big buns. They were made from refined white flour. The rich smell of wheat mixed with the heat filled the air and forcefully entered everyone's noses.
Thud.
Someone couldn't hold back and swallowed loudly, making the quiet courtyard feel a bit awkward. Nowadays, who doesn't eat sweet potato noodles or corn porridge that makes their throat sore? White steamed buns are precious treats that are rarely enjoyed even during festivals. Today is the first day of work. To celebrate the founding of our Red Star Prosperity Cooperative, everyone who is chosen gets a special gift. Jang Meon picked up a large bun from the basket and, without hesitation, handed it to her second uncle's wife, whose hands looked as dry as firewood. "Auntie, take this. It's your work bonus for today. We'll settle the wages together tonight after work." Holding the warm bun in her hands, the heavy weight made the second aunt's cloudy eyes fill with tears. This isn't just a bun. It's life-saving food, a sign of respect from others. "Thank you. Thank you, Jiang girl. Thank you, Lu Ting." The second aunt was so moved that her legs nearly gave out, and Lu Ting, tall and steady, caught her firmly. The other 9 women who were also chosen held their buns, their faces flushed with excitement. At this moment, all jealousy and envy were shattered by the simple white buns and the small wages they would soon receive. Those who weren't chosen looked at the buns in others' hands with regret, wishing they had not caused trouble earlier with Lin Xiue and the young worker. Jiang Mian was genuinely giving real benefits. Su Ro, standing at the edge of the crowd, watched this scene with her nails digging into her palm. She never expected that Jiang Mian, a naive and clueless girl, would understand how to use direct benefits to win people's hearts. This tactic was more skilled than any factory manager she had seen in her past life. Don't be fooled by her. Su Ro was unwilling to lose so easily. She gritted her teeth and took a step forward, shouting sharply, "This is just small favors. She's using your labor, and in the end, she will be the one making big money." Bah! Before she finished shouting, a thick spit landed right on Su Ro's shiny little leather shoes. The person spitting was Aunt Suehua, who had just been chosen. Aunt Suehua carefully tucked her bun into her chest, as if guarding a treasure. Then she crossed her hands on her hips, standing like a tall tower in front of Jiang Mian, pointing at Su Ro's nose as she scolded. "Su Jiqing, what are you thinking? Are you bored and looking for trouble? Jiang Mian is paying us wages and giving us plain bread. She's working hard to help us have a better life. And you? Besides stirring up trouble here, have you ever given us a single grain of rice or a penny?" "Exactly. She's read so many books, she's lost her mind. She spends all day thinking about how to cause trouble for others instead of helping build the countryside. People like her just can't stand to see others do well. Their hearts are rotten." There was no need for Jiang Mian to speak. The 10 women who had just been given good jobs immediately became fierce defenders of their long-term income. They took turns shouting at Su Ro, pouring out their anger. The crowd's eyes are sharp, and sometimes their words are even more cutting than knives. Su Ro was splattered with spit and couldn't say a proper word. She looked at the faces around her, many of which had been polite before, but now were full of disgust and contempt. The fear of being isolated and treated like trash made Su Ro feel terrible. She was the chosen girl, reborn with memories. I should be the main character of this era. Why is this happening? Why is every carefully planned step of mine being broken by Jiang Mian, this foolish girl, in the most rough and unreasonable way? You bunch of troublemakers. Unreasonable. Su Ro's last mental defense completely collapsed. She cried with red eyes, covering her face, and rushed out of the crowd. Her back looked so miserable. Lin Xiue saw things were not looking good, shrank her neck, and tried to run away. But Aunt Suehua deliberately bumped her shoulder, almost causing her to fall flat on her face, which drew a burst of open laughter behind her. A big scene of forcing the second branch of the Lu family to give in was so easily resolved by Jiang Mian with just a few buns and some words, both scolding and hitting. When the crowd dispersed, the sun was already high. Erguzi, who had just recruited 10 aunts and sisters-in-law, happily headed to the back mountain. He is now the manager of the fish pond on the back mountain, walking with a breeze. As the first worker, Erguzi's wages are naturally not worse than these ants. The yard finally became quiet again. Jiang Mian, as if drained of all her strength, slumped onto the deck chair, like a boneless cat, lazily purring.
"Oh,
I'm so tired." She raised her hand and weakly waved to Lu Ting, who was tidying up the benches in the yard. "Husband, I used a lot of brain power just now. I need you to help me knead. Lu Ting looked at his wife, who was both delicate and soft, and his originally cold face softened completely. He strode over, half-squatted in front of Jiang Mian, and naturally placed his warm, broad hand on her calf to knead. The scenes from earlier in the yard still replayed in Lu Ting's mind. He is not afraid to fight with the people from that yard, but he knows that once he draws his knife, life will never be peaceful again. But his wife is different. She doesn't use knives or guns. With just a few words, she can turn a group of hungry wolves into loyal watchdogs. Lu Ting's throat moved slightly, and his voice carried a faint, almost unnoticeable huskiness, filled with genuine admiration. Your wife is really amazing. He looked up, his deep eyes showing clear admiration and warm affection. She's much better than me, of course. Jang Meon proudly lifted her chin, happily enjoying the strongest rough man in the village giving her a massage. Her toes curled comfortably. From now on, you'll handle the tiring mental work, and I'll do the heavy physical labor. Got it. Got it. Lu Ting replied quickly and clearly, but his movements became even gentler. At that moment, a mechanical voice only Jiang Mian could hear happily rang in her mind.
Ding.
The host successfully transferred the heavy physical tasks like breeding and maintenance to others, and not only did she not lose benefits, but she also gained excellent social reputation, judgment, ultimate laziness. Perfectly implementing the core principle of, if I don't have to do it, I won't. If I can lie down, I won't sit. Congratulations. Your laziness has reached a new milestone. System is currently distributing special rewards. Congratulations. The host has gained a breeding bonus. 1. The water quality of the fish pond/duck farm in the back mountain now has a permanent ecological purification. Buff. Fish, shrimp, and meat quality improved to top level. No fishy smell, delicious taste. 2. The growth rate of farmed creatures is permanently increased by 100%. Others raise fish for a year. You only need half a year. 3. The farming area now has a natural barrier, making all creatures immune to plagues and diseases. Because the host's laid-back attitude has reached a new level, you have gained an opportunity of the era. Please be patient. Jiang Mian's originally half-closed eyes flashed with a hint of surprise.
Wow.
This system understands her. She was just thinking about what to do with the fish that had been enhanced by the system after selling them. Now, with permanent purification, disease immunity, and accelerated growth, this is like giving her back mountain fish pond the ultimate insurance. From now on, she can truly be a hands-off boss, just lying back and counting money. And there's also an opportunity of the era. What could that be? Jiang Mian couldn't think of anything else worth the system keeping secret, but never mind. Since it's an opportunity, it must be something good. She just needs to wait patiently. Night fell like ink, and the flickering yellow flame of the kerosene lamp suddenly burst into a small spark. On the slightly swaying wooden bed she disliked, it was now covered with a pile of banknotes. Besides the coins, there were also many 5 yuan, 2 yuan, 1 yuan bills, and even some coins worth a few cents. Lu Ting sat at the edge of the bed, breathing noticeably heavier. His strong hands, capable of fighting wild boars barehanded, now hovered uncertainly above Qian Hai. Mian Mian. This. Count the small bills, husband. Jiang Mian sat cross-legged on the bed, fresh from her bath, smelling of nice soap. The leftover ginseng from last time, plus today's fish sales, it's all here. Lu Ting swallowed hard, took a deep breath, and began to count. In the Red Star Brigade, where hard workers earn only a few cents a day, counting money was unfamiliar for most people. But Lu Ting counted carefully. 100, 500, 1,000, 1,020, 1,023. His voice trembled slightly as he picked up a few small coins, and 9 jiao 5 fun. Total is 1,023 yuan and 95 fun. Lu Ting looked up, his usually calm and deep eyes now shining brightly. Mian Mian, we are now 1,000 yuan family. In this time, where earning 10,000 yuan could get you on the newspaper, riding a motorcycle with sunglasses could make you look impressive. 1,000 yuan was enough for an ordinary rural family to save for 10 years without eating out. Even though they knew they had made money, Seeing the small bills spread across the bed was more shocking than just knowing. Lu Ting looked at Jiang Mian with love and admiration in his eyes. All of this was thanks to his wife. But Jiang Mian looked at the pile of money and pursed her lips. Only 1,000 yuan, she sighed, leaned back and lay down on the bed covered with small bills. Still 100,000 away from 6,000 yuan. It will take years to save enough to buy a small house with a bathtub. Lu Ting was stunned. The excitement he just felt was suddenly cooled down by his wife's words. If someone else had said this, Lu Ting would think they didn't know the situation. But this was Jiang Mian speaking. Seeing his wife act delicate, his heart felt a little pain, like being scratched by a cat's paw, soft but sharp. Just as he was about to say something comforting, Jiang Mian turned over and settled comfortably into his arms. She thought about the opportunity the system mentioned. Her eyelashes fluttered, and she said, "Husband, let's go to the city tomorrow to look at that house. Maybe if we take a walk around, we'll find a way to get the money for the house. Okay? I trust you." Lu Ting held his soft, fragrant wife in his arms, listening to the insects outside, feeling more peaceful than ever. Anyway, whatever his wife said, he would do. He believed his wife was his lucky star. The next day, it was already late morning. Even when the Red Star Brigade was still covered in light fog, Lu Ting had already polished the Phoenix brand motorcycle to a shine. To prevent his wife from feeling uncomfortable, he wrapped several layers of thick cotton cloth around the back seat, softening the cold, hard metal frame. Jang Meon wore a new outfit today. She was dressed in a bright red, fitted dress with a pair of black leather shoes, and her hair was loosely braided into a side plait. She looked neat and fresh, like she was from a different world compared to the dull women in the village. "Get in the car." Lu Ting supported himself with one foot on the ground, his long legs steadying the vehicle. Jiang Mian lightly jumped onto the back seat, naturally wrapping her arms around Lu Ting's slim waist, with her face pressed against his broad back. "Are you ready to go?" "Yes, let's go." Lu Ting kicked the pedal, and the wheels spun up a gust of wind as they sped out of the yard. The sun was shining brightly, and there were many villagers working on the farm along the village road. When they saw Jiang Mian sitting prettily at the back of the bicycle, the young wives looked at her with envy. They wished they could pull Jiang Mian off the bike and take her place. Yesterday, they heard that the second branch of the Lu family had made a fortune, and today, they saw her riding into town to enjoy her life. Life was really good for her, tsk. Looking at her own man beside her, the young wives muttered angrily. The wheels rolled on, and soon the bicycle passed by the outdoor toilet near the youth station. An indescribable smell drifted with the wind. Lu Ting frowned slightly, pedaling faster to help his wife avoid the foul smell. By the roadside, a few figures carrying buckets of manure looked especially heavy. Leading the group was Su Ro. At this moment, Su Ro no longer had the pride of the reborn heroine. Because she caused trouble yesterday and was criticized by Secretary Wang for spreading false science, she was assigned the dirtiest and hardest job, carrying manure. Su Ro wore an old, faded work outfit, with her pant legs rolled up high. Her shoulders were red from the yoke pressing down, and with each step, the liquid in the bucket swayed, splashing some manure onto her pants, making her feel like vomiting. Just as she clenched her teeth and cursed Jiang Mian, a crisp bicycle bell rang out. Ding, ding, ding. Su Ro instinctively looked up. A bright yellow bicycle reflecting sunlight smoothly passed by her. The tall man riding the bike was Lu Ting. On the back seat, a woman wore a dress she had wanted to buy for a long time but was eventually bought by someone else. Her skin was so fair it looked glowing, and she was lazily holding her wealthy husband, who was supposed to belong to her, Su Ro. They were only 2 or 3 meters apart. One was a cheerful girl sitting on the bike, smiling brightly, and the other was a poor young man covered in dirt from working in the fields. The stark contrast between them at that moment was more upsetting to Su Ro than if she had been hurt. As they passed each other, Jiang Mian seemed to notice something and slightly turned her head. Her clear, almond-shaped eyes showed no mockery, only a casual disregard. Then, Jiang Mian's sweet voice drifted with the wind into Su Ro's ear. "Husband, Go slower, this road is bumpy, and it hurts my bottom. Lu Ting's deep, loving voice followed. Okay, I'll avoid the potholes. Does it still hurt? Seeing their close and happy figures, Su Ro clenched her teeth tightly.
Why?
Why can Jiang Mian, this lazy woman, enjoy city life while she, a reborn person, has to work in the fields? Feeling angry and ashamed, Su Ro's foot slipped, landing right on a patch of slippery mud.
Ah!
A sharp scream. Su Ro wobbled, and the shoulder pole she was carrying lost balance instantly. 2 buckets filled with manure tipped over loudly as she fell. The yellowish waste splashed all over her half-body. Oh my gosh! Did Su the young farmer fall into the manure pit? Quick, get away.
It stinks.
The villagers working nearby didn't come to help. Instead, they covered their noses and jumped 3 meters away, showing clear disgust. Su Ro was lying on the foul-smelling mud, watching the bicycle ride farther and farther away, without even looking back. Humiliated tears mixed with mud on her face, and she dug her nails deep into the dirt.
Jiang Mian.
I won't let this go. On the back seat of the bicycle, Jang Meon listened to the screams and chaos behind her, a sly smile appearing on her face. She pinched Lu Ting's waist and felt happy. Husband, go faster. Got it. Lu Ting didn't understand why his wife was suddenly so happy, but he just focused on pedaling. His long legs seemed endless, riding on the dirt road with the power of a motorcycle. After about an hour, they reached the county town. At this time, the small town still had no tall buildings. The busiest places were the department store and the state-run restaurant. Lu Ting parked his bike in front of the Red Flag restaurant and was about to stop when he was stunned by what he saw. Why are there so many people? Although he had gone out late and it was now mealtime, he had never seen such a scene before. At this moment, the Red Flag restaurant was packed with a large crowd. In an era when you still needed ration tickets for rice and meat, seeing so many people at a state-run restaurant was truly a wonder. Don't push, those in the back, don't push. A waiter in a white coat was sweating heavily, trying to keep order. At the entrance of the Red Flag restaurant, the crowd was dense. This scene was more lively than a New Year's sale for discounted meat. Why is it all gone? I traveled all the way from the south of the city just to taste that amber egg dish. I've been waiting for half an hour. Sister, have you reserved the dishes for special guests? A few men dressed in blue work uniforms were leaning on the doorframe, shouting loudly like drums. The waiter, Shaoli, was sweating heavily, holding a cloth, and had already lost his voice from shouting. Everyone, don't push anymore. We're out of stock. Today, we only have 20 servings of amber and golden sands. They were all taken within 10 minutes of opening. In the crowd, a middle-aged man wearing a 4-pocket jacket with 2 pens in his shirt pocket pushed forward with a stern face. He clutched his briefcase under his arm and scolded with a serious expression. Comrade, I am Mr. Wang from the Material Bureau. Today, we are hosting a few visiting inspection teams. This special dish must be served. Please tell the kitchen to find a way to prepare 2 more portions. His words sounded official, and the noisy crowd quieted for a moment. In the county town, the Material Bureau is a powerful department, and ordinary people don't dare to offend them. But Shaoli didn't listen, and instead straightened his back, looking helpless as he spread his hands. Chief Wang, not to offend you, but even our restaurant manager wanted to keep a portion to give to his mother to try, but Chef Lu took the dish with a knife and drove him out. Chef Lu said that this dish is expensive and there's only a limited amount each day. Everyone has to come early to get it. Chief Wang looked unhappy, thinking you're just talking nonsense. But he also knew that ingredients were tight today, so it seemed impossible for him to get a taste of the amber and golden sands. He wanted to get angry, but thinking about Lu's fiery temper and skillful hands, he had to hold back his frustration. These days, a talented chef is more impressive than a director. Standing outside the crowd, Lu Ting pushed his bicycle and watched the chaotic scene, feeling frozen in place. He instinctively protected Jiang Mian, worried that the angry crowd might push her. Mian, is this our family's duck egg? Lu Ting's throat moved, unable to believe it. Just an ordinary duck egg, but in the city, it was so special that even officials and workers who usually eat government grain were fighting over it. Jiang Mian leaned on Lu Ting's arm, looking at the disappointed section chief, Wang, with a teasing smile. Rarity makes things valuable. It's not that preserved century eggs are so delicious, but people in this era like to follow trends. If everyone has tried century eggs and you haven't, when a group of people start bragging, you'll be left behind. Not just in the 1980s. Many things in later times suddenly become popular, and then a crowd follows blindly. You realize that's just old-fashioned people not keeping up with the trend. She reached out and gently tickled Lu Ting's palm. Did you hear? Our duck eggs are now in high demand. Come on, let's go get you some face recognition. Jang Meon didn't push through the main entrance, but took Lu Ting around to a small alley at the side of the restaurant. That was a special delivery passage for the kitchen. When they reached the door, a kitchen helper who was sorting vegetables stopped them. Hey, what are you doing? The back kitchen is a restricted area. No outsiders allowed. If you want to eat, line up at the front door. The helper looked impatient, clutching a bunch of rotten vegetable leaves. Lu Ting frowned slightly, about to speak, but Jiang Mian stepped forward with a smile, pointing at Lu Ting. Comrade, please tell Chef Lu or Director Zhang that the Red Star Brigade has sent golden sands over. What's with all this gold and silver talk? Go away, go away. The young worker was about to wave people off when suddenly he froze, eyes wide like bells.
What did you say?
About the century egg? Yes, Jiang Mian nodded. The worker threw down the vegetable leaves in his hand and suddenly jumped up. His attitude changed completely, smiling so broadly that his wrinkles showed. Oh, dear, the god of wealth is here. Please come in, please come in. Master Lu and Director Zhang have been talking about you all morning. He then shouted loudly inside, Master, the egg delivery has arrived. Before he finished, hurried footsteps sounded from inside. Lu Xiue was still holding a spatula, his apron covered in oil spots, rushing out in a flurry. Behind him, Zhang Wenyuan looked anxious, his glasses nearly slipping off. Little brother, you finally arrived. Lu Xiue saw Lu Ting, and was so friendly he almost wanted to give him a big hug. You don't know what happened earlier. There was almost a fight. Some customers almost tore the table apart over a plate of cold century eggs. This isn't the place for talking. Come, let's go to my office. Zhang Wenyuan adjusted his glasses, smiling as he led them inside and poured 2 cups of hot tea. Comrade Lu Ting, Comrade Jiang Mian, we need to talk about the supply amount. The current amount is too small, not enough to sell. Can you deliver once a day? As long as the quantity is guaranteed, we can discuss the price. The 100 or so eggs brought back yesterday are not enough. If the supply stops, the restaurant's glass door might get smashed. Lu Ting didn't speak, but looked at Jiang Mian. In front of outsiders, he usually stays silent and leaves the conversation to his wife. Jiang Mian picked up her teacup and took a sip, then spoke calmly. Director Zhang, it's not that we don't want to deliver, but making preserved eggs takes time. And as you can see, the roads in the village are bad now. Making a round trip of over 10 miles costs a lot in labor. She paused, set down her cup, and her clear voice echoed in the office. If we want to increase the amount and deliver daily, I can get eggs from other villages, but I would need to hire people just for delivery, which costs more. Price is easy to agree on. Zhang Wenyuan waved his hand confidently. As long as the quality is good, I'll add 5 cents per egg, and I'll give you a 3-corner deal. 3 cents. Lu Ting's hand suddenly trembled, and a few drops of tea spilled. Eggs in the market now cost only a few cents each, and this price is more than tripled. His family's ducks lay over 100 eggs daily. Just counting their own, they make at least 40 yuan a day, which adds up to over 1,000 a month. If he went to buy eggs from other villages to make preserved eggs.
Wow.
This isn't just selling eggs. It's like printing money. Director Zhang is so straightforward. Jiang Mian showed a satisfied smile, not at all overwhelmed by the large sum of money, but calm and experienced like a seasoned businesswoman. Since Director Zhang is so sincere, I won't hold back. I'll supply at least 100 eggs daily, and the quality will be top-notch. Haha, great. That's wonderful. Zhang Wenyuan excitedly rubbed his hands. Lu Xiue was in an even better mood, quickly jumping in. Come on, everyone, it's almost mealtime. Let's eat and chat. Little sister-in-law, today I must let you taste Brother Lu's special dish. In the private room of the state-run restaurant, the braised pork was rich but not greasy, the steamed fish tender and delicious, and there was also a plate of colorful century eggs. After a few drinks, Zhang Wenyuan's stories started flowing. But as he spoke, he suddenly sighed, looking worried. Director Zhang, do you have something on your mind? Jang Meon asked keenly. Don't mention it. Zhang Wenyuan waved his hand, looking gloomy. It's just my cousin who works as a section chief at the textile factory. A while ago, they randomly produced a large batch of stretchy knitted fabric in bright colors. They made it into thermal underwear, but people said it wasn't close-fitting or warm enough. When made into jackets, they looked soft and shapeless. Now, hundreds of yards of fabric are piled up in the warehouse, waiting to go bad. The factory director even said if they can't sell it by the end of the year, everyone's bonuses will be affected. Zhang Wenyuan poured himself a glass of wine and drank it all in one go. He's been so anxious these days, begging everywhere, trying to find someone to buy it. I'm also getting upset about it. Just then, a cold mechanical voice sounded in Jiang Mian's mind. Detected a special opportunity signal from the era. Triggering limited time task. Lead the 1980s fashion trend. Task description: eating well and staying warm are basic, but being stylish and trendy is the goal. Please take the excess stock from the textile factory and turn it into the nationwide fashion item, Batwing sweater, to build your personal wealth. Jiang Mian listened to the system prompt in her mind, almost spitting out the braised pork in her mouth. Leading the 1980s fashion trend? Taking over the backlog of inventory to complete the initial accumulation of personal capital? Bucket, do you have a huge misunderstanding about the word lazy? You, a lazy person who just lies around, want me to be a beast of burden for the production team? Jiang Mian rolled her eyes inwardly and silently retorted. What a joke. That's hundreds of yards of fabric piled up like a small mountain. Just moving it, finding tailors, shouting to sell at the market, thinking about it makes her feel exhausted from the bones. Not to mention, she has to watch out for the red armbands and compete with other vendors for space. In the end, working so hard just to earn a little money? No way. Absolutely not. Jiang Mian has sworn that she will never be a workaholic in this life. She refused decisively. She is here to enjoy life, not to be a beast of burden for the production team. If working herself to exhaustion for money, then what's the point of this lazy system? The system was silent, apparently overwhelmed by Jiang Mian's negative attitude, with a few crackling sounds as it recalculated its logic. But Jiang Mian ignored it, her mind racing quickly. That bat-sleeve shirt. She's familiar with it. It's loose at the top, narrow at the bottom, suits any figure, looks lazy and casual, and is especially slimming. In this era of universal plain fabrics and Zhongshan suits, such a design would definitely be a game changer. So, she needs to make money. But she absolutely cannot do the work herself. Since the system says this is a good opportunity, and she doesn't want to exert herself, then she'll just use her brains. Thinking of this, Jiang Mian's lips curled into a sly smile. She gently tapped her fingers on the table, making a dull sound. She looked up at Zhang Wenyuan, who was frowning with worry, and spoke slowly. Director Zhang, you just mentioned that your cousin's batch of fabric is the kind that feels smooth and stretchy, like knitted material. Zhang Wenyuan, who was busy handing peanuts and pouring drinks, suddenly jolted, causing the peanuts to roll onto the table. He quickly looked up, his eyes behind the glasses wide with surprise. You know so much about it, sister-in-law. You haven't even seen the fabric. How do you know so clearly? Nowadays, information is limited. That batch of fabric was a new product developed by the factory's technical department. It hadn't even been released to the market yet, so outsiders wouldn't know its specific features. Jiang Mian didn't explain further. She lazily leaned back in her chair, crossed her arms, and looked mysterious. I not only know what this fabric looks like, but I also know that if used properly, it won't be waste. It's like a treasure. A treasure? Zhang Wenyuan raised his voice by a notch, startling Lu Xiue and Lu Ting, who had been eating. He leaned forward eagerly. Sister-in-law, are you saying you have a way? He was so excited his lips trembled. Maybe. We can give this batch of fabric to you to handle. As long as we can break even, my cousin would treat you like a goddess. Lu Ting sat nearby. Although he didn't fully understand what his wife was hinting at, he saw how close to tears Jiang Mian was from excitement. He said nothing, just quietly refilled Jiang Mion's tea with hot water. His wife had this special talent. Jang Meon, feeling comfortable thanks to Lu Ting's care, slowly spoke. I can't say I have a perfect plan, but I do have a small idea. She said this with a meaningful look, touching her new dress and leaning her head on Lu Ting's strong arm. However, Director Zhang, you know me. I am naturally a lazy person. I prefer lying at home eating ready-made food. If you ask me to go to the market, pull a cart, or sell things, I absolutely can't do it. That, Zhang Wenyuan was momentarily stunned, then quickly understood. Exactly. Now, they only sell preserved eggs and can earn a month's wages for an ordinary worker in a single day. Why should they do the hard work of buying and selling? I won't let you work, and I definitely won't let you tire yourself out. Zhang Wenyuan is clever and immediately caught the hint. You mean sister-in-law, you have ideas, and we handle the operations. Smart. Jiang Mian snapped her fingers. I'll design the plans and tell you how to sell this, who to sell it to. As for finding tailors to make clothes, setting up channels, and doing sales, those are your cousin's factory's jobs. She pointed with two white, delicate fingers. If this works, I want 20% of the profit as a consulting fee. If it doesn't work, I won't take a penny and you won't lose anything. 20% profit. These 4 words sounded like a thunderclap in the private room. Zhang Wenyuan took a deep breath. Making clothes from hundreds of yards of fabric yields huge profits. Just talking about taking 20%, it's like a lion opening its mouth. In the past, Zhang Wenyuan would have thought this rural woman was crazy. But looking at the plate of amber reflections on golden sands being snatched up on the table and seeing Jiang Mian's confident and determined look, Zhang Wenyuan's mind tilted. Better to try and fail than to leave hundreds of yards of fabric rotting in the warehouse while everyone in the factory suffers. I can't make the decision on this matter. Zhang Wenyuan patted his thigh and made a decision. Okay, let's meet here again tomorrow at noon. I'll ask him to bring the fabric samples and you can discuss it face to face then. Jiang Mian nodded. All right. After finishing their meal, they reached an agreement. Lu Ting stood up to go to the front desk to pay, but just as he took out a stack of bills, Lin Xiue's chubby hand pressed down on them. You brought such good preserved eggs to the restaurant. From now on, we are brothers. How could I let my brother pay? Zhang Wenyuan also smiled and pushed Lu Ting out. Exactly, Brother Lu, don't be polite. Come on, let's go see my uncle's house while the sun is still out. Mentioning the house, Lu Ting's back straightened a bit. Although he knew his money probably wasn't enough, since his wife wanted to buy it, he decided to go see it first. As long as his wife liked it, he was willing to work hard and earn money. Leaving the noisy state-run restaurant, the group rode their bikes through 2 streets and the noise gradually faded away. The scenery along the road changed. No longer the smoky, noisy apartment blocks, but 2 rows of tall, lush phoenix trees appeared. The environment was quiet, and even passers-by spoke softly. This was Wudong Road, a well-known good area in the county town, mostly inhabited by wealthy overseas Chinese and officials. Jiang Mian sat on the back of the bicycle, looking at the surroundings, and nodded with satisfaction. This place is good. Quiet, suitable for relaxing. We've arrived right here. Zhang Wenyuan stopped in front of a slightly worn black iron gate. He took out a jingling bunch of keys from his waist and inserted a brass-colored key into the lock.
Click.
With a grating sound of metal rubbing, the heavy courtyard gate slowly opened. This house has been empty for many years, and the yard is a bit messy. Sorry, little sister-in-law. Please don't mind, Zhang Wenyuan said shyly, rubbing his hands. Lu Ting pushed his bicycle into the yard and was immediately stunned. It was a 2-story red brick house. Although some of the wall paint was peeling, revealing the red bricks underneath, and the yard was overgrown with tall weeds, making it look abandoned and run down. But the unique European-style arched windows, the spacious balcony on the second floor big enough to dance on, and the intricate stone carvings on the porch all showed a style that rural people from this era could hardly imagine. Lu Ting had only seen such houses in movies shown at the village's outdoor screening team. Those were places where wealthy capitalists lived. And now, he was standing in the yard of such a house. This house is really big. Lu Ting swallowed hard, feeling a huge pressure rising inside him. He looked at Jiang Mian, who was calm and composed, and his desire to make money grew even stronger. His wife, this angelic person, should live in such a house, not in the leaky, mud and straw hut in the village. The inside is even messier. Before. Cough cough. During that period, it was raided, and most of the belongings were taken away, Zhang Wenyuan explained vaguely, then pushed open the heavy wooden door. A musty smell hit him. Inside, the light was dim, and yellowed old newspapers were scattered on the floor. Besides, there are some broken chairs with missing legs and a pile of old, torn cabinets all mixed together. It looks like a junkyard. Jiang Mian covered her nose to block the dust and waved her hand in front of her face, but her eyes didn't stay in the living room. Instead, she directly asked, "Where is Director Zhang's bathroom? Does it have a bathtub?" Zhang Wenyuan was caught off guard by the question but quickly responded, "Yes, there is. There are bathrooms on both the first and second floors. The one with a bathtub is in the master bedroom upstairs." When Jiang Mian heard the word bathtub, her eyes lit up like two small lamps. She let go of Lu Ting's arm, clicked her heels, and hurried up the creaky wooden stairs straight to the master bedroom on the second floor. As she pushed open the door, a strong smell of dust and mold hit her. Although the floor was covered with a thick layer of dust and the pipes in the corner were rusty, Jiang Mian's gaze seemed magnetized, fixated on the big thing by the window. A beautiful white porcelain bathtub. The bathtub was an old-fashioned cast-iron enamel type, with 4 rounded clawfoot legs underneath. "Hubby." Jiang Mian turned around, hugged Lu Ting's arm, and her voice was sweet enough to make silk. "I want this. I want this house. With this bathtub, I won't have to carry water in buckets for your baths anymore. We can also," cough, "take a romantic bath together." She whispered the last part close to Lu Ting's ear. Lu Ting's handsome, bronze-colored face suddenly turned red up to his neck. Romantic bath. These 3 words hit him like a thunderbolt, blowing away all thoughts of house prices and stress. Seeing his wife's big, bright eyes, Lu Ting felt all his blood rushing to one place. "Buy it. I must buy it. Even if I have to risk everything, I will buy this house for my wife." "Okay, I'll buy it." Lu Ting's Adam's apple bobbed heavily, his voice a little hoarse from excitement, but each word was strong and clear. Zhang Wenyuan, standing at the door, watched the couple being so lovey-dovey and cleared his throat, trying to break the pink bubble filling the room. Ahem. "Well, if my sister-in-law likes this bathtub, that's great." He adjusted his glasses and looked a bit embarrassed. "But the price? My cousin from abroad said he won't sell it for less than 6,000 yuan. Not a penny less. 6,000 yuan. Those 3 words felt like a bucket of cold water poured over him from head to toe. The fire in Lu Ting's heart, just ignited by his wife's flirtation, was instantly half extinguished. He already knew the house was priced at 6,000, but he only had 1,000 yuan right now. Even if he sold the remaining fish from the mountain pond, which weighed over 1,000 jin, it wouldn't be enough. He earns about 40 yuan a day selling duck eggs, but that's too slow to cover the more than 3,000 yuan gap. Lu Ting could see that his wife really liked this house. A heavy weight of difference pressed down on Lu Ting's chest, making it hard for him to breathe. He clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. Just as he was about to speak and discuss with Zhang Wenyuan whether they could secure the house first, get a few months' grace on the payment, or pay in installments, a soft, gentle hand suddenly covered his hand and lightly pinched it. Jiang Mian blinked at Lu Ting, signaling him to stay calm. Then she turned to face Zhang Wenyuan, her face no longer showing the earlier excitement, replaced instead with a calm, indifferent look. "About the price, there's no need to rush. Jiang Mian casually led Lu Ting out of the bedroom and back to the messy living room on the second floor, scanning the room. Director Zhang, I have to say, this house is really quite run down. The paint is peeling, and the floor tiles are cracked. Fixing it all up will probably cost a lot, maybe several $100,000. And she lifted her foot in small leather shoes, kicking disdainfully at a dark, old cabinet in the corner. This room is filled with all sorts of broken stuff. Just looking at it makes me feel uneasy. Getting someone to clear out all this trash will take a lot of effort and money, right? The cabinet had a strange shape, painted with uneven dark red paint. Some parts of the paint had chipped off, revealing dark wood underneath, looking like it was picked out of a junk pile. Next to it, there was a broken, legless thatched chair covered in dust and spider webs. Jang Meon grew more and more disgusted. What kind of taste is this? She was naturally lazy and hated cleaning the house. Thinking about having to buy this house and then clean up all the accumulated dust and rubbish made her scalp tingle. While she was thinking about how to ask Zhang Wenyuan to lower the price, the familiar mechanical voice suddenly sounded again without warning. Ding! Triggering the opportunity of a high-value era, target locked, the dull cabinet covered in poor-quality red paint in front of you, and the broken-legged single-panel thatched chair in the corner. Item analysis. The surface is covered with modern poor-quality red paint, but the core wood inside is Ming Dynasty Wangwali thatched chair, damaged, and an early Qing purple sandalwood carved cabinet. Despite some damage, the main structure and wood are well preserved. System evaluation. This target is currently considered useless, but its potential future value is enormous. The host is advised to acquire it immediately. Jiang Mian's face froze with a look of disgust. For a moment, her mind went completely blank.
What?
What is this? Ming Dynasty Wangwali thatched chair? Early Qing purple sandalwood carved cabinet? Jiang Mian blinked, then looked again at the ugly red-painted cabinet she had kicked. Isn't this just junk? In a time when most people lack knowledge of cultural relics and it's common to burn redwood furniture as firewood, this could really be true. Looking at it this way, this isn't a scrap yard. It's a mountain of hidden treasure waiting to be discovered. A wave of excitement surged from her feet to her head. She hit the jackpot. This is really a big win. Forget about the 6,000 yuan for the house. Just properly handling this cabinet and chair could add a zero or more to the price later. In a few decades, these items might be worth hundreds of thousands or even millions. Jiang Mian forcibly suppressed her urge to smile widely. She quickly glanced at Lu Ting beside her, who looked honest and was frowning over the 6,000 yuan. And with a look of difficulty, she was worried about how to explain this pile of junk to Zhang Wenyuan. Good they all didn't know. This huge secret was known only to her. Jiang Mian took a deep breath, forcing herself to stay calm. However, her expression of disgust only grew more obvious, even adding a touch of just right picky attitude. She raised her chin and looked back at Zhang Wenyuan, speaking slowly. Director Zhang, would this way work? Lu Ting lowered his face and looked at the water stains on the corner of the roof, as if inspecting them carefully. If we want to fix it up again, buy lime and cement and hire people to do the work, it will probably cost a few hundred yuan inside and out, right? Zhang Wenyuan nodded silently, looking a bit embarrassed. That's true. The house has been empty for several years and was heavily damaged back then. It's indeed quite run down. That's right. The house needs proper repairs. Repairing is a small matter. Just spend some money. Jiang Mian waved her hand dismissively, acting as if money can solve everything, then turned her attention to the pile of broken furniture. Mostly these things. She wrinkled her nose as if smelling something unpleasant. These old cabinets and broken chairs are heavy and take up space. If we buy the house, we'll have to spend more money hiring people to carry them out and throw them away. What kind of situation is this? Buying a house and then having to buy a bunch of trash to deal with, isn't that just paying to suffer?
Lu Ting stood silently beside Jiang Mian.
Although he didn't understand what his wife was thinking, he knew she had her reasons for saying this. Right now, he was overwhelmed by the pressure of that 6,000 yuan. He was thinking about selling all the fish from the back mountain, plus the money from selling duck eggs, and then working day and night hunting in the mountains. He wasn't sure how long it would take to save enough money. Zhang Wenyuan was speechless after hearing Jiang Mian's words and could only keep rubbing his hands nervously. He also felt worried. These things really were a burden. His distant cousin from abroad had just sent a message asking him to sell the house as soon as possible. Because of the property's issues, it hasn't sold after such a long time. Seeing that Jiang Mian and her husband are interested, if the buyer finds it too troublesome and backs out, this deal will fall apart.
So,
What does your sister-in-law mean? Zhang Wenyuan asked cautiously. Jiang Mian was waiting for this question. She was planning her words carefully. This time, she was really going to succeed. The wood from the Ming dynasty, the purple sandalwood from the Qing dynasty. Oh my goodness, this isn't junk, it's like 2 mountains of gold. Calm down, Jiang Mian, stay calm. Absolutely must not laugh. Right now, she is a delicate little wife who looks down on trash. Yes, that's the look. She forced her mouth to turn downward, pretending to be reluctant. My idea is simple, she said. She stretched out her fair, tender finger and waved it at Zhang Wenyuan. 6,000 yuan is a bit high, honestly. Considering how broken the house is, fixing it will cost a lot. How about this? Jiang Mian finally revealed her plan. We offer 5,500 yuan. If you accept 500 less, think of it as us paying for the repairs ourselves. 5,500. Zhang Wenyuan frowned. This price is 500 less than his uncle's bottom line, which makes it hard for him to explain. Don't rush to refuse, Jiang Mian said, noticing his expression. There's still hope, she slowly added. We won't ask you to clean out the mess inside. After we buy the house, we'll handle it ourselves. Whether we chop it up for firewood or take it to the recycling station, it's a way to save your uncle from trouble. She spoke very generously, as if she had suffered a great loss and done a big favor. After hearing this, Zhang Wenyuan fell into thought. The price was 500 less, but it saved the trouble of cleaning up the trash and prevented the other person from complaining about the old house. After calculating, it seemed not impossible to accept. Most importantly, from the looks of the young couple, they genuinely wanted to buy. If they missed this buyer, who knew where the next one would come from? Zhang Wenyuan was still hesitating. Lu Ting looked at his wife's confident manner, and the big stone in his heart finally fell. Although he didn't understand the value of the junk, he knew his wife would never make a loss. With this thought, Lu Ting took a step forward. His tall figure put a lot of pressure on Zhang Wenyuan, and he spoke in a low voice. Director Zhang, my wife isn't feeling well and can't stand dust. If we clear out these things early, we can also finish tidying up the house and move in sooner. His words sounded like a reminder, but actually, he was helping Jiang Mian finalize the deal. The implication was, we really want to buy, we've made an offer, now it's up to you to agree. The last bit of hesitation in Zhang Wenyuan's mind was also gone. He gritted his teeth, patted his thigh, and said, okay. He thought Jiang Mian's suggestion was a big help. That pile of junk, in his view, was worthless. If the buyer could handle it, it was like hitting the jackpot. He even thought this young couple was honest and willing to suffer a little loss. But I can't make this decision alone. I need to send a telegram to my cousin to ask him. Don't worry, I will explain your sincerity and the real situation of the house clearly to him. I think the problem isn't big. Then I'll trouble Director Zhang. Jiang Mian finally showed a satisfied smile. To Zhang Wenyuan, that smile looked like someone who had gained a small benefit worth 500 yuan. But in Jiang Mian's heart, it was like she had found a treasure worth hundreds of millions. She had to hold back her laughter. Jiang Mian pulled Lu Ting's arm and affectionately leaned on him. Husband, we're about to have our own big house and a big bathtub. Lu Ting was excited by her mention of the big bathtub. He looked into Jiang Mian's bright eyes and nodded heavily. Yes. As long as his wife was happy, even if it was 5,500 or 55,000, he would earn it for her. When leaving the small villa, Jiang Mian looked back at the tightly closed wooden door. Inside was her future wealth worth millions and her dream of a simple life. She happily thought that once she got the house, her first task would be to hide those 2 precious little ones. Then she would clean the big bathtub thoroughly and enjoy a warm bath. But right now, the most important thing was to get the missing 4,000 yuan. Jang Meon's gaze passed through the phoenix tree and looked far towards the cotton spinning factory in the county town. The next day, in a private room on the second floor of the state-run restaurant. The dishes hadn't arrived yet, but Li Weidong couldn't sit still. His blistered lips were bright and red, and he kept rubbing the porcelain teacup in his hand, almost wearing off the paint on the cup's wall. Because of the hundreds of yards of mixed fabric in the warehouse, he was losing a lot of hair. They had gone to 7 or 8 dinners, begging and pleading, but what was the result? All he received were disdainful glares from the purchasing clerk at the supply and marketing cooperative. Section chiefly, your fabric is so slippery and useless. It doesn't absorb sweat when used for underwear, and it has no shape when used for outerwear. When the wind blows, it sticks to the body. It's not proper. Which decent girl would wear this? These words still echoed in his ears. But today, his cousin Zhang Wenyuan called him over and introduced him to a young woman from the countryside. Li Weidong looked at the girl across from him. She was not only very young but also strikingly beautiful. A cold wave of disappointment washed over him. The girl was lazily leaning on the chair, her delicate fingers tapping the table absent-mindedly. Her almond-shaped eyes were half closed, as if she could fall asleep at any moment. Could she really have a solution? Or was his cousin being tricked? The man sitting beside the girl was very imposing, tall and silent, giving off a strong presence. But whenever Li Weidong's gaze lingered on Jiang Mian, that man's cold stare felt like a sharp blade, making him shiver. Cough, cough. Zhang Wenyuan cleared his throat, unable to watch anymore. Weidong, don't just sit there. Let me introduce you. This is Comrade Jiang Mian, as I told you, and her husband, Comrade Lu Ting. He then turned to Jiang Mian, smiling warmly. Sister-in-law, this is my cousin Li Weidong from the textile factory, section chiefly. Jiang Mian lifted her eyelids slightly in greeting, her voice soft and lazy, as if she hadn't fully woken up. Her attitude completely shattered the last bit of hope in Li Weidong's heart. He forced a smile that looked worse than crying. Jiang. Comrade Jiang. My brother said you might have a way to handle the fabric issue at our factory. He spoke the word, you, softly and uncertainly, as if he didn't believe himself. Jiang Mian didn't respond to him. Her delicate fingers paused on the table. Then she pointed. Where is it? Oh. It's here. Li Weidong suddenly snapped to attention, as if electrocuted. He hurriedly untied the cloth bag on his leg and spread out a piece of dark blue fabric on the table. The fabric shimmered with a strange shine under the light, feeling smooth and stretchy to the touch. This is it. Li Weidong pointed at the fabric, his face twisted in frustration. Elastic knit fabric. The factory's technical department insisted on copying advanced foreign technology, but they ended up making this. Now, hundreds of meters are stuck in the warehouse. If we can't sell it, not only will we miss out on bonuses at the end of the year, but next month's wages could be in trouble too. Jiang Mian pinched the fabric and tugged gently, feeling its familiar stretch. Isn't this just the popular workout pants and base layer fabric from later years? Although the craftsmanship was rough, in this era of everyone wearing blue, black, and gray, it was a real game changer. A flash of the trendy style from the future crossed her mind. The batwing top. Loose at the top, narrow at the bottom. Perfect for hiding flaws, stylish, modern, and flattering to most figures. If she could make this, it would definitely be a hit among the girls in the whole town. Jiang Mian was already planning how to maximize profits, but her face remained bored and aloof. She released her grip, letting the fabric lie limply on the table, then leaned back lazily. It's okay. Just these 3 words made Li Weidong and Zhang Wenyuan's eyes light up. Okay? Li Weidong's voice trembled with excitement. Comrade Jiang, are you joking with me? This. What's so special about this fabric? It's special because it's unique, Jiang Mian said slowly. Nowadays, most clothes on the street are either gray or black, with boring styles like work uniforms. Fashion-loving women want to wear bright-colored, trendy clothes, but no matter how much money they have, they can't find any to buy. Jiang Mian's words hit Li Weidong's blind spot. He nervously swallowed and leaned forward instinctively.
So,
You mean? Jang Meon's lips curved into a very faint smile. What I mean is, if this fabric is made into the style I want, it won't really be just fabric anymore. What kind of style? Li Weidong asked eagerly. It's a fashion trend, a moneymaker. Fashion trend? Money? Li Weidong and Zhang Wenyuan looked confused. Jang Mian didn't bother explaining further. She took out a small pencil and a piece of paper from her small bag and casually spread it on the table. Look, she moved her wrist lightly, and the pencil made scratching sounds on the rough paper. In just a minute or two, a rough sketch of a clothing design appeared on the paper. The top and sleeves were wide, but the hem suddenly tightened. What kind of clothes are these? They look strange. Li Weidong leaned in, confused. This is called a batwing shirt. Jiang Mian pointed at the sketch with her pencil.
See, the top is wide enough.
No matter if you have a swimming ring or a belly, it covers everything. The sleeves are connected to the body, so when you lift your arms, it looks like bat wings. The hem is gathered with elastic, so whether you tuck it into pants or wear it outside, it can show off your waist. The neckline can be made into a straight line, just enough to show the collarbones and make the neck look longer and more elegant. She spoke while marking measurements and details on the drawing. Li Weidong and Zhang Wenyuan listened in shock. Hiding flesh?